Fanching. Under the big tree at the entrance of Qingqing Grassland Orphanage, Guyi looked at the middle-aged couple in front of him, then at the paternity test report in his hand. It took him a while to come to his senses. He was acting as a top supporter on Douyin 1 second, and the next he transmigrated into a book and became the true young master who had been lost for 20 years. Xiaoyi, we are truly your biological parents. We've been looking for you for 20 years, and we've finally found you. The middle-aged couple's eyes were full of tears, and they were crying so hard they could barely breathe. Guyi, oh, system, Guzi, tell me what's going on. System, young master, the situation is a bit long. Guyi, then make it short. System, in a nutshell, the host has a melon-eating mission, and this system is here to assist. Guyi, damn it. After completing so many missions to return to his own world, it's happening again. Damn it. It's enraging. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple standing opposite him had stopped crying. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Their son had only said one word, but they had heard two voices. And that voice called itself system? They hadn't misheard, had they? Father Gu Haokuan, took 2 deep breaths, mustered his courage, and asked, Xiaoyi, will you come home with us? Mother Gu, Su Yi, also nodded repeatedly. That's right, Xiaoyi. Although our Gu family isn't the richest in Shanqing, we are still one of the 8 great families. You've suffered all these years. Come home with mom and dad, and we'll make it up to you properly. After they finished speaking, they both held their breath. Guyi, let me think. Guzi, tell me, what's the next plot point? Why struggle and twist, causing oneself pain, only to accept it obediently in the end? As long as it's profitable, no, as long as it helps the plot, he can accept it. Su Yi held Gu Haokuan's arm, her heart pounding like a drum. It was confirmed. Her biological son hadn't spoken aloud, so what she heard were his inner thoughts. Gu Haokuan was also stunned. Although only one paternity test report had been presented, he had previously contacted 10 institutions and conducted 10 tests. The results were all the same. The handsome young man in front of him was his biological son. He had also sent people to investigate his son's past. He was stolen at birth and then sent to this orphanage. He left here at 18 and went out to make a living. Unfortunately, his luck was a bit bad, and he was frail and often ill. After 5 years of struggling outside, he was still nothing. If he hadn't suddenly returned to the orphanage this time, he might not have found him. But if he truly had any special abilities, he shouldn't be doing so poorly. It seemed that the person called System was the key to the problem. System, young master, next, your biological parents will bring you home, and you will be the true young master for a few hours. Because after you were stolen, your father adopted an orphan to prevent your mother from being sad, and that's the Gu family's fake young master. When you return home, something particularly troublesome will happen in the Gu family that same day. This will cause your family to believe you are the jinx, and you will be disregarded from then on. You will live in a place like a dog kennel, and the fake young master will scheme against you at every turn. You will try your best to be a lapdog and please everyone in the family to get more attention from your parents. But your family has already decided you are an unlucky person and will turn a blind eye to your efforts and hard work. A year later, you will be framed, leading to you being kicked out of the house and dying tragically on the streets. Guyi gasped after hearing the subsequent plot. So, he was here to be abused and die. Gu Haokuan was completely dumbfounded. Could that system predict the future? What would happen to the Gu family? Su Yi was already trembling all over, almost collapsing to the ground. Her son, whom she had finally found, was going to die after just 1 year? It wouldn't be like this. Her son was not a jinx. He had suffered so much, and she wanted to compensate him. She would never neglect him. And who would frame him? Could it be the adopted son? Guyi, damn it. Lost for more than 20 years, suffered hardships, and upon returning home, something happens, and I'm treated as a jinx? This must be the fake young master scheming against me, right? System, searching for plot, please wait. Guyi, useless thing. Father Gu and Mother Gu's faces changed drastically. Could it really be the adopted son scheming against the biological son? If that's the case, then he should get out of the Gu family. Blood is thicker than water. No matter who it is, they cannot scheme against their biological son. Guyi cleared his throat and said, how about you just pretend you never found me and never met me today? If you truly feel you owe me, then give me a sum of money. I'm not asking for much, just 30 million each. I don't want to go back with them, go back to be a lapdog, go back to be abused, go back to die. If you really want to compensate me, then give me some money as a severance. System, young master, you can't do this. If you return to the Gu family and go through the plot of this book, we can get rewards and return to our original world. Guyi, I don't care if I can go back or not. I don't want to suffer. You can just kill me. Mother Gu was greatly shocked. So, the world they were in was a book? Their biological son was a living person from another world, who would return home, go through a tragic plot, and then die, returning to his world? How was this possible? They could not accept this. Gu Haokuan. Xiao Yi, we will give you the money, but you must also come back with us. Don't worry, you're returning home, not going to suffer. If anyone in the family dares to treat you poorly, I will sever ties with them. His son seemed unaware that his wife, and he could hear his inner thoughts. This was good. If he knew, he wouldn't speak his mind. Regardless of whether his son came from outside or was some demon or monster, he was still his biological son. It was their fault for not protecting him well back then. If they couldn't protect him well in the future, then they deserved to die. Gu Yi, however, did not believe him. Old Gu, don't be so stubborn. Just pretend I'm dead, okay? Speaking so nicely, but when I go back, your family will be in big trouble, suffer disaster, and you won't think like this anymore. If I don't go back, who will be blamed for the Gu family's disaster? Gu Haokuan. His biological son wasn't calling him dad, but old Gu? But that was understandable. He hadn't raised him, and it was all his fault. But what he said, if he didn't go back, there would be disaster. That meant the big incident was bound to happen. He also had a worried look, but a sliver of hope remained. What if none of these things happened? What if the person called system got it wrong? Or perhaps, to prevent the dreaded events from occurring, He was already weaving all sorts of excuses. Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, what are you two doing here? At this moment, a woman emerged from the orphanage. She wore a baseball cap, casual clothing, and was pushing an electric scooter. Gu Haokuan and Yi both looked over, and after a while, they recognized her as Feng Baobao, the youngest daughter of the Feng family. Baobao, what are you doing here? Yi walked over, greeting her with a smile. Gu Haokuan, exceptionally proud, introduced them grandly. We're here to pick up our biological son and bring him home. Yi continued. Baobao, this is our son, Gu Yi, whom we've been searching for 20 years. Xiao Yi, this is Feng Baobao, the youngest daughter of the Feng family. She's just a year older than you. The couple beamed, their faces practically radiating pride. Upon hearing Feng Baobao's name, Gu Yi raised his head with interest to look. Scared me to death. I thought there was another sister Bao here. But this outfit is equally disheveled. The Feng family? Are they also one of the 8 great families of Fancheng? Guzi, dig up Feng Baobao's gossip. No, her background. Old Gu and his wife are really something. I haven't even agreed to go home. Why are they introducing me so casually? Gu Haokuan and his wife's mouths twitched. As expected of their own son. No mercy when it came to criticizing his parents. Feng Baobao, however, stared at Gu Yi, her brows furrowed in displeasure. He only glanced at her, right? He didn't say anything, did he? Then what was she hearing? Feng Baobao looked at the Gu family couple and found them looking at her too, their eyes full of scrutiny. For a moment, all 3 were stunned. Could they all hear Gu Ye's thoughts? Feng Baobao became anxious. Auntie Gu, that Gu Yi bleep. The part about her hearing Gu Ye's thoughts was somehow muted. She couldn't even utter a single punctuation mark. Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. Being able to hear was fine, but not being able to speak it out was the key. That was good. That was really good. Baobao, Xiao Yi is indeed our biological son. We've already done the paternity test. Yi patted Feng Baobao's small hand. Gu Haokuan sighed. Alas, it's just that Xiao Yi seems to have some misunderstandings about us and is currently unwilling to come home with us. Feng Baobao continued. So you can also bleep. Gu Haokuan and his wife nodded in unison. That's right, they could hear it too. Gu Yi ignored them, crossing his arms and looking up at the sky, listening to the gossip. System, my lord, Feng Baobao's gossip is quite something. She came to the orphanage because a month ago, she found a baby. She couldn't find the baby's biological parents, so she sent it to the orphanage. Gu Yi, can't tell, quite heartwarming. That's not much gossip then. Is the Feng family one of Fancheng's 8 great families? Guzi, investigate Feng Baobao's big gossip. No, her background. Old Gu and his wife are really something. I haven't even agreed to go home. Why are they introducing me so casually? Gu Haokuan and his wife's mouths twitched. As expected of their own son. No mercy when it came to criticizing his parents. Feng Baobao, however, stared at Gu Yi, her brows furrowed in displeasure. He only glanced at her, right? He didn't say anything, did he? Then what was she hearing? Feng Baobao looked at the Gu family couple and found them looking at her too, their eyes full of scrutiny. For a moment, all 3 were stunned. Could they all hear Gu Ye's thoughts? Feng Baobao became anxious. Auntie Gu, that Gu Yi bleep. The part about her hearing Gu Ye's thoughts was somehow muted. She couldn't even utter a single punctuation mark. Sui breathed a long sigh of relief. Being able to hear was fine, but not being able to speak it out was the key. That was good. That was really good. Bao Bao, Xiaoyi is indeed our biological son. We've already done the paternity test. Sui patted Feng Bao Bao's small hand. Gu Haokuan sighed. Alas, it's just that Xiaoyi seems to have some misunderstandings about us and is currently unwilling to come home with us. Feng Bao Bao continued. So you can also bleep. Gu Haokuan and his wife nodded in unison. That's right, they could hear it too. Gui ignored them, crossing his arms and looking up at the sky, listening to the gossip. System, my lord, Feng Bao Bao's gossip is quite something. She came to the orphanage because a month ago, she found a baby. She couldn't find the baby's biological parents, so she sent it to the orphanage. Gui, can't tell, quite heartwarming. That's not much gossip then. System, my lord, this gossip is huge. The Gu couple and Feng Bao Bao all looked over in unison. What big gossip? It's just finding an unwanted orphan. How is that big gossip? Tell us quickly. Gui, holy crap. No way, no way, that baby is Feng Bao Bao's father's illegitimate child? Or Feng Bao Bao's boyfriend's illegitimate child? Or her family's nanny's grandson? He blurted out 3 major pieces of gossip in one go. This wasn't really stretching the imagination. It was standard operating procedure for typical web novels, referred to as basic operation. However, the 3 people listening to his thoughts were about to have their brains explode. Guyi, what are you talking about? Feng Bao Bao glared at Guyi, her voice a low growl like a fierce beast. She was still single and hadn't even been in a relationship. Where would she get a boyfriend from? And her father, the nanny at home, they weren't that kind of people at all. Why would Guyi say such things? Sui quickly tried to pacify her. Bao Bao, Xiaoyi didn't say anything. You misheard. She hastily signaled him. Don't let him find out, otherwise, how could they continue listening? Gu Haokuan also lowered his voice and said, Bao Bao, why don't you listen more carefully? The Feng family had only had a daughter in 3 generations, and she was spoiled rotten, with a bad temper. Since Xiaoyi hadn't spoken it out loud, it wouldn't count as offending the Feng family. Guyi really hadn't heard what Feng Bao Bao said. He was focused on listening to the gossip. System, wrong, wrong, wrong. My lord, you've read it all wrong. There's only one truth, and that is the baby is Feng Bao Bao's nephew. Her cousin's wife had just given birth to a son, but it was swapped by a poor college student her cousin had helped. In another week, Feng Bao Bao would discover the truth, kindly return the child, and expose the poor student's true colors. Feng Bao Bao, who had been about to lose her temper, was instantly speechless. The baby she had saved was actually her cousin's child, and it was swapped by that poor student? How was that possible? Sui and Gu Haokuan were also stunned. Could this be true? It sounded like those skits they saw on short videos. Gui rested his chin on his hand. So that's the kind of gossip. Based on my years of experience in transmigration novels, Feng Bao Bao, being so kind-hearted, probably won't have a good ending, right? After all, to be reborn, one must do a good deed, then be poisoned, pushed down the stairs, cyber-bullied, stabbed, and then start over. So is there any more gossip later? Basic operation. Don't be amazed. Feng Bao Bao. What? I saved my own nephew, and I won't have a good ending. I am the only daughter in 3 generations of the Feng family, who would dare do anything to me. Sui and Gu Haokuan were also bewildered. Good people don't get good rewards? What kind of strange logic was this? System, my lord, you are brilliant. The next big gossip is that Feng Bao Bao did a good deed, but that baby has Down syndrome, and her cousin already disliked it. The poor college student wasn't happy and did a paternity test on the child and her cousin. It turned out to be a genuine Feng family member. This way, Feng Bao Bao was resented by both her cousin and the college student. On a dark and windy night, she was poisoned, then assaulted by over a dozen thugs, and died with resentment. Guyi nodded slightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't think that Feng Bao Bao has much of a brain. Always doing good deeds unnecessarily. For example, I wouldn't tell her about this. Good advice doesn't persuade a damn fool, and I don't want to get myself killed. System. Yes, yes, we call this respecting the helper complex and respecting others' destinies. Feng Bao Bao stood there blankly, her mind filled with the words of that Guzi. She went to find their biological son, only to be harmed by them so miserably and die. Gu Haokuan lowered his head, his mind also quite in a mess. Xiaoya's actions didn't seem wrong, but it still felt a bit strange. Sui looked at Feng Bao Bao, not knowing what to do. Huh? Why aren't you leaving yet? It's fine if you don't pay me, I'm not going back. Guyi finished his melon eating and turned around, only to see them still there. He needed to make things clear. It's just that I'm too lazy to bother with that group of short-lived ghosts. After the fake young master kills me, everyone in the Gu family will also receive their lunchboxes one after another. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with money. I just won't go back. Gu Haokuen's heart skipped a beat. Not just him who would suffer first. The entire family would die successively in the future. Suyi's palms were already covered in cold sweat. It was truly the adopted son harming the biological son, and he would harm the entire family too. How could this happen? She had always treated him like her own son. No, she absolutely could not let such a thing happen. Feng Baobao also heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts, but she was more concerned about her own fate now. Uncle Gu, Auntie Gu, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Feng Baobao was going to investigate. Perhaps what Gu Yi was thinking was not accurate. Gu Yi, Guzi, what else does she have to do? System, Feng Baobao is going to investigate the truth. Alas, her brain is really not very useful. She hasn't realized yet that ever since she picked up that child, her cousin has already sent people to track her. Gu Yi, as people approach death, their actions become reckless. Don't bother with her. Life is like death, and death is like life. Perhaps after she's taken, she'll go to another world to enjoy herself. Feng Baobao, who was already preparing to leave. What did he mean by enjoying herself after being taken? Living is better than dying. Who doesn't understand this logic? However, her cousin had already sent people to track her. She pretended to casually look around, and indeed found a few suspicious individuals. Damn it. Uncle, Auntie, my car is out of battery. Can you give me a ride? Feng Baobao changed her mind. Better to believe than not to believe. If Gu Ye's inner thoughts were all true, then it could save her life. Su Yi agreed immediately. Gu Haokuen walked to Gu Ye's side. Young master, you still don't believe your father and mother's resolve? Then how about this? You come back with us now, and I'll give you a small goal. If you feel that your home is different from what you imagined, you can leave then. At that time, I'll give you another small goal. What do you think? His biological son had just asked for 30 million, and it seemed like he liked money. Since he had so much money, he would naturally give it to his biological son. Gu Yi. Okay. System, young master, didn't you say you wouldn't go back even if they killed you? Gu Yi. I don't want to either. It's just that he gives too much. System. He's just greedy for money, and he's trying to argue. Gu Haokuen was overjoyed. He liked money. As expected of his son, he was indeed like him. Feng Baobao silently rolled her eyes. A greedy person, even more greedy than herself. Getting into the business car, Gu Yi said nothing and directly closed his eyes to rest. Feng Baobao kept staring at her phone, wanting to send a message to her best friend, but remembering Gu Ye's inner thoughts, she suspected that her best friend was also unreliable. After thinking for a while, she sent a message to her elder brother. Within 5 minutes, her elder brother Feng Shanshan's message came back. Baobao, why is cousin investigating you? Feng Baobao, big brother? You found out. Feng Shanshan. Baobao, are you in trouble? Where are you? I'll pick you up. Feng Baobao. Big brother, let's talk when we meet. Come and pick me up at the Gu family villa. Don't act rashly. The situation is a bit complicated. After sending the message, Feng Baobao stared at Gu Yi. Why wasn't that system talking anymore? It knew when she wanted to gather information just now. Now that she was messaging her elder brother, it should know too, right? Gu Yi. Guzi, why is Feng Baobao staring at me? System, young master, she might. Gu Yi. Guzi, be more confident. She must have taken a liking to my beauty, craving my body, truly vulgar. System, you're wearing cheap clothes, and Feng Baobao, although in casual wear, is all designer high-end goods. Could she be interested in your appearance? TSK, TSK, TSK. The host is becoming more and more narcissistic. Feng Baobao. I didn't. I just wanted to hear the system's gossip, news about myself. Su Yi covered her mouth and lowered her head, pretending not to have heard anything. But she was still very pleased in her heart. Her son had suffered so much, yet he could still be so confident. This point was like her. No matter how big the difficulty, it wouldn't knock her down. Gu Yi, why isn't she investigating anymore? She's still staring at me. If she keeps staring, I'll pickle her. Feng Baobao quickly lowered her head, but then she thought. She just looked. What could he do to pickle her? So, she seemed to glance at her phone, then looked up again, continuing to stare at Gu Yi. System, young master, Feng Baobao's brain has short-circuited, and she's actually become a little useful. She didn't find her best friend, she found her elder brother. But if her elder brother comes from Shiyun Expressway, he'll probably be on his way to the west. Feng Baobao immediately lowered her head and quickly fiddled with her phone. Big brother, don't take Shiyun Expressway. You can let the driver pick me up. Don't go. She herself didn't realize that she had now completely believed Gu Yi and the system's words. Gu Yi. Feng Baobao is neither the protagonist in the book, nor a lackey of the fake one. She's just a cannon fodder who doesn't even deserve a name, is she? If that's the case, whether her fate can be changed still depends on her own fortune. System. Whatever, anyway, you, young master, are meant to enjoy a life of immorality. Gu Yi. Am I that kind of person, your young master? What kind of truth are you speaking? System. Listening to the first half sounded like human speech. Listening to the latter half, it was worse than ghost talk. Feng Baobao pursed her lips, so angry she directly closed her eyes. This person's inner drama was too rich. He was indeed quite immoral, and he would never find a wife in this lifetime. Su Yi looked at the two young people closing their eyes to rest, trying hard to suppress her laughter. This pair of rivals, if they could spend a lifetime together, it didn't seem impossible. Gu Haokuan touched his nose. That brat. He enjoyed a life of immorality, and he couldn't even find it. His inner thoughts betrayed him. How many people's lives had he saved? Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Gu family villa. The Feng family's driver had also arrived. Feng Baobao carried her electric scooter with one hand onto her family's van. Gu Yi. Although she doesn't look the same as the Feng Baobao I know, this strength is really strangely similar. Definitely a strong woman. No wonder she's still single at her age. Who would dare to want her? TSK, TSK, TSK. Feng Baobao's car hadn't left yet, and she heard these inner thoughts, making her so angry she wanted to jump out of the car. Miss, the eldest young master is on the phone. Just as Feng Baobao was about to jump down, the driver reminded her. Humph, I'll let that guy off this time. Just you wait, I'll be back. Let's go. Feng Baobao answered the phone while instructing the driver to drive away. Gu Haokuan and Su Yi, the couple, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were so close to having their precious son beaten. That little daughter from the Feng family was not to be trifled with. Just now, they thought they could be a bickering couple, but now, it was better to forget about it. If they wanted their son to have a good life, not a hard one. Chu Yao, Chu Wei, come here quickly. As soon as they entered, Su Yi called her two younger daughters over. She smiled and said, "This is your biological brother, Gu Yi. Quickly call him Big Brother." Gu Haokuan also said, "This is your biological brother." Gu Yi looked towards the living room where a pair of sisters were sitting on the sofa. They were both wearing identical dresses, one black and one white, as if deliberately trying to distinguish themselves. On the way back, Mom and Dad had already told him that they were his twin sisters. It was also because of giving birth to the two of them that his mother fell seriously ill and her body was greatly depleted, so she never had any more children after that. He really didn't know whether to thank them or thank them. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui reluctantly walked over and glanced at Gu Yi with disdain in their eyes. Gu Haokuan's stern voice came. Gu Chuyao, Gu Chuhui. If they dared to say what their younger son was thinking in his heart, he would definitely beat them. The only twins in the family reluctantly called out, "Big Brother." As they slightly lowered their heads, both of them rolled their eyes. Dad is really something. If you find someone, you find someone, but why bring them home? This person looks like a pauper, and what if he has sticky fingers and spreads germs on them? If other families found out, the Gu family would surely be laughed out of their minds. Gu Yi didn't mind. "Hello. Guzi, this is the first time we've met, and they seem to dislike me." System. Host. Be confident. Remove the seam. They really dislike you, and they are also willfully blind. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui were stunned and looked at Gu Yi in unison. Who was he talking to? But he didn't seem to move his lips. Gu Yi was also stunned. Is there anything else? Could it be that they've met me before? But it seems unlikely. This is my first time in Qing City. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui. What was going on? The two sisters hurriedly looked towards their parents. Gu Haokuan shook his head slightly, signaling them not to make a sound. Su Yi held Gu Ye's hand and smiled. They are just too happy. We looked for you for so many years, and they thought we wouldn't find you. Little Yi, you rest for a while first. I'll have the kitchen prepare some food. Is there anything you particularly like to eat? Seafood, spicy, bland, sweet, sour. Gu Yi was pulled to sit on the sofa and was even asked about his dietary restrictions, which surprised him. I don't have any dietary restrictions. I can eat anything. It's really strange. Logically speaking, shouldn't I be completely ignored when I return? And have to act like a lackey for everyone to get them to glance at me? Old Sue actually asked me so much. She seems like a good person. System. Host. This is the butterfly effect. If you had returned proactively before, their attitude would not have been like this. Gu Yi nodded slightly. Perhaps. Su Yi's smile almost couldn't be maintained. How could she ignore Gu Yi? This was her biological son, whom she had been looking for 20 years. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen to instruct them. Su Yi got up and left. intending to lecture the nannies and maids. Anyone who dared to give Gu Yi a cold shoulder would be kicked out of the house. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui understood. They seemed to have heard Gu Ye's thoughts, and their father and mother could also hear them. This brother they found back was a bit different. The two sisters pushed all the large fruit platters in front of Gu Yi. Big brother, try this, it was picked from our family's orchard. Big brother, drink some water, this is our family's mountain spring water, it's a bit sweet. The sisters were unusually well behaved, as if they had been caught with a handle. Gu Yi, okay, thank you. This is my home, why be so polite? He drank the water first, then ate the fruit, and in short, he didn't say a word. Gu Haokuan wanted to hear gossip about his two daughters, no, news. Sitting here idly wouldn't do. Chuyao, Chui, why did you two come back so early? Didn't you say you were going shopping today because it's the weekend? Father Gu asked proactively. Gu Chuyao looked at her sister and pouted. You asked Gu Chui. Gu Chui. Dad, I was originally planning to go shopping with Yao Yao, but my friend Dai Rugia suddenly fell ill, so I have to go to the hospital to visit her later. Dai Rugia was her best friend, and she had even saved her life before. Her parents knew this. If she was sick, she had to visit her. Jeju is sick? What kind of illness? Is it serious? Father Gu quickly asked. Dai Rugia is sick? That's hilarious, she's pregnant. Looking at old Gu's demeanor, he must have been deceived too. TSK. No wonder those two twins are willfully blind. Isn't this hereditary? Before Gu Chui could answer, Gu Ye's thoughts came out first. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chui both looked over, completely shocked. Dai Rugia is pregnant? She, a poor student who just graduated from college, didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be pregnant? Gu Haokuan, however, heard that he had been deceived and was instantly furious. Gu Chui, tell me the truth. Gu Chui shivered in fear. Dad, I'm telling the truth. Gu Yi said nothing on the surface, but his thoughts never stopped. Old Gu looks so handsome when he's angry. He takes after me. Gu Haokuan. This brat. I'm your father. You clearly take after me. But hearing his son praise his handsomeness, Father Gu felt a surge of pride. Gu Yi finished the banana and then ate strawberries, chatting with the system in his mind as he ate. Guzi, you haven't finished the gossip from earlier, continue. The pair of twins instantly straightened up, and then, afraid of being discovered by Gu Yi, quickly pretended to be playing on their phones. Gu Haokuan also pricked up his ears. Hurry up and say it, say it. System, this gossip is quite big. It's that the twin sisters are currently sharing one boyfriend. Nonsense, Gu Chuyao said angrily, standing up. Gu Chuhui was also stunned. Impossible. They both looked at Gu Yi, their eyes filled with anger. Gu Yi was still eating cherry tomatoes. What's wrong? Could it be that they have some serious illness? I didn't say anything. Gu Chuhui stomped her feet in anger. You just beeped. You said beep. No matter what she said, the part about his thoughts was directly muted and couldn't be spoken at all. Gu Chuyao thought her second sister was doing it on purpose, so she rushed to say, you beep. She was no exception. The parts about Gu Ye's thoughts were all silenced. The two of them looked at their father in unison. Gu Haokuan closed his eyes and nodded silently. It was like this, he and his wife had already experienced it. Gu Yi also looked at Gu Haokuan. Old Gu, what did I do wrong? No way, they asked me to eat fruit. Do they dislike that I'm eating too much? Sigh. No wonder the Gu family will be ruined soon. They can't even supply this little bit of fruit, and they still talk about orchards and mountain springs. TSK. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui's mouths dropped open in unison. Is the Gu family going to be ruined? How is that possible? They all looked at their father, only to find him with a mournful face, nodding silently. Gu Haokuan had already heard from Xiao Yi that everyone in the Gu family would die one after another. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chui still couldn't believe it. Gu Yi must be spouting nonsense. He didn't know what snake oil salesman he had listened to, and deliberately let them hear his inner thoughts so he could stay. Xiao Yi, don't overthink it. Those two are always staring at their phones, and after a long time, sometimes their brains aren't quite normal, Gu Haokuan said hastily. He turned to look at his two younger daughters with no good expression. What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to your elder brother. Also, your elder brother is back, and none of you are allowed to go out. Why go out? If they listened to Xiao Yi, that Dai Rugia was definitely not a good person and might have some scheme. The two sisters also wanted to hear why Gu Yi said they both had the same boyfriend. He was also slandering their savior. Gu Chuyao, big brother, I'm sorry, I was confused just now. Gu Chui, big brother, I'm sorry. I got engrossed in watching videos and liked to imitate performances, not target you. Gu Yi only replied with a single word. Oh, no wonder they were played by a Phoenix man. It turns out their brains are not normal. I don't play with people who have mental problems, lest I get infected. System. Exactly. Xiao Yi, you are so exceptionally intelligent, invincible in the world, and the most handsome man in the universe. You must protect yourself well. Gu Yi, of course. Gu Haokuan. That air Guzi of Xiao Yi has good taste. The two sisters were furious. Why would Gu Yi say that about them? He himself was a bumpkin, yet he looked down on them. System. They are too brainless. Especially the younger one. Gu Yi, elaborate. Gu Haokuan's brows furrowed even tighter, a bad premonition in his heart. Were the two younger daughters perhaps the key to the Gu family's ruin? System. Gu Chuhui went to the hospital to visit Dai Rugia. Dai Rugia had just aborted her child. To save her reputation, she framed Gu Chuhui for the miscarriage and hired group actors as paparazzi to send her to the hot search. Gu Chuhui's mind buzzed instantly. How could this be possible? Gu Haokuan clenched his fists. Dai Rugia was indeed plotting something. System. When Gu Chuhui was dumbfounded, her boyfriend, who was also Gu Chuyao's boyfriend, Wu Dalong, appeared. He said he would use money to settle it. But it required tens of millions, and he threatened her not to tell her family. Gu Chuhui had to find a way herself. Just then, a scam call came in, offering to go to Myanmar to make big money. So she went. This time, it was Gu Chuyao who was stunned. Wu Dalong. He was really involved with Gu Chuhui. Gu Yi. Wu Dalong. Sounds like Wu Dalong. This Phoenix man is quite something, to have managed to get both twins. Let me guess, is he in cahoots with that Jia Jia? Gu Chuhui stared intently at Gu Yi. System. Xiao Yi, you are truly brilliant. Actually, it was all planned by that dog couple. They sold the younger one for 50 million. When she got there, she was beaten, raped, and had her organs sold, eventually dying without a complete corpse. The Gu family was completely unaware. The remaining twin, in collusion with the fake, framed you. Today, the whole family blames you for being a jinx, that ever since you arrived, something has happened to the family. TSK. Gu Yi continued to eat his banana. Old Gu is going to get slapped in the face. These two twins, played by that Phoenix man, even if you beat them to death, they'd still have to run to the hospital to visit their good sister. If they blame me when they come back, then I'll have to call the police. At that time, I'll have to ask old Gu for 2 small targets as compensation. I'll seize this opportunity to sever ties and leave for distant lands. System. We've done so many world-hopping missions. Why do you have no ambition at all and are becoming more and more laid back? Annoying. Truly annoying. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chui's sisters felt as if struck by lightning, their minds buzzing. Especially Gu Chui. She would be sold to Myanmar, and then die like that. Wu Dalong. Was he in league with Dai Rugia? How could they do this to her? She had been so good to them. Gu Chuyao, on the other hand, was thinking, her own boyfriend, the boyfriend she was willing to let mooch off her, was actually involved with her twin sister? Disgusting. She was so disgusted she wanted to vomit. The twin sisters, originally telepathic, now exchanged glances. The two were united at this moment, holding each other's hands, offering comfort with their eyes. Not necessarily. Maybe Gu Yi was deliberately saying that, and nothing of it would actually happen. Gu Haokuan, however, felt his legs go weak, unable to stand. He quickly sat down on the sofa beside him. Would his youngest daughters die so miserably? And then Xiao Yi would be misunderstood by the entire family. Gu Yi didn't care about their expressions and continued to spectate. Guzi, aren't there quite a few loopholes in this? How did those two idiotic twins not realize they were being played by the gigolo? Aren't they telepathic? System. Women, you know. When they're in love, their IQ drops to negative numbers. Their relationship isn't that great either. They're wary of each other. Wu Dalong plays with the big ones on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and the small ones on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. If Wu Dalong wasn't impotent, they'd both be pregnant by now. Guya? Wu Dalong is impotent. Whose child is Dai Rugia's? System. Just some random guy from a bar. She doesn't even know who it is, so she can't keep it, hence the abortion. Gu Yi glanced at the pair of twin sisters and pouted, laughing ungraciously. With this IQ, they still dare to look down on me? System. Some people just have a bit of money and deserve to die. The person and the system cursed each other for a while before finally venting their anger. However, the father and 2 daughters on the other side were all cold-limbed and only sweating. At this moment, Gu Chiao's phone rang. It was Wu Dalong. Gu Haokuan said with a cold face. Put it on speaker. Gu Chiao obediently complied and placed her phone on the coffee table. Wu Dalong. Yao Yao, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? Gu Chiao. I'm arriving soon. There's traffic on the road. Wu Dalong said impatiently. Then hurry up. I haven't eaten yet. I want to eat Australian lobster. He ordered 10 dishes in one go, totaling 500,000. Gu Haokuan was so angry his mouth was twisted. He didn't dare to eat like that himself. This gigolo, it seemed he did this often. Gu Chuyao didn't dare to look at her father's expression. Before she could reply, he had already hung up. Almost at the same time, Gu Chuhui's phone rang. It was Wu Dalong again. Gu Haokuan, keep it on speaker. He wanted them to learn a lesson and see if they would still look down on Xiao Yi. Gu Chui also did the same. Wu Dalong. Hui Wei. You and Yao Yao can come together, but you should find a way to get in first. I miss you. Gu Yi. You. Ugh. This voice is worse than those eunuchs online. Makes me want to vomit. System. Then it's a pity about the fruit and water you just had. Gu Yi sat up straight. Then let's not vomit. I'm not good at the skill of being a gigolo. I can't afford a meal of 500,000. Gu Haokuan was furious, no longer able to sit still. He shot up from the sofa. Gu Chuyao. Gu Chui. What do you two have to say for yourselves? The twin sisters had never seen their father so angry, and they were immediately scared into kneeling on the ground. Gu Chuyao, Dad. I don't know what happened. I was tricked. Well, at first, she suspected Gu Yi of scheming, of deliberately creating some mind-reading ability to deceive people. But the moment Wu Dalong called, she was completely slapped in the face. That mind-reading ability was actually real. She had been played for a fool by a penniless gigolo. Gu Chui cried even harder. Dad, I didn't know that was sister's boyfriend. He told me he didn't have a girlfriend. I will. She couldn't utter another word. According to Gu Ye's mind reading, she wouldn't just be left with nothing after being tricked, but her organs would be gone too. Infinite fear surged into her heart, making her tremble like a sieve. Gu Haokuan's face was filled with disappointment. How could he have given birth to two such brainless idiots? According to Xiao Ye's mind reading, his entire family was being played for fools by that pair of adulterous lovers. Although the Gu family wasn't the head of the 8 great families, they weren't the lowest either. For them to dare to insult the Gu family like this, there must be someone intentionally behind it. And this incident was just the beginning. From this point on, all members of the Gu family would die one after another, and eventually, the entire Gu family would be ruined. No, he absolutely couldn't let them off the hook easily. But what should he do now? Gu Yi glanced at them, suppressing the urge to laugh out loud. But in his heart, he was laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, now you know fear. If you had used your brains back then, you wouldn't be in this situation. But those two little idiots, it's useless even if they know now. According to the plot's development, they'll still believe the fake, and they'll still be taken offline later. The twins heard his thoughts and looked at him in unison, their eyes filled with anger and confusion. Why was he gloating like this? Shouldn't he have spoken up to warn them? Besides, they weren't idiots. They knew the truth now, and they would absolutely never believe the fake again. Gu Yi noticed their gazes. Don't be afraid. I didn't see anything, and I don't know anything. What are you looking at me for? You know the whole truth, but you're not thinking of fighting back. What's the use of crying? System, young master, I've already told you, their IQ is negative. The young ladies raised by the Gu family are basically all like this. Gu Yi nodded. I understand this all too well. When the fake comes back, with just a few words, the entire family's brains will be gone. Whatever he says, they'll believe. The fake falsely accused me of being a jinx. No matter how I explain, it's useless. Because the fake has been with them for a long time and they have feelings for him. I, who just returned, even with blood relations, can't compare to the fake who has been with them for many years. TSK, TSK, TSK. System. Exactly, those who deserve to die have their reasons for dying. Those twin sisters just now judge people by their appearance. They looked down on you earlier, and now even if you tell them the solution, they won't believe you. Gu Yi, that's right. They are so condescending, they must have their own way. The twin sisters felt their hearts clench, causing them great distress. Gu Yi's thoughts were correct. They did have a prejudice against him. When they first heard his thoughts, they didn't believe them. If they hadn't heard them, they would have believed them even less. But now isn't the time to dwell on this, is it? They needed Gu Yi to find a way to overcome this difficulty. They would definitely compensate their biological brother well. Gu Haokuan's heart was filled with guilt. Fortunately, he had these thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely have been led around by the nose by the fake. But now, Xiao Yi, what do you think we should do about this matter? As if possessed, Gu Haokuan asked Gu Yi. Gu Chuyao eagerly said, Brother, you've been abroad for many years, you've seen a lot, you must have a way. Gu Chui was even more direct. She kowtowed 3 times to Gu Yi, and there was no pretense in it. Her head was already ringing from the impact. But even so, she couldn't care less. She tearfully pleaded with Gu Yi. Brother, you must save me. I have a feeling that Wu Dalong and Dai Ruijia are colluding. They definitely have other schemes. What if they're tricking me into being sold? For example, like what they say online, selling my organs? Brother, I'm really scared. Please help me. His thoughts just now said that he had a solution, but he just wouldn't tell them. It was all their fault for having prejudice against their big brother earlier. If they could survive this time, they would definitely compensate their big brother well. Gu Chuyao saw this and crawled forward, following her sister's example, kowtowing 3 times to Gu Yi. Brother, we didn't know you were coming back today, so we didn't have time to prepare a meeting gift. Brother, please don't be angry. We'll prepare it right away. Our pocket money is combined, and it should be around 3 million. It's all for you. Gu Haokuan took a deep breath, recalling Xiao Ye's earlier thoughts that he came back because he was given a small goal. He liked money. This was a good thing. Xiao Yi, if you have a solution, please say it. Dad will give you another 10 million in pocket money. You can buy whatever you want. After all, he had wronged his biological son. If it weren't for his thoughts, he would have misunderstood and tormented him according to some so-called plot. Gu Yi said with a cold face, "What are you guys doing? I'm just a poor boy from outside. How could I have any insight? They say rich people aren't stupid, but this Gu family is a whole nest of fools. They've been bullied to this extent, and they still need to think of a solution? The Gu family also has an entertainment industry. They can secretly organize a live stream, rush to the hospital, and put on a show with that dog couple to expose them. They're kowtowing to me again and giving me money. Am I the kind of person who can't resist the temptation of a few bits and pieces? System. Exactly. Young master, you are truly brilliant. The plot shows that the fake spent 50 million last month to buy an island. Old Gu, that guy, only gave you 10 million. Is this the attitude of asking for help? Is this how you treat your own son? Serves them right to quickly go offline. Gu Yi, what? 50 million to buy an island? Holy crap. I can't even imagine. If I had 50 million, I'd be such a cheerful young man. Gu Haokuan's face turned ashen. Where did that fake get the money? Who allowed him to spend 50 million to buy an island? The twin sisters were stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. Big brother was all bark and no bite. They knew what they had to do. Brother, we were really wrong. Brother, don't worry. We will definitely come back alive and make those who bullied us pay the price. The sisters got up and rushed out. Gu Haokuan, worried about them, followed. Xiao Yi, you eat first. Don't wait for us. Gu Yi, damn it. I knew it. That was all an act to give me money just now. System, rich people are stingy. They're like this even to their own sons. When you eat later, eat more. You need to get your money's worth. Gu Yi, of course. Maybe after this meal, I'll have nothing to do with them. Su Yi saw that Gu Yi was the only one in the living room and asked, Xiao Yi, where did your father and sisters go? Gu Yi didn't even lift his head. I don't know either. They must have something important to do. The twins share a good-for-nothing man. They don't have much brain. They should be rushing to the hospital now to confront that Dairugia. Haha, idiot. Hearing Gu Ye's thoughts, Su Yi was stunned. What was going on? Could she have misheard? Then I'll go ask. Dinner is soon. We won't wait for them. Su Yi said and quickly went to make a call. Gu Yi was indifferent. It was good that the blind fools weren't around him. He could play games. As he was enjoying his game, the system's voice sounded. Young master, quickly open to Beaba. The 2 idiots are live streaming. Gu Yi, so what if they are? What's so good about watching? The system frantically rolled around. They seem to have grown brains and are secretly live streaming, confronting those 2 at the hospital. That sounds quite interesting. Gu Yi immediately closed the game interface and opened the live streaming platform. Holy crap. This is so explosive. As soon as the page opened, it showed a scene from a high-class VIP hospital room. Su Yi hadn't managed to get through on the phone. As soon as she walked out, she heard these things, and she quickly opened her phone to watch the live stream. Then, she felt terrible. In the picture, Dai Rugia held Gu Chuhui's hand, tears streaming down her face. Wee, you're my best friend. You must help me. I was working at a bar, and someone drugged me. I'm pregnant. I can't bear to part with the life inside me. But I'm about to start working at an investment bank, and I have no choice. I had an abortion, but then one of our classmates found out. Gu Chuhui endured her disgust and asked in surprise, Jia, did you do something wicked to be so unlucky? That's a life. How can you be so cruel? The crying Dai Rugia choked. What was Gu Chuhui talking about? What kind of nonsense was she spouting? Gu Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the little fool to be quite eloquent. Keep talking then. Sui. Xiao Yi must have been driven mad by anger. This was a live broadcast, not a short drama scene. The comments in the live stream were all scolding Gu Chuhui for being ignorant, for pretending to be plastic sisters. for having no sympathy. Some even told Gu Chui to die. In the hospital room, Dai Rugia. Hui, I've thought of a good plan. You can say you had a miscarriage, and I came to help you. Your family is wealthy and influential. Even if something happens, your parents will help you smooth things over. Is that okay? Gu Chui was completely stunned. Although she had heard her elder brother's thoughts and knew this in advance, seeing it happen still shocked her greatly. She treated Dai Rugia as a sister, but Dai Rugia treated her like an idiot. Just because her family was rich, she should take the blame for her? She should be used to death. I disagree. Gu Chui firmly refused. You are the victim. I will help you report it to the police and find that scoundrel so he can be imprisoned for life. Dai Rugia's expression changed instantly. Gu Chui, how can you disagree? If you hadn't been flaunting your wealth in front of me every day, why would I have worked at a bar, and how would I have been bullied? This is all because of you, and you have to take responsibility. Wu Dalong grabbed Gu Chui's arm and said fiercely, Gu Chui, are you even human? It's just asking you to take the blame. You're not without ways to solve it. Why are you reporting it to the police? Do you want to blow things out of proportion and get Jejia cyberbullied? Gu Chui slapped Wu Dalong away. Who do you think you are, eating and drinking my food, and you dare to talk to me like this? What is your relationship with Dai Rugia? Is that child yours? Why are you helping her so much? Thinking that this kind of person had played her and her sister for fools, Gu Chui felt sick to her stomach. You slut. I'm being too nice to you. Wu Dalong was enraged and raised his hand to hit Gu Chui. Gu Chui had also trained, so she dodged with a flash and turned to run. Dai Rugia shouted, Dala, she's trying to run. Catch her quickly. Wu Dalong quickly went to grab her, cursing, little slut. You don't know what's good for you. Gu Chui was caught. She looked at Dai Rugia and asked unwillingly, Dai Rugia, I was so good to you. Why are you harming me? Dai Rugia laughed maniacally. You were good to me? That was you pitying me. If you were truly good to me, why didn't you arrange for me to be the general manager of your company? Dala, quickly send her to northern Myanmar. Let the brothers have a good time with her. A daughter of a wealthy family, her body is super good, and her organs are better than those of poor people. Wu Dalong laughed lewdly. Of course. Buying a top-tier chicken for 50 million, it's a great value for anyone who buys it. Gu Chui finally became scared, and she struggled desperately. You're selling me? You're breaking the law? I'm going to have you arrested. Seeing this, Gu Yi sighed in exasperation. Didn't she train? How could she still be caught? Truly useless. But it's very strange. How could she still be secretly live-streaming? Which expert outside the sect guided her? Could there be anyone else in the Gu family with a brain as powerful as mine? Sui, in the live-stream room. The hospital room door was kicked open, and Gu Chuyao rushed in. Wu Dalong seemed startled. Yao Yao, it's not what you think. Gu Chui deliberately seduced me. Dai Rugia. Yao Yao, I can testify. Gu Chui is shameless. She seduced her own brother-in-law. Gu Chuyao didn't say a word. She immediately kicked Wu Dalong to the ground and threw a medical record at his face. Adulterers and prostitutes. Neither of you will escape. Wu Dalong, take a good look. You've got a whole field of green grass growing on your head. Wu Dalong grabbed the medical report, looked it over, and his face immediately turned green. His body had problems, with all sorts of arrows and plus-minus symbols. But what surprised him most was that he was infertile. Gu Yi stood up completely upon seeing this. Holy crap, Big Sister is amazing. At this critical moment, she transformed into a hero saving the damsel. She even exposed Wu Dalong's cuckoldry. She's not useless at all. System, exactly. My circuits are astonished. I thought these two would be harvested, but they fought back. There are already 500,000 people in the live stream room, and the comments have reversed. They were all scolding the twins earlier, but now they're all scolding Wu Dalong and Dai Rugia. In the hospital room, Dai Rugia panicked. Dala, don't listen to their nonsense. This is a fake report they deliberately fabricated. Gu Chuyao, Gu Chui, you two have gone too far. Dala, sell both of them and get 100 million. I'll marry you then, and all the money will be yours. These two idiots seem to have colluded and even obtained crucial evidence. But it's okay. Wu Dalong is just my lapdog. I'll stabilize this guy first, and he won't get a single cent later. Wu Dalong's eyes turned bloodshot, and he was completely enraged. But upon hearing Dai Rugia's words, he seemed to freeze. Wu Dalong laughed up to the sky. Ha, that's right. Sell Gu Chuyao and Gu Chui together. I'll be a billionaire. I can cure any illness. And you'll have to bear me 8 or 10 sons. Dai Rugia endured the disgust in her heart. Okay, I will. Stop wasting time and hurry up and go get the money. At this moment, the live stream suddenly went black. Gu Yi, what happened? Guzi, what's going on over there? System, the live stream was blocked. Wait a few minutes. Guyi, it was just blocked? I thought Wu Dalong's brothers from northern Myanmar had arrived. Su Yi's hanging heart finally settled. Just now, she had even thought her two precious daughters had truly been sold. But now her mood was very complicated. She had always thought Dai Rugia was a good girl, and she had a good relationship with Guze. She even thought that perhaps the two of them would bloom and bear fruit. But she never imagined that such a good-looking girl would have such a character. Her family treated her very well, especially her two younger daughters. The money they spent on her every year was enough to buy a sports car. Dai Rugia, having made a mistake herself, actually blamed her younger daughter and even shamelessly asked her younger daughter to take the blame. If it were any other matter, she could have tolerated it. But this was about a miscarriage. If her daughter were to be exposed with such a scandal, the Gu family would fall apart together. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a good girl could say such things. Su Yi even felt that with her age, she had seen countless people, yet she still couldn't see through Dai Rugia's disguise. Suppressing the shock and anger in her heart, she walked up to Gu Yi and asked, Xiao Yi, you watched Yao Yao and Hui Hui's live stream, right? What happened next? Didn't Xiao Yi say that the current world was a book, and he should know the subsequent plot? Gu Yi said indifferently, I don't know either. Why do you keep asking me? I don't understand anything. I'm crude, rude, and useless. Those two little fools have received guidance from a master and have learned to counterattack. So, the master should have explained everything that's about to happen. It's really boring. I was waiting for those two to go offline so I could continue with the plot, and then take the money and sever ties with them. Su Yi felt her biological son's coldness and heard his inner thoughts, which made her feel very uncomfortable. According to the plot's development, she would be very displeased with this biological son, which was why Xiao Yi couldn't accept her. Who wrote this plot? Why would parents not believe their biological son, but believe their adopted son? After a while, the system's voice sounded. Young master, hurry up and look. That worldly master has indeed given them a brilliant plan, and the three father and daughters. Su Yi was even faster than Gu Yi. She immediately opened her phone and saw the new live stream that was playing. Gu Yi also saw it. It turned out that the live stream had been blocked because they had called the police. The police had come and arrested Dai Rugia and Wu Dalong. This had even led to the cracking of a major smuggling and human trafficking case, and the Gu family father and two daughters became great heroes. Taking this opportunity, they held a press conference to clarify the rumors. Su Yi's heart, which had been hanging, finally landed. Looking at her younger son, she was weeping with joy. Thanks to hearing his thoughts, their family not only avoided disaster, but also benefited from misfortune. This time, the Gu family stock would definitely soar, and their status among the 8 great families would also rise. Gu Yi was indeed stunned at this moment, his eyes fixed on his phone, unable to move. How is this possible? This plot has deviated too much. Guzi, check for me. Who is this master guiding them? System, young master, I already checked. There is no worldly master at all. They just suddenly grew brains. They had already planned everything on the way. Gu Yi, is that how awesome they are? So their brains grew just like that. So, does that mean Gu Chuhui's fear and escape earlier were all just acting for the live stream audience? System, it's really like that. After they stopped being foolish, their acting skills also improved. Gu Yi turned off his phone and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Otherwise, why would the plot be off by tens of thousands of miles? Su Yi covered her mouth with one hand, not daring to laugh. Silly child, that worldly master is you. If she hadn't heard your thoughts, their whole family would be in trouble right now. However, she couldn't say these words to Gu Yi. Of course, it seemed that due to the system, they couldn't say them anyway. This was good. It would prevent anyone else from hearing his thoughts in the future and revealing such secrets. System, I can't check that for now. Let's see later. But the Gu family's first disaster has been avoided. The fake one will also frame you again, and your future days will be better. Why are you still not happy? Gu Yi, what does this have to do with me? Why should I be happy? Didn't you just say that guy bought an island for 50 million? I'm their biological son. I've been back for several hours, and no one has given me a few small goals to go buy an island to play with. So, I'm telling you, brains that are not normal grow fast and disappear fast. When the fake one comes back later, he'll definitely side with him. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. Guze spent 50 million to buy an island. How did she not know about this? Who gave him the money? The Gu family's money wasn't blown in the wind. Although her 2 children doted on Guze immensely and gave him whatever he wanted, it wasn't to this extent. When Guze returned, she would definitely ask him properly. While she was thinking, Guze and Gu Chubbing returned together. As soon as they entered the door, Guze rushed to Sue-yi and grabbed her arm. Mom, how did the twin sisters run into human traffickers when they were fine? And Dai Rugia, was she threatened by someone? She is such a gentle and kind person. How could she betray us? Mom, what do we do now? How do we save our sisters? Like a blooming white lotus, Guze cried as he spoke, as if the twin sisters had already been abducted by human traffickers. Gu Chubbing stood beside them, her peripheral vision catching sight of Gu Yi sitting on the sofa. She suddenly said irritably, Mom, why did you bring him back? Didn't we agree that even if it's really him, we can't bring him home directly? Look, now it's good. As soon as he came back, such a big thing happened to our family. What do we do now? We can't call the police, right? If things get out of hand, how will they face people in the future? Ever since she learned that Gu Yi was the Gu family's biological son, Guze had reminded herself to investigate. She had indeed investigated and found out that the guy was an ominous person, full of bad luck. When he was a child in the orphanage, he was naughty and ran into the pond to swim on a hot summer day, causing the deaths of 4 children. Only he himself survived. Later, when he left the orphanage, whoever was good to him would be ruined by him. Several bosses who were good to him had gone bankrupt because of him. She had clearly told her parents that such an ominous person should be left outside. So why bring him back? They just wouldn't listen. Now, a major incident has occurred, right? Gu Yi was already annoyed. The plot had been disrupted, and he couldn't sever ties with the Gu family. Now that he heard these words, he completely lost control of his immense power. Gu Yi said coldly, Where did this blind person come from? Spouting nonsense as soon as they enter the door. Another idiot fooled by the fake one. The press conference is already over, and she's still asking what to do. Does she have a grudge against the twins, wishing they were kidnapped so she could seize the family fortune herself? Guzi, who is she? Any gossip? System. Little Master. She is Gu family's 3rd child, Gu Chubbing. She is currently a ski instructor. About her gossip, let me organize it. Gu Yi glanced at Gu Chubbing. She looked ordinary. Just like her name, she was cold and aloof, and she liked skiing? Heh, hope she doesn't break her slender legs from falling. At this moment, Gu Chubbing was completely stunned. Gu Yi dared to curse her? But he only said one sentence. Who were those Guzi he mentioned later? Gu Yi, you stop bleep. Gu Chubbing pointed a finger at Gu Yi, sternly reprimanding him. However, the rest of her words were muted. No matter how loudly she shouted, she couldn't speak. What was going on? Gu Yi sat back down, not looking at her again. Old Sue, why are your daughters all shrewish? What kind of upbringing do they have? Old Sue looks good, and old Gu is also okay. How could they have produced such a bunch of brainless things? Did they not do a paternity test? Alas, it's better to do one when there's time. Maybe they weren't born from them and were swapped. Gu Chubbing was instantly furious to the point of exploding. Gu Yi, you brat, you bleep. Well, when it came to her inner thoughts, not even a punctuation mark could be spoken. She was so angry. Gu Chubbing had never been treated like this before. She was about to rush over and exert her elder sister's bloodline suppression on Gu Yi. However, Sue-yi hurriedly pulled her back. Gu Chubbing, what do you look like? Xiao Yi just got back, less than 2 hours ago. You are his biological sister. Speaking to your brother like that is your fault. Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Yi. It was truly tiring. No wonder Xiao Yi didn't like this family and wanted to sever ties from the start. The 2 younger ones before him didn't respect him and were later slapped in the face. Now came the 3rd one, who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and directly pushed all the blame onto Xiao Yi. If it were him, he would also be angry. Gu Chubbing simply couldn't believe her ears. Mom, what are you talking about? What biological brother? My brother is only Xiao Zhe. I will never recognize someone like that as my brother. Even if Gu Yi had a blood relationship with this family, with his unsightly appearance, how could he be worthy of being the eldest young master of the Gu family? She really couldn't understand. Clearly, Mother's attitude wasn't like this before. It must be that Gu Yi used some trick. For example, just now, he didn't speak, but he used some ventriloquism and talked nonsense. Sue-yi was so angry she almost died. Gu Chubbing, where is your upbringing? Did your dad and I teach you like this? Gu Yi is my and your dad's biological son, which means he's your biological brother. Hurry up and apologize. If it weren't for Xiao Yi, the entire Gu family would be attending a funeral by now. Has this 3rd daughter lost her mind too? Gu Chubbing crossed her arms. I won't. Why should she apologize? She was not wrong at all. Sue-yi was so angry she was about to hit her. At the critical moment, Guze stepped out, spreading his arms to protect his 3rd sister behind him. Mom, don't hit 3rd sister. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Brother just returned and disrespected 3rd sister, which is also not good upbringing. Third sister only said that for his own good. If it were someone else, third sister wouldn't bother. As he spoke, his voice choked up and tears welled up in his eyes. If Sui persisted, he would start crying. This was his usual trick. Every time he acted like this, the whole family would dote on him. The Gu family's biological son had been brought back, but so what? As soon as he returned, the Gu family encountered trouble, and soon after, news of death would spread. All of this was Gu Ye's fault. He was a jinx. Protected by Gu Zhe, Gu Chubbing felt even more touched. Glancing at Gu Yi on the sofa again, she was filled with renewed anger. Mom, look, Xiao Zhe is so sensible and considerate. Look at that guy, what is he doing? As soon as he returned, our family started having bad luck. I said it long ago, he's a jinx. Sui was furious. Shut up. Xiao Yi is not a jinx. She was so angry. She was going to be angered to death by this brainless daughter. If it weren't for Xiao Yi, she wouldn't dare to imagine what the family would be like now. Gu Zhe shed tears aggrievedly. Mom, don't be angry. It's all my fault. It's all because I didn't. Gu Chubbing hugged Gu Zhe and wiped his tears. Xiao Zhe, what's your fault? This has nothing to do with you. It's all that guy's fault. Gu Yi, he was truly a shameless jinx. The family was already having a domestic war because of him, yet he could still pretend to be dead. No matter what, she would definitely not let him stay in the Gu family. She had to drive him out. Gu Yi took several deep breaths before suppressing the urge to explode. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and rested. Idiot. She's being used as a shield by that fake Gu Zhe's few words. And I'm a jinx? Go to hell, jinx. She can't even figure things out, and is just spouting nonsense here. She's worse than a stray dog by the roadside. Gu Chubbing was once again insulted for being worse than a stray dog. She couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over angrily. Gu Yi, if you have something to say it directly. Why are you bleep? Are you mute? A jinx is a jinx. He didn't dare to speak to her directly, only resorting to schemes and tricks. Gu Yi didn't even look at her. You are not worthy of speaking to me. I am a human, and she is a beast inferior to a stray dog. Our species are different, so there are bound to be communication barriers, right? Arg arg arg. Gu Chubbing was about to collapse. She wanted to hit Gu Yi, but her own mother was staring at her intently, so she couldn't make a move. Otherwise, given how easily her mother was being fooled, she would definitely hit her. But if she didn't hit him, she couldn't swallow her anger. Gu Zhe saw that his third sister was in a difficult position and quickly walked over, looking at Gu Yi aggrievedly. Brother, please apologize to sister. Sister is really angry with you. Don't cause trouble anymore. The family is facing a major crisis, and sister is already very sad and upset. Gu Yi retreated a meter away on the sofa, making a retching gesture. Ugh, that fake smells bad. I want to throw up just smelling it. And the family is facing a major crisis? I wish, but the family is completely fine. Gu Zhe's expression instantly changed. Brother, are you disgusted by me? Gu Yi, be more confident. I am. Idiot. To realize this, despite living a good life in this family for over 20 years. Gu Zhe didn't expect Gu Yi to dislike him so directly. Shouldn't he pretend? How was he supposed to retaliate? He had never encountered this before and was at a loss for what to do. Gu Chubbing saw Gu Zhe being wronged and heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. Her anger completely erupted. Gu Yi, I'll let you pretend. Look at what you've done. She took out her phone, opened the news page she had just seen, and shoved it in front of Gu Yi. The news was everywhere. The Gu family's twin younger daughters were kidnapped. Gu Chuhui made her best friend take the blame for her miscarriage. Gu Chuyao stole her own sister's boyfriend. If it weren't for Gu Yi, this jinx, returning, how could the family be like this? Everything was fine before. Gu Yi just glanced at it. You haven't refreshed it. Idiot. Still using the latest smartphone. You might as well use a flip phone. And what did I do? Blame me? No way. Gu Zhe was stunned by Gu Ye's attitude. He was a poor nobody who had been living outside for many years, and with evidence right in front of him, he still didn't admit it. Third sister, don't be angry, and don't blame brother. He didn't mean to. Let's wait for dad to come back and talk about it. Gu Chubbing was so angry she laughed. Xiao Zhe, you're too kind. He's too ill-mannered. I must teach him a good lesson today. I haven't refreshed? Fine. I'll refresh it in front of you. I'll see you. She couldn't finish her sentence. She stared at her phone, her eyes wide open. How could this be? Gu Chubbing stared at her phone screen with disbelief, her small hands constantly swiping. She had clearly seen it earlier. The news everywhere was about the Gu family's dire situation. But after refreshing, everything had changed. The Gu family still dominated the top spots on major websites, but the content was completely different. Gu family makes great contribution, helping police apprehend major criminal syndicate. Dai Rugia and Wu Dalong had a premeditated plot to sell the Gu family's twin sisters to northern Myanmar. Good deeds go unrewarded. Twin sisters tricked by plastic best friend. Accidental live stream exposes truth. Gu family holds press conference to clarify rumors. Grateful to family's lucky star Gu Yi. Gu family reunited with long-lost biological son, planning a family reunion banquet. Major media outlets were speculating about who Gu Yi was, all eager to meet this mysterious lucky star. Gu Chubbing's expression grew uglier with each article she read, feeling as if her world was collapsing. She had investigated, and all the facts pointed to Gu Yi being a jinx. How could their father call him a lucky star? How could the twin sisters' successful counterattack be related to Gu Yi? Gu Zhe, standing beside her, saw Gu Chubbing's displeased expression, and his sense of triumph grew by another 3 points. Gu Yi was just an unwanted jinx. He had been so smug just a moment ago, but soon he would be crying without anyone to comfort him. Third sister, don't be too angry. Brother won't understand either. He just returned home, and this happened. When brother learns the truth, he will definitely apologize to you. Gu Zhe feigned comfort for Gu Chubbing. He was the pampered one in this family. Everything in the Gu family belonged to him. So what if Gu Yi was the Gu family's biological son? He would be looked down upon by everyone, and Gu Zhe would trample him underfoot. Gu Chubbing seemed not to have heard Gu Zhe. She handed her phone to him. Xiao Zhe, look at your phone. Why has the news changed? Gu Zhe didn't take it seriously at all. As he took out his own phone, he glanced at Gu Chubbing's phone screen. He said indifferently, Sister, ours are all the same. They won't. The words be wrong couldn't be spoken at all. His narrow, triangular eyes widened instantly, and his mouth gaped open. What news was this? How was this possible? He quickly opened his own phone and furiously refreshed various pages, and then he had the same expression as Gu Chubbing. How could this be? Just now, in the car, he had clearly seen it. Everyone was saying that the Gu family's 2 young daughters were finished, the Gu family was in trouble, and the Gu family had landed in big trouble. How did it suddenly do a 180-degree reversal? Impossible. How could it be like this? Gu Zhe was too shocked, his murmured voice rising significantly. Gu Yi sneered. What's impossible? You're very unhappy that the Gu family isn't in trouble. Gu Zhe immediately retorted. Brother, how can you say that about me? I didn't mean that, I didn't. Realizing he had spoken his inner thoughts aloud, Gu Zhe started to stammer incoherently. Gu Yi sneered. Stop calling me brother again and again. I don't have a White Lotus brother like you. I can't afford it. The fake's acting isn't that great either. He's already scared and exposed. But judging by how old Sue and old Third look, they definitely don't care. Anyway, whatever the fake says is right. The whole family is being led by the nose by him, one by one turning into brainless idiots. Gu Chubbing still wanted to make excuses for Gu Zhe, but after hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts, she couldn't speak. Her mind seemed to clear up a little. At this moment, she also realized that Gu Zhe was acting strangely. If the Gu family wasn't in trouble, shouldn't he be happy? Was she really being led by the nose by Gu Zhe? But Xiao Zhe wasn't that kind of person. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid not finding it next time. Gu Chubbing couldn't figure it out. She turned to look at her mother. Su Yi walked over with a dark expression and said coldly, Third child, apologize to your brother. I know about the rumors online. If Xiao Yi hadn't come back, they would have been in trouble, and our Gu family would have been ruined. There is no jinx in our family. Xiao Yi is a lucky star. I said it before, Gu Yi is a member of this family. Anyone who slanders him again, don't blame me for being impolite. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Gu Zhe, shaking her head in disappointment. At first, she didn't believe it when she heard Xiao Yi had such strong opinions about Xiao Zhe. But as she stood aside and observed coldly, she noticed something amiss. Her son, whom she had raised as her own, seemed to be not simple at all. Gu Ye's face was expressionless, but a storm was brewing within him. Holy crap, what's going on? Old Sue is actually speaking up for me. She also believes I'm a lucky star. This isn't right, this is too weird. Shouldn't she believe Gu Zhe? After all, if that fake so much as frowns, she'll be worried to death and suspect me of bullying him. Su Yi sighed, her heart filling with more guilt. In the plot, she was that kind of mother, always favoring her adopted son, ignoring her biological son, and finding fault with him everywhere. Now that she had awakened, she would definitely compensate her biological son doubly in the future. Gu Chubbing. Old Sue. How dare he address their mother like that? Fortunately, their mother couldn't hear his inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would definitely be angry. No matter what, she had indeed listened to hearsay and wronged Gu Yi just now, so she still had to apologize. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. The internet was bad just now. and I didn't see the latest news, which caused this misunderstanding. Gu Chubbing's attitude was quite good. She felt that since she had already apologized to her biological brother, he should forgive her. However, Gu Yi didn't even look at her. Whatever. Forced apology, he must be filled with resentment, thinking I don't deserve her apology. And bad internet. I deserve it. She's just blind. Her whole family is. But I have nothing to do with them anyway. Next time the fake frames me, they will all gang up with him. At that time, I can completely sever ties with them, take my money, and fly far away. Gu Chubbing never expected Gu Yi to think like this. She had already apologized, and he was still looking down on her, even calling her entire family idiots. How dare he? His purpose in coming back was money, so let their parents give him money and send him away. Su Yi felt even more heartbroken. Her biological son was too disappointed in their family. Just doing this little bit was not enough to win back his heart. She couldn't let him leave the Gu family. He was her biological son, and everything in the Gu family would be his in the future. Guze, what are you still looking for? The Gu family is fine. Are you really unhappy? Seeing Guze still looking at his phone, Su Yi's temper flared. Guze quickly put away his phone and explained with a wronged look. Mom, you have to believe me. I'm not unhappy. I'm watching how my sisters fought back against the bad guys. I'm proud of them. And I also feel a wave of lingering fear. Damn Gu Yi. If he hadn't instigated discord, how could his mother have suspected him? Su Yi's expression was cold. No matter what he said before, she would have believed him without hesitation. But now, Guze, from now on, no matter what happens, before you've investigated, don't falsely accuse anyone. You falsely accused Xiao Yi just now, which was wrong. You must apologize to Xiao Yi now. Su Yi ignored Guze's wronged expression. She had to make him apologize to Xiao Yi. Guze was greatly surprised. He suspected he had misheard. Mom, what did you say? Su Yi, suppressing her anger, repeated. I said, you need to apologize to Xiao Yi. Gu Yi, the fake guy isn't deaf? Why does he need old Su to repeat herself? He's putting on that wronged expression too. Anyone would think old Su was bullying him. Su Yi immediately looked at Guze. Guze, what's with that expression? Have I wronged you? The moment you came back, you accused Xiao Yi of being a jinx. Isn't that right? How had she not noticed before that Guze was such a good actor? Guze was shocked again. Su Yi, that old woman, was yelling at him. When Gu Yi wasn't back, she never spoke to him like this. She always said that even if her own son came back, she would treat him as well as before, but it was all a lie. Gu Yi, why didn't he just go die? But no matter how angry or unwilling he was, Guze still endured. Brother, please forgive me. As soon as you returned, a major incident happened at home. This is truly too coincidental. I shouldn't have overthought it. I was just too worried. Guze's insincere tone was obvious to anyone with a brain. He was clearly not convinced. Gu Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. A dog's fart. If you don't want to apologize, don't. All that fake sincerity is disgusting. What coincidence? Who knows if he didn't plan it? Too worried? Worried about what? He just talks when things happen. If he was really that worried, why didn't he call the twins or old Gu? Only brainless things would believe this. Yet the whole family falls for his act. Old Su too. Is she finally going to grow a brain? She's actually willing to believe me. Heh, but she can't use any tricks. I won't fall for it. Gu Chubbing heard Gu Yi curse Guze and her temper flared up. She immediately wanted to defend Guze. But then she heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts, and the words she was about to say were swallowed. She suddenly felt that what Gu Yi said made a lot of sense. On the way back, Guze had opened his phone and said something had happened. She glanced at the news and was about to call her father and sisters. But Guze kept saying not to call, that they would definitely be in a panic over there, and a phone call wouldn't help much. After that, Guze constantly guided her thoughts towards Gu Yi being the jinx. But why? Why would Guze do this? And she realized she really did fall for Guze's act. But she wasn't brainless. Su Yi stared at Guze the entire time, and hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts, her anger grew even greater. He was asked to apologize, and he resorted to insincerity. She must have been blind before to fall for his act. But if she questioned him now, he would just put on that wronged, tearful look again, which was just too annoying to even think about. So without acknowledging Guze, Su Yi looked at Gu Chubbing. Gu Chubbing, did you call your dad and the other two at the time? Gu Chubbing was startled. Mom was very angry. Mom, I didn't. Su Yi's voice became even deeper and colder. Why not? Weren't you very anxious? Gu Chubbing glanced at Guze, who immediately lowered his head, as if he hadn't seen her. Mom, I was just too anxious at the time. Gu Chubbing, who was unsure moments ago, was now certain. She really was brainless to believe Guze's nonsense. He clearly led her astray. and now he was pretending to be dead. Gui, of course you were too anxious to come back and frame me as a jinx. But could she have a grudge against the younger two and want them dead? Otherwise, even if she didn't make a phone call, she would have been constantly checking her phone, not missing the latest news. Gu Chubbing was stunned. She was going to check her phone at the time, but Guze kept comforting her, saying to deal with it when they got home. She also couldn't bear to see the tragic scenes, so she didn't look. Could she be blamed for this? She just couldn't accept it for a moment. Su Yi's gaze was sharp, as if she wanted to skin Gu Chubbing alive. If you find this book good, to avoid losing it next time, please remember to add it to your bookshelf. You're a coach, and you have no judgment when something happens. Gu Chubbing started crying. She felt wronged. Her mother had never scolded her like this before. She had always been her pride. Guze was completely ignored. Even his insincere words had not attracted the attention of his mother and third sister. He was truly angered. Gui's few words had shaken the status he had painstakingly earned. This was just the beginning. If it continued like this, wouldn't he be finished? Guze would not allow such a thing to happen. He wanted to regain his mother's favor and blurted out, "Mom, you can't blame third sister. Neither of us believed it was true. We just wanted to go home and see. Blame me if you must. It was my oversight." Gui was amused by these words and chuckled. "Guze, brother, what are you laughing at? What does he want? Does he have to oppose me? A jinx is a jinx, causing me misfortune the moment he returns. Gui, I just thought of something funny. Don't ask me what it is, I just won't tell you." When Gu Chubbing asked him for help just now, he pretended not to see. Now that Gu Chubbing was scolded, he steps out. As expected, this green tea's skills are extraordinary. It's no wonder the entire Gu family is played like a fiddle by him. System, young master, your discerning eyes are truly sharp. You see clearly. I am impressed. Gui, of course. If it weren't for the money, I'd KO him in minutes. Gu Chubbing looked at Guze. So that's how it was. He knew, and deliberately pretended not to see. Hateful. She had been so good to him, and he was playing mind games with her. Guze endured the disgust in his heart and continued to play the victim, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, I know you have opinions about me. It's all my fault that you were abandoned and had to suffer. I am willing to leave and give Mom and Dad back to you. Please forgive me. Didn't Mom just blame him for being unreasonable? Then he would be reasonable for once. If he left, letting her own son stay, would that be enough?" Gui quickly moved over a seat. "I'm not your brother. We're not close. Stop acting. The fake guy is playing the advance by retreat tactic with me. If he were smart, he'd leave early. Why is he leaving now? Old Sue won't be able to bear it, and in the end, it'll still be me who leaves. System, according to the plot, it is indeed you who leaves in the end. Gui, see? They're all acting. It's just, has Guze had a sex change? He's so effeminate, crying 3 times for a single sentence. Is he always like this? If so, the Gu family would find trouble even if there wasn't any." Su Yi looked at Guze and listened to Gu Ye's inner thoughts, becoming even more agitated. If it were in the past, when Guze cried like this and said he wanted to leave, she would definitely rush to hug him, coax him endlessly, and even give him a card to buy whatever he wanted. But now, knowing her own son's inner thoughts, she finally realized that she had been fooled by Guze's act all along. Annoying. Xiaoyi was right. What kind of man cries like that? Guze, what's with the crying? Our whole family isn't dead yet. You don't need to mourn. From now on, be normal. Don't cry at the drop of a hat. Gu Chubbing also said, "Xiaoze, Mom is doing this for your own good. Don't blame her." Humph, didn't he just pretend like this? She could do it too. Guze's tears hadn't dried yet. Looking at his mother and third sister, he felt completely dejected. In the past, he didn't even need to cry. Just acting like he was about to cry would make them coax him. Now that he was being so sensible, they were saying he was wrong. And third sister, how could she do this? When she was scolded just now, he had spoken up for her. Now she was saying sarcastic remarks? Gui ha ha. This is hilarious. The fake guy is stupid. He must not understand why his tears are no longer effective. Honestly, I don't understand either. Why have old Sue and her brainless third daughter changed? But it doesn't matter. None of this concerns me. Sue Yi held her forehead with one hand, realizing that making Xiaoyi believe in her change was a long and arduous journey. Gu Chubbing stared blankly at her mother, wondering if she could also hear Xiaoye's thoughts. Otherwise, how could her mother have changed so much? Before, she used to dote on Guze even more than she did on herself, and had never spoken to Guze like this before. "Guze, did you hear what I said?" Su Yi looked at Guze again. Guze was about to cry, but thinking of his mother's words, he held back the tears. "Mom, I heard you. I won't do it again. He still had to wait for his father and those two idiots to come back. They definitely wouldn't be as biased towards Gu Yi as his mother. Su Yi didn't care what he was thinking. She looked at Gu Yi and instantly put on a gentle, loving mother's face. Xiao Yi, come and eat. I asked the kitchen to prepare many dishes. She even directly took Gu Ye's hand and personally led him to the dining room. Gu Ze was completely ignored. Seeing that scene, he felt like his sky had collapsed once again. Didn't his mother say that Gu Yi had been away for many years and had germs on him? Wasn't she afraid of getting infected? Now she was holding his hand without any hesitation. Third sister. Gu Ze looked at Gu Chubbing, wanting to ask what was going on. Gu Chubbing didn't look at him. Didn't you say you were hungry? Come and eat quickly. She didn't wait for him at all and even quickened her pace. Gu Ze's heart sank to the bottom, feeling like he had been abandoned by his entire family. This was only the first day Gu Yi returned. What about the future? If this continued, would he be kicked out of the Gu family? The dining room. Su Yi specifically moved Gu Ye's seat next to her. Previously, this seat belonged to Gu Ze. Gu Yi, when something unusual happens, there's bound to be a trick. What's wrong with old Su? Guzi, is she okay? System, maybe she grew a brain. You'll get used to it as it unfolds. Gu Yi, Guzi, your judgment of people is not good. Did you forget this plot? Even if your own son presented surveillance footage proving he was framed, the whole family wouldn't believe it. Grew a brain, more like grew a tumor. System, Xiao Yi is always right. I'll keep observing then. Su Yi, who was personally serving Gu Yi rice, heard this conversation. Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the rice bowl. They wouldn't believe the surveillance footage, even if presented. Were they all blind? Who wrote this terrible plot? She would never be blind and would never follow that path. When Gu Ze arrived, he saw Gu Yi sitting in his seat, while Su Yi told him to sit anywhere. He felt extremely wronged. That was his exclusive seat, a position that couldn't be shaken even by the arrival of distinguished guests. Now his mother had given it to Gu Yi and told him to find any other seat. Wasn't he her most cherished son? Mom, third sister, brother, you all eat. I'll wait for Dad and my sisters to come back to eat together. He sat obediently in a corner of the dining table, looking like a well-behaved child who had been wronged. Su Yi said impatiently, your dad already said we don't need to wait for them. He was acting up again, always feeling wronged. Why had she tolerated him so much before? Gu Ze forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, Mom. Even though I haven't eaten all afternoon, I really can't eat now. I have to see Dad and my sisters. You all eat, don't mind me. Gu Yi had already started eating, taking a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. The taste was amazing. Guzi, the fake must have eaten his fill outside before coming back, right? What did he eat? Su Yi, who was about to persuade Gu Ze, immediately fell silent. Gu Ze had already eaten outside. She immediately looked at Gu Chubbing, her eyes full of accusation. What did you two eat? Gu Chubbing quickly shook her head. Nothing, she didn't know. Good heavens. After confirming with a look, her mother could really hear Xiao Ye's thoughts. What about Gu Ze? When he returned, he had said he was starving, and she had felt sorry for him. But in reality, he had already eaten, and now he said he wasn't hungry. Which statement was the truth? Why hadn't she realized before that he was so scheming? System, little master, the fake treated friends to dinner today, spending 3 million. He's already stuffed and doesn't care about these dishes at all. He's just saying it deliberately. Gu Yi, WOC. Is this the legendary corner of heaven? A meal cost 3 million. What did he eat? Does the Gu family have an ATM? Spending 50 million on an island, 3 million for a meal. Even immortal lives aren't this good. No wonder the fake kept excluding me and wanted me gone so he could monopolize the family fortune. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Yi tightly gripped her chopsticks. A meal cost 3 million. Even she, Mrs. Gu, had never been so extravagant. Gu Ze wanted to monopolize the family fortune. He wished. She looked at Gu Ze and asked, have you bought anything good recently? Who did you meet today? Gu Ze thought his mother cared about him and happily replied, Mom, I recently bought a small island to play with. I didn't do anything today, just met some friends. Su Yi's heart grew angrier. She asked, how much did it cost to buy an island? And didn't you eat when you met your friends? He really bought an island. Gu Chubbing was also stunned. 50 million for an island, just for fun? Was Gu Ze's life this carefree? Gu Ze, Mom, don't ask. It's just a remote island. It didn't cost much. My friends and I just met and chatted. We didn't eat. Before, they never asked about the prices of his purchases. Could it be that because her own son had returned, she was reluctant to spend money now? Su Yi insisted. Then how much did it cost to buy the island? Gu Ze realized that if he didn't tell the truth, he would be scolded. He said meekly, it only cost 50 million. Su Yi immediately became furious and slammed the table. 50 million. And that's it. Who gave you the money? He was too audacious. Spending 50 million at once and still thinking it was a small amount? She never knew Gu Zhe had been spoiled to this extent. Did he think the Gu family's money came from a gust of wind? Gu Chubbing quickly distanced herself. Mom, don't look at me. I don't have that much money to give him. 50 million. If she had that much money, she would have rebuilt a ski resort. Gu Yi took a sip of red wine and then ate the steak. The quality of luxury items should be okay, probably no harmful ingredients. He could eat with confidence. Old Su and Gu Lao Sen are too good at pretending. The fake has been spending money recklessly since childhood. How could they not know? As soon as the fake was slightly displeased, they would give him a card and let him buy whatever he wanted. Now they are calculating money in front of me. What is this all about? System. Little master, the fake doesn't even think before he lies. He still has the receipts from the meal in his pocket and will claim reimbursement from the Gu family's company later. Sui choked. Before she was indeed like that, but she hadn't given him this much. Gu Zhe had receipts in his pocket and needed reimbursement. Who did he learn from to be so calculating? Gu Chubbing felt very ashamed. She had indeed given Gu Zhe money before. Gu Yi was right. But she wanted to argue, but there was nothing to argue about. Her face felt so hot, as if she had been slapped many times. Gu Zhe lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Mom, this was given to me by eldest sister. Last time I went to eldest sister's company, I accidentally fell, and eldest sister gave me money for medical expenses. What's wrong, Mom? Are you unhappy? Then I'll return it. His voice was choked, but he didn't dare to cry. Su Yi had just reprimanded him, and he didn't dare. Eldest sister owned a multinational company, so this amount of money was just pocket change for her. Unlike that stingy old Su woman, who only gave him a card with a limit of a few million. This money wasn't from her, so did she want it back? Gu Chubbing looked utterly incredulous. Just for falling, eldest sister gave him 50 million? If she had known money was that easy to come by, she would have gone to eldest sister's company to fall too. But Gu Zhe actually spent it all at once? Gu Yi was eating Australian lobster again, but only took a small bite. Eating too much would fill him up. The fake's acting has leveled up again. He doesn't want to return the island at all. How can old Su let him return it? It's impossible. Gu Zhe is her darling. She would never bear to part with it. Gu Zhe indeed thought so. However, Su Yi said with a cold face, Xiao Zhe, you are a sensible child. I've always known that. Then please return it. Mom will help you donate this money to someone more in need. When you do a good deed, you won't accidentally fall anymore. Gu Zhe looked up abruptly, his eyes about to pop out. She was really asking him to return it. His money, why should he donate it to those beggars? Gu Zhe could no longer hold back, and large tears streamed down his face. Mom, but I really like that island. Since Mom wants me to do charity, there must be a reason. I'll listen to Mom. This was his usual tactic, and it had never failed him. Gu Yi took another small sip of red wine. It was probably La Fight from 82, with strange foreign characters on the bottle. Guzi, quickly take a look. Is the Gu family going bankrupt? Old Su is so biased towards Gu Zhe, that fake. 50 million is still money in her eyes. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. How could this be? She was already different from before, and her two younger daughters were safe. Could they still go bankrupt? Gu Chubbing was also stunned. What did that mean? The Gu family was going to collapse. How is that possible? System, young master, if the story developed according to the original plot, the Gu family would be completely finished within 3 to 5 years. But now, perhaps your transmigration has caused everything to change. Let's not talk about the future. Like today, the Gu family made a great contribution, and their stock price will soar tomorrow, so they won't go bankrupt. Gu Yi, your analysis is quite right. Then old Su must have a brain tumor to let Gu Zhe give up the island. Su Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the Gu family wasn't going bankrupt. She didn't have a brain tumor. She had simply awakened. Gu Chubbing heard Gu Yi and the system's thoughts, but she was even more bewildered. What did it mean? What according to the original plot? She looked at Su Yi again and found that she wasn't surprised or nervous at all. This meant that Mom had completely accepted it. Gu Zhe, you are a sensible child. You listen to Mom the most. Mom is very gratified. Give me the island's information and purchase documents now. I'll have my secretary return it. Su Yi said this while peeling shrimp for Gu Yi. Since she had seen through Gu Zhe's ploy, Su Yi's tactics would have to be used. Gu Zhe was completely stunned. Su Yi didn't buy it. How could she do this? She even peeled shrimp for Gu Yi in front of him, the shrimp he loved the most. How could she give it to Gu Yi? Gu Yi, thank you. Old Su must have some ulterior motive for me. Otherwise, why would she treat me so well? Shouldn't she be disgusted by my ugly eating habits and how much I eat? Su Yi quickly said. Xiao Yi, you must remember, this is your home. Don't act like a guest in your own home. Do as you please, do you hear me? Gu Yi buried his head in his food and still gave a simple okay. Oh my god. She definitely has big intentions towards me. I need to be on high alert. Su Yi was not discouraged. She had to keep trying to change her biological son's perception of her. Gu Zai's stomach churned with jealousy at the sight of this. Damn Gu Yi. He dared to eat so freely. Was he blind, not seeing his unhappy expression? Mom, brother suffered a lot outside before and never ate such good food. But eating too much at once can cause stomach problems. Our Gu family also has family rules. We can't eat too much at every meal. Oh dear, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, brother. I was just thinking of you. I was wrong, brother. Please forgive me. Gu Zai rambled on and apologized to himself. He had used this tactic before, and no one could defeat him with it. However, Gu Yi, you sissy, be more confident. You did say the wrong thing. Since you're not eating, then shut up. What kind of rules are these? Can't eat too much at every meal. He usually doesn't eat much, but every night he sneaks to the kitchen and gorges himself. The whole family spoils him and pretends not to know, thinking he's cute. Ugh, they're willing to smell his farts. Guzi, what's the next plot? Su Yi listened to Gu Ye's thoughts and realized how pretentious Gu Zai's previous behavior had been. But this was all due to the plot's requirements. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so blind. On the top right of the page, there are functions like switch simplified/traditional, adjust font size, and reading background color. Gu Zai, since when did we have such a rule in our family? I didn't know. Su Yi's face turned cold. Gu Zai quickly tried to explain. Mom, this. Su Yi didn't want to listen to him. It made her feel disgusted. All right, since you're not eating, go wait in the living room for your dad and them. Our family has another rule. We must maintain a good mood while eating. Have you forgotten? Before, she had always thought. After all, he was the child she raised for over 20 years. Even raising a cat or dog would create feelings. So she had never planned to let Gu Zai leave, and she couldn't bear to. She only hoped Gu Yi could get along with him. But now, it seemed that this idea was difficult to achieve. And according to Gu Ye's thoughts, Gu Zai still had other scenes later? What would they be? What else could he do to compete for favor? Gu Zai could never have imagined that Mom would change the rules for Gu Yi, and even ask him to leave so Gu Yi could eat happily. This was no longer his home. Was he the outsider? System, according to the plot, after you finish eating, he will frame you for stealing something, like Su Yi's precious pearl necklace, worth 80 million. Gu Yi. Good. That's good. At that time, old Su will be completely disappointed in me, and I can take the opportunity to leave here. Before I leave, I need to eat more. So, he ate even more diligently. But in Gu Zai's eyes, Gu Ye's actions were meant to provoke him. Brother, eat slowly. I won't snatch it from you. I misspoke just now. I won't say it anymore. Can you forgive me? Gu Zai refused to leave. Everything in the Gu family was his. Why should he give it up to Gu Yi? Gu Yi was eating sea cucumber again and glanced at him, saying, Then what are you doing now? Farting on a donkey. You sissy, stay away from me. This person has such thick skin. I told him not to call me brother, but he insists on disgusting me. Old Su's words are also not effective. She told that fake to scram, but he still refuses. Su Yi was also annoyed, but thinking of the upcoming plot, she suppressed her anger and got up to leave. She returned to her room and quietly turned on the monitor. Gu Zai was scolded by Gu Yi again, but Mom had left, and third sister only knew how to eat and eat, completely ignoring him. This made him even more wronged, so he sat there and kept wiping his tears. The meal finally ended with great difficulty. Xiao Yi, shall I escort you back to your room? Gu Chubbing said eagerly. Gu Yi wanted the system to check his gossip. He was still waiting to hear it. Within this short hour, Gu Chubbing had already determined that her biological brother Gu Yi was no ordinary person. What plot? Mom wasn't following the plot anymore, so she wouldn't either. Gu Yi had just said that Gu Zai would frame him for stealing the necklace, so she should help her biological brother. Gu Zai preempted her, saying, Third sister, let me do it. He wouldn't give anyone else in the family a chance to approach Gu Yi alone. He had only been back for a short while, and Mom and third sister had already changed their minds about him. Mom had even reprimanded him several times, and even thought he was spending money carelessly. This was all Gu Ye's fault. If he hadn't returned, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. She had already had the servants prepare. She must make Gu Yi pay the price later. Gu Chubbing glanced at Gu Zai, and a strange anger arose in her heart. Do you know where Xiao Ye's room is? She asked coldly. Gu Zai choked. He really didn't know. Mom hadn't said anything. But what was third sister's attitude? Gu Yi hadn't said or done anything, yet she sided with her biological brother? Third sister, Why are you against me? Guze continued with his old routine. Gu Chubbing didn't even glance at him and turned to Su-yi. Mom, where is Xiao Ye's room? I'll take him back now. Su-yi smiled and said, Xiao Ye's room is on the 3rd floor, the one with the largest space and best light. Guze was shocked again. His room was on the 2nd floor. Mom had actually separated him and Guyi? Why did she do this? Was she guarding against him? Guyi, Guzi, you see? Old Sue is guarding against me. Afraid I'll bully her precious fake. Unfortunately, she's worrying too much. I can't be bothered with that thing. Once things are over, I'll be gone. Gu Chubbing. Little Yi misunderstood Mama's good intentions again. Mama wanted to protect you, Little Yi. What exactly is this plot that has made Little Yi misunderstand his family so deeply? Annoyed. Su-yi also sighed inwardly, but still patiently explained. Little Yi, don't misunderstand. The room on the 3rd floor is the best in the house. Your eldest sister and 2nd sister are on the 3rd floor, but they hardly ever come back. So the 3rd floor is quieter and more suitable for you to rest. Gu Chubbing also said, Little Yi, you stay there first. If you're not comfortable, we'll switch. I have a mouth, so I can't be a mute, let alone an ostrich with my eyes open. Guyi still had an indifferent expression. Okay, stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and take me there. A big show awaits me. The fake one is impatient. Look at his effeminate face. It's already wrinkled like a tattered rag. Being coldly ignored by his younger brother, Gu Chubbing felt upset. But when she heard his inner thoughts, she couldn't help but laugh. He was right, in a way. Guze's face was indeed very unpleasant. Su-yi also covered her mouth, holding back her laughter so as not to laugh out loud herself. All the children of the Gu family were handsome, only Guze was average. After all, he was just an adopted son. But for so many years, she had never disliked him. Instead, she loved him immensely. But looking at it now, he's truly ugly. Not just ugly on the outside, but ugly on the inside too. Guze, 3rd sister, what are you laughing at? Gu Chubbing turned her head. It's nothing. I just thought of a joke. Don't ask, it won't be funny if I say it. Guze, she's lying to me. She's definitely laughing at me. Before, I was her most beloved brother, but now? She has her biological brother, so she dislikes me. Hateful. Then, 3rd sister, let's escort brother back to his room together. Guze still had to continue acting. In just a little longer, he would make everyone see Gu Ye's true colors. Sui cooperated with them and said, You guys go. I'll go back to my room and make a call to see why your father hasn't returned yet. Gu Chubbing led the way, and Gu Yi followed. It was truly a mansion. It was so winding that if someone hadn't led the way, they would have gotten lost. Finally arriving at his room, Gu Yi pushed the door open and walked in without even changing his shoes, going straight to lie on the big bed. Your family is so rich. This room is much bigger than our kindergarten playground. Gu Yi exclaimed. He was quite skilled at transmigration, having been to many worlds. However, most of them were cannon fodder, with no lines at all, the kind who died at the beginning. Like today, being able to live in a proper big room was a first. Guze stared at Gu Ye's every move, a mocking smile flashing across his face. A country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Just one room was enough to satisfy him. If he knew about the Gu family's vast fortune, he would probably be scared to death. Brother, I'll help you open the curtains. You can see our house. The scenery here is beautiful. Guze quickly walked to the bedside and opened the curtains. Then, as if by chance, he accidentally bumped a box on the bedside table. The box fell to the floor, and a valuable necklace rolled out. Guze's face was full of disbelief, as if he had been scared stiff. Oh my, what is this? Brother, you. 3rd sister, come and see quickly. Is this Mama's pearl necklace? I remember this necklace was Mama's favorite. Dad spent a full 80 million to buy it. Gu Chubbing quickly walked over, picked up the necklace, and felt her anger surge. She was about to open her mouth to scold Gu Yi, but the words reached her lips, and she quickly closed her lips tightly, not letting out a single punctuation mark. So close. If she hadn't adjusted in time, she would have already scolded Gu Yi to the heavens. However, when Meow Meow was at the door, she had already thought that no matter what happened next, she would stand by her biological brother. But when she heard Guze's voice, she still uncontrollably ran over, almost losing her temper and scolding Gu Yi. What kind of power was it that seemed to control her? Guze looked at Gu Chubbing and asked, 3rd sister, what's wrong? Why wasn't she speaking? Why wasn't she scolding Gu Yi? They had cooperated like this many times before, and it had never failed. Gu Yi was still lying on the big bed, too lazy to even move. Yeah, Gu Chubbing, why isn't she coming to scold me yet? As long as the fake one starts, she'll be his gun, framing me as a thief who stole things and kicking me out of the house. Even if I present surveillance footage as evidence, she'll still insist I'm quibbling, even if she sees it. Hurry, 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 such good drama. It must be acted out. Gu Chubbing clenched her fists. She really wanted to defend her biological brother, but she felt a powerful force. As soon as she spoke, she would definitely frame Gu Yi. No, this absolutely won't do. What should I do now? Gu Zhe saw that Gu Chubbing was acting strangely, and she was starting to break out in a cold sweat. He was very smug, thinking that Gu Chubbing was controlling her anger and had definitely believed what he said. Thus, Gu Zhe said weakly, "Third sister, don't blame brother. He just came back and hasn't seen anything good. Mama's necklace is very beautiful, and he simply liked it and picked it up to look it out of curiosity. Brother is really not a thief, and he's not a robber. He's just curious." It sounded like he was explaining for Gu Yi, but in reality, it was a very good way to guide everyone to think that Gu Yi had stolen the necklace. Gu Chubbing looked at Gu Zhe, wishing she could slap herself a few times. Why didn't she see his true colors before? Being fooled by him for so many years. Little Yi was right. She was being used as a gun by him. Now that she understood, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Gu Yi waited for a long time and didn't see Gu Chubbing come to frame him. He was getting impatient. "Gu Zhe, stop talking to yourself. Go and call old Su." Gu Zhe looked at Gu Yi, his face full of concern. "Brother, don't worry. I will explain clearly to Mama. Mama will definitely believe you. Brother is not a thief. Brother is not a robber." Then he ran off. After he left, Gu Chubbing suddenly felt relieved. That strange force also disappeared. "Little Yi, I believe you. You didn't steal anything. You were framed." She seized the opportunity and quickly said. Gu Yi looked at her. "What did you say? Guzi, has old third Gu gone stupid?" "System, little master, she is speaking the truth. She really believes you." Gu Yi looked terrified. "Ah, holy crap. What new trick is she playing? I don't believe it." "System, I don't know either. The situation is a bit chaotic now." Not long after, Su Yi and Gu Zhe arrived, along with a few maids. Gu Zhe was still crying and talking to Gu Yi, but actually slandering him. Gu Yi stiffened his neck. "I didn't do anything. I'm not afraid. They're here. Old Su is here. Next, old Su should be extremely disappointed in me, roar at me, and tell me to get out." "System, that should be the case. Old Su's room has surveillance. This necklace was in her room. Her not producing the surveillance means she believed Gu Zhe's words." Gu Chubbing stood behind Gu Yi. She felt that the strange force was gone. She tried to say, "Mama, little Yi didn't steal anything. I can testify for him. Perhaps someone else stole this necklace and deliberately placed it here." Damn it. She clearly wanted to say that Gu Zhe placed it there, but she couldn't say it. "That Gu Zhe, he's strange." Gu Zhe's face changed. "Third sister, what are you saying?" She had only been gone for a few minutes, and she had been tricked by Gu Yi. Just now, she was clearly hating Gu Yi. Gu Chubbing tried to say it again. "I believe little Yi. He doesn't even know where his room is. So how could he know Mama's room? And how could he steal things?" "Mama, your room has surveillance. Open it, and take a look, and the truth will be revealed." "Gu Zhe. Gu Yi, oh my god. Old third Gu has gone crazy. She actually believes me. And she wants to watch the surveillance? Aren't these my lines?" "Third sister, what are you talking about?" Gu Zhe shouted anxiously. Almost simultaneously, he reached out to cover Gu Chubbing's mouth. How could she mention the surveillance? If they really saw it, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Why was she speaking up for Gu Yi? Didn't she also hate Gu Yi? Gu Zhe absolutely could not let them see the surveillance footage. "Gu Zhe, what are you doing? I'm your sister, not your servant. Do I need to report to you for what I say?" "Mom, look at Gu Zhe. Is he guilty?" Gu Chubbing was familiar with Gu Zhe's tricks. Before he could even act, she had already dodged behind Gu Yi. She really had been blind before. Every time Gu Zhe did this, she thought he was cute. Now, looking back, she really was like Gu Yi said in his inner thoughts, a complete idiot. If she hadn't dodged so quickly, she would have been controlled by that mysterious power again. Gu Zhe was furious when he failed to succeed. "Sister, how can you say that about me? You know me, sob sob sob." "Mom, it's not me, I didn't sob 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 sob." There they go again, playing the victim and acting wronged. Gu Yi kept a cold expression throughout, not even bothering to spare them a glance. Guzi, what's going on here? Could the plot have collapsed? What new game is Gu Chubbing playing? If she keeps disrupting things like this, how am I supposed to fly far away? System, kid, my brain is also a bit confused. Gu Chubbing felt a gloomy feeling in her heart, a mix of grievance and irritation. Little Yi still misunderstood her. What should she do? How could she make him know that she had truly awakened? Su Yi, listening to her biological son's inner thoughts and looking at her adopted son, trembled with anger. Guze not only slandered and framed Little Yi, but also tried to control her daughter and her entire family. If she hadn't been able to hear Little Ye's inner thoughts, her entire family would have become his slaves. Little Yi, you tell me first, what's going on with the necklace? Su Yi asked gently. Gu Ye's face was cold, showing no strong emotions. I don't know who put it in my room, but I definitely didn't steal it. Didn't Gu Chubbing say your room has surveillance? Open it up, and won't the truth come to light? Finally found my words. I thought the plot had completely collapsed. Before Su Yi could speak, Guze interjected. Mom, didn't you turn off the surveillance in your room long ago? How can we check it? Besides, elder brother is definitely not a thief. Even if he hasn't seen much of the good stuff, he wouldn't steal the necklace you love the most. He had been disrupted by Gu Chubbing earlier, but now he remembered. He had previously coaxed Su Yi into turning off the surveillance in her bedroom. What did he have to be afraid of? Gu Yi. Tisk tsk. The fake is slandering me again. If he hadn't repeatedly mentioned a thief and said I haven't seen good things, no one would have suspected me. Su Yi looked at Guze and asked, do you really believe Little Yi? Guze was startled by Su Yi's gaze. Yes, Mom. Elder brother suffered so much outside for so many years. He wouldn't steal an 80 million yuan necklace. Gu Yi ha. An 80 million yuan necklace. He's truly seamless. The real necklace worth 80 million was swapped by Guze long ago. This necklace now is a fake bought on Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan by the fake. This move of killing two birds with one stone is truly brilliant. What? Su Yi and Gu Chubbing were both stunned. Because they could hear Gu Ye's inner thoughts, they both knew Guze was framing Gu Yi. How could they not have realized that Guze was the thief in the family? Su Yi's face was also full of disbelief. She truly loved that necklace, not just for its price, but because it was a family heirloom left by her grandmother. She lost it when she moved as a child, and seeing it at an auction allowed her to get it back. She never imagined. She truly couldn't believe that Guze had swapped the necklace. She had originally wanted to save Guze some face by saying that this necklace was a gift she gave to Gu Yi. But now, if you find this book good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. Su Yi said coldly. Zhang Ma, play the surveillance footage from my room. Zhang Ma left immediately. Guze's face instantly turned pale. What was this old woman Su Yi doing? Had the surveillance in his room never been turned off? Did he get caught on camera swapping the necklace? If this matter were discovered before Gu Yi returned, he would still have a way to explain himself. But in the current situation, with Su Yi favoring Gu Yi and Gu Chubbing being fooled by Gu Yi, no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him. Guze lowered his head, his mind in turmoil. What should he do? Zhang Ma always looked down on him. She wouldn't help him. Gu Yi glanced at Guze. No way. The fake is actually scared? Huh. He's too young, getting scared like that over such a small matter. He doesn't need to be. In this family, no one will believe me, nor will anyone listen to my explanation. For example, when that surveillance footage is played later, even if the evidence is conclusive that I was framed, they won't believe me. Hee. Is that Zhang Ma's old bones capable? Hurry up and play it. I promise, I won't say a single extra word. The best course of action is to quickly sign the deed of separation and leave. Su Yi's eyes were filled with heartache. She was so obviously favoring him, yet he still didn't believe her. She must perform well, not let her biological son drift away from her, and not let that fake succeed. Gu Chubbing was also annoyed. Were everyone treating her biological brother's words like dog farts? It must be the work of that strange power. She had to hide behind her brother so she wouldn't be controlled by that power and could help her biological brother. At this critical moment, Gu Haokuan and his two daughters returned. Guze looked as if he had seen a savior and rushed over, throwing himself into Gu Haokuan's arms. Dad, you're finally back. I thought I would never see you again. Sob. Gu Yi ugh. Makes me want to vomit. The ones in trouble are those two little idiots, and he says he'll never see old Gu again? Does he want old Gu to die, so he can inherit the Gu family's fortune? Su Yi, who had just felt a sliver of emotion, instantly felt disgusted upon hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts. Gu Haokuan, who was about to hug Guze, immediately let go. He almost fell for Guze's trick again. He spoke nicely, but hadn't he even called him once? The twin sisters also rolled their eyes. If it were in the past, Guze crying like this would have moved them deeply. It was good to have a biological brother who reminded them, so they wouldn't be fooled again. Gu Chubbing frowned unhappily and said, Guze, are you mistaken? It was the sisters who were in trouble, not Dad. Fortunately, she had her biological brother's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been fooled by Guze again. Guze choked, unable to continue his act of crying. Gu Chubbing, why was she shouting so loudly? Was she trying to embarrass him? He was just too nervous earlier, so he made a mistake. Sisters, I'm glad you're all right. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. I was really too scared, so I made a mistake. Please forgive your brother, okay? Her green tea skills were top-notch, switching targets in a second. Gu Chuyao pouted. No. Gu Chuhui was more direct. If you want us to forgive you, you have to pay money, 5 million yuan in allowance. Gu Yi what? 5 million allowance. Good heavens, if you remove the unit, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Sigh. The fake has a really good life. From now on, I'll have to pick up trash myself to earn my monthly allowance. Hurry up and watch the surveillance. Hurry up and sign the deed of separation. With 50 million, I can also live a good life. Gu Haokuan looked at Su Yi and asked, what happened? Watch the surveillance? The twin sisters also looked at Gu Yi. In just a few hours, who had annoyed him now? Before Su Yi could speak, Gu Zhe rushed to say, Dad, this is all a misunderstanding. Big Brother isn't a thief, and he wouldn't steal Mom's necklace. I truly believe in Big Brother. Even if he hasn't seen an 80 million necklace before, he's not that kind of person. Big Brother just got back, and you want to watch the surveillance footage? Isn't that not trusting him? How sad and hurt Big Brother must be. Dad, Mom, if you don't agree, then blame me. If it wasn't for me. Guye's patience was already exhausted. What brand of donkey are you that you keep making that noise nonstop? Hurry up and watch the surveillance. I don't want to be wrongly accused by some fake forever. So annoying. He's the only one in the family with a mouth, and he's become the spokesperson for everyone else's blindness. Even if they see the surveillance, they won't believe me. What is he so afraid of? Gu Zhe, who had just been called out by Gu Yi for talking nonsense, was now being called a howling donkey. He was so angry his little face turned red and his eyes welled up again. Tears came as easily as breathing. Big Brother, how can you say that to me? I'm doing this for your own good. Even if you don't appreciate it, and no one taught you manners, you shouldn't say that to me. Woo woo woo. Dad, Mom, please don't blame Big Brother. Big Brother suffered so much outside. He can't help it if he's like this. Gu Yi took several deep breaths, constantly repeating to himself, for the sake of 50 million, I can't hit him. A small impatience can ruin a big plan. I'll endure it for a while, just a few minutes, and then I'll never have to see him again. System. It feels like it's not quite going that way. Sui also had a headache. Never before had she felt Gu Zhe's crying so irritating. Gu Zhe, that's enough. Gu Chubbing couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Didn't Mom tell you not to cry and act so effeminate all the time? How blind was she before? How could she have thought his crying was perfectly normal? Gu Zhe was yelled at by Gu Chubbing again. He almost couldn't hold back and was about to retort. Gu Haokuan was also annoyed. He said, Gu Zhe, calm down. Wife, if there's surveillance footage, please play it quickly. Little Ye's inner thoughts couldn't be wrong. He had personally verified them. From the few words Gu Zhe had spoken, he understood everything. According to Gu Ye's inner thoughts, Gu Zhe must have framed Gu Yi for stealing the necklace. Alas, he had raised this adopted son for over 20 years. To say he had no feelings for him would be a lie. He just never expected that as soon as little Yi returned, the adopted son would make his move so eagerly. Su Yi, Zhang Ma, please play it in the living room. Zhang Ma immediately pressed the switch, and the large screen began to play the surveillance video from Su Yi's room. In the surveillance footage, a new maid sneakily entered, and without even searching, took the necklace. The video segment showed the maid going to Gu Zhe's room and placing the necklace on Gu Ye's bedside table. There was also a recording of the maid sending a message to Gu Zhe, and Gu Zhe sending her a 520 yuan red envelope. The video ended there. This time, Gu Yi was particularly proactive. As soon as the video finished playing, he said, Did you all see it? I didn't steal any 80 million necklace. That maid framed me. And what's that maid's relationship with Gu Zhe? Why did Gu Zhe send her a red envelope? I think your fake son deliberately framed me. He. Now no one can steal my lines, right? I've said my piece, and now it's your turn to perform. Come on, one by one. Be blind, one by one. Take the fake side. My little money, here I come. Silence was the mood of the moment. Except for Gu Zhe, everyone in the Gu family quietly lowered their heads, trying their best to suppress their laughter. Little Yi, it seems we might disappoint you? Gu Zhe, however, had an ashen face and was tense all over, staring intently at the big screen. There was actually surveillance footage. That old woman Su Yi, she's been lying to me all along. Dad, Mom, I don't know anything. It was all that maid. She did it herself. I would never frame Big Brother. Big Brother is so good. I only feel heartache for him. At this critical moment, Gu Zhe pushed the maid out to take the blame. In his eyes, that maid was just a servant. At most, she would be fired. But he couldn't afford to. He couldn't disappoint the whole family, couldn't lose everyone's affection. Gu Yi sneered. The donkey is howling again. Either effeminate or crying. What kind of natural-born son is this? Truly a gem of humanity. Why is everyone else silent? They're racking their brains trying to figure out how to speak well of the fake. Ha ha ha. Hurry up. I'm on a schedule. As the head of the Gu Corporation, Gu Haokuan, who had built the Gu family to its current status, had seen his fair share of storms. He had already prepared himself mentally after hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts earlier. But facing this ironclad fact, he still felt like he had been slapped hard. He had never truly seen through Gu Zhe, the son he had raised for over 20 years, the son he had educated as if he were his own. In the past, Gu Zhe's demeanor was always that of a well-behaved, sensible, innocent, and guileless child. But now it seemed everything was false, everything was a disguise. And he, the patriarch of the Gu family, had been played for a fool. Su Yi felt a pang of heartache. She remembered every word Gu Yi had spoken in his thoughts, but seeing it with her own eyes still shocked her greatly and filled her with sadness and grief. Before Gu Yi was brought back, she had coaxed Gu Zhe almost every day, telling him not to be sad, and that she would still treat him well as before. But what was the result? Before her own son had even set foot in the door, Gu Zhe had already branded him a jinx. Before a single meal was finished, a scheme of framing and false accusation was already in motion. Even when faced with irrefutable facts, Gu Zhe was still quibbling. She had never raised him this way. Gu Chubbing exclaimed in shock. Gu Zhe, do you take the entire family for fools? The maid's chat logs clearly state that you instructed her to steal things and then place them in little Ye's room. How could you do this? To think I always believed you were pure and kind, but it was all an act. After saying that, she pulled her twin sisters, one in each hand, behind Gu Yi. She could see that these two younger sisters were also experiencing painful struggles and were likely controlled by that force. As expected, once they were behind Gu Yi, the twins could speak. Gu Chui jumped up and shouted, Gu Zhe, you're too much of a bully. Big brother is our real brother, and you're bullying him just after he came back. No wonder you didn't want anyone to watch the surveillance. You were just guilty and scared. You're so shameless. If it weren't for her big brother's inner thoughts supporting her, she, the dignified eldest daughter of the Gu Corporation, would have been sold off, had all her organs harvested, and ultimately died without a complete corpse. Big brother isn't a jinx. Big brother is the Gu family's lucky star. Gu Chuyao was equally furious. Gu Zhe, you dare to do it, but not admit it. You're not a man. That maid is your favorite. I even saw her go into your room, and when she came out, she couldn't even walk straight. Gu Yi, TSK, TSK, TSK. I never would have thought that the fake still has that effeminate demeanor. Can he even do it? Could it be that the maid was acting for him? That's not right. Why are the three of them, the silly sweethearts, all speaking up for me? Su Yi walked over to Gu Yi and said, Little Yi, Mom believes you. You're a good child. You wouldn't steal. Gu Haokuan also walked over and said, Little Yi, Dad also believes you. I'm sorry for letting you suffer just now. Gu Yi's mind went blank. Holy crap. What the heck is their whole family doing? Did they collectively catch some kind of contagious madness? Shouldn't they be siding with the fake? Shouldn't they not believe my predictions? Why are they all siding with me? What the hell are you guys doing? Su Yi and Gu Haokuan exchanged glances, both feeling even more distressed. If they hadn't heard their son's inner thoughts, they would have wrongly accused Xiao Yi. He was isolated and helpless in this home, and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. In the future, he wouldn't even dare to hold his head high. The servants would bully him when they couldn't see him. Thinking of this, Su Yi's heart clenched, and she couldn't breathe. Gu Haokuan clenched his fists even tighter, staring intently at Gu Zhe. What had he raised? Was it an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf? Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui, the sisters, felt even more heartache for Gu Yi. Their elder brother was so pitiful. If they hadn't known the truth in advance, and no one in the family protected him, how sad and upset he would be. It was all Gu Zhe's fault for sowing discord. He harmed their elder brother. At this moment, Gu Zhe's eyeballs were about to pop out. What were they doing? Hadn't they said that no matter what happened, even if Gu Yi returned, they would stand on his side? What about now? Had they already gone back on their word? Those two silly fools, who knew what Gu Yi had fed them to bewitch them, they actually scolded him and exposed his plan. It couldn't be. They couldn't treat him like this. Gu Zhe screamed, and then collapsed on the ground, fainted. Except for Gu Yi, everyone in the Gu family was startled. Gu Zhe, what happened? Su Yi was the first to rush over. After all, he was a child they had raised for so many years. When something suddenly happened to him, her instinct was to care for him. Gu Haokuin also looked over nervously. Just as he was about to take a step, he remembered Gu Ye's inner thoughts. He retracted his steps, wanting to hear the truth before making a decision. Gu Chubing and the twin sisters didn't even look at Gu Zhe. The three of them had seen through Gu Zhe's true colors and were no longer willing to believe him. Gu Yi silently rolled his eyes. The fake goods really have no other way, so they can only pretend to faint? At this moment, if a basin of cold water were splashed on him, he would definitely wake up. However, I won't say anything, otherwise, they will think that I deliberately retaliated against Gu Zhe. Gu Haokuin was shocked. Gu Zhe was actually faking a faint? Su Yi's heart also skipped a beat, and she felt her face burning hot, as if she had been slapped several times. She habitually cared about Gu Zhe, only to be played by him again. Why was he doing this? Where did he get so much cunning? As Gu Ye's inner thoughts just fell, Gu Chuhui had already run to the bathroom and quickly returned with a bucket. In front of everyone, she poured the entire bucket of water with ice cubes onto Gu Zhe. So cold. Which son of a bitch dares to splash cold water on me? Gu Zhe shivered from the cold, unable to pretend any longer. He directly stood up from the ground and even cursed without any manners. Gu Chuhui wanted to scold him, but was controlled by a strange force and couldn't speak. She even wanted to apologize to Gu Zhe and beg for his forgiveness. At the critical moment, Gu Chubing rushed over and pulled her younger sister behind Gu Yi. Gu Chuhui regained her senses, put her hands on her hips, and said indignantly, Gu Zhe, you faked fainting. You framed Big Brother. You have to apologize to Big Brother. Gu Chuyao was stunned. After recovering, she also said angrily, Gu Zhe, our Gu family didn't teach you like this. You're truly uncultured. Gu Chubing sneered. Just now you were Yin and Yangli saying Xiao Yi was uncultured. What about you? Your upbringing is to deliberately frame the true young master of the Gu family, and then pretend to faint when the evidence is conclusive. We cared about you so much and treated you like a younger brother. But you played us like this. Gu Zhe only then realized that he had been faking a faint just now. He didn't know who splashed him with cold water, which made him forget to pretend. Third sister, sisters, listen to me, it's not like that. I really had a headache, my head hurt a lot, so I fainted. I don't know what happened. I just, sob. Don't dislike me. I'm afraid of losing you. I didn't falsely accuse Big Brother. I didn't, sob. Damn it. The matter was exposed. What could be done now? He could only brace himself and continue to play the victim. Gu Haokuin looked at Gu Zhe crying, his heart filled with disappointment, and more so with anger and disgust. He had been successful in the business world for so many years, but this was the first time he had been played like a dog, especially by the son he favored. Sui could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, Gu Zhe, you've disappointed me too much. Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Yi. Gu Zhe shivered. This time it wasn't an act. He was genuinely scared. Mom was angry. Mom actually believed Gu Yi was innocent and didn't stand on his side. He had to apologize just now, and now he had to apologize again. On what grounds? I won't. I'm not wrong. You said it. You said you would stand by me. Why did you go back on your word? I'm not your son. You can let me go then. Why are you insulting me like this? Sob. Covering his face, Gu Zhe turned and ran. Sui never expected that Gu Zhe wouldn't even listen to her. Gu Zhe, come back here. You must apologize today. Gu Yi. Oh dear. Stop acting. That's enough. If apologies were useful, what would the police be needed for? Sui originally wanted to chase after Gu Zhe and drag him back. But upon hearing her son's inner thoughts, she turned back. Xiao Yi, don't worry. Mom will definitely get justice for you. It's all my fault for not disciplining Gu Zhe properly, causing you to be wronged. Gu Yi. Oh, she says she didn't discipline Gu Zhe properly, but her words are no different from what Gu Zhe said. What do you mean by being wronged? Give me money. Tangible things in my hands are the real compensation, okay? Sui choked. That wasn't what she meant. She just wanted to express her stance. Xiao Yi. She turned to look at her husband. Gu Haokuin walked over and said, Xiao Yi, you've just returned, and there's been such a big event at home. Dad hasn't had a chance to pay attention to you. This is your card. It has 50 million in it, considered as a welcome gift from Dad for your return. Also, the car's in the house. You can drive whichever one you want, whichever you like. As his son, Gu Haokuin, these material conditions were a must, and it would never be less than Gu Zhe's. It would only be more and better. Gu Yi naturally did not refuse, and accepted it generously. Thanks, old Gu. If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. While they're not thinking straight, I should quickly take the money, lest they change their minds later. However, I don't know if they can get rid of that maid. Otherwise, old Gu will be the next victim. Gu Haokuin's pupils instantly dilated. What did he mean? What did the new little maid have to do with him? System, young master, I found out that Gu Chubbing has more gossip. Gu Chubbing? What? The whole family stared blankly at Gu Yi, all waiting for the system to dish out gossip. But, Gu Yi, aren't you guys leaving? They must have a screw loose. The fake one is crying her eyes out in her room, and they're not going to comfort her? Why are they staying here with me? Don't tell me they want the card back. It's just 50 million. The fake one could buy an island with that. He thought this in his mind, already slipping the card into his pocket. Gu Haoquan's family. We really aren't trying to snatch the card, we just want to hear some gossip. But we can't say that out loud, so let's forget it for now. We're going. We'll leave right away. Xiaoyi, if you need anything, just call us. Su Yi said, but she showed no intention of leaving. Gu Yi understood. Without even glancing at them, he entered the room, closed the door, and locked it. The whole process executed flawlessly. Guzi, hurry up and tell me the gossip. Gu Yi kicked off a shoe and threw himself onto the large bed again. The family of 5 standing at the door, who had just turned around, tiptoed back. Gossip? Which one should be told first? Inside the room. System, Xiaoyi, your parents haven't left. It looks like they're eavesdropping on what's happening in your room. Gu Yi, what did I say earlier? They were all just acting for me. They're really going all out for the fake one's psychological well-being. Let them listen. I'm not saying a word. Can they still hear my inner thoughts? Huh. I'm so smart. System, exactly. Young master is the smartest host in this world. The family of 5 at the door. Poor Xiaoyi, we can actually hear his inner thoughts. That Guzi is definitely a treacherous minister. It's trying to lead Xiaoyi astray. Never mind. Gossiping is more important. Inside the room. Gu Yi rolled over. Hurry up and tell me. I need to sleep soon. System, all right. Shall we start with the maid? Old Gu and old Su won't fire her because the fake one will fiercely protect her. She's not some orphan girl. She's a cousin of the fake one's biological mother. According to the plot, after Gu Laosan has an accident, that maid will climb into your father's bed. Gu Haoquan. What? Gu Zhe has already contacted his biological mother and brought over relatives from that side, and he's going to climb into his own bed. Gu Yi, I only thought of a little bit earlier because there was a plot in the book where the maid would set her sights on old Gu. But I didn't expect it to be this kind of storyline. Poverty limits my imagination. Rich people really know how to play. Su Yi clenched her fists, trembling with rage. Gu Zhe, she now suspects that he and his so-called biological parents are deliberately targeting the Gu family. Gu Chubbing stuck to the wall like an octopus. Hurry up and tell me my gossip. What do you mean something will happen to me? What kind of accident will I have? A pair of twins, 4 brains between 2 heads. What is all this? It seems like the terrible things happening at home are endless. Big brother was right. It's really exciting. Inside the room. Gu Yi, don't worry about that. Old Gu will forgive Gu Zhe for any terrible mistake he makes. A mere maid climbing into bed won't affect their father-son deep affection. Hurry up and tell me about Gu Laosan. Her performance just now made me think she could develop a career in the entertainment industry. To make me trust her, be grateful to her, open my heart, and then suddenly stab me in the back. She really gave it her all. What a shame. This young master is very smart. I won't fall for her tricks. Su Yi stared fixedly at Gu Chubbing's back. If she dared to do that, she would absolutely not let her off. Gu Haoquan was even more furious. What utter nonsense about forgiving Gu Zhe? What kind of garbage father-son affection? Between him and Gu Zhe, what father-son relationship was there? Gu Chubbing felt cold sweat streaming down her back, her mouth twitching incessantly. She was wronged. She truly wanted the best for her biological brother. System, young master, Gu Chubbing is a ski instructor. In a few days, she will personally select 5 disciples. 5 exceptionally talented young men will get her drunk at her welcome banquet and take photos. Gu Yi, this wasn't in the plot. Is this an offshoot? System, in the plot, Gu Laosan was picked up by 5 young men and thrown into a snow pile, causing a fracture and preventing her from skiing again. Because the plot collapsed earlier, this caused a change. Gu Chubbing could no longer maintain her posture against the wall and collapsed onto the ground. This means that whether it's before or after the plot change, her fate will be tragic. Why? She hadn't offended anyone. Gu Yi, let me guess, could it be Gu Zhe seeking revenge on Gu Laosan? Earlier, Gu Laosan was biased towards me and scolded Gu Zhe. The fake one held a grudge and made a big move. Gu Chubbing suddenly looked up, staring at the white wall, as if her gaze could penetrate it and see inside. Gu Zhe seeking revenge on her. She had been so good to him, acting as his pawn for so many years, and he was seeking revenge on her. And using such cruel methods? Gu Haoquan. Su Yi, the pair of twins. System, young master, you are still too kind. Even without your appearance, the fake one would have equally taken revenge on every Gu family member. Gu Yi rolled over again. It can't be helped. That's how the plot is arranged. Besides, what do I have to worry about? No one in the Gu family likes me. When Gu Laosan has an accident, the fake one will blame me. He's determined to pin the disaster star's excrement on me. Whatever. I hope next time I can successfully sever ties with them and stay away from this troublesome place. The family of 5 at the door was about to collapse. Guze wants to take revenge on all of them. Then other family members will also suffer in succession. System, young master, do you want to hear more gossip about the twins' follow-up? The twin sisters' ears perked up. They had more gossip? Didn't everything turn out fine? Tell me quickly. Hurry up and elaborate. Guyi had already taken out his phone and opened a web page. No, I'm going to surf the internet now. Their life or death has nothing to do with me. The system flashed and disappeared. The people at the door were all itching with impatience. For the first time, they felt the urge to rush in, grab Guyi by the collar, demand the system, and make him spill all the gossip. After calming themselves down, they tiptoed away. They didn't go to find Guze. They all returned to Gu Haokuan and Su Yi's room. Gu Chubbing asked first, Mom and Dad, sisters, you can also hear the beep. She couldn't say anything about hearing in her thoughts. The whole family nodded repeatedly. Gu Chubbing sighed. So what's the situation now? Can Guze also hear it? Su Yi. He probably can't. If he could hear it, his reaction wouldn't be like this. Gu Chuyao. And I feel like whenever I get close to Guze, there's a strange power controlling me, and I can't speak my mind. Gu Chuyi echoed the same sentiment. Dad, what do we do about that maid now? Gu Haokuan was furious. Get rid of her. Why keep that troublemaker? Causing discord in the household. Su Yi, however, said, we can't just let her go like that. Su Yi finished speaking, and her 3 daughters were all greatly startled. Mother's expression was terrifying. She was rarely like this, unless she was provoked. Clearly, the maid named Wang Man had done just that. Gu Haokuan also came to his senses and asked, Wife, what do you plan to do? Su Yi held the fake necklace, her eyes full of murderous intent. She switched my real necklace, which is worth 80 million. Shouldn't I make her pay? The real necklace had long been switched by Guze. Thinking of this, Su Yi trembled with anger. The son she had raised for over 20 years, even if they were not blood-related, she had always treated him as her own son. From childhood to adulthood, he lived in luxury and got whatever he wanted. She and old Gu had even discussed that even if their biological son returned, they would hand over the Gu family to Guze. After all, the son they had personally educated would be stronger than the biological son who was living out there without any true capabilities. Moreover, they had watched him grow up and understood him very well. They were at ease leaving the Gu family in his hands. But now, Su Yi had been severely slapped in the face. This necklace was not about money. It was a family heirloom from her maiden family. Guze knew this clearly, yet he secretly switched it. He even manipulated her into turning off the surveillance, just to make it easier for him to tamper with things. If it were just this one matter, she might have been able to forgive him a little. But her biological son had just returned, and Guze had schemed so much. She couldn't forgive him. Su Yi hated deception the most, especially being deceived by someone she valued most. Gu Haokuan nodded. All right. Guze had not only disappointed them too much, but his actions showed he didn't consider them family at all. Just like what Xiao Yi said in his heart, Guze would retaliate against every member of the Gu family equally. But they had been wholeheartedly good to him, sincerely and unrequitedly giving their all. Gu Chubbing and the twin sisters exchanged glances. They all felt that mother was right. That Guze was not good at all. He wasn't an ungrateful wretch, but rather a well-fed family thief. If it weren't for him, how could they, the 3 sisters, have felt such hostility towards Gu Yi when they first met him? If it weren't for him, how could Gu Yi have become disheartened with them, thinking they had ulterior motives for everything they did? He even always wanted to sever ties with his family and escape from here. But clearly, he was the biological son of the Gu family, and this was his home. You 3 go back to your rooms, and don't come out. Su Yi instructed her 3 daughters. They had just mentioned that a strange power controlled them, preventing them from telling the truth. Perhaps this was what Xiao Yi mentioned in his heart, the power of the plot. The 3 sisters rushed away, even staying in their 3rd elder sister's room to avoid being controlled by the plot and doing anything further. In the living room, Su Yi and Gu Haokuan sat in the main seats. The maid Wang Man knelt on the ground, her makeup smudged from crying, resembling a female ghost. Su Yi remained cold-faced. The evidence is conclusive. If you still don't admit it, then I'll have to call the police. Wang Man was almost scared to pee herself. She kowtowed repeatedly. Madam, please don't call the police. I really don't know. Second young master told me to do it. I really don't know anything. Gu Haokuan was furious. Presumptuous. At this point, you still frame Xiaozhe? He is our son. Does he need to switch necklaces? Wang Manman was extremely frightened and recounted how Gu Zhe had ordered her to switch the necklace a month ago. However, Su Yi and Gu Haokuan did not believe her at all and insisted on calling the police. Seeing this, a maid secretly ran upstairs to fetch help. Upstairs, Gu Zhe smashed everything he could in the room, gritting his teeth in hatred. Gu Yi, it was all his fault. He was a jinx. If he hadn't returned, why would he be so unlucky? Why couldn't he just die outside? What was he coming back for? And that Gu Haokuan's family, why hadn't they come to comfort him yet? If it were in the past, after he ran away like that, they would have come to comfort him, given him various compensations, and coaxed him into smiling. They all said they would treat him as well as before, but now they were siding with that Gu Yi. A bunch of liars. Just then, a maid knocked on the door. Second young master, it's bad. Madam is going to call the police to arrest Man-Man. Gu Zhe thought they had come, and just as he was about to put on a wronged expression, he heard this. Gu Zhe was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? The Gu family was not an ordinary small citizen. They were a wealthy family. It was just a maid making a mistake, and it was impossible to reach the point of calling the police. If the matter blew up, what about the Gu family's reputation? The maid was anxious. Second young master, I'm not talking nonsense. Madam said Man-Man switched the necklace, which is worth 80 million. If Man-Man doesn't produce the real necklace, Madam will call the police. What? This time Gu Zhe was stunned. Su, he had discovered the necklace was fake? What did Man-Man say? Gu Zhe asked. The maid shook her head. I don't know. Man-Man was crying so hard. I couldn't hear clearly. Of course, she couldn't say directly. Second young master was particularly vindictive, and he had many ways to punish servants. She didn't dare to offend him. Gu Zhe was furious and slapped the maid. Useless trash. He quickly ran downstairs, absolutely unable to let the maid tell the truth. Because of Gu Ye's return, he was already disliked by his family. If the necklace switching incident was exposed, then he would probably be kicked out of the Gu family, right? Thinking of this, Gu Zhe was unwilling. He had made arrangements for so many years, and he hadn't gotten everything yet. He absolutely couldn't leave like this. Dad, Mom, blame me if you want to blame anyone. It was all my temporary lapse in judgment that led me to do the wrong thing. Man-Man is just a maid. She is innocent. Man-Man is very pitiful. She has to support 2 younger brothers. If she leaves our family, her whole family won't be able to survive. As soon as Gu Zhe reached the stairs, he burst into tears and rushed into Su Yi's arms. Unfortunately, Su Yi sidestepped and avoided his embrace. Gu Zhe missed and fell onto the sofa, which instantly made him forget to cry. Mother rejected him. In the past 20 years, she had never done this before. Moreover, she hadn't even come to comfort him when he was so wronged just now. And instead, she was punishing a maid here. He had been wronged. Wasn't that the most important thing in the Gu family? Su Yi didn't even want to look at him and said directly, Xiaozhe, you are still speaking up for the maid now, but she has pushed all the blame onto you. Gu Haokuan coldly snorted. She said you told her to do it, and that you switched the necklace. Gu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Wang Man-Man had actually implicated him? How dare she? Man-Man, what did you say? Gu Zhe looked at the maid, his eyes full of disappointment and disbelief. Ha ha ha. The fake is acting again. Just watch. Old Su and old Gu are being played by him. I won't tell them that the real necklace is being worn around the fake's neck. Gu Yi was watching the show from the top of the stairs. Gu Zhe rushed in front of Wang Man-Man, looking heartbroken as if he had been stabbed in the back. However, Wang Man-Man had decided to go all out, confessing everything about the 2 necklace thefts. She also stated she was willing to hand over the evidence of how Gu Zhe had threatened and enticed her. Su Yi stared intently at Gu Zhe, not wanting to miss any expression on his face. Just then, she heard Gu Ye's thoughts. Gu Zhe was actually wearing the real necklace? And he could still act so pitiful and innocent in front of her. She really wanted to look up at Gu Yi, but fortunately, Gu Haokuan held her hand and gently shook his head at her. Don't look up. If you scare him, you won't be able to hear anything. Su Yi reluctantly didn't look up, and when she looked at Gu Zhe again, her eyes were full of rage. Gu Zhe, do you still think I shouldn't have called the police? She didn't want to watch Gu Zhe's act anymore. She found it disgusting. Gu Zhe, however, got more into character. He crawled on his knees to Su Yi, hugging her arm. Mom, it's all my fault for being too nice to the servants. I spoiled them, and now they dare to bully me. But I still can't bear it. I treat her like family, and she's so young. If she gets caught, Her life will be ruined. Dad, say something. I know it's all my fault for being too kind, but didn't Mom and Dad teach me this? I, I really can't bring myself to do it. Whoa. After kneeling before Su-yi, he then knelt before Gu Haokuan. His tears flowed profusely, like a river breaking its banks. Gu Yi even applauded him. Amazing. I've met thick-skinned people before, but I've never met anyone this thick-skinned. He's praising himself for being too kind. Damn it. Truly, when a person has no shame, they are invincible. Gu Haokuan looked at Gu Zhe, seeing him cry so sadly. His years of habit kicked in, and he wanted to comfort him. But hearing Gu Ye's thoughts shattered that thought completely. He reached out and touched Gu Ze's head. Little Zhe, you really are. Suddenly, he grabbed the necklace around Gu Ze's neck and, with a slight pull, yanked the entire necklace out. Little Yi said the real necklace was on Gu Ze's neck, so he would take it out and see how Gu Ze could still deny it. Gu Ze, who had been lowering his head and faking his crying, suddenly felt a pain around his neck. When he looked up again, he saw Gu Haokuan holding the necklace in his hand. Dad? Gu Ze was completely stunned. Was he dreaming? Didn't Dad want to comfort him? Why didn't he comfort him, but instead stole his thing? Gu Yi was also taken aback. My goodness. Has old Gu finally grown a brain? No, he's blind as a bat, and suddenly he's not blind anymore? How could he discover such a hidden necklace? Good job, old Gu. His sharp eyes are a bit like mine. Gu Haokuan, being praised by his own son, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was a compliment, right? Gu Ze, how did you end up wearing my necklace? Su-yi ignored Gu Ye's thoughts and rushed over, taking the necklace into her hands. Just now, she had been racking her brains, trying to figure out how to get the heirloom back. Who would have thought the necklace was actually being worn by Gu Ze? He was truly something. Knowing how much she cared about this necklace, he had secretly swapped it, and he was wearing it openly under her nose. She coddled him every day, fulfilling his every request. In his eyes, she must have been a complete idiot. Someone who would count money for him even after being sold out by him. Was he very pleased with himself? The more she thought about it, the more furious she became. Su-yi felt like her lungs would explode. Gu Ze's brain had crashed. Mom recognized it. But, didn't she have poor eyesight? Mom, you're mistaken. This isn't your necklace. Gu Ze wanted to snatch it back. He had promised to give it to his own mother. He also felt the necklace was very nice, and it was the Su family's heirloom, so he had worn it for a few days. Who would have thought it would be discovered? Su-yi's eyes widened. Holding the necklace, she said, How is it not mine? My name is on it. At this point, he was still trying to fool her. He really took her for an idiot and found it amusing to play tricks on her. Gu Ze was speechless. Behind the largest sapphire, indeed, there was Su-yi's name. Not an initial, nor in English, just the two characters, Su-yi. Damn it. He hadn't noticed it at the time. So then, Gu Ze, so what Wang Man said was true? You had her swap my necklace. Su-yi felt like she was going to vomit blood. She had poured her heart out, only to raise a thief. Gu Ze immediately retorted, No, Mom, it's not like that. It was all Wang Man's own idea. In a flash of thought, Gu Ze could only throw Wang Man under the bus. It was she who had a crush on me. To show off in front of me, she swapped your necklace. I was deceived by her too. She said she bought a fake. Mom, we can't keep a thief like Wang Man. We should call the police and have her arrested. Losing a chess piece wasn't a big deal. Preserving himself was the most important thing. He gave Wang Man a fierce glare. If she dared to say anything more, he would make her pay a heavy price. Gu Yi almost burst out laughing. The fake's brain is really quick. He originally intended to give the necklace to his birth mother, but then he took a liking to it himself and wore it for a few days. It was during these few days that the necklace was snatched back. Since he couldn't hide it anymore, he'll just pass the buck. Wang Man is a wasted pawn. He'll have to find a new candidate to climb into old Gu's bed. The system side, another plot point broken. Stupid host. Guzi, who do you think he'll choose? System, I'm incredibly intelligent. My mechanical brain isn't enough to guess. For the mission, I'm giving it my all. Guyi, it's good that you're sensible, but I need to see. Over there. Su-yi, hearing Gu Ye's thoughts, almost rushed over to beat Gu Ze. He had told her that he had never met his biological parents and didn't intend to meet them. He had also said he investigated and found out he was abandoned by his biological parents. So he had already secretly contacted his biological parents and even stole her things for them. Good. Very good indeed. She, the dignified daughter of the Su family, was actually played like this by a young brat. If it weren't for her son's thoughts, her entire family would have been robbed by a fake. Gu Haokuan looked at Gu Ze, narrowing his eyes. Gu Ze, do you really think so? Gu Ze suddenly remembered something and changed his mind. Dad, Let's not call the police. I I was deceived by her, but I still can't ruin someone's life. And if we call the police, it will blow up. Our family just had a major incident, and Big Brother just returned. Those few families might try to tarnish Big Brother's reputation again. Every word was considerate of others, but in reality, he was afraid his necklace-swapping incident would be discovered and affect his own reputation. At the same time, he didn't forget to label Gu Yi as a jinx. Gu Yi, the fake one, hasn't forgotten to pin blame on me. This tenacious spirit, I admire it. But he's also overly nervous. Old Sue and old Gu won't blame him at all. They'll believe whatever he says. It's just a necklace, after all. How can a fake son be more important than medicine? Sue listened to her son's thoughts and felt extremely pained. She was truly blind to not believe her own son because of a fake son. She had even told the fake son that no matter what, she would stand by Guze's side. The thought of how she had poured her heart out for Guze while her own son was suffering outside made her regret it so much she wanted to go back in time and slap herself. Gu Haokuin was also trembling with anger at Guze. Even now, he was pretending to be kind in front of him. Fine. Then he would go head-to-head with this so-called good son. I'm saying this one last time. Gu Yi is my biological son. He is the Gu family's lucky star. Anyone who dares to call him a jinx, I will never let them off. After issuing his threat, Gu Haokuin fired the maid, confiscated all items given by the Gu family, and sent her out of the house that very night. Guze lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as if he had suffered immense injustice. But in his heart, he already hated Gu Haokuin. What kind of damn Gu family patriarch was he? He was just a clueless old fool. Gu Yi only shared a blood relation with him. He didn't go to university, hadn't seen the world, and was even presentable. He was inferior to him in every way, yet Gu Haokuin favored him so much. He even said words that hurt and saddened him to his face. Why was he treating him like this? He was doing this for the good of the family. He had always praised him for being smart, sensible, kind, and filial. Why did he forget everything as soon as Gu Yi returned? At this moment, Gu Ye's thoughts echoed. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Old Gu is also going crazy, actually not defending the fake one. But he's just angry now. After tonight, he'll forget everything. Boring, I'm going back to sleep. System, old Sue and old Gu did well too. That maid will definitely seek revenge on Guze. Gu Yi turned to leave. She had better be alive to see that day. Sue and Gu Haokuin exchanged glances, said nothing, and quickly returned to their rooms to arrange for someone to track the maid. Guze was left aside and had to return to his room by himself. He barely slept that night. He was too angry to sleep. He had cried so much, yet neither his mother nor his father came to comfort him. And those three bitches, Gu Chubbing and the others, didn't come to comfort him either, to give him hugs and kisses. The anger in his heart burned fiercely, wishing he could burn down the entire house. He had to think of a way to make Gu Yi disappear completely. Early in the morning, the entire Gu family had breakfast together. Gu Yi still sat beside Sue, while Guze sat in the corner. Gu Chubbing and her two sisters were unwilling to sit next to him, not even looking at him. They didn't want to be controlled by that strange power and be unable to say a word of justice. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. Moreover, they all wanted to sit next to Gu Yi, to eat melon. They wanted to hear his thoughts. Seeing this, Guze's hatred for Gu Yi intensified, hating him for stealing everything that belonged to him. When he wanted to act pitiful and cry again, Sue shot him a glare. If he dared to cry again, she would slap him. Guze was startled and held back his cry. Gu Yi was in a great mood. No wonder the fake one is so hostile towards me. This wealthy lifestyle is so good, with over 20 kinds of breakfast every morning. If he leaves here and goes back to his birth parents in that poor mountain village, what will he eat? He'll eat shit. System, he's just too greedy. Old Gu and old Sue said they wouldn't kick him out, but he still wants to drive you away and monopolize the entire family fortune. Gu Yi, that has nothing to do with me. I don't want to be a beast of burden anymore. I want to lie flat. System. Sue glanced at Guze. His birth parents were in a poor mountain village. He even stole her necklace and gave it to that kind of woman. Heh. Sue placed the steak she had personally cut onto Gu Ye's plate. Xiaoyi, you seem to really like eating this. Eat slowly. There's plenty more in the kitchen. Gu Yi didn't even look up, only replied. Okay. They're nice to me now, but they might turn on me later. This family's brains are scrambled. When their brains are no longer scrambled, they'll target me. They are the fake one's parents. I'm not interested. Suyi's hand paused as she was serving food, and a wave of guilt washed over her again. Sigh. She had disappointed her own son again, but she couldn't stop. She had to continue to make up for his missing motherly love. Xiaoyi, this is milk from our family's ranch. Try some. These are sea cucumbers and scallops from our sea, not synthesized. And this, as if stimulated, her actions of serving food couldn't stop. A small mountain quickly piled up in front of Gu Yi, but he maintained a detached attitude. Gu Zhe watched the entire process, gritting his teeth in hatred. That was the treatment he should have received. Gu Yi didn't deserve to enjoy it at all. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui had no appetite for food, desperately wanting to hear the follow-up gossip. At this moment, Mama Zhang came over and said, "Madam, Miss Feng Baobao from Feng's group is here. Should I let her in?" Su Yi quickly stood up, smiling. "Where is she? Hurry and let her in." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Baobao had already arrived. "Uncle and Aunt, good morning. I'm so sorry to bother you so early in the morning." Then she stared at the food on the table, not feeling embarrassed at all. Su Yi took her little hand, smiling. "Bao Bao, come and eat with us. Sit next to Xiao Yi." Gu Chubing, who was originally sitting there, quickly got up when her mother shot her a glare, making space. But by doing this, she had to sit next to Gu Zhe. "Bao Bao, you can sit here. I've just finished eating, and I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." She didn't want to sit next to that fake Gu Zhe and had to go look at the admissions for those 5 exceptionally talented little troublemakers. Upon seeing Feng Baobao, Gu Zhe quickly stood up. "Sister Bao, I missed you so much. You haven't visited me in so long." Gu Zhe licked his face and reached out to grab Feng Baobao's little hand. Feng Baobao immediately gave him a death stare. "What do you want?" Gu Zhe was stunned. "Sister Bao, I was just happy to see you. I didn't mean anything else." Feng Baobao rolled her eyes. "We're not close. Why are you acting happy?" Without paying attention to Gu Zhe, she directly sat down in the seat next to Gu Yi. "Gu Yi, we meet again." Feng Baobao took the initiative to greet Gu Yi. Gu Yi was busy eating pan-fried shrimp dumplings. He looked up at her when he had a moment, nodded, and responded. Guzi, why did Feng Baobao come? Wasn't she retaliated against by her cousin?" Just as Feng Baobao was about to eat a pan-fried shrimp dumpling, she heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. This made her instantly straighten her back and even move closer to Gu Yi. Fortunately, she had the nerve to come over for a meal. Gu Yi, besides being good-looking and a bit shallow in his thinking, had another major advantage. He was truly interested in gossip. System, little master, Feng Baobao is indeed not an ordinary girl. Of course, she wasn't retaliated against by her cousin or anything, because she sent her cousin and his entire family to the police station, including that cousin's wife and the college student. Gu Yi was drinking soup when he heard this news and almost choked. "She's so awesome. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. Tell me, how did she do it?" He also glanced at the girl next to him. She was eating a small pan-fried shrimp dumpling with her mouth, her movements so exaggerated, like a witch eating a dead child in a cartoon. One was gossiping with the system, the other was eating with feigned seriousness, but actually eavesdropping and gossiping. However, this scene was not perceived the same way by others. For example, Gu Zhe. He was indeed not close to Feng Baobao. To be precise, he really disliked girls like Feng Baobao. Her looks were average, her figure even worse, and she was not gentle at all. He was a standard male chauvinist. In his eyes, any woman was his accessory. When they saw him, they should have fawned over him and worshipped him like a god. Feng Baobao was the pampered darling of the Feng family. She had 4 older brothers who doted on her to an extreme. Gu Zhe initially wanted to get close to Feng Baobao, but her 4 older brothers guarded him like a thief. But no matter what, he wouldn't let a woman he didn't care for go to Gu Yi. "Mom, Dad, did I do something wrong to make Sister Bauer angry? Can I apologize to Sister Bauer?" Gu Zhe stood behind Feng Baobao and Gu Yi, speaking aggrievedly. Su Yi was listening to Gu Ye's thoughts. Gu Zhe's sudden appearance made her couldn't help but roll her eyes. He was putting on another act. It was so annoying. Gu Haokuan was also very angry. He didn't understand why Gu Zhe couldn't just be peaceful for a moment. Did he need everyone to revolve around him and appease him before he was satisfied? He wasn't a girl. Why was he always crying or acting effeminate? How did he get so brainless before that he actually thought he was well-behaved, sensible, and kind? Bah! Just then, he heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. That fake must have water in his brain, the kind a pump can't drain. He always looked down on Feng Baobao, disdaining her figure and looks, and that she wouldn't be his fan. But when he saw Feng Baobao getting close to me, he couldn't accept it. He's causing trouble again. Next, he'll probably grab my head and push me into the soup basin. To escape this predicament, I'll have to endure this even if I have to cry. Feng Baobao instantly bristled. That fake Gu Zhe looked down on her, disdained her figure, her looks, and that she wouldn't be his sycophant. She, the dignified daughter of Feng Group, the pampered darling of a 3-generation-only line, was actually disdained by a fake. Guze. Feng Baobao stood up and turned to look at Guze. Guze flashed a gentle smile and said, Sister Bauer, I'm sorry. I was rude just now. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. While speaking, he had already moved closer to Gu Yi and seemed to be about to fall, extending his hand at the same time. Su Yi and the others, having heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts, had been staring intently at Guze. Seeing that he had already reached out, clearly about to do as Gu Ye's inner thoughts said, they all stood up in unison, about to rush over. However, at the critical moment, someone was faster than them. Feng Baobao grabbed Guze's head and directly pushed it into the freshly served soup basin. Bitch, you want me to apologize, just with words? Today, I'll let you know the proper posture for apologizing to me. Feng Baobao. How dare he bully Gu Yi? That guy could only be bullied by her, but by others? No way. Guze struggled with all his might, trying to pull his head out of the soup basin, but he couldn't. Whoa. Are all the Gu family members dead? Why aren't they coming to save him? Damn Feng Baobao. How dare she bully him like this? She's just a useless girl. Su Yi and the others, who were about to rush over, all breathed a sigh of relief. They were scared to death. They had even thought that they were too late and had caused Gu Yi to be bullied. It still had to be Feng Baobao, who didn't falter at the crucial moment. They didn't even realize that they completely disregarded Guze's well-being, and instead, they were all secretly delighted. It was simply because Gu Yi had not been harmed in the slightest, and Guze's scheme had not succeeded. Gu Yi was stunned. He quickly moved his position to give Feng Baobao better room to maneuver. No way. Is her temper this violent? The little princess of Feng Group is indeed not just for show. System. Exactly. She's a girl who doesn't play by the rules. She caught her cousin's whole family off guard. Gu Yi looked at Su Yi and the others again. He felt like he was dreaming. Feng Baobao versus Guze, an epic battle. I can understand that. But what about those few? Why did they all stand up? Wasn't it to help Guze? But now Guze is in the soup basin, and they're just watching? Not going to help? Su Yi and the others all looked at Gu Yi, their faces filled with obsequious smiles. As long as little Yi was okay. They didn't care about that scheming fake, he deserved it. Gu Yi looked at their smiles and felt even more dreamlike. They are smiling? Oh, I get it. Su Yi and the others were incredibly excited. Little Yi finally accepted their sincerity, which was wonderful. However, Gu Ye's inner thoughts were transmitted again. They're putting on a show for me. Now they're making me lower my guard, and later they'll fly into a rage at me. Guze was bullied. They must be heartbroken. TSK. I understand this routine too well, and this smart, true young master will never fall for their tricks. The smiles on Su Yi and the others' faces cracked, falling to the ground in pieces. Too soon to be happy. Little Yi still didn't understand. Sigh. Feng Baobao listened to Gu Ye's thoughts, and then looked at the Gu family members on the side. She also understood. So this family's brains were all filled with drama. On the surface, they smiled at Gu Yi, their biological son, but in reality, they hid knives. Idiots. If this were in her own home, she would have given them a few hefty shovels. Sister Bao, Guze seems to be not moving anymore. Gu Chuyao asked weakly. Too fierce. The young lady of Feng Group was just like the rumors. Unreasonable. No matter who provoked her, she would act. She heard that she also had a shovel snatched from the countryside, and even buried an old butler alive at home. She must have also heard Big Brother's thoughts, and perhaps she even fancied Big Brother. Sigh. If I had such a sister-in-law, it would really be too terrifying. Feng Baobao glanced at Guze, grabbing his head with one hand and the soup basin with the other. While throwing the person out, she directly flipped the soup basin onto his face. Guze lay on the ground and let out a scream. He quickly fumbled to remove the basin from his face. Feng Baobao, are you looking for death? After coughing a few times, he could barely utter these words. Feng Baobao stood with her arms crossed, looking down at him. Fake, you're not pretending anymore. Weren't you acting like we were very close just now? I'm looking for death? Do you want to try what it feels like to be buried alive? Guze was so scared that his face lost all color. Looking at Feng Baobao, it was like looking at a ghost. Burying people alive with a shovel, catching a thief on the street, and making him foam at the mouth, kicking away 3 hooligans with one kick. Who in the wealthy circle didn't know about Feng Baobao's deeds? There were even foreign comic authors who drew her as a crazy strong policewoman, and it was very popular. Guze didn't want to be buried alive. He still had important things to do. Whoa, Dad, Mom, I don't know where I offended Sister Bao. She actually came to my house to bully me. Although our Gu family status is not as high as the Feng families, you can't let people bully me like this. Whoa, Dad, Mom, don't blame Big Brother either. Big Brother didn't say anything. Although Big Brother has opinions about me, he is definitely not the kind of person who would use such methods. If he couldn't be tough against Feng Baobao, then he would use his own trump card. Gui acted so noble, looking down on this and not forgiving that. He never expected that his schemes were so deep. He didn't know what methods she used to curry favor with Feng Baobao. The young lady of Feng Group had no patience with him and instead used him as a pawn for Gui. Gui sat back in his seat and continued to eat and drink. Even though I'm the fake and useless one, he escalated the conflict to two families. He took the opportunity to sow discord and made me take the blame. I need to eat quickly. Although the plan to use a bitter ploy didn't work, if I get reprimanded by the Gu family later, or if I take the opportunity to apologize to Feng Baobao, then I can sever ties and leave here. This is my last breakfast at the Gu family. The next time I eat so well, I'll have to pay out of my own pocket. Su-yi covered her face with one hand and lowered her head. She really didn't know whether to praise him or praise him. Heaven and earth are big. Eating is the biggest. With things having escalated to this point, he could still eat. Gu Haokuan also covered his mouth and laughed unkindly. You brat. Smart, not influenced by the outside world. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink. He's like me in this regard. Feng Baobao watched Gu eat with relish, and listening to his thoughts, she also pulled her chair back and continued to eat and drink. If Gu were to leave the Gu family soon, then she would have to take him in. She definitely couldn't miss out on such a gifted and powerful person. Also, the Gu family's breakfast was really delicious. She would ask later if she could borrow their chef to use at home. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui were anxious. They didn't want Big Brother to leave home. But the more anxious they were, the less they could say. Damn it. They were controlled by that strange power again. You few, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and help the second young master up. It's just kids playing around. It's not a big deal. Su-yi glanced at the servants standing by and immediately ordered them. Gu Haokuan said with a cold face, Xiaozhe, we all know you're the most sensible. What you said just now was correct. This was an accident and has nothing to do with Xiaoyi. I don't think you're hungry either. You've gotten dirty all over. Hurry back and clean up. Stay home today and don't go out. Several servants came over and quickly helped Guze up. Guze wanted to continue pretending to be pitiful, but when he heard Gu Haokuan say that, his brain went completely blank. What's wrong with that old geezer? His precious son was bullied by a good-for-nothing like Feng Baobao, and he only said a few words like that? He wasn't praising Guyi, couldn't he hear that? Mom, this. Guze was unwilling. He looked at Su-yi, wanting to pretend to be pitiful and sell himself short. What did he mean by kids playing around? Neither he nor Feng Baobao were kids, and he almost drowned. Su-yi didn't give him a chance to speak. Xiaozhe, it's all my fault. Mom didn't educate you well before. Do you remember this time? Don't cry so much in the future. Girls find it annoying to see you like that. After saying that, she waved her hand impatiently, telling the servants to quickly take Guze away. Crying and fussing so early in the morning ruined even the best mood. Guze was about to explode with anger. Had Sui been possessed? Was this something she would say? Was she blind? He had been bullied to this extent. Shouldn't she have come to comfort him and then given him a card, letting him spend as he pleased to relax? Gui also had a shocked expression. He couldn't even swallow the abalone in his mouth. My God, old Gu and old Su have really grown brains. Or did they grow tumors? Guze stole old Su's 80 million necklace before and framed me, and they didn't pursue anything, which was fine, as only a few people knew about it anyway. But now, Guze was almost drowned, and he deliberately escalated the conflict. They don't even care? They didn't even scold me. Yeah, why aren't they scolding me? You guys come and scold me. As long as you open your mouths, I'll immediately pack my bags and leave. Gui took a sip of water and then turned to look at Gu Haokuan and Sui. The latter two immediately smiled and walked to Gu Ye's side. Xiaoyi, did the soup splash on you just now? Don't be afraid. This was all an accident. Xiaozhe is very sensible. He doesn't blame you at all. Sui appeased him. Gu Haokuan took out his phone and tapped a few times. Xiaoyi, it was all my fault just now. It affected your appetite and ruined your good mood for eating. Dad is transferring 50 million to you. Go out and stroll later, buy whatever you want. Guyi, what? This plot can be played like this? Old Gu made a move of 50 million. I already have a small goal. Oh my, if it's going to be like this, then I really can't think about severing ties anymore. System. Such a gold-digging host. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui were no longer controlled by the abnormal strength. They exchanged glances and all took out their phones, operating them frantically. Big brother, this is a homecoming gift I'm giving you. 8 million. Big brother, I'm also giving you a homecoming gift, also 8 million. As long as there's money, Big Brother won't leave, so hurry up and give it. They hadn't eaten the subsequent juicy gossip yet, and they didn't want to die, nor did they want to go bankrupt. Guze looked at them, feeling like his sky had fallen. Why? Why were they giving Guyi money? That was his money. These few people were all not normal. He had to call Big Sister and ask her to come back quickly to uphold justice. Guya's inner thoughts. I'm doing better now, and easily became a billionaire. You know what? You really have to say. It's also a good thing that this family's brains are fried. They are generous and open-minded. No wonder the fake one is desperately unwilling to leave and wanted to drive me out. The Gu family's immense wealth. Even if he isn't greedy, wouldn't his parents from that impoverished mountain village be greedy? Upon hearing their son's inner thoughts, Gu Haokuin and Su Yi felt even more heartbroken. They watched Guze grow up, personally nurtured him, and gave him the best resources. They always believed that Guze never cared about vanity, nor was he greedy for money. After all, he was their only son in the Gu family, and the vast family fortune would surely be left to him in the future. But neither of them expected that the result would be the exact opposite. The princess was actually the most greedy one. The couple couldn't understand how they had been blind for the past 20-odd years and hadn't noticed the slightest hint. And when did Guze find out about his biological parents? Gu Haokuin wouldn't bother with so many things. He would return to the company shortly and revoke all of Guze's positions. According to Gu Ye's inner thoughts, Guze, whom they raised, didn't know how to be grateful and wanted to retaliate against everyone in the Gu family. Such a scoundrel, he wouldn't give him the empire he worked hard to build. Feng Baobao was still eating, but her mind was filled with Gu Ze's past misdeeds. Did that scoundrel look down on her? She would tell her older brother later to handle it. Gu Yi didn't bother with their thoughts and looked at the Gu family members, saying calmly, "Thank you, everyone. Let's eat." They've already given money, and quite a lot too. Even for the sake of the money, I have to give them a little face. Without Guze present, everyone felt more at ease. "Brother, let's go skiing. Third sister just messaged me. She's holding auditions for trainees today and a welcome banquet tonight," Gu Qiao suggested. Third sister said that Gu Yi must be brought along to help them vet the trainees. Gu Chui looked at Feng Baobao and asked, "Sister Bauer, do you want to go skiing? Let's go together." Big brother's combat power should not be as good as Sister Bauer. With Sister Bauer there, she could be their bodyguard. Feng Baobao was already stuffed and readily agreed. "Okay, let's go there to digest a bit." After speaking, she looked at Gu Yi again and asked, "Gu Yi, are you like Guze and don't know how to ski? Who has nothing better to do than go skiing? Of course, we have to go for the gossip. How can it be done without Gu Yi?" Gu Yi smirked. "What a joke. Who is like that fake 1-inch? It's a good opportunity to go there and eat melons. I also want to see for myself who those 5 extraordinarily talented individuals are." Gu San is also not quite right in the head, actually speaking up for me. After she fell a few times, her brain will surely work better. In the future, she will definitely blame me for being a jinx who caused her to break her bones. Anyway, I already have 100 million now, so I won't lose out even if I leave now. Hearing these inner thoughts, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as Gu Yi was willing to go, it was fine. As for his words that Gu Chubbing would blame him for being a jinx, that was impossible. Sui also heard it. She didn't offer any explanation and quickly went to the cloakroom. Not long after, when she reappeared, she had already changed into a set of ski gear. "Mom, are you going to ski in Switzerland?" Gu Qiao asked. Sui replied, "I'm going with you. I've already spoken with third sister. I'll just be a judge." Gu Yi almost burst out laughing. "Just be a judge? Old Sue is too funny. Clearly, she's a family member. Why would she be a judge? If you find this book good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time." "System, young master, don't you remember? Old Sue was a world skiing champion in her youth." Sue straightened her back, raised her eyebrows slightly, her face full of proud expression. "You brat. You underestimated your own mother. Gu Yi, it wasn't bought. Don't all rich people play like this? Money can buy everything." Su Yi's mouth twitched. "Bought what? She was a genuine champion." "System, young master, this is really not bought. Your own mother is truly exceptionally talented. Gu San was a famous skier at a young age, and it's inherited." Gu Yi rolled his eyes silently. If she's so capable, why did she lose her own son? And was blind enough to be played around by the fake one? If I hadn't come, the original host would have died tragically. "System, you know how to talk." Su Yi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her, and her heart tightened again. She also wanted to know how her son was lost back then. But after searching for so many years, she couldn't find anything at all. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui also lowered their heads silently. Big brother was right. If mom was so capable, how could she have lost her child and been fooled? "Sai, let's go." The cars are all ready, Sui said, walking ahead. I've asked third sister to prepare our luggage. On the second-floor balcony, Guze watched them all leave, trembling with anger. Damn Guyi. Ever since he came back, he's stolen everything that belongs to me. Let him die? He must die. Sui and her two little money-losing goods, they usually revolved around him. Now they ran to revolve around Guyi. That old BTCH and her little BTCH. All a bunch of betches. And that Feng Baobao, how dare she treat him like that? He would let her know who she had offended. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He smashed an expensive vase in the room, worth 5,800,000. It was a gift from Gu San for his birthday last year. However, he had long since swapped the real one. Everything in the room could be said to be a fake. He made a phone call. It's me. Get rid of that Wang Man, and then go find that little bastard from the Feng family. Yes, the target is Feng Baobao. Doesn't she like skiing very much? Let her have a good time playing with Gu Chubbing. Sui and the others didn't talk much, wanting to hear Gu Ye's inner thoughts. However, they didn't expect that fellow would be sleeping in the car as soon as he got in and slept all the way to their destination. Gu Chubbing's heart finally settled when she saw Gu Yi. Mom, little Yi, Sister Bauer, sisters, you're here. It's the warm-up practice phase, and the selection competition is about to start. Would you like to sit for a while, or warm up as well? Everyone expressed that they wanted to ski a couple of times. At this moment, Gu Ye's inner thoughts sounded. Guzi, isn't the fake one making any moves? We didn't fight Feng Baobao just now, and we're out playing together. No one is watching him. I don't believe he won't take action. Sui and the others. What action does Guze want to take? Feng Baobao didn't care. She was faster than the fake one. At this time, her older brother had already set off. System, young master, you live up to your name. You are as wise as you are prescient. The fake one has indeed made a move. He wants you dead. You all need to be careful, especially Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao instantly perked up. Guze's guts were really big. Wanting her to die? She took out her phone and sent another message to her brother. She needed to add a code to Guze. Sui, Mu and the others were all shocked. They already knew Guze was hostile towards Gu Yi, but they never imagined Guze would want Gu Yi dead. He even dared to retaliate against Feng Baobao with such audacity. She was the pampered darling of the Feng group, the sole daughter in 3 generations. Even the Su family, the foremost of the 8 great families, didn't dare to anger her, let alone the insignificant Guze. Gu Chubbing quickly brought over a set of materials, saying, "These are a few talented seeds I've scouted. You'll meet them later. Could you help me assess them?" She had an ominous feeling that Guze's actions against Gu Yi might be related to these individuals. If she looked at their profiles in advance, Gu Yi's system could likely know something. Sui took the materials and leaned closer to Gu Yi, saying, "Xiao Yi, you're our family's lucky star. You have a good eye for people. Why don't you take a look?" She had to call old Gu later and ask him to send people to keep an eye on Guze. No matter what, Guze was still a member of the Gu family. If he dared to leave the house, the Feng family would never let him off. If something happened to him, it might cast Gu Yi in a bad light again. Gu Yi glanced at them and refused. "I won't. I'm not some lucky star. Stop flattering me. No matter who those 5 are, if Gu Chubbing gets into trouble later, I'll still be the jinx." System, young master. In this data, there's someone who bullied the original host for 5 years, almost causing the original host to lose a hand. I don't have any good judgment, but I can see which ones are good looking. Gu Yi immediately took the materials and flipped through them page by page. Guzi, what's that beast's name? I can ignore Gu Chubbing and the others, but bullying the original host is equivalent to bullying me. I'm going to make him repay it tenfold. Sui watched Gu Yi flip through the materials, her heart aching intensely. What kind of life did her own son have? When he was in the orphanage, he was bullied for 5 years at such a young age, almost losing his hand. Then look at Guze. She had personally cared for him since he was young, doting on him excessively. If he was even a little unhappy, she could flip the entire school upside down. But what did she get in return? She poured her heart and soul into him, and he schemed against her entire family. If she hadn't heard her own son's thoughts, he would have been hurt again. The twin sisters were also stunned. Big brother had lived such a miserable life. They were lucky if they didn't bully others growing up. As for Guze, he seemed to have bullied others. Feng Baobao frowned. Gu Yi was such a coward before. System, his name is Li Bo, the sole son in a family with 3 generations of single sons. His parents divorced when he was born, and his heartless father sent him to the orphanage. He was only found when his grandfather won a lottery of 1 million yuan when he was 11. Gu Yi flipped to Li Bo's page and looked at the information. Has this face been surgically altered 180 times? Does his family own a beauty salon? System, young master, your eyes are truly discerning. You saw through it so easily. Li Bo has an aunt who opened a beauty salon with fake certificates. For over 10 years, she has harmed the faces of over 1,000 people and caused 30 deaths. Slap. Guyi closed the materials. I'm going skiing. No need to look further. I must act for the heavens against such a heinous person. Is he one of the 5 geniuses? System. Yes, he also knows Guze. Guze has helped the Li family with quite a bit of business. Guyi quickened his pace, wishing he could fly there immediately. Su-yi and the others were stunned in place, their minds in chaos. Guze had connections with people like that? The page has functional options in the upper right corner such as switch simplified/traditional Chinese, adjust font size, and reading background color. Doesn't that mean he indirectly harmed so many people? Su-yi gritted her teeth in anger. I'm going to see. Gu Chubbing quickly stopped her. Mom, don't go. I have surveillance here. The ski resort is crowded. What if something unexpected happens? Sister Bao Bao, you guys go play and be careful. Moreover, they had to quickly contact their father and ask him to find a solution. Feng Bao Bao nodded. Don't worry. I'm awesome. The twin sisters followed along. Their mission was to eavesdrop on gossip and support their big brother. Ski resort. Guyi quickly located his target and skied towards him. With a slight misstep, he knocked Li Bo down. Li Bo screamed and sat on the snow, clutching his right hand, trembling with pain. Quick, grab him. Li Bo ordered his subordinates. Guyi didn't leave at all. He skied in a circle and came back. Li Bo took off his hat and roared viciously. Little beast, is this a place you can just come to? You guys, take him down. Chop off his hand. Guyi sneered and took off his own hat. Little beast. Beggar. Ha ha ha. Are you talking about yourself? Seeing Guyi's face, Li Bo's eyes widened. Guyi, you're not dead yet. Little brat, I should have crippled your hand back then, and now you've delivered yourself. You guys, pin him to the ground right now and break his right hand. No, shatter both of his hands. Li Bo recognized Guyi, and his hatred surged. Back at the orphanage, it was this little beast who ruined his good deeds. He hadn't expected to go home so soon. Otherwise, he would have definitely eliminated this little beast before leaving. Hearing his words, 5 subordinates rushed over in unison, grabbing Guyi. Guyi stood still, letting them grab him. Li Bo, are you sure you want to do this? Guzi, after eating melons for so long, shouldn't you give me some benefit fee? This body didn't have any special abilities. To make him fight 5 against 1? Isn't that being a show-off? System, this system has prepared a beginner's gift package long ago. Do you want to open it now? Guyi, open. System ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Palm Thunder, valid for 5 minutes. Guyi, Guzi, are you f***ing serious? Only 5 minutes? You're that short. System, if you hadn't gone against the usual script and messed up several plot points, could I be this poor? Not receiving a response from the system, Guyi had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. Li Bo sneered. Guyi, you brat. After eating your fill for a few days, you think you're someone now? It's easier for me to kill you than to step on an ant. What are you guys standing around for? He's just an orphan who snuck in. You guys go. An orphan? Guyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Orphans can be bullied as they please. Guyi was grabbed by 5 people and about to be forced to the ground. Feng Bao Bao slid over quickly, seething inwardly. That Guyi guy, he was bullied at the orphanage, and now he's met old enemies after growing up. He's no match for them either. Sigh. Those drama queens from the Gu family. At the critical moment, no one is coming. Maybe I'll talk to Big Brother later and see if he'll recognize Guyi as his godson and let him live at the Feng residence from now on. The twin sisters followed closely, regretting it immensely in their hearts. When Big Brother came over earlier, they should have gone with him. If anything were to happen to Big Brother, and he were to leave the Gu family, then their parents would hate them to death. Meanwhile, watching the surveillance video, Su-yi and Gu Chubbing, mother and daughter, both stood up nervously. Little Yi went over alone. What should we do? Where are the security guards? Don't your ski resorts have security guards? Su-yi was extremely anxious. Gu Chubbing said aggrievedly. Mom, where would I get the money to hire security guards? The money was all given to you for Guze's meals. Huh. Everything Su-yi wanted to say was blocked in her mouth, unable to speak. She remembered that her 3rd child had told her about expanding the ski resort, which required 10 million. But she had given the money to Guze to let him go out and relax. Sigh? Wasn't I out of my mind back then? What should we do now? Su-yi slumped onto the sofa in anger. When the mother and daughter watched the surveillance video again, they were both stunned. At the ski resort, as Li Bo's 5 subordinates exerted force on Guyi, Guyi suddenly pulled out a hand and slapped one of them. A palm thunder struck, and the punk with yellow hair instantly fell to the ground. Before anyone else could react, Guyi continued to use Palm Thunder. In less than a minute, all 5 lackeys were on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Li Bo's small, beady eyes almost popped out. How could this be? How could Guyi's palm have an electric light? Was he using some kind of high-tech anti-wolf electric ball? Guyi, you have a lot of nerve. You can't afford to offend any one of them. You're finished. You'll be in jail for the rest of your life. Li Bo was scared. He wanted to get up, but his legs were weak, and he couldn't. Guyi looked at the countdown, with 3 minutes left. He approached Li Bo step by step and smiled. Shouldn't it be you who will be in jail for the rest of your life? No, you won't even have that chance. Want to see what your finale is? You only have one ending, the end. After all, your Li family has 10 lives on their hands. With that, another Palm Thunder shot out, heading straight for Li Bo's face. Li Bo let out a terrified scream. Before he fainted, his mind was filled with impossibility. Guyi could never know about his business. And what kind of electric shock equipment was he using? In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned. When the conflict happened, some people were already holding up their phones to record videos, and some were even live streaming. Now, in the live stream room, netizens were going crazy. Is this some kind of supernatural show? That young man can generate electricity. Could it be the legendary Heavenly Master descending the mountain? So cool. Female CEO, 5 minutes. I want all information about that man. Guyi, without any effort, climbed to the top of the trending searches. Feng Baobao stopped 3 meters away, completely bewildered. Where were Guyi's inner thoughts? What was that just now? Does he really have superpowers? The twin sisters arrived a little later and hadn't seen the whole process. They just saw their big brother take down 5 people alone. No, 6 people, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Big Brother was safe, their lives were saved. Su Yi and Gu Chubbing, standing in front of the surveillance video screen, stood there blankly, their mouths so wide they could fit several eggs. They had all seen it. Guyi's palm had a fireball. No, it looked like a lightning ball. It was that thing that allowed him to deal with 5 or 6 bad guys. Third child, quickly pinch me, am I dreaming? Su Yi still couldn't believe it. Even seeing it with her own eyes, it was too outrageous. Gu Chubbing really pinched her on the back of her hand. Ouch, you're really doing it. Be gentle. Su Yi's mouth twitched from the pain. Gu Chubbing picked up her phone, flipped through web pages and major media apps, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Mom, little Yi is trending. Su Yi also took out her phone and looked for a while, also speechless with surprise. What should we do? She had never encountered such a situation before. Gu Chubbing, why don't we ask second sister? Second sister has an entertainment company. Su Yi hurriedly called her second child, Gu Chiyu, asking her to think of a solution. At the ski resort, Guyi was already surrounded by a group of people. Little brother, are you a disciple of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? Are you Thor? Your palm could generate lightning just now. Are you a member of the National Supernatural Powers Bureau? Guyi thought for a moment and perfunctorily said, everyone, believe in science. I just used a piece of high-tech equipment, like an anti-wolf electric ball similar to pepper spray. Onlookers. Feng Baobao. Did I see wrong? The twin sisters. What's going on? What did we miss? Then they heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. This wave of showing off was really successful. Ha ha ha. Guzi, is the Palm Thunder you gave me okay? Feng Baobao. Palm Thunder. What kind of high-tech is that? I want it. I'm determined to have this Gu Yi, and if all else fails, I'll have him be my man. The twin sisters. High-tech? And it's high-tech from the system? Big Brother is so amazing. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, young man, you mentioned earlier that person had lives on his hands. How did you know? Guyi looked at the person. He was a bit older but spirited. Don't you know? His name is Ling Bo. His family owns a beauty salon. You can find out with a little inquiry. Guzi, arrange the dark history of the Ling family. This is not an excessive request, right? Don't you think about keeping quiet, or I'll dismantle your brain. System, young master, although I can't do it, someone else already has. Guyi who? Besides me in this world, who else is this powerful? The twin sisters. Could it be Big Sister? They have 9 sisters, and Big Sister is the most powerful after their father. But Big Sister hasn't really brought Big Brother back yet, and she's always liked Guze. Would she like Big Brother? System, young master, we just found out that the Feng family's young master, Feng Wang, did it. He originally wanted to vent his anger for his sister. Then he received a call from Feng Baobao and incidentally exposed the Ling family. Now the internet is flooded with news, all about you and your family scandals. Guyi looked at Feng Baobao, still a cannon fodder, but her brain is really good. If I had known she would make a move in advance, why would I have pretended? I should have just waited obediently. Big brother, how are you? Gu Chuyao quickly walked over. Gu Yi said coldly, I'm fine. Gu Chui asked again, Big brother, should we call the police? Feng Baobao raised her phone. I've already called the police. Gu Yi looked at her once more, his eyes filled with approval. As expected, the Gu family members are just acting in front of me. Why are they asking such simple questions? Isn't it because they're afraid of implicating Gu Zhe? Including Ling Bo, none of the 6 people are good. As long as the police uncle investigates a little, they'll find out everything. Look at Feng Baobao. She's not afraid of this kind of thing at all, and just called the police. Gu Chuhui's heart skipped a beat. She could swear on anything that she wasn't doing it for Gu Zhe. She was just used to someone else handling things, and she hadn't reacted in time. Feng Baobao felt pleased upon hearing Gu Ye's praise. Gu Yi, are we going back now? Gu Yi. Okay. Look at Feng Baobao's perceptiveness. How did she grow a brain? What are the Gu family's twins still standing there stupidly for? Waiting for those onlookers to surround them like they're watching gorillas? The twin sisters, Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui, exchanged glances. They both felt incredibly wronged. They weren't stupid. Hate. This was also the first time they had encountered such a situation, and they had no idea what to do. Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao was the pampered darling of the Feng family, and she had been very opinionated since childhood. Although they felt wronged, they didn't dare to say it, so they could only follow Gu Yi. At this moment, they heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts again. It's so infuriating, looking at those two. I find them so annoying. Guzi, they escaped this calamity, but will they be fine in the future? System, young master, they're going to venture into the entertainment industry in a few days. At that time, they will be attracted by young idols, and their love lives will be bumpy. It'll be good enough if they can survive. Gu Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they don't use their brains, no one can save them. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui heard everything. The two of them were so scared that their legs went weak, and they almost knelt on the ground. How could this be? Why were they so unlucky? Woo-woo. No. They had to call their second sister and tell her about this. Feng Baobao also heard it, and felt even more smug. Compared to the daughters of the Gu family, she was simply a heavenly favored child. Gu Yi, you don't have to be afraid of Gu Zhe retaliating against you. I've got your back. Feng Baobao leaned close to him and said deliberately, Gu Yi, you're quite a nice person. She's got my back? Guzi, what does she have? System, young master, what you said last time was indeed correct. Feng Baobao is indeed attracted to your good looks. She desires your body. She wants to snatch you back home and make you her man. TSK, TSK, TSK. The host is still praising Feng Baobao. This system thinks she's completely blind. Besides being a little good-looking, what else does Gu Yi have? He just wants to lie flat, collect his money, and run away. Gu Yi looked at Feng Baobao again, as if looking at a female bandit. She must have other intentions towards me. It's too scary. Who would want to be Bao Erjie's man? He quickened his pace and almost sprinted back to his office. Feng Baobao. Hate. It's because of his extraordinary talent and abilities that I fancy him. Who is lusting after his body? Who is the lowly one? Su Yi saw Gu Yi and hurried over to ask, Xiao Yi, how are you? Are you injured? What happened to that person? Why was he bullying you? Gu Yi, I'm fine. Old Su's brain is even worse. She can see everything on this big screen, and it should have been me bullying others the whole time, right? She actually said that person was bullying me. If it were Gu Zhe, he would definitely be so happy that bubbles would be coming out of his nose. Su Yi's mouth twitched. This child was really unyielding. He didn't appreciate any concern shown to him. It's good that you're fine, but what kind of strange ability did you use just now? I saw someone analyzing it online. Gu Yi sat down and said, you have to believe in science. I use Palm Thunder, can I say that? If I said it, they would definitely be scared to death. Sui, Palm Thunder? Does it mean literally, the ability to generate lightning from the palm of one's hand? This son of hers is not just powerful, he even knows such things. Much better than that fake one who only knows how to cry and act effeminate. Gu Chubbing returned after making a phone call and said, I've already had someone handle it. Xiao Yi, don't be angry. Third sister will definitely get justice for you. Gu Yi just nodded, but his inner thoughts weren't so agreeable. All right, here comes another one acting. She and her mother must have colluded to show their attentiveness in front of me. I won't believe their nonsense. Gu Chubbing felt a pang of bitterness at being misunderstood by her own brother again. However, she also knew that some things couldn't be changed overnight. It would take time. Xiao Yi, you guys sit down. The selection competition has already begun. She couldn't let Gu Yi leave. She still needed him to give her some advice. Gu Yi sat to the side, eating fruit, and watching the big screen. Feng Baobao sat beside him, acting as if she knew nothing, and also ate fruit. Then she occasionally glanced at her phone screen. She was surprised to find that all of Gu Ye's trending topics were gone. It seemed that the Gu family's second young master had made a move. Feng Baobao pouted. They were really trying their best for Gu Zhe. The twin sisters sat in the corner, their hearts filled with unease. It felt as if they had just narrowly escaped death, only to fall into another fiery pit. The selection competition prepared by Gu Chubing began quickly, with one genius youth after another taking the stage to perform. Gu Chubing appeared to be watching, but in reality, her thoughts were all on Gu Yi. However, after watching 10 contestants, she still hadn't heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. This made her anxious. What was going on? Didn't he say he would be harmed by 5 genius young idols? Why wasn't he saying anything now? The selection competition had ended, and Gu Ye's inner thoughts finally sounded. He. Gu Laosan has already made his selection, right? There are 5 genius youths. 1 Leslie Bo, the remaining 4 are all here. Guzi, do you think there will be any mistakes this time? System, young master, don't worry. If you don't speak, I won't speak. How would she know? Gu Chubing's heart jumped to her throat, and she felt blood rush backward. This means they're doomed, right? Su Yi was also greatly surprised. Could Xiao Yi have discovered that his inner thoughts were being eavesdropped on? Otherwise, why had he been so silent? Feng Baobao suddenly pointed at the information and said, Gu Yi, these guys are all so handsome. What do you think? Gu Yi glanced at it. I thought she had good taste, but it turns out she's just average. Feng Baobao put her hands on her hips and said, Gu Yi, what kind of perfunctory attitude is that? Do you think you're handsomer than all of them combined? How dare he mock her taste in men? How could that be? Everyone knew her taste in men was top-notch. Gu Yi curled his lips. If that's how you want to think, there's nothing I can do. Just a silly deer. Praise her for having brains, and she starts getting cocky. And those few handsome guys? 2 of them are genius seeds, and they'll break Gu Chubing's bones in a bit. System, little master, it's showing here that due to plot changes causing a butterfly effect, the 2 seeds Feng Baobao fancied are now. Gu Ye's expression changed instantly. Damn it. You're not going to tell me they aren't planning to cause trouble for Gu Laosan, are you? Gu Chubing, who was dejected from not hearing the exact list. What does that mean? Has my tragic fate changed? Feng Baobao stared at Gu Yi, feeling that his inner thoughts might be related to her in the next second. Su Yi and her 2 younger daughters were also very nervous. System, little master, don't worry. The original plot won't change, it's just adding a little segment. Gu Chubing felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Su Yi and her 2 daughters also had grim expressions, having gotten their hopes up for nothing. Feng Baobao, however, was filled with curiosity. What little segment? Gu Yi asked the same thing. What other little segment could there be? Could it be related to the fake one? Why bother with all that superficial stuff? Hurry up and give Gu Laosan a piece of your mind. Gu Chubing squeezed his coffee cup, as if he were strangling Gu Ye's neck. Damn it! Did he really wish for his own sister to have her bones broken? Feng Baobao almost burst out laughing. That Gu Yi kid was truly heartless. But good job. Who asked the Gu family to be so dramatic? They couldn't even tell what act they were putting on. Su Yi and her 2 daughters lowered their heads silently. The misunderstanding was deeply rooted, and it would be too difficult to resolve. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Little master, don't rush. Those 2 handsome guys Feng Baobao fancied earlier, weren't they genius seeds? But right now, they're not rushing over to fawn over Gu Chubing because they're busy. In that tent not far away, you see? That's where they'll be eating later. Those 2 are playing together under the table. Haraha. The scene was more than just unsuitable for children. Even this system couldn't bear to watch. Gu Yi remained expressionless and took a sip of coffee. My goodness. In broad daylight, and at a ski resort, to get such explosive gossip? Hurry up and tell me, what are their identities? Are they also the 2 geniuses who are supposed to do that later? As long as it doesn't delay the main business. This is just an appetizer. Gu Chubing spat out his coffee. Excuse me, I stepped on something. What identities? She also wanted to know the identities of those 2 people. Why were they acting so brazenly on her territory? Shameless. If she found out who they were, she would definitely make them pay. Feng Baobao's big eyes widened even further. Could she watch a live broadcast? Please, a live broadcast. This was too exciting. The system, their identities are quite significant. One is named Wang Wanwan, and he's a college classmate of Gu Zhe. The other is Zhao Zhizhi, and he's a kindergarten buddy who grew up with Gu Zhe. Gu Yi, they're both related to the fake one? So Gu Zhe was also involved when Gu Laosan had her accident this time? Gu Chubing was about to go look at some information, but stopped when she heard that. She remembered. Not long ago, when she said she was going to hold a selection competition, Guze introduced her to a few friends. Among them were Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi, and also that Ling Bo. Earlier, she was only thinking about Ling Bo bullying Gu Yi and had forgotten about this. Could it be that Guze had planned everything from the beginning? But why? Before Gu Yi returned, he treated her with utmost sincerity. Guze could come to her ski club anytime, always bringing many friends. There were even a few times when he occupied the venue she was using for competitions, and she hadn't said anything. Su-yi also looked towards Gu Chubbing. Seeing her daughter nod slightly, the anger within her instantly ignited. Guze, the decision for Lao San to hold a selection competition was made long before Gu Yi returned, and the whole family knew. Guze had already started plotting against Lao San then. If he was afraid of being neglected or kicked out after Gu Yi returned, and was retaliating against Lao San, that could be considered understandable. But he had already begun his revenge before that. What an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Her decades of effort were less than feeding a dog. System, it's been found that Guze was indeed involved. He previously introduced 3 genius seeds to Gu Laosan, and those 3 found 2 others. However, Guze has now directly ordered the 3 of them to toy with Gu Laosan, and even Feng Baobao. Gu Yi glanced at Feng Baobao, his mouth twitching. Guze retaliating against Feng Baobao because he was humiliated this morning. I can understand that. But his scheming against Gu Laosan before that is truly baffling. Oh well, I don't care about these things. I'm going to that tent to catch some fresh, hot gossip. You guys carry on. I'm going to take a stroll over there. Gu Yi said hello and walked off on his own. His pace was normal at first, but then it quickened. Damn legs. Run faster. If I'm too late, it might be too late. Su-yi was the first to snap back to her senses and followed him. Regardless of Guze's reasons, she would not allow her daughter to be bullied. And Feng Baobao, she was the pampered daughter of Feng Group. If anything happened to her, the Gu family wouldn't be able to afford to compensate even if they went bankrupt. Feng Baobao rushed up to Gu Yi. Gu Yi, I'm going over there to take a look too. Someone wants to bully her? That depends on whether they have the ability. Gu Yi was indifferent. The idiot who wants to bully Sister Bauer will likely be buried alive later. Feng Baobao nodded slightly. Gu Yi had a sour face and a foul mouth, but he was good at judging people. Gu Chubbing also hurried to follow. She even started a live stream. Guze plotting against her. She would put Guze on the trending search. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui didn't rush to follow. Instead, they quickly called their second sister. Second sister, something big is happening at the ski resort with third sister. Third sister just started a live stream, Gu Chuyao said. Gu Chuhui added, second sister, send someone to keep an eye on it. Don't let the live stream disappear. This concerns third sister's life and also Bauer's sister. The second daughter, Gu Chiyu, had just boarded a plane and was furious. What exactly are you all doing? I just got Gu Ye's trending topic removed, and now Laosan is at it again? Guze already said Gu Yi is a jinx. Why don't you listen? How many more incidents have there been? Gu Chuhui trembled with fear and quickly explained. Second sister, it's not like that. Eldest brother isn't a jinx. Eldest brother is our Gu family's lucky star. If it weren't for eldest brother, Yao Yao and I would have been sold off by now. Gu Chuyao also wanted to speak up for Gu Yi, but before she could open her mouth, the other party roared angrily. You two shut up. I started in the entertainment industry at 18. What kind of monsters and ghosts haven't I seen? That Gu Yi has been out there for so many years. He's long mastered acting pitiful and selling his sob story. You've all been fooled by him. I have to go on a business trip right now, and I'll be back by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Wait until I get back and see how I deal with him. Without giving the twin sisters a chance to speak, she hung up the phone and even turned it off. Second Madam Gu still felt very angry. If it wasn't for the sake of signing a sweet girl, she would be going home right now to deal with that scumbag Gu Yi. Lucky star my foot. I only have Guze as my brother in my eyes. I was originally going to acknowledge that brother out of kinship. Now it seems, I shouldn't have brought him back. Ski resort. If Second Madam Gu had heard what Second Madam Gu said, she would have been ecstatic. She was just worrying about not having an opportunity to take her small targets and go out to have some fun. Second Madam Gu's return was like someone bringing a pillow when you're dozing off. However, right now, he was walking towards that tent with great concentration. Feng Baobao was by his side, and the 4 members of the Su-yi mother-daughter group were behind him. Guzi, why are old Su and the others following me? They've been staying so close, not even 100 meters away. System, young master, I don't understand it either. Either they have brains, or they have tumors. However, I'm wondering, when they see that big scandal later, how will they react? Gu Yi, how else? They'll naturally scream and then forgive those 2 men. After all, those are all geniuses introduced by Guze. Second Madam Gu, although she's not quite normal now, she really values ski talents. Besides, they were introduced by Guze, so I can't not give Guze face. Feng Baobao, listening to this, glanced back at Gu Chubbing. Gu Chubbing's face was full of anger. Impossible. She would never let those two beasts inside off the hook. Not just them, but even those 5 so-called genius seeds. Not a single one would be spared. Feng Baobao couldn't understand Gu Chubbing's expression, thinking she was acting again. After all, compared to Gu Chubbing, she was more willing to believe Gu Yi. Su Yi. Don't even think about it. If third sister dares to forgive those 2 troublemakers, she'll make her get out of the Gu family. Gu Yi had already reached the edge of the tent. Guzi, where should we start? I suddenly thought, I should do a good deed, like making their names even bigger and getting them on the trending search system. Young master, you have quite a bit of strength now. You can lift one side, and then. Before its prompt was finished, it saw Gu Chubbing's speed was faster. She had already walked to a corner of the tent, lifted a corner, and inserted her phone. Gu Yi. Holy crap. What is she doing? Feng Baobao crept over like a ghost and said mysteriously, Gu Yi, there are sounds inside that are not suitable for children. So, do you want to watch the live stream? She opened her phone and held it up to Gu Yi. Gu Yi. This woman walks without a sound and speaks so creepily. Does she want to scare me to death and then possess my body? She's truly disgusting. Feng Baobao clenched her fists, really wanting to cover his mouth and tell him to stop spewing nonsense. But then she thought it was impossible. He hadn't said anything out loud. The Sui mother and daughters were already looking at their phones, but they were all covering their mouths, barely suppressing their laughter. Little Yi was really overthinking. Feng Baobao wanted to find a partner. It was like picking cabbage in a farmer's market, frantically digging through it. He and Feng Baobao were truly a pair of bickering lovers. Gu Yi retreated a few meters, took out his phone, and clicked to watch the live stream. In just a moment, the number of viewers in the live stream room had reached 5,000. Where's this? Are there 2 men inside? Is this something we can watch for free? Can this be broadcast? Isn't this the live stream room of the Gu family's 3rd daughter? Who is she exposing? The bullet comments were surging like crazy, and the number of viewers in the live stream room had reached 50,000. Gu Chubbing was not just a ski master. Her filming skills were also top-notch. Her live stream switched between showing the full faces of the 2 men and then diverting the attention. With various operations, she ensured that the live stream wouldn't be blocked and that everyone could enjoy the spectacle. Many people at the welcome banquet gradually saw the live stream and then gathered around. Who is inside? Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi. Are they crazy? They're even saying they wanted to bully Boss Gu. They have an accomplice. Find Sun Guangguang. Too shameless. Expose their true colors. Everyone help out together. At first, everyone was just pointing and gossiping, but then they all got anxious and worked together to flip open the tent. The 2 men, still engaged in their activities inside, instantly turned as pale as ghosts. What are you doing? Get lost. You're invading my privacy. They maintained strange postures and were still shouting. Gu Yi. TSK, 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 playing like this. What's the fun in it, you 2 little beasts? But third sister is live streaming them. Even if the Gu family took down the live stream, how will third sister explain it to Guze? Does her brain really not have a tumor? Gu Chubbing's phone pointed at them, and she asked coldly, how dare you plot against me on my territory? What explanation? She didn't care about Guze at all. This time, she wanted to prove herself to Gu Yi and let him know that she and Guze were irreconcilable. Upon seeing Gu Chubbing, Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi completely caved. But the facts were laid bare. No matter what they said, they were already beyond explaining. You have great audacity. Who ordered you to do this? Su Yi rushed over and questioned them angrily. Feng Baobao kicked the table away, allowing everyone to see more clearly and making the angles for photos and videos even better. I am the Feng Baobao you just mentioned. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi had never intended to betray Guze, thinking they could simply deny everything. But they saw Feng Baobao. Was this the legendary, pampered young lady of the Feng group? They heard she had peculiar methods of dealing with people. Would they be made into ice sculptures at the ski resort? The 2 of them no longer cared about being exposed or arrested. They wanted to save their lives. Gu Yi. Feng Baobao's power is considerable. Look how scared those 2 kids are. They're about to turn into ice sculptures. Huh. Wait. Why haven't they separated yet? Could it be system? Could it be priapism? Gu Yi. Could it be priapism? The system and Gu Yi spoke in unison. Gu Yi covered his mouth, thinking that if he burst out laughing, he'd probably let out a donkey's bray. Su Yi and the others were all stunned, unable to recover for a long time. They thought those 2 men were shameless, not separating even when being watched. Turns out it was like this. But they heard that kind of thing could be fatal, right? Are you going to talk or not? Feng Baobao didn't care about all that. She produced a whip from goodness knows where and lashed it fiercely at the two men. Crack, 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 3 whip cracks. He and the other man cried out in agony, like wailing ghosts. The onlookers all retreated several steps in fear, even covering their eyes, truly not daring to watch. The young ladies of the Feng family were too ruthless. After 3 lashings with the whip, those 2 men were bleeding. Stop hitting me. I'll talk, all right. Wang Wanwan was the first to chicken out. It was Gu Zhe. He told us to deal with Gu Chubbing. Gu Chubbing's pupils instantly dilated in shock. You're talking nonsense. Gu Zhe is my brother. He wouldn't do something like this. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, resting his chin on his hand. See, Gu the Third isn't pretending anymore. Gu Zhe is her biological brother, and I'm just a useless straw bag. Even now, she's still biased towards Gu Zhe. Alas, it's a pity. If she found out this news after being dealt with that way, she'd probably believe it. At that time, she wouldn't be able to take it and would suddenly become a mentally unstable girl. According to that kind of plot, I'd become the bane of their family again, and I could leave. What a pity, there's no such plot. Gu Chubbing trembled with anger, snatched the whip from Feng Baobao's hand, and whipped the 2 men on the ground fiercely. You're shameless yourselves, and you want to smear others with mud. How could Gu Zhe treat me like that? I'm his sister, he's not that kind of person. She wasn't biased towards Gu Zhe. She wanted to expose Gu Zhe's true colors in front of everyone. Zhao Zhizhi fainted several times from the blows, but woke up in pain. Teacher Gu, you have to believe me. I'm telling the truth. We have evidence. We both have recordings and screenshots on our phones. Wang Wanwan chimed in. Gu Zhe is a liar. He ordered us a month ago. It's just dealing with Feng Baobao was only notified this morning. Help us. We're freezing to death. Help us. Hurry up and confess. When this Gu the Third goes mad, he's no different from Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao had already gone over and retrieved their phones, truly finding the evidence they mentioned. I'm really going to be angered to death by them. Come help me see if this is the evidence. Feng Baobao held the 2 men's phones up to Gu Chubbing's live stream. She even deliberately slowed down the playback, allowing the entire internet to feast on this juicy gossip. This is clearly the farmer and the snake. The news reported yesterday that the Gu family's real son was found. The Gu family couldn't bear to let their fake son go, so they didn't make him leave. As a result, this scoundrel, what a slap in the face. He started planning a month ago. Is this fake trying to seize the true young master's family fortune? The drama of a wealthy family fighting over inheritance is unfolding. How interesting. Su Yi also saw a lot of evidence through the live stream. She instantly covered her head, feeling dizzy and as if she were about to faint. It was the twin sisters who promptly supported her. Gu Yi watched as if watching a play, observing the entire process without moving. System, young master, old Su's blood pressure is skyrocketing? Aren't you going to check on her? So many people are watching. According to the plot development, you should show some concern. Su Yi leaned on her twin daughters and heard the system's voice. Her heart instantly filled with joy. Even if Gu Yi was just putting on an act, she felt relieved. He was her biological son. She didn't dare to hope he would forgive her immediately, but even a slight shift would be good. Then she heard Gu Ye's thoughts. Guzi, you don't understand human cunning and deceit. Old Su's blood pressure soaring? She's faking it. She's mastered this trick. In the plot, when the fake bullies the true young master, if the true young master acts wronged, she uses this trick. The true young master, who dotes excessively on family affection, is tightly bound. Sui, wronged. Now she felt more wronged than her biological son. She was truly dizzy. The twin sisters. Is mom really faking her faint? Was it the same before? On the other side, Gu Chubbing's live stream was still blocked. Feng Baobao wasn't afraid. She held up her phone and announced loudly, I'm calling the police. Whoever can provide more evidence gets paid. Then, the surrounding crowd of onlookers rushed after her. Gu Chubbing's people also called an ambulance and had the 2 men taken away. As for the other 2 winners, she also had them sent to the police station for investigation. Gu Yi put one hand in his pocket, calm and unhurried. Guzi, where is Gu Zhe now? Su Yi weakly held on, saying, Xiao Yi, come with mom. We'll discuss this properly when we get home. Gu Yi nodded. Okay, going home is good. When old Su gets home, she'll definitely hug Gu Zhe and cry her eyes out. She'll believe whatever the fake son says. When Gu the Third gets into trouble, the fake will definitely say I'm the bane of their existence, especially since I was at the scene. They'll have their mother-son harmony, and the outcome will be me being the bane of their existence. Oh yeah. Su Yi finally couldn't hold back. Even though her head was pounding, she still roared. Gu Yi, I am your biological mother, and you are my biological son. Whatever happens in the family, I will definitely side with you. You don't overthink it. She had to say it. This brat always thought of her as so wicked and brainless. Gu Yi stared at her blankly and replied with one word. Oh. Ha ha ha. This is truly the biggest joke I've ever heard. She's my biological mother? She sides with me? When the fake son cries, her whole world collapses. If he even kneels down, it will become me bullying the fake son. Oh my goodness. She speaks more beautifully than she sings. Does she have to be like this? Listening to Gu Ye's thoughts, Su Yi felt both sad and angry. Before, her entire focus was on the fake son. This couldn't be blamed on her biological son, as he had been away from her for many years. Su Yi made up her mind. She would go find Gu Zhe to settle accounts and prove herself in front of Gu Yi. Gu Yi got into the car home with them. Gu Zi, what did you find out? Did Gu Zhe watch the live stream and already know the truth is out, and he's currently practicing his crying at home? Su Yi clenched her fists tightly. Gu Zhe, he really has such deep schemes. After a few minutes, the system's voice sounded. Young master, Gu Zhe is on his way home in the car, but he's disheveled, his expression haggard, and his face is swollen. Gu Yi became even more smug. It all comes down to me, predicting things like a god. The fake has made thorough preparations. When old Su and Gu III question him later, his act will be even smoother. Su Yi was so angry she could barely breathe. Gu Zhe, he's truly something. Knowing that the truth is out, instead of thinking about how to admit his mistake, he's thinking about how to fool his entire family. She would never let him succeed. System, young master, it's not like that. Gu Yi didn't take it seriously at all. Then what is it like? Did he find a scapegoat? Su Yi, scapegoat? With irrefutable evidence, he can still find a scapegoat? Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui were also very surprised. Gu Zhe has so many schemes. How did they not notice it before? The whole internet saw the evidence of him ordering people to bully their third sister. At this point, he can still find a scapegoat. They absolutely cannot let him succeed, and they currently suspect that Gu Zhe might also be related to their near-death experience. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. He did find a scapegoat, but it's a pity it won't be used quickly because Feng Baobao personally took action. Su Yi and her two daughters breathed a sigh of relief. It was good it wouldn't be used. Let Gu Zhe wait to be severely dealt with. Gu Yi, any other news? System, Gu Zhe was ordered not to go out this morning, but he left right after you did. Gu Yi shrugged. That's standard practice. Old Su and old Gu are so good to him. Saying he's not allowed out is just to fool me. A casual remark. Another possibility is that they are simply concerned about Gu Zhe and want him to rest well at home. Su Yi, it's not like that. I genuinely punished him to stay home. I wasn't deceiving you. Gu Yi, continue. System, Gu Zhe left home to find the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Chuyun, to complain. His island was returned by old Su, and the money was given to you. He feels wronged. And he also wants to lodge a complaint against all the Gu family members who, because they were brainless, sided with you before, asking Gu Chuyun to back him up. Although Gu Yi was resting with his eyes closed, his brows were already furrowed in displeasure. The eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Chuyun, that domineering CEO, the one even more formidable than old Gu, the one who gave Gu Zhe 50 million to buy an island? System, that's right, the CEO. Gu Yi pouted. Humph. Gu Zhe's #1 sycophant. So did Gu Zhe find her? When does she plan to return and deal with me? I really hope she returns. I don't want to risk my life in this damned place. Su Yi, Gu Zhe actually went to complain to their eldest daughter? Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui became nervous. Compared to their parents, all of their sisters were afraid of their eldest sister. She was truly the eldest sister. Anyone who angered her would have a layer of skin peeled off. Perhaps when their eldest sister returns, their eldest brother will truly suffer. Sigh. System, Gu Zhe hasn't found Gu Chuyun yet. He was intercepted by a car halfway after leaving the Gu residence. Gu Ye's eyes snapped open, his gaze filled with excitement. Intercepted? Who has that much? Could it be Feng Baobao again? Just now, Feng Baobao's younger brother, Feng Guangguang, exposed Li Bo. This time, it seems to be similar. System, young master, this time it was Feng Baobao's elder brother, Feng Shanshan, who did it. His business empire is much larger than the Gu family's, a person with immense power. Feng Shanshan was very displeased with Feng Baobao's experiences in the Gu family. Within 5 minutes, he had already learned about the entire situation of the Gu family's true and fake young masters. The swift and decisive eldest young master of the Feng family personally took action and had Gu Zhe tied up. Gu Yi listened, his blood boiling. Good for Feng Shanshan. Is there such a character in the plot? I like this kind of powerful person. Su Yi was also excited. Several times, she thought Gu Zhe would escape again. If it were her own eldest daughter who took action, she would definitely not punish Gu Zhe. She truly hoped her eldest daughter could hear her own son's thoughts, so she wouldn't be blind anymore. System, young master, there isn't in the plot. He's just an extra. Gu Yi was a little disappointed. Does he have any juicy gossip? Su Yi and the others were eager to hear about Gu Zhe, but Gu Yi was drawn to Feng Shanshan. This wouldn't do. Big brother, don't be angry. Third sister won't let Gu Zhe off, Gu Chuyao quickly said. Gu Chui also said, that's right. Even if third sister can't subdue him, Sister Bauer won't let him off. Su Yi said weakly, your father and I won't spare him lightly either. I've already told him everything about this. Gu Yi glanced at the three of them, still looking indifferent. Leaning back in his chair, he continued to rest with his eyes closed. Who is angry? Which eye of theirs saw me being angry? Guzi, where's Gu Zhe now? Feng family's eldest brother will surely make him have a good time, right? Su Yi and her two daughters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They finally got to talk about Gu Zhe. Let them see how the Feng family's young master dealt with that little scoundrel. System, Gu Zhe was taken to a dark, abandoned factory. The Feng family's eldest young master is so thoughtful. He found 3 burly men to give Gu Zhe a good time. Moreover, he thoughtfully recorded a video for him to enjoy later, to find any mistakes and areas for improvement. In an instant, Gu Ye's eyes lit up. Holy crap, this Feng family elder brother is reliable. He's truly a warm-hearted domineering CEO. Anything else? What else did Gu Zhe do? Sui, isn't the Feng family's eldest young master known for being just a workaholic money-making machine? Gu Chuyao and Gu Chui. They didn't know what to say. They just felt it was good, and even felt like laughing. But they couldn't laugh, fearing their big brother would discover they were eavesdropping on his thoughts. System, young master, you are truly a bad boy. Gu Zhe struggled at first, then he started to enjoy it. But he's just a little scoundrel, nothing special. By the second one, he was already crying out. By the third, he had fainted several times and thought he was going to die. After all this was done, the Feng family's eldest young master remotely controlled those 3 burly men to beat Gu Zhe severely. From beginning to end, he said nothing, the main point being to let him guess for himself. Gu Yi pursed his lips, already laughing like a pig in his heart. Ha ha ha, what is this guess for yourself? This is what you call a painful realization. Just now I thought this was a rehearsal to prepare for later performance. So that's what it was. Then I'm relieved. Su Yi felt happier hearing her own son laugh. But as soon as she thought of Gu Zhe, she felt disgusted. She didn't know who he learned from, but he got involved with men and wasn't afraid of getting sick. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chui were also rejoicing in their hearts. Gu Zhe had been caught in a compromising situation, and it was the Feng family's eldest brother who caught him. This time, he was dead for sure. Gu Yi laughed heartily for a while and prepared to take a nap. But the system issued an alarm. Young master, there is danger 2,000 meters ahead. Gu Yi jolted. What does that mean? The plot has completely collapsed, and I'm going offline? No way, no way. Su Yi gritted her teeth and rubbed her temples hard. Why was he so happy? The twin sisters straightened their backs, their hearts pounding. What plot collapse? It wasn't the first time they had heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. Now they both felt it must be Gu Zhe's doing. Didn't he want his elder brother to die? Gu Zhe must have known everything that happened at the ski resort, and he was also dealt with by Brother Bauer's elder brother. He would push all of this onto Gu Yi. The mother and daughters waited nervously for the system's voice. After a few minutes, the system's voice finally sounded again. Young master, you're overthinking again. The plot won't collapse that easily. Stop dreaming like this in the future. Such a quick reaction, why can't it be used for good? A day wasted on a chip. Gu Yi closed his eyes to rest again. It's not a collapse, so what's there to worry about? Isn't danger better? It just proves I'm the jinx. Come on, let's destroy everything together. Su Yi. What, destroy everything together? Her biological son had just returned, and he hadn't lived a good life yet. She wouldn't let him die like this. The twin sisters were so scared they started crying. Elder brother, can't you think of something better? The system sighed. Are you sure you don't want to change anything? If you don't, your probability of becoming a vegetable is as high as 80%. What? Gu Yi couldn't remain calm this time. I'm your host, and you're just going to watch me become a living dead person? Su Yi couldn't think of anything else and quickly faked a faint. Stop the car. Stop quickly. I'm going to throw up. Gu Chuyao cried in fear. Mom, what's wrong? Gu Chui shouted. Turn back quickly. This road is unlucky. The driver, not knowing what was happening, slammed on the brakes and stopped. Gu Yi was stunned. Isn't old Su faking it? He looks really dizzy. That little fool is even more amusing, saying this road is unlucky. Does she know which road is lucky? Sui. It really wasn't fake. She was truly dizzy and nauseous. Gu Chui pouted. I'm not a little fool, but elder brother is a big fool. System. It's useless even if the car stops. The danger hasn't been lifted. Gu Yi was furious. Quickly check for me. Who arranged this accident? Su Yi's head suddenly felt clearer, and she focused all her attention on eavesdropping on her biological son's inner thoughts. System. It's been investigated that the Wang family and the Zhao family arranged the accident. Wang Wanwan and Zhao Ziji's affair has been exposed, not only trending on hot searches, but also investigated by the police. It will soon implicate the entire family. The rage of the old men from the two families has burned onto you. They want to send you all to the underworld. Gu Yi, they are truly audacious. The Gu family is no longer just a lower middle-class family. They have made a great contribution this time. Damn it, I can choose to go offline myself, but if others want to make me go offline, I won't let them have their way. Guzi, check for me, see which route to take. Su Yi, the Wang and Zhao families have joined forces to send us all on our way. How audacious. Secretly taking out her phone, she sent everything to Gu Haoquan. The weather is cold. The Wang and Zhao families should be bankrupt by now. Thanks to her biological son. If it weren't for his inner thoughts, the three of them, mother and daughters, would have truly kicked the bucket. The twin sisters also saw their mother sending the message, and their hearts instantly felt much more at ease. Mother was just being very nice to elder brother, but in reality, she was ruthless. And father, when he truly got angry, those small families under the Feng family couldn't withstand it. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Young master, it's recommended to take the Urshian Bridge. Gu Yi, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spat it out. What? Urshian Bridge? That road, where even a three-wheeled cart can speed? Sui, what kind of road is that? Why hadn't she heard of it? The twin sisters quickly searched, and then saw many strange and peculiar styles. Both sisters were stunned. There was an old man driving a three-wheeled cart, and the traffic police stopped him. Their conversation was simply, hilariously funny. System, young master, don't underestimate that road. It's precisely because wealthy families like yours never take it that you can avoid disaster. Sui, never mind whether the style is weird or not. Survival is the priority now. However, how to find a good excuse? Gu Chui suddenly said. It said online that the scenery on the Urshian Bridge road is good. Let's go that way. Gu Chuyao nodded. Mom, if we take that road, the car won't be too fast, so you shouldn't feel too dizzy. Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her biological son beside her, asking, Xiaoyi, what do you think? Gu Yi, I don't mind. They actually have some ability to turn misfortune into good fortune now. It's good that their brains chose a good time to act. Sui, silly boy, it's clearly him who has the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune, and we're all just benefiting from it. She waved her hand, letting the driver drive quickly. Along the way, Gu Yi slept soundly. He had no interest in scenery or anything like that. After getting out of the car, he stretched. Guzi, what's the situation in the house now? Gu Chui, it's good that big brother is alive again. Gu Chuyao, we were worried the whole way, but he's so carefree, admirable. System, Guze has already arrived home, and he even summoned Gu Chuyan back. The domineering female CEO is quite difficult to deal with. Even old Su and old Gu have to listen to her. Gu Chuyun has seen everything on the internet, and she's very angry now. Su Yi and her daughters exchanged glances, and all of them couldn't help but shiver. Gu Chuyun was the most biased towards Guze. She didn't know if she could hear Xiao Ye's inner thoughts. If she couldn't hear them, then it would be really troublesome. Gu Chuyao's legs went weak, and cold sweat covered her back. It's over. This time it's really over. Gu Chui, will big sister kill me? I'm so stupid, I almost got sold. Gu Yi, finally, a real powerhouse is here. Isn't that exactly what I want? Sui, why isn't he afraid at all? Gu Chui, it's over, big brother wants to leave home again. Gu Chuyao, what's coming cannot be avoided. Living room. Guze was kneeling on the ground. His face was bruised and swollen, and a chunk of his hair had been pulled out, still bleeding. Gu Chuyan sat in the main seat, looking at him like that, feeling heartbroken. Guze cried. Big sister, don't blame big brother. It has nothing to do with him. It's those people who can't stand to see our Feng family prosper and are deliberately causing trouble for us. If you don't agree to me, I won't get up. Gu Chuyan was furious. What do you mean it has nothing to do with him? As soon as he returned, our family suffered. Is the whole family blind to such a big jinx? Can't they see it? Xiaozhe, get up quickly. You don't need to speak well of him. Look how much he has harmed you. Why are you so foolish? You're just too kind. Sigh. That Guyi seems to have some real tricks up his sleeve. He's fooled the whole family. Even his most beloved brother, who was bullied like this, is still siding with him. Despicable. When they return later, she will definitely expose Gu Ye's true face and let everyone know they have been deceived. Gu Ze quickly said, "Big sister, don't say that. Father and mother both said that big brother is our family's lucky star. Whoever calls him a jinx, father will not let them go. Damn Gu Ye. So what if mom and dad favor you? So what if second sister and those two little betches favor you? Even if they all gang up, they're no match for big sister." Su Yi and the others came in and saw everything. Gu Yi sneered, "So filial and loving between siblings. According to the original plot, I should have been the one who fawned over big brother the most. She worked overtime until late every night, and I would make medicinal meals for her. When she was so tired she fainted, I would stay by her bedside all night to take care of her. But all these efforts were snatched away by Gu Ze. Instead, no matter what I did, she found it displeasing and felt it couldn't compare to Gu Ze. I, however, greatly admired this so-called elder sister and insisted on proving myself, but it only made her more annoyed. In the end, I was confined and didn't even get food to eat. Right? System, young master, why the hostility? It's all for the sake of the plot. There's no other way. Gu Yi, I'm not angry really. I just feel, screw that damn elder sister, she's blind as a bat. This young master won't serve her." Su Yi listened to Gu Ye's inner thoughts, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Her biological son had sacrificed so much for Xiao Yun. But what was the result? Xiao Yun, like herself, couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. On the other hand, Gu Ze, who did nothing, received all the benefits. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui quickly stood behind their eldest brother. Their eldest sister wouldn't cherish their eldest brother, they would be good to him. Moreover, frankly speaking, they both had to stand in this position, otherwise, they would be controlled by some force. Gu Ze, kneeling on the ground, saw Su Yi and the others return, but they looked at him with cold eyes, showing no concern. This made his heart even more furious. Gu Yi, he had truly underestimated him. Just by following those old bitches and little bitches, he had made them turn disaster into fortune. He had planned everything, but he gained no benefits and was instead covered in wounds. Gu Qian followed Gu Ze's gaze and saw Gu Yi first. She immediately stood up and stared intently at her so-called biological brother. Indeed, he was of Gu family stock. He looked so much like them. His brows, his eyes, his aura, all resembled them. What a pity. All of this was superficial. The Gu family did not have hypocrites like Gu Yi who put on a pious front. "Mom? What's wrong?" Gu Qian looked at Su Yi and found her complexion very bad. Her own complexion changed instantly. Su Yi waved her hand. "Xiao Yun, I'm fine. I was just scared by what happened today. I'll tell you." But before she could finish speaking, Gu Chuyin turned her head and roared at Gu Yi. "Gu Yi, you are a jinx." Su Yi immediately shielded Gu Yi. "Xiao Yun, what are you saying? Xiao Yi is not a jinx." Gu Chuyun, however, acted as if she had lost her mind. "What do you mean he's not a jinx? In just 2 days, I already know everything that has happened in the Gu family. As soon as he returned, the 2 younger ones had accidents, and second brother's ski resort also had problems. And now, he's even caused Xiao Zhe to be bullied. Could mom have gotten Alzheimer's? If it were in the past, without me saying anything, she would have reacted to each of these incidents. But now, she was actually blind and still believing false accusations. Su Yi's heart was breaking. She was equally furious. "Xiao Yun, I told you, Xiao Yi is not a jinx. On the contrary, he is our family's lucky star. I don't care what you think. Anyone who calls him a jinx again will be kicked out of this house." What was going on? Hadn't this eldest daughter heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts just now? Gu Chuyun looked at her mother and was equally astonished. "Mom, what are you saying?" For a stranger she had just found, who was only related by blood, was she actually going to disown her? "Mom, have you lost your mind? Before Gu Yi returned, you never acted so irrationally. You also never had such a bad complexion, as if you were seriously ill. Isn't this the best proof?" Su Yi became even more enraged. "Gu Chuyun, the one who is truly irrational is you. Think carefully, don't you have a prejudice against Xiao Yi? If the whole family could hear Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, but only the eldest daughter couldn't?" Seeing the mother and daughter arguing fiercely over him, Gu Yi curled his lips. Old Su seems to be really getting into character, treating herself as a good mother. She's actually arguing with her own daughter, the daughter she's most proud of, and even wants to disown her for a stranger like me? Sigh, there's no need for that. You guys are the real family. I'm just an outsider. Sui, Gu Chuyao. Big brother misunderstood. Mom is serious. Gu Chuhui. Big brother still doesn't understand mom. Mom is really angry now, and the consequences will be severe. But what's wrong with eldest sister? Her face shows nothing but anger. No other expression changes. Could eldest sister really not hear big brother's inner thoughts? This is really bad. If she heard them, she would know the truth. Mom, you're not yourself. These aren't things you would say. It must be Gu Yi, that jinx. He's influencing your judgment. Gu Chuyun ignored Su Yi and looked at Gu Yi again, her eyes burning with raging anger. You little bitch. I don't care what methods you used. I am your elder sister, and it's natural for me to discipline you. Before she finished speaking, she kicked Gu Yi. Her mother, who had always doted on her, was actually going to disown her. This must be Gu Yi sowing discord. And her beloved twin sisters, they were actually siding with Gu Yi. No, she couldn't lose her family. Gu Yi stood there as if he was scared silly, not moving at all. Here it comes. The self-pitying act this morning didn't work, but now it's finally useful. With this kick, I must extort 10 or 8 apartment complexes from her. What about a small goal? I'm not interested anymore. Rich, handsome, and idle. I'm going out to have fun, and I don't care about that damn elder sister, or the Gu family at all. She says she's my sister, and it's natural for her to discipline me? Has she ever been a sister to me for a single day? She's a fake sister. Su Yi was shocked. Gu Chuyun. Stop. If she kicked him, Xiao Yi would definitely leave home and never return. Xiao Yi, run quickly. Su Yi wanted to shield Gu Yi, but she couldn't move. Looking down, she realized it was Gu Zhe, tightly holding her legs. Mom, don't be angry. You're sick now, and getting angry will only make your illness worse. That wretched old woman. You won't get past to help Gu Yi. Eldest sister is a black belt in Taekwondo. With that kick, Gu Yi would be dead or disabled. Even if he was lucky enough not to be disabled, he would be lying in the hospital for months. As soon as he returned, he took everything from him, caused him to be humiliated, and even his few follower brothers were finished. Gu Yi must pay a heavy price for this. Su Yi was so angry she almost exploded on the spot. If it were in the past, she would have been deeply moved. But now that she knew Gu Zhe's true colors, she felt no emotion, only disgust. Gu Zhe, let go. Su Yi struggled with all her might, but Gu Zhe held onto her legs tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. At the critical moment, it was Gu Chuyao who pushed Gu Chui. Gu Chui, only then realizing, hugged Gu Yi. Almost at the same time, Gu Chuyun's kick landed squarely on her. Gu Chui cried out in pain, hugging Gu Yi, and they both fell to the ground. Gu Yi was suddenly hugged by Gu Chui, and then fell to the ground. With his self-preservation instincts kicking in, he even rolled on the ground the moment he landed, thus avoiding becoming a human cushion. This is making me so angry. Has Gu Chui gone mad? Why is she acting crazy at this critical moment? My ploy of self-inflicted injury. It didn't work this morning, and it still hasn't been used. Damn it. Still lying on the ground, his inner thoughts were already exploding. Gu Chui felt an unbearable pain and a surge of grievance, unwillingness, and anger. Big sister, calm down. Don't you listen to mom anymore. Extremely annoyed, she had no choice but to go all out. For the first time in her life, she shouted at Gu Chubbing. Even if she had to be beaten again, she was not afraid. If it weren't for her big sister's impulsiveness, why would she have been beaten? Sob, sob, sob. Back then, she also had a prejudice against her eldest brother, but she still benefited from misfortune because of his inner thoughts. At that time, mom and dad also scolded her, and she still didn't listen. Big sister is such a rational person. Why does she refuse to believe what so many people in the family have said about her eldest brother? Gu Chuyao ran over. Hui, how are you? Big sister, you are too impulsive. We are family. Do we need to resort to violence? Just now, her younger sister was close to her eldest brother, and in a moment of urgency, she could only let her younger sister take the blow. Moreover, she hadn't expected big sister to be so ruthless. Gu Chui felt even more wronged. Big sister, are you teaching elder brother a lesson? You want to kill him, right? My leg is broken. My body has always been very good, but you kicked me and broke my bone. What if it were elder brother? He was lost for so many years, suffered so much, his body was not good to begin with. If he had been kicked by you just now, he might have died on the spot. She was afraid of big sister, but that was also because of her admiration for her. She never lost her temper without reason, nor did she act like this, attacking her own family members. Thinking of that strange power again, Gu Chui felt that big sister was also influenced by Gu Zhe, and even controlled by that strange power. Gu Chuyao's eyes welled up with tears as she said, Hui, you must be in a lot of pain. If it were elder brother, he would probably be crippled. Big sister, how could you be like this? You always protected us so much. What's wrong with you? We are not biased towards elder brother. If it weren't for elder brother's return, my sister and I would have been sold to Myanmar, and our organs would be gone by now. Sob, sob, sob. Didn't she say she already understood everything? Then why doesn't she know that she and her sister were almost tragically harmed? Gu Chuyun stood there in a daze. The accusations from her twin sister had completely messed up her mind. Gu Yi is not a jinx? But with so many things happening, how could he not be a jinx? Before he returned, the Gu family didn't have so many incidents. Moreover, Gu Zhe had already investigated, and she had also seen so much investigation data, so there shouldn't be any problem. Could she really be wrong? Su Yi pushed Gu Zhe away and rushed to Gu Ye's side, her face full of worry. Xiao Yi, how are you? Are you injured anywhere? Mom will call a doctor for you. Don't be afraid. Her trembling hand took out her phone and quickly dialed a number. Gu Yi sighed. I'm fine. You should worry about Gu Chui. Sigh. I hate owing favors the most. There are indeed people who aren't afraid of death and dare to take a beating for me. Gu Chui, that girl, should get a brain scan to see how big the tumor inside is. Gu Chui, who was crying tearfully, heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts and suddenly felt as if she had eaten honey, a sweet feeling in her heart. Has elder brother accepted me? Then this kick she took wasn't in vain. Gu Chuyao was also stunned and happy for her sister in her heart. Elder brother's self-inflicted injury ploy was inadvertently used by his sister. Su Yi also showed a bitter smile and said, Xiao Yi, thank you for caring about your sister. This could be considered a blessing in disguise for Xiao Hui. Seeing this, Gu Qiyun's anger erupted once again. Mom, what are you doing? Xiao Zhe was harmed by Gu Yi like this, and you ignore him. I didn't even hit Gu Yi just now, so what injury could he have? You don't care about Xiao Zhe, but you care about Gu Yi. Are your eyes blind? She still said Gu Yi wasn't a jinx. She would never believe it even if she were beaten to death. Before Gu Yi returned, Xiao Zhe was the pampered darling of the family. But Gu Yi had only been back for 2 days, and Xiao Zhe's pampered status had been snatched away. This is unfair. Gu Zhe lay on the ground, blood dripping from his head. That was caused by Su Yi pushing him forcefully earlier, and him crashing into the table. Big sister, don't be angry, I'm fine. My injury is not elder brother's fault. He didn't do anything. It's all my fault, I'm too useless. If I were capable, I wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have caused our family to lose face. Gu Zhe wiped away a tear, coincidentally smearing the blood from his head all over his face, making him look even more pitiful. Those old bitches and those 2 little bitches, they are truly blind. From the moment they entered the house, they hadn't even looked at him more than once, nor had they uttered a word of concern. Even calling the family doctor now is for Gu Yi, not for himself. Fortunately, he called Big Sister back, otherwise, he would have been bullied to death. That little bitch Gu Chui, Gu Yi was so scared at the time, he didn't even know how to dodge. If it weren't for her, Gu Yi would be crippled now. Is she using a ploy of self-inflicted injury to get Gu Yi to look at her more? Last time, she wasn't sold to Myanmar, and she thought she had averted disaster? Su Yi looked at Gu Ze's performance, and her heart sank to the bottom. If she hadn't heard Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, then Xiao Yun's reaction now would definitely be her own reaction. The whole family had been deceived by Gu Ze. The whole family were truly blind. He clearly orchestrated everything, yet he acted pitiful to gain sympathy, and even made his family members turn against Xiao Yi, pushing all the blame onto him. Su Yi had always believed that since she had personally raised Gu Ze, even without her bloodline, he would be a good child. But now she realized that she was terribly mistaken. Some people are inherently evil, and this gene cannot be changed. Gu Yi got up from the ground and looked down at Gu Chuyun, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Gu Chuyun, are you sure you understand everything that has happened? Guzi, investigate for me. What major gossip does this overbearing female CEO of the Gu family have? I see her complexion is dark. She's bound to have a bloody disaster. Gu Chuyun looked at Gu Yi and immediately stepped forward, grabbing his collar. Gu Yi, what are you calling me? Who do you think you are to dare to call my name directly? As far as she could remember, no one had ever been so audacious. Gu Yi sneered. Who am I? I am the biological son of the Gu family. Everything in the Gu family will belong to me in the future. What's wrong with me calling you by your name? You're just a dog working for me. The 8 great families have always valued men over women. This is an undeniable fact. No matter how capable Gu Chuyun is, what does it matter? The empire she builds will eventually be handed over to the heir of the Gu family. And I am the legitimate eldest son, am I not? Sui, Xiao Yi has figured it out. He doesn't want to leave the Gu family anymore and is willing to inherit the family fortune. Oh my God, truly blessed by heaven, the Gu family is saved. Gu Chuhui's eyes lit up. Her eldest brother has awakened. He knows his position. This is great. Being kicked by him is worth her elder brother's awakening. Gu Chuyao was even moved to tears of joy. As expected of the eldest son of the Gu family, the future heir, he even has such courage against his domineering eldest sister. Gu Zhe, who was kneeling on the ground, was also stunned at this moment. Gu Yi. He spoke to Gu Chuyun like that. Ha ha ha. Good. This is truly excellent. If he offends Gu Chuyun, Gu Yi still wants to be the Gu family's own son, a working dog. He's not even as good as a stray dog. It was truly worth his careful planning and creating such a good opportunity for him. And at this moment, Gu Chuyun, who was grabbing Gu Ye's collar, was dumbfounded. Gu Yi only said that one sentence, and then stopped talking. What was she hearing later? She had an ominous premonition, and to verify that guess, she continued to say, Gu Yi, are you very arrogant? You want me to work for you? Mom, did you hear that? As soon as Gu Yi returned, he wanted to seize our family fortune. Does such a person deserve to be the Gu family's own son? What a big idiot. In front of the whole family, he dared to speak his ambition. With this little bit of cunning, he deserved to compete with her for the family fortune? Heh. Su Yi, however, laughed. I'm happy that Xiao Yi has this awareness. When your dad and third brother come back, I'll tell them this good news. It's such great news, the whole family must come and have a good laugh. Gu Chuyun was stunned. Mom, what are you talking about? He just came back for our family fortune. He has ulterior motives. Didn't Mom say before? If her biological younger brother was found, and he only wanted the Gu family's fortune, she would absolutely not acknowledge him as her son. Now she heard it with her own ears. How could she still favor him? Gu Zhe was also dumbfounded. What did that old BTCH Sui mean? Could it be that she had already planned to leave the entire family fortune to Gu Yi? Why? She always said that he was the child she raised with her own hands, and his abilities far surpassed ordinary people in all aspects. Only he could carry forward the Gu family, and in the future, the Gu family would also belong to him. Damn Gu Yi, what method did he use to be able to change Su Yi? Su Yi looked at Gu Chuyun and was very speechless. Xiao Yun, are you stupid? Xiao Yi is my biological son. He is the eldest son of the Gu family. The rules of the 8 great families are all like this. The eldest son inherits the family business. How is this ulterior motives? Isn't this very normal? Now that Xiao Yi finally agreed to inherit the family fortune, she had to confirm this matter quickly. When old Gu comes back, she must have him make a will, written in black and white to avoid any future trouble. Gu Chuyun was furious. Mom, this is unfair. What about Xiao Zhe? Didn't you say before that only Xiao Zhe is your son? Gu Zhe was furious inwardly, but since his elder sister spoke up for him, he naturally didn't need to act himself. Eldest sister, don't be angry, Mom is right. Eldest brother is the Gu family's own son. Everything in the Gu family should originally belong to eldest brother. I am grateful to Mom for raising me for so many years. I am already very content. As she spoke, tears began to fall, looking so wronged as if she was about to die. Gu Qian's heart was even more angry and heartbroken. Gu Yi, that fake is crying again. What a crybaby. He exposed his true colors so early to fight for the family fortune. It's a pity that the domineering CEO is also blind and doesn't believe it. What old Suit just said sounds real. But as for me, I really don't care about the Gu family's little fortune. After all, the Gu family will be ruined in no time. What will I inherit then? Will I inherit boxes and boxes of ashes? I was just saying it, deliberately trying to anger the female CEO. Su Yi felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her, and her excited mood was instantly extinguished. Xiao Yi was just speaking casually. But with him here, the Gu family would not be ruined, and this vast fortune must be his. Gu Qian was about to speak for Gu Zhe, but she heard Gu Ye's words again. But she kept staring at him and found that he hadn't opened his mouth at all. Could it be? Could it be that she was hearing his thoughts? But what did he mean by what he said? What did he mean by the Gu family being ruined? The fake is Gu Zhe, and Gu Zhe wants to fight for the family fortune? He didn't need to fight at all. The Gu family's fortune should have been his. At this moment, Gu Ye's thoughts came again. Guzi, have you found out yet? Hurry up and tell me. Let me see how the domineering CEO is played to death by Gu Zhe. I'll relax my mind, then think of a ploy, get a few small goals, and then I'll run away. What kind of damn family fortune? Whoever wants it can take it. Gu Chuyun was even more surprised, and her hands couldn't help but tremble, and she quickly let go of Gu Ye's collar. You just bleep. She wanted to ask Gu Yi what he was doing, why he said that, but the rest of her words were all censored. She tried a few more times, but found that she still couldn't speak. Su Yi saw this, and the anxious heart she had finally settled down. The eldest daughter could also hear Xiao Ye's thoughts, which was great. Xiao Yun, Calm down. Xiao Yi is your biological brother. You should sort out the relationship inside again. Su Yi walked over and pulled Gu Chuyin to her side. Mom, Gu Chuyin wanted to retort, but she suddenly felt her mind clear up a lot, and things that were unclear before were now almost clear. It was at this moment that the system's voice sounded. Young master, it has been investigated. Tomorrow Guze will go back to visit his biological parents' home, and Gu Chuyun will follow him, worrying about his safety. When they arrived in that poor mountain village, she found a pregnant woman eating talisman water to give birth to a son. She was shocked and quickly stopped her, even pouring out the talisman water. Gu Yuel? Another act of kindness. Could she be trapped in the deep mountains, serving as a breeding machine for others? Gu Chuyun. Su Yi held Gu Chuyun's hand and repeatedly reassured her with her eyes. Don't make a sound. We can all hear it. You'll know what's going on in a moment. System, Xiao Yi, you're thinking too simply. That pregnant woman is Gu Zei's second maternal uncle's maternal aunt's sister, and now Gu Zei's stepmother. The stepmother, furious, found Gu Zei's biological father to complain. Gu Zei's biological father then found Gu Zei, demanding that Gu Chuyun compensate and apologize. After all, Gu Chuyun is a domineering CEO. She saw that the situation was dire and quickly drove away. It's just that, Gu Yi. It's just that Gu Zei didn't intend to let her go, and then pretended to be pitiful and played the victim, tricking her back to become his stepmother. Gu Chuyun. What kind of mess is this? Gu Zei isn't like that. He's her own brother. Su Yi, however, looked at Gu Zei on the side and narrowed her eyes. Little beast. He was capable of anything. System, haha. This is still incorrect. Young master, you think too highly of Gu Zei. Gu Zei told his father at the time that Gu Chuyun was very rich and very capable, like a phoenix from the mountains. But he didn't want to commit a crime and harm the whole family. However, he thought of a way to turn Gu Chuyun into a lunatic, and then his family could kindly take her in, and it would be different. Gu Yi. Gu Zei is really a genius. I'm almost convinced by his talent. What a divine idea to take in someone. And take in a mentally ill patient. Isn't this a crime? As Gu Ye's thoughts just fell, Gu Chuyun completely exploded, no longer able to hold back. Gu Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? You bleep Xiao Zei bleep. The domineering CEO has gone berserk. Not only had she just heard Gu Ye's thoughts, but she also confirmed that her mother and two younger sisters could also hear his thoughts. No wonder they were all biased and believed him. So this was Gu Ye's scheme. To make herself like her mother and sisters. He had even fabricated a tragic fate for himself. Little brat. Such a person is not fit to be the heir of the Gu family, nor is he fit to live in this world. He is a jinx. Even if God himself came, she wouldn't change this opinion. Gu Yi took a small step back, picked at his ear, and had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. I didn't say anything, did I? Are you sick? No wonder people say you should never provoke those so-called domineering CEOs. It's one thing for them to be cold and aloof normally, but when they truly go crazy, they're worse than shrewish wives. TSK, TSK, TSK. So, I won't be a lapdog for her like in the original plot, nor will I tell her that she's about to face extreme misfortune. Within a week, she will become a complete lunatic. I'm not some saint. Just because we have blood relations, I have to treat my sister well, and expect my sister to treat me well too. Huh, that's what the original host did, and what did he get in return? People. Sometimes you have to be a little selfish. Always put yourself first, and only then will your life not have been lived in vain. Gu Chuyun heard the latter part, and her mind became a mess again, feeling like her brain was about to explode. What do you mean, becoming a lunatic? Does he really think such a thing will happen? You just wait. Gu Chuyun turned and walked towards Gu Zei, hugging Gu Zei and taking him away in front of them. Xiao Zei, if they don't care about you, your sister will. We don't need to go back to this home. Su Yi hurriedly chased after her. Xiao Yun, wait a moment. Listen to your mother, Xiao Yun. Gu Yi, what is she saying? Oh, I know. Old Su is probably telling her that they are working together in an act, just to make me obediently comply and stay in the Gu family, to uphold the Gu family's reputation. Gu Chuyun, that idiot. Hurry up and go take care of her good brother. Her good brother will give her a taste of life's experience from heaven to hell. Su Yi stopped abruptly upon hearing this. Her eldest daughter was currently muddled-headed. There was no use in her talking to her now, and it might even make Xiao Yi suspicious. She couldn't ruin the relationship that had finally eased a bit. Xiao Yi, you must be hungry. Go back and rest. I'll have the kitchen make food. Old Ba, the family doctor will be here soon. Have him take good care of old Jiao. Su Yi made arrangements and quickly went to the kitchen. Gu Yi, however, did not leave, merely sitting on the sofa and looking at the pale-faced Gu Chui. Hey, You idiot who has no wisdom despite being called Hui Hui. Don't be so presumptuous in the future. It's useless to me, understand? Also, that family doctor. Never mind, I'll stay. He leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. What family doctor? Isn't that just a lewd and perverted man? I really don't understand how rich people's brains work. Haven't they noticed something so obvious? Gu Chui was still secretly delighted that her elder brother had spoken to her proactively, but when she heard the latter part, she almost fainted. Lewd and perverted man. What does that mean? Gu Chuyao quickly got up and ran to the kitchen. Mom, I want to eat braised pork. Let me tell you. No. Mom needs to know. In the living room, a girl lay on the ground as if waiting to die. A handsome guy closed his eyes to rest, as if asleep. Guzi, where did Gu Chuyin and Guze go? Hurry, and let me have some fun. And Feng Baobao, she's bound to surprise me, right? Gu Chuhui's eyes snapped open, her heart pounding. Sister Bauer wasn't just any rich young lady. If Guze offended the Feng family's little princess, he would be in big trouble. She quickly took out her phone and scrolled through the web pages. The results were disappointing. There was nothing. How could that be? But no matter how she searched, there was no related news. Even the news about her third sister's skiing accident was gone. This immediately made her think of her second sister, Gu Chiyu. Gu family's PR was very fond of Guze. Alas, with her second sister making a move and her elder sister helping, it would be really difficult to bring down Guze. Gu Chui silently turned off her phone, waiting for news from that sycophantic lackey of an elder brother. System, young master, you forgot. Guze wouldn't abandon this family. He's afraid you'll speak ill of him if he leaves. The domineering female CEO just called the Gu family's second son, and all news about Guze online has been suppressed. Guyi, didn't Feng Baobao also act like a domineering female CEO? She doesn't seem like that kind of person. System, Feng Baobao never plays by the rules. She deliberately made Gu Chuyin and Gu Chuyu pay, and she earned 50 million in this round. Guyi almost jumped up. Holy crap. Feng Baobao is indeed a remarkable woman. Her brother dealt with Guze, and she also got the money. This move, she grabbed it with both hands. Both are firm. As expected of the woman I have my eye on, she has a bright future. System. Money future? Future prospects. Gu Chui sighed. It's too difficult. It seemed like her efforts were in vain. At this moment, her maids carried Guze back. Guyi heard the sound and only glanced over. He's truly a resilient cockroach. He was ravaged 3 times by 3 strong men, beaten again, and then cut himself, and he can still persist until now. As expected of the protagonist in the book, that halo is amazing. Gu Chui, brother is right, but stop talking. I'm about to burst out laughing. Guze stared fiercely at Guyi, hating him to the core. That damn bastard. If he hadn't returned, why would he have been humiliated like this? He only glanced at him. Was he blind or mute, not knowing how to flatter him? He winked at the maids, and they stopped, carrying him in front of Guyi. Guyi pretended not to see him, and in his heart, the winner is here. 1, 2, 3, let's start the show. As his inner thoughts finished, Guye's crying voice rang out. Big brother, don't feel guilty. It's all my fault for being useless and not protecting myself, which led to you being implicated. But don't be afraid. Dad will be back later, and I'll help explain things to you. Big brother, please forgive me. The maids looked at Guze with heartache in their eyes. Second young master, even in this state, he's still comforting the eldest young master. He's truly too kind. Ever since the eldest young master returned, continuous incidents have occurred in the family, but the madam still favors him, calling him a lucky star. Madam is truly too much. Clearly, before, Madam liked second young master so much. Alas, Guyi didn't even look at Guze and said coldly, do you admit you were wrong? Guze, big brother, I was truly wrong. Please forgive me, and I will perform well in the future. Idiot. So easily fooled by his own act. Heh. With this IQ, he still wants to fight for the family fortune. It's truly a fool's dream. Guyi nodded. All right, count out to me 3 times, and slap yourself 10 times, and I'll forgive you. Guze was stunned. Big brother. You. What did you say? Is he crazy? Which of my words was a genuine admission of fault? Guyi, what's wrong? Don't understand? Or do you think you weren't wrong? Guze's tears dripped down, and he looked at Guyi pitifully, as if he had been bullied by him. Guyi curled his lips. So you were just talking casually just now, and you don't think you were wrong. Then why are you putting on a show here? And letting those 4 old leeks think you're kind and generous, making me the villain. For old leeks, maids. Second young master's words seemed to make some sense. But the eldest young master isn't that kind of person. Guze pursed his lips, gritting his teeth, and stared at Guyi. Bastard. He's playing tricks. Gu suddenly felt playful. He leaned forward and got close to Guze. Fake. I know you're an honest child. Since you think you were wrong, I'll help you admit your mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and slapped Guze's face left and right. Slap, slap, slap. One slap followed another, echoing throughout the living room. Ha ha ha. This is so satisfying. You damn idiot. Do you really think I'm the original punching bag? That the fake always acts in front of me, and I always endure it? That's not happening. I like to eat all good things, but I can't stand hardship, and I especially can't stand being wronged. Since they've been delivered to my doorstep, if I don't entertain them, it would be impolite. His heart was filled with these thoughts, and the force of his hands increased. Guze never expected Guyi to dare to hit him, let alone with such force. By the time he reacted, Guyi had finished. Fake, your skin is really thick. My hands hurt from hitting you. Alas. It's fine. I won't blame you. After all, you're not the Gu family's biological son. If I blame you, you can't afford to compensate. I'm annoyed. Get lost. Guyi stretched his wrists and leaned back on the sofa. Guze's face instantly swelled like a pig's head, his head buzzing, and it was no longer functioning well. He was actually hit by that country bumpkin Guyi, and he's looking down on him. The four old leeks, maids were also stunned. Second young master was hit by the eldest young master. Second young master is the pampered darling of the family. Eldest young master just returned and hasn't established himself yet. How dare he? Gu Chu-wei, lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Big brother hit him so well. Just listening to it felt so exhilarating. Who are you? How dare you hit the Gu family's eldest young master? At this moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over, roaring at Guyi with an imposing manner. Guyi glanced at him. Guzi, is this the perverted, creepy guy? How is he perverted and creepy? Tell me. Guze. Dr. Zhao, don't be angry. This is my big brother. He just returned, and there's a misunderstanding between us. It's only natural for big brother to educate his younger brother. Please take a look at my sister's leg injury first. Don't worry about me. Dr. Zhao became even more annoyed. That jinx, Guyi. Guze, you're too kind, which is why a bumpkin is bullying you. No matter the reason, if he can beat you up like this, it's wrong. The Gu family head has kindness towards me, so I can't let his reputation be ruined. Today, I will teach this unfilial son a good lesson on his behalf. Dr. Zhao raised his hand and slapped towards Guye's face. Guyi crossed his arms and sat there without moving. Old Gu has kindness towards him? Guzi, tell me first, how did they get to know each other? System, young master. I found out here, and I even got a golden egg from eating melon. Guyi, speak. Zhao? How dare you hit my son? I'll kill you. Before Dr. Zhao could even swing his hand, a stick hit him on the head. He immediately lay on the ground, clutching his head with both hands. It turned out Su-yi had arrived. Dr. Zhao touched his head and felt a hand full of blood. This not only annoyed him, but also filled him with rage. Su-yi, you slut, how dare you hit me? In his rage, the man surnamed Zhao had lost all restraint. Su-yi had never expected that the usually refined Dr. Zhao would say such things. Guyi was also taken aback. What's gotten into old Su? I remember from the plot. She greatly respected this family doctor and almost followed his every word. At a crucial moment, he actually hit the guy's surname Zhao. And for me, I don't quite understand this. Her abnormal behavior is too much. I even thought she had truly changed her ways. Guzi, that guy's surname Zhao has revealed his true thoughts. Hurry and release his black material. This guy has piqued my interest. Su-yi heard Guye's thoughts and snapped back to reality. She swung her stick a few more times at Dr. Zhao. Guze recommended you. I took you in because I pitied you. To put it nicely, you're a worker in my home. To put it bluntly, you're my household slave. A slave even dares to hit his master. You're not even pretending anymore, and you're insulting me. Indeed, one should not pity anyone. Her compassion had all been wasted on ungrateful people. Little Yi was right. As a rich person, she was indeed like a blind fool, unable to distinguish between good and bad. Dr. Zhao realized he had spoken out of turn and regretted it deeply. Su-yi's attacks were truly fierce. She had been a sports enthusiast in her youth, and now he had no way to defend himself. Madam Gu, you misunderstand. I didn't mean it like that. You and Mr. Gu are both my benefactors. I was doing this for your own good. That Gu Yi is a jinx. Ever since he returned, something has happened in your family. Moreover, young Master Guze is currently seriously injured. Please stop hitting him. Let me examine his injuries. The only thing he could do was use Guze as a shield. However, he didn't expect that if he hadn't mentioned Guze, it might have been better. The moment Guze was mentioned, Su-yi's anger flared even more, and her blows became even more vicious. She directly broke one of Dr. Zhao's arms and crooked the newly fixed bridge of his nose. Guze was thoroughly panicked and quickly cried out, "Mom, please stop hitting him. Dr. Zhao saved my life. He's my savior." Dr. Zhao misunderstood. Big brother's slap earlier was just him disciplining me. He thought I was being bullied. "Mom, if Dr. Zhao doesn't treat me, what will I do?" Well, Su-yi, that old hag, was truly insane. She actually hit Dr. Zhao for that country bumpkin Guyi. Without Dr. Zhao, who would treat her and old Gu in the future? Damn Guyi. What had he done to make Su-yi do so much for him? Guyi sat to the side, observing everything with a cold gaze, as if none of it concerned him. The perverted creep is the fake young master's savior? Old Gu is also the pervert savior. The connections here are a bit complicated. Guzi, did you find anything? Su-yi heard Guye's thoughts and didn't want to miss any details, so she stopped. After all, she hadn't been this angry in years. She was so tired she was gasping for breath and sat aside to pant. "Guze, you shut up for now. I'll deal with you later." Little Yi said Dr. Zhao was a perverted creep, not as refined as he pretended to be. It was also because Guze introduced him that she spent money and effort to take him in. Perhaps this had everything to do with Guze. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuyi pricked up their ears. They had been blind and mistaken about men before, and now there was another pervert, their familiar family doctor. They both felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, feeling like they had almost been fooled again. Dr. Zhao's real name is Zhao Daong. He was Guze's middle school health teacher. Once, his true nature was exposed, and a female classmate reported him. He was fired. Later, he hid in the countryside and worked as a veterinarian. Guze once got into big trouble. He spent 5 million, bought a watch, and got a haircut. He was afraid of being scolded by his family, so he thought of faking illness. But faking illness would definitely be discovered by the family doctor. So he found Dr. Zhao. After some manipulation, the perverted creep became Guze's savior. Guze was very pampered at the time, and the perverted creep subsequently became the new family doctor of the Gu family. To think they're using a veterinarian as a family doctor. If the Gu family doesn't fall, then heaven's wrath will be upon them. Sui, veterinarian. Guze, you're so capable, he's secretly cursing his entire family as not human. Guyi veterinarian? As in, the beast in Beastly? In the plot, Gu family's 6th child saw him once, and after that, he became estranged from the family. He was even diagnosed with mental problems by the veterinarian and nearly sent to a mental hospital. Gu Chuyun had the best relationship with the 6th child, and she didn't notice anything? System, let me check this. Sui, the lackey's work efficiency is really poor. Does this even need checking? Gu Chuyao, hurry up. Gu Chuyi, my legs don't even hurt anymore. If I don't get to eat this gossip, I'll become half paralyzed. Guyi, you useless person. With this work efficiency, how are you going to change my skills? Su-yi nodded slightly. Exactly, such a waste. System, found it. There really is such a plot. Why Gu's 6th child wasn't understood, it turns out it's because. Holy crap. Guyi, don't be so jumpy. You're a professional gossip system. You need to be more professional. System, because Gu Chuyun was also bullied by this veterinarian. But she valued her reputation and had a strong personality, so she could only endure it silently. Sui, Gu Chuyao, and Gu Chuyi. Guyi, the veterinarian treated everyone in the family. If something happened, wouldn't Guze know? Given the veterinarian's past behavior, I don't believe the fake young master is unaware. Sui, what? This was all Guze's plan. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuyi. Big sister is so foolish. She was harmed, but refused to protect her other sisters. Their view of Big Sister has completely shattered. System, young master, you are truly brilliant. Guze did it on purpose. After all, with his psychological issues, he doesn't see his sisters as sisters at all. Guyiyu, so disgusting. I want to vomit. Su-yi suddenly stood up, roaring angrily. Guze. She clenched her fists, trembling with rage. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, knowing that this was likely a part of Guze's scheme. Hearing it firsthand, she still couldn't accept it. Why in the end? Wasn't she good enough to him? She could even swear that even with her own son, she wouldn't have been like this. Moreover, Guze actually had such vile thoughts about his several daughters. It was too terrifying. It even made her feel disgusted. Guyi, who was about to continue spectating, was startled by her. What's wrong with old Su? Could it be? Guze mom? What's wrong with me? That wretched woman. What was with that look and tone? Did she want to kill him? He had already said it. Even when Guyi hit him, she pretended to be deaf and mute, and now she was yelling at him for something else. Zhao Daong stood up, clutching his arm, and shielded Guze behind him. Madam Gu, are you having an episode? Guze is so severely injured. and you ignore him, but now you're yelling at him for an outsider? Su-yi kicked him, sending him to the ground again. Go to hell with your episode. I'm not sick. You quack doctor deliberately harmed me before. You are the outsider in my family. When did it become your place to interfere in my family's affairs? My own son is not a jinx. You're fired. Get out now. But you also need to be prepared. I won't let any of what you've done go. Why would he be biased against Guyi? Wasn't it Guze who instructed him? You dog slave. He was the one who harmed her daughters, and he must pay the price. Zhao Daong shivered all over. Madame Gu, you can't fire me. You can't treat me like this. He just said a few words to help Guze, and now he was being fired? If it were in the past, Madame Gu wouldn't only not be angry, but she would also reward him. Why had everything changed now? She wanted to fire him and also investigate what he had done before. What had he done? Could it be? Impossible. Guze had told him before that one of the sisters was a CEO who cared about her reputation, and the other was almost out of contact with the family. They hadn't even spoken. If he left the Gu family, where else could he go? Would he have to go back to the countryside to be a veterinarian? In the past few years in the Gu family, a single consultation could earn him tens of thousands of yuan, and sometimes if the host was happy, they would give him a reward. The most he had ever received was 100,000 yuan in consultation fees. That was the income of an ordinary person for a year, and he just had to say a few nice words to achieve it. Such a good job, you couldn't find it even with a lantern. Guze was also greatly shocked. He even ignored his physical pain and knelt on the ground, desperately begging Zhao Daong. Mom, this doctor is my savior. He has always been loyal. Guyi sneered, although I don't know how old Sue's brain got better, actually suspecting the perverted male veterinarian. But I still think she won't really investigate. After all, the fake can't do without the veterinarian. He colluded with the veterinarian in a effeminate manner and even swapped an ancient bronze for old Gu's favorite. Let me see. That ancient bronze is worth a small fortune. That was old Gu's birthday gift for his mother-in-law. TSK, TSK, TSK. Defending against the outside is easy, but it's hard to defend against a thief in your own home. Su-yi's anger intensified when she heard this. Before he could finish speaking, Su-yi reprimanded. Guze, shut up. Someone, get this guy named Zhao out of here. No, report him to the police. He stole Gu family property. Zhao Daong was completely stunned. Madame Gu, I didn't take anything. Why am I being accused of robbery? You can't wrong me like this. Guze became completely enraged. No one is allowed to touch Dr. Zhao. Su-yi said with a cold face. Guze, what did you say? Guyi, the fake isn't pretending anymore. He wants to take charge now. Old Su must be very proud inside. After all, she's been waiting for this day. Seeing her beloved son, whom she carefully raised, exuding such kingly aura, she must feel very gratified. Su-yi, I'm proud. I'm gratified. I want to slap Guze. Guze realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his tune with tears. Mom, calm down. Dr. Zhao just said a few fair words. You shouldn't fire him, let alone call the police and frame him with a false charge. Mom, our family has been having one incident after another. Other families don't know how they're laughing at us. If this matter escalates, our family's reputation will be ruined, and we'll become a complete laughingstock. After speaking, he glanced at Guyi, only to see him still appearing as if it had nothing to do with him, and he became even more upset. A jinx. Guyi was a jinx. He came back to curse him. Why is the fake glaring at me with those pea-sized eyes? As soon as he opens his mouth, he's bound to pin the blame on me. If it weren't for the sake of getting more money, I would have slapped him long ago. Su-yi sneered. Guze, remember, no matter what, it's not your turn to tell me what to do. Zhangma. She wasn't dead yet, and Guze, a fake, wanted to act presumptuously? What a joke. Zhangma had already called the police and was now entering with several household security guards. They first gagged Dr. Zhao and then tied him up and took him away. The whole process took only a few minutes. It was so swift and decisive. Guze had never seen such a scene, and at that moment, he couldn't say a word. How could this be? What was that wretched woman going crazy about? She was serious? Guyi, this move by old Su is really cool to me. I thought she would be fooled by the fake, but I didn't expect her to have her own mind. If she can really hold on until the end of the plot, I'm willing to crown her a goddess. Sui, you brat. I'll let you see my true strength in the future. The twin sisters all breathed a sigh of relief. They thought the same as Guyi. Their mother was really cool. No matter how much Guze tried to fool her, she didn't fall for it. Guze, so many things happened today. You owe me an explanation? Su-yi changed the subject and sat down on the sofa. Her aura was fully unleashed, no longer the doting mother, but filled with the grandeur of the matriarch. Guyi, OMG. You flatter yourself and get carried away. She even remembers the ski resort incident and is holding me accountable. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old Sue. Old Sue, you really impress me. Hearing her own son's thoughts, Sue felt even more pleased. Humph. Brat, just watch. Guze, who was kneeling on the ground, had his mind completely frozen. Did he hear wrong? That wretched woman was asking him for an explanation? She actually believed the online gossip? What was going on? Even if he caused a great disaster before, as long as he pretended to be pitiful and miserable, it would pass. But now, none of that worked. It must be Gu Yi. He pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but was actually sowing discord behind her back. Damn that wretched woman. She actually listened to him. With his thoughts racing, Guze had already figured out his excuse. Mom, I was wrong. I was too incompetent and couldn't fight against those people. I was forced by those people. They said they had mastered the Feng family's business secrets, and if I didn't do as they said, they would destroy our family. At that time, Big Brother hadn't returned yet, and I thought that when I found Big Brother, I couldn't let him suffer with us. Third sister still had the ability. She definitely wouldn't be bullied. I was just going through the motions. I really didn't expect things to develop to this point. As he spoke, tears couldn't be controlled. Snot and tears mingled, as ugly as could be. Guyi watched his performance and burst into laughter inwardly. Ha ha ha. The fake's acting has improved again. Feng family's business secrets? Does he want to laugh me to death and then inherit the Feng family's fortune? Those insignificant small families, do they know the Feng family's secrets? The one who knows the business secrets, isn't it Guze? Guzi, am I not mistaken? He even used these secrets to make money, right? After hearing Guye's thoughts, Sui could no longer control her anger and slapped Guze fiercely across the face. Guze, the evidence is irrefutable, and you're still lying. She had seen it with her own eyes, and those few henchmen had also confessed. Guze was still trying to find excuses and even smear Guyi. If she hadn't heard Guye's thoughts, wouldn't she have been toyed with to death by this fake son? Guze was still crying and rambling about his helplessness and grievances. He was caught off guard by Su Yi's slap, which stunned him. Mom, you hit me. So the old bitch finally couldn't keep up the act? After so many years, she hadn't even scolded him, and now she hit him over a trivial matter. And in front of Gu Yi. Even if he had schemed everything, what of it? Feng Baobao and Gu Laosan were fine. The online news had also been taken down by Gu Lao Air, and the Feng family hadn't done anything to the Gu family. Why was the old bitch still relentless? Wasn't she just trying to give her biological son an explanation? Damn Gu Yi. Why did he come back? Why didn't he die outside? Su Yi stared at Gu Ze's face, not missing a single expression on his face, including the fleeting hatred in his eyes. After raising him for more than 20 years, how could his every move be hidden from her? He actually hated her. Gu Ze, over the past so many years, I've been too indulgent with you. You've even schemed against your own family and lied to me. How about this? Tomorrow you can go back and visit your biological parents. Your dad and I found them a long time ago, but we were worried you would overthink it, so we never mentioned it. Didn't Xiao Yi say that Guze would go back to visit his biological parents tomorrow and even implicate their eldest daughter, Xiaoyan? Then she would take the initiative. She wanted to see what the fake son and his biological parents were plotting. And their eldest daughter, she absolutely couldn't let her become a lunatic. She had to discuss this matter properly with Lao Gu, preferably with Xiao Yi present. Guze covered his face with one hand and was shocked. Mom, you don't want me anymore? The old bitch was actually going to kick him out? She had said before that even if she had her biological son, she wouldn't let him leave, and even everything in the Gu family would be his. But it had only been 2 days, and she had changed her mind. She was going to kick him out over a trivial matter? When did she investigate his biological parents? He didn't even know. How much had she investigated? Had she discovered his family's plan? Had she already taken action? A series of questions popped up, but he still had to endure the physical pain and continue acting in front of the old bitch. Guyi was equally shocked. Did I hear that right? Lao Su is actually willing to let his precious darling go back to see his biological parents? Isn't she the most afraid of such a thing happening? Even afraid that Guze would go back and not return? In the original plot, Guze went back to visit his parents on his own initiative, and he went back secretly. Now he's being driven back by Lao Su. Guzi, quickly show me what they're playing at. This move is a bit wild. I can't figure it out at all. System, young master, please wait. I'm currently detecting. Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Zhang Ma, send Guze to the hospital now. If it were in the past, she would have appeased Guze with good temper. But now, thinking about it made her feel disgusted. She had impure thoughts about her daughters, so what about her? At such a young age, his mind was filled with lewd garbage, even with men. She couldn't think about it anymore. If she thought any more, she would vomit. Guze was anxious. Mom, I don't want to go to the hospital. There are too many people there, and even more infectious germs. I don't want to go. I am the young master of the Gu family. If this gets out, how will people look at our family? Big brother just came back, and this matter has nothing to do with him. If people gossip, why go to the hospital? If he met any acquaintances, where would he put his face? Moreover, he was the dignified eldest young master of the Gu family. How could he go to places frequented by lowly commoners? Did the old bitch have water in her brain? What exactly did she want? Gui, look, the fake one's brain is really sharp. He has to bring me up in everything he says. If I were at peace, he would probably die of anger. I was originally calm, but now he's made me 3 points angry. Alas, this 3 points of anger, without thousands or hundreds of millions, probably won't dissipate. Su-yi felt even more annoyed when she heard her son was angry. Guze, from now on, when you talk about your own matters, talk about your own. Don't drag Xiao Yi into everything. He doesn't owe you anything, and he hasn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he was lost for so many years and suffered so much. He is my biological son, and it's you who has lived a good life for more than 20 years in his place. Similarly, you've been by my side for more than 20 years, and I know what your every move means. I'm not 70 or 80 yet, so don't think I'm easily fooled. As long as she continued to work hard, always protecting Xiao Yi and letting him feel real motherly love, he would be willing to accept her. Gui stared blankly at Su-yi, as if looking at a strange person. Good heavens, I thought Lao Su had changed, but I didn't expect to be deceived. Her sweet talk is just casual. Su-yi, so difficult to deal with. She had tried so hard, but it was still no use. Guze was full of disbelief. Mom, I didn't. You misunderstood me. You know me best. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to say the rest. Zhang Ma came over, knocked him out with one blow, and had him carried away. The twin sisters were also carried to the hospital. Su-yi thought about it and decided to follow them personally. Xiaoyi, do you want to come? Su-yi asked, turning back at the doorway. Guyi waved his hand. I'm not going. I'm hungry. I want to eat. These people are so unpredictable. They might frame me again later. Especially that fake one, who was hit by Lao Su today and questioned by Lao Su. He'll definitely try to cause trouble for me later. Su-yi sighed. Okay, you eat first. Don't wait for us. By the way, I was scared by today's events. Mom will give you 8 million. Buy whatever you want. Being happy is more important than anything else. Receiving a large sum of money unexpectedly, and it was exactly what he wanted, made Gu Ye's mood instantly clear and sunny. Then thank you. Gu Ye forced a smile, and then turned casually away. Ha ha. After Lao Su grew a brain or a brain tumor, she's really too great. It's like she can hear my thoughts, knows what I like, and can satisfy me immediately. So cool. If she were really my biological mother, that would be great. This is simply too cool. Ha ha ha. Su-yi, who had walked to the doorway, couldn't help but curl her lips. She suddenly had a new idea. If using words and actions didn't work, why not use money? Financial power is more powerful than her own ability. The twin sisters. Big Brother's hobbies are really good. The two of them would work hard to earn money and give it all to Big Brother. If Big Brother is happy, the whole family is happy. Su-yi left with the whole family, and Gu Yi went to the dining room to eat. However, the pickled vegetables and steamed buns on the table made him freeze, as if he had returned to his original world. What is this? Gu Yi looked at a maid. The maid was one of those who had carried Guze in. She glared at Gu Yi without any reservation and said unhappily, Isn't he just a bastard raised outside? Do you really think you're a rich young master? It's good enough to have something to eat. Then she took the good food from the kitchen and sat on the other side of the dining table, preparing to eat. Gu Yi, snobbish. This. You dog slave. Let me see how big your face is. Can one pit fit it all? Gu Yi only felt a figure flash before his eyes, then heard the sound of plates shattering on the floor, followed by a maid's terrified scream, and then a gust of wind brushed past his cheek. Everything happened too fast. Gu Yi hadn't even recovered when he found himself alone in the spacious dining room. Holy crap, what's going on? Was that Feng Baobao's voice just now? But I didn't even see her face clearly, and she was gone? System, young master, Feng Baobao's strength is too awesome. This system is completely impressed. She's carrying that maid with one hand, has already reached the main gate, and is now digging a pit to bury her. As soon as the system's voice fell, his host transformed into a figure and disappeared from his seat. System, where did my host go? Where did my big host go? Guzi, come quickly, young master invites you to a free live burial. Good heavens. Gui had already sprinted out at a 100-meter-per-second pace. At the main gate, Feng Baobao had already dug a pit and thrown the maid into it. She grabbed a water bucket from the garden and was watering the pit. Sister Bao, where did you learn this move? Gui asked. In the world of books, it seems there's no such thing as knowing everything, right? Feng Baobao, focused on watering and mixing, didn't look back and said, I learned it from a strange book. My household staff are all obedient to me. What do you mean, knowing everything? He had never heard of such a thing. Gui breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Baobao learned it herself. That's good. That's good. Not long after, Feng Baobao finished her work. She patted the dirt off her hands, then kicked the maid awake. Yes, the maid had been so scared that she had directly fainted. Now that she was kicked awake, she looked at the towering Feng Baobao and Gu Yi, completely dumbfounded. Miss Feng, this is the Gu residence. You can't treat me like this. Gu Yi, you little bastard, save me quickly. Otherwise, when the second young master comes back, he won't let you off. Let me tell you, I'm the second young master's cousin. I'm not just any ordinary maid. Before she could say more, Feng Baobao grabbed a smelly sock and stuffed it into the maid's mouth. Gu Yi, if anyone with no eyes bullies you in the future, just call me. No matter what, your status is higher than theirs. If you always let them bully you, I'll look down on you. Feng Baobao wiped her hands with the maid's hair and glanced at Gu Yi. Gu Yi gasped. Okay, the cannon fodder Feng Baobao really has some skills. Fortunately, she didn't die so early. Judging from her words, she's willing to be my subordinate from now on? TSK. It's not like she's lusting after my body and is using a roundabout strategy to get close to me. Feng Baobao heard his thoughts, and a crack appeared in her smug smile. Who's lusting after his body? Hateful. Even if he's a bit handsome, she's not that superficial. I haven't eaten yet. Feng Baobao strode into the house. Gu Yi glanced at the maid. The fake one's relative, huh? Then I have to try. He squatted down, took off a shoe, and started slapping the maid's face with it. Slap, slap, slap. After a dozen slaps, the maid's round face had turned into a pig's head. Her nose was crooked, and it was still bleeding profusely. Tears were streaming down, mixing together, making her look indescribably ugly. Your skin isn't thick enough. My shoe sole didn't even get damaged. TSK. In the future, learn from your cousin. That's what you call thick skin. Oh no, that's not right. You don't have a future anymore. If Feng Baobao hadn't come, I would have used the Foshan Wuying Jiao just now. How dare a mere slave call me a bastard? She really thinks she's hot stuff. Putting his shoes back on, Gu Yi walked away with an aloof stride. The maid, enduring the nausea, grievance, and the intense pain in her face, watched Gu Ye's retreating back. She was so enraged that she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. But even so, no one came to help her. The dining room. Feng Baobao hadn't waited for Gu Yi and had already started eating. Gu Yi shook his head slightly. Not picky, easy to keep. Feng Baobao heard him, and while eating oysters, asked, Gu Yi, where did your fake brother go? Did your mother deal with him? Gu Yi's lips twitched. He sat one seat away from her. The fake one went out to party and offended someone, getting himself all injured. The family doctor was fired, and the fake one was sent to the hospital. Feng Baobao smiled. How is it? Do you think that person is very powerful? Gu Yi who? Feng Baobao. The one the fake one offended? She stared at Gu Yi with her big eyes, like a small dog that had retrieved its ball, waiting for its owner's praise. Gu Yi deliberately didn't satisfy her. Just so. He just beat him up. I can do that too. It would be truly amazing if the video of the fake one fighting 3 strong men could be leaked. Feng Baobao definitely wouldn't think of it, and even if she had the video, it would be suppressed within a short time. The smile on Feng Baobao's face vanished. This guy must be doing it on purpose. He can do it too? What can he do? He looks down on her. She wants to slap his face hard. Continuing to bury her head in her food, Feng Baobao took out her phone. By the time this meal was finished, the system's voice sounded. Young master, go quickly and check the trending searches. Gu Yi checked the trending searches, and then, holy cow, Feng Baobao is truly a talent. She actually thought of this method. The entire internet is flooded with the fake one's meme videos. No matter how powerful Gu Ershao is, her money power will eventually run out. Ha ha. Finally hearing Gu Ye's praise, Feng Baobao smugly crossed her legs and swung her feet. Humph. Now you know how amazing I am, right? Gu Yi, what are your plans for tomorrow? I want to invite you out shopping. Feng Baobao seized the opportunity to invite him. His abilities are too impressive. She'll take him to Feng Corporation. Gu Yi was still looking at his phone and blurted out, that's a different price. Don't think that just because you've achieved something, You want to invite me for a reward. I don't fall for this. If I don't say it, and she doesn't say it, I won't know she achieved something. Feng Baobao. He's talking money with me. What a straightforward boy. 5 million. I'll buy you for a day, how about it? Feng Baobao tapped her phone and transferred the money directly. Guyi looked at the bank message, mechanically turned his head, and narrowed his eyes. I am a law-abiding citizen. I don't do that kind of colored service. 5 million a day? This price? He was still thinking when another 1 million was credited. Feng Baobao stood up. I am also a law-abiding citizen and don't need colored services. This is just a deposit. If the service is good, I'll add double. Guyi said coldly. You'd better keep your word. Internally. Sister Bao, please accept my kowtow. Very happy to serve you fourth tone. Feng Baobao. This guy, he looks so cool and aloof. But his inner thoughts are so unrestrained and narcissistic. System, young master, you probably can't go out with Feng Baobao tomorrow. Gu Haokuan returned with Gu Lao San with hurried steps. Before they even entered, he shouted, Young master, you are truly Daddy's lucky star. Daddy and your third sister just went to the bureau for tea. Guyi. Tea. Is this the same kind of tea I'm thinking of? Gu Lao San. Isn't drinking tea a sign of being appreciated by the leaders? Gu Haokuan grabbed Gu Ye's hand, his face beaming with smiles, and recounted the events. It turned out that Gu Lao San hadn't figured things out clearly himself and had invited his father. Last time, because the Gu family had made a great contribution, they were personally received by the bureau chief this time. Both sides investigated the incident at the ski resort today and unexpectedly cracked a serial murder case. The leader was overjoyed and promised to help the Gu family secure a real estate investment project. If the matter is handled properly, money will be a minor issue. The Gu family's ranking among the 8 great families will move up. Guyi, I didn't do anything, and this great contribution just fell from the sky? Have I turned my luck around? Thinking back to the original host's life, being a sycophant to the Gu family, being bullied by the fake one, and ultimately ending up in such a state. But I'm not following the script at all, and instead, my life is going well, and I've even solidified my reputation as a lucky star. I suspect the original host's luck was absorbed by the fake one. Gu Haokuan, silly child, how can you say you didn't do anything? If you didn't have this divine ability of hearing thoughts, our family wouldn't have escaped the tragic setting. Gu Chubbing, if one day, little brother knows we're eavesdropping on his thoughts, I wonder what will happen. Old Gu, do you really think I made a contribution? Guyi asked. Gu Haokuan nodded repeatedly. Of course, you are my biological son. You are the lucky star. This is your contribution. Guyi bullshit. You just talk big, show me the money. If the fake one made a contribution, this old guy would probably give away half of the Gu family's assets. Gu Haokuan was waiting for Guyi to say something, but instead heard these thoughts, and his old face instantly turned red. The stinky boy suffered so much outside. He likes money. Money can give him confidence and a sense of security. This trait is inherited from me. Good, very good. Xiao Yi, you've made a great contribution. Daddy will definitely reward you. It's just that Daddy is short of cash recently and only has 20 million. Don't worry, within 3 days, Daddy will give you another 50 million each. Do you like islands? Go buy a few to play with. Don't be stingy with money. Daddy's money is your money. He smiled obsequiously while transferring money to Guyi. Guyi squeezed out a smile as if bestowing a favor. Old Gu, you're too polite. At least this old guy has some foresight and didn't make me say it out loud. 34 million received today. Indeed, one cannot be too competitive or work too hard. That's how you don't earn money. Gu Haokuan, 34 million? Does he have other income? Gu Chubbing shook her head. I don't know either. It should be, right? Feng Baobao was dumbfounded. Guyi's ability to make money is even better than hers. Her daily pocket money is less than 1 million. By the way, Xiao Yi, Mom just messaged saying she's taking you out tomorrow. The fake. Guze is going back to see his biological parents. Mom said she'd take you out to relax. Guyi said without thinking. No. He didn't finish the 2 words when Gu Chubbing quickly said, 9 million. Mom said she's giving you pocket money for going out, and there might be more when we get back. Xiao Yi, what were you going to say just now? Guyi raised his eyebrows slightly. I was going to say, it's nothing much, so let's go then. I wanted to say no. It's just that old Sue gave too much. I'm a normal person. I can't go against money, can I? Gu Chubbing pursed her lips, trying hard to suppress her laughter. Mom really understands Xiao Yi. This trick is very effective. Gu Haokuan. Feng Baobao's eyes lit up. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I'll go out and relax too. Guyi, whatever. I've already accepted the patron's money. If she's not afraid of that poor mountain village, then let her go. Gu Haoquan naturally had no objections. If his stinky son and Feng Baobao were fated, it would be his blessing. Gu Chubing had even fewer objections. She didn't dare to have any. That night, Gu Yi slept soundly and had a beautiful dream. In his dream, he was idle, listening to music in the brothel. No, singing karaoke. The sky was bright. Gu Yi changed into casual wear and sat in the Gu family's nanny van, going out with Sui. As before, he kept his eyes closed to rest. He slept from the moment he got into the car until just before arriving, when he finally opened his eyes. I wonder how Gu Chui is doing. I won't ask directly. That would make me seem like a sycophant of the Gu family. If it weren't for her blocking a kick for me, I really wouldn't bother to care. Sui listened to his thoughts, and her heart felt warm. Stinky boy, he's not such a cold-hearted person. Xiao Hui's injury is fine. She'll be discharged in a month. When we get back, if you have time, I'll take you to see her. Since the stinky boy is proud, she'll take the initiative. There's nothing to be ashamed of in front of her biological son. Gu Yi didn't open his eyes and waved his hand perfunctorily. As long as she doesn't die. She was supposed to be a cannon fodder who got written off at the beginning. It's already very lucky that she's still alive. Me going to see her? Does she think I'm acting like her sycophant? Don't be ridiculous. Sui, taking it slow, this matter is still difficult. Feng Baobao looked out the car window and asked, is the car in front carrying Gu Zhe and Gu Chuyan? Knowing Gu Ye's habits, she didn't say much more and also closed her eyes to rest, but she drowsily fell asleep. Just now, after hearing his thoughts, she quickly perked up and started to watch the show. Yes. Just mentioning Gu Zhe made her feel uncomfortable all over. Especially thinking about the past, Gu Zhe used to cuddle in her daughter's arms and act spoiled. Disgusting. Last night, she and old Gu discussed it. They couldn't let Gu Zhe leave for now. Keeping the troublemaker within sight makes it easier to keep an eye on him. Moreover, with Gu Ye's abilities, they could be prepared for any bad things Gu Zhe might do. Gu Yi also glanced over, then rested his hands behind his head, leisurely swinging his long legs. The fake one's body, mind, and reputation have suffered major setbacks. This plot should be more brutal than before. Gu Chuyun, that supersized idiot, welcome your storm. Guzi, find out what the enemy situation is ahead. Sui clenched her sleeves, her heart pounding with nervousness. That beast Gu Zhe, what else is he scheming? Could it be that it's not just like before? Feng Baobao lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with the light of enjoying gossip. She's always disliked Gu Chuyun, that black-haired witch. She's very happy to see her suffer setbacks. Speaking of which, looking at it this way, she and Gu Yi are really compatible. He'd rather be a spectator than help his so-called biological sister. Well done, system. In 3,000 meters, the car will enter Dade village. It is surrounded by mountains, and there is only one road out of the village, which is a muddy dirt road. The fake one stayed up all night, making dozens of phone calls. Besides Gu Chuyun, who was originally targeted, you were also on his list. Gu Ye's face was blank, like a detached and powerful figure. However, damn, that old Sue, she's so kind. I really want to thank her whole family and her ancestors for 8 generations. I'm just too uneducated, too naive. A mere tens of millions, and this shallow-eyed me treated it like nothing. Now it's bad. I can't go offline, and I have to face misfortune with honor. His emotions were fluctuating quite intensely, likely reaching their peak. Hearing her son's thoughts, Sui now regretted it immensely. She hadn't expected Gu Zhe to harbor such malicious intentions towards Gu Yi, even plotting for a whole night. In such an environment, escaping would be harder than climbing to heaven. She quickly took out her phone and sent a desperate plea for help to old Gu. Feng Baobao, however, was very excited. She had brought a shovel, and it seemed it would finally be put to good use. Gu Yi actually didn't need to be so agitated. She had said she would protect him, and she definitely would. At a critical moment, she could even carry him and run faster than a monkey. However, seeing him pretend to be like a great immortal descending from the heavens while inwardly a million grass-mud horses were stampeding, Feng Baobao found it quite amusing. System, young master, please calm down. Gu Yi closed his eyes. Before the system could finish, he had already launched his barrage of curses. I'll go and you and percent at, and you and percent and you useless piece of trash. You've been with me for so many years, and you still haven't given me a decent skill. What is this palm thunder? It has a shorter effective duration than you. It's only enough to show off for a little while. If the plot could collapse directly, and he could go offline, Gu Yi would naturally remain calm. But he simply couldn't. It was like those movies where the ghost messengers still had to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, get sick, and suffer. Damn it. Sui quickly shifted sideways. her hand trembling as she sent the message. It was all her fault. She had thought bringing him along would allow her to see through the fake one's schemes, but who knew it would harm him. Feng Baobao. Where did he learn such vulgar language? It was a bit too dirty. System. I'm rummaging through everything, and I will definitely provide you with a skill you can be proud of. Just watch. Gu Yi, useless. Listening to your empty promises is worse than believing in ghosts during the day. The car stopped. Su Yi quickly got out to breathe in some fresh air. Feng Baobao also got out, and looking at the dilapidated courtyard not far away, her eyes suddenly lit up. Auntie Su, this is the fake one's biological parents' home. No wonder he didn't want to come back and always resorted to tricks. This was a world of difference from the Gu family. It was no wonder he was reluctant to return. Su Yi sighed. Alas, I really didn't expect his biological parents' family to live such a miserable life. It was precisely because of this that she had been even more reluctant to let Gu Zhe return to hardship in the past. But she never imagined that her good intentions would endanger the entire family. Gu Yi was the last to get out. He wore a baseball cap, one hand in his pocket, as if he didn't know who his opponent was. The air is quite nice. Poor mountains and bad waters breed wicked people. The entire village has only about 30 households, yet Gu Zhe's family lives separately at the foot of the mountain. Are they unsociable? No. That's because it's convenient for them to do shameless things here. Sui, Feng Baobao. It seemed like a great opportunity to catch a big culprit. Gu Chuyun stood not far away, listening to Gu Ye's thoughts, her heart growing more indignant. He was playing some strange trick again, making her mother believe his endless stream of ghost stories. Mom. She walked over. Why don't you come in with us? She had to make her mother stay away from Gu Yi. Ideally, if she couldn't hear his thoughts, he wouldn't be able to bewitch her. Su Yi pushed her hand away and instead put her arm around Gu Ye's. I'll go with Xiaoya. If they ask, just say we are partners of the Gu family. Gu Chuyun became even angrier. Mom, what are you doing? Xiaoza can't choose his background. Is this something shameful? And they still had to hide their identities? If it were in the past, Mom would have been by Xiaoza's side, afraid he'd be snatched away by his biological parents. Gu Yi really had good methods. In just a few days, he had made her mother completely change. Su Yi's face turned cold. You still know I'm your mom. What kind of attitude is that? Anyone who didn't know would think you were my mom. Feng Baobao added fuel to the fire. Exactly. You talk about filial piety all the time, but then you scold your parents like you're scolding dogs. Gu Yi, old Su, why are you even saying this to that idiot? She can't do it at all. That fake Gu Zhe will definitely introduce us first, especially telling them that we're rich. Gu Chuyun was still wary of the Feng family, so she could only suppress her anger and dare not speak out against Feng Baobao's words. However, Gu Ye's thoughts made her unable to hold back her outburst. Gu Yi, I don't care what tricks you're playing, but I'm telling you, Xiaoza is a good kid. He protected this family everywhere. He would never do such a thing. He was slandering his own brother. Gu Yi didn't even look at her. Oh, idiot, go and see quickly. The good kid you're talking about is already introducing us to his parents. Oh right, there's a pregnant woman in their house who is drinking black talisman water. Idiot with a saintly heart. Go and kindly save her. Su Yi was greatly shocked and quickly looked ahead, her pupils instantly widening. That fake one, he was truly something else. Feng Baobao smiled. Gu Chuyun, your eyes aren't blind. Take a look. Gu Chuyun refused to believe it and turned back to Gu Zhe. Before she could speak, she heard Gu Zhe say, Big sister, these are my original parents. I've just told them that mom and big brother and sister Bao are here to see them. Gu Chuyun's face instantly changed. Xiaoza, you've introduced them? Gu Zhe nodded innocently. Yes, sister Bao is the daughter of Feng Corporation, still unmarried and without a boyfriend. Mom and big brother. Gu Chuyun immediately interrupted him. Enough. Gu Yi had actually been right. Gu Zhe had indeed exposed their identities. A limping man looked at Feng Baobao not far away, his eyes filled with evil light. A disheveled, stout old woman stared at Gu Yi, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth, smiling more lecherously than the man. And Gu Zhe's so-called biological father was actually staring at Su Yi, constantly swallowing his saliva. Were these the simple and kind villagers Gu Zhe spoke of? She didn't understand why Gu Zhe was doing this, but she knew that Gu Zhe was definitely not as Gu Yi thought. She would never misjudge this younger brother. He was a good child. Big sister, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Let's go in for some water. Oh, by the way, my family has a pregnant woman who is about to give birth. Gu Zhe, as if not noticing Gu Chuyun's anger, took her little hand and walked towards the courtyard. Gu Chuyun came back to her senses and smiled. Little Zhe, you're so thoughtful. She had just yelled at him, but he wasn't angry, nor did he act wrong like he would at home. After all, this wasn't the Gu residence. This was essentially Gu Zhe's territory. If he showed he was unhappy, his relatives might make things difficult for her. She had felt slapped in the face when Gu Yi had guessed correctly earlier. Looking back now, she, a young person with such firm resolve, was almost swayed by Gu Yi. What hope did her mother have? Gu Zhe smiled with innocent charm. Big sister, you're praising me again. I'm so embarrassed. Bitch, did she really think she was easy to fool? To yell at him like that in front of those old fogies. Humph. She was definitely on Gu Ye's side too. She thought she didn't know. Did she really think her good temper was endless? Since the old bitch wanted her gone, she would show them all a thing or two. Let them all in the Gu family know what it meant when it was easier to invite a god than to send one away. Gu Zhe took a few steps, then turned back and shouted at Su Yi and the others. Mom, big brother, sister Bauer, you guys come in too. I've already introduced you. They won't make things difficult for you. Trying to hide their identities? Impossible. This family wasn't to be trifled with. They loved wealthy city folk dressed to the nines the most. Not far away, Gu Yi curved his lips. Old Su, your good eldest son is really filial to the point of being formidable. Those so-called relatives of his, during the famine, would have been no less capable than Hannibal. After Gu Zhe introduced us, the way they looked at us all changed. Su Yi heard his thoughts and became even more frightened, her legs even feeling weak. Gu Zhe, that ungrateful brat, I will definitely deal with him properly. Gu Yi, oh, deal with the fake? You should first pray that you can all leave here intact. Su Yi, did the fake actually include her in his calculations? Wasn't she walking right into a trap herself? Feng Bao Bao. Auntie Su, let's go. Su Yi didn't want to go. She wanted to turn around and leave right now. But Gu Yi was already pulling her along and walking forward. Old Su is already old. Does she really think she can still escape? If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? If you don't go in, how can you come out? Feng Bao Bao looked at Gu Yi, feeling that after he calmed down, he actually had a commanding aura that seemed to be 2 meters 80 tall. Su Yi took several deep breaths, repeatedly telling herself, there's nothing to be afraid of, her own son is here. Even if something happened, she would sacrifice her own life to ensure her son got out alive. She already owed him too much to ever repay. She absolutely couldn't let him die here. After saying this a few times, her heart calmed down. Not only was she not afraid, but she felt filled with strength. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Zhe's biological father immediately closed the wooden door. Gu Yi stood there, looking at a pregnant woman in the center of the courtyard. She had a shaved head and was drinking dark water. Looking at the 2 chipped rice bowls on the table, that woman must have drunk more than just 1 bowl. What's going on? Why didn't Gu Chuyun, that idiot, stop the pregnant woman? Isn't she always overflowing with saintly compassion? Gu Chuyun was also staring at the pregnant woman. She had just watched her drink 3 large bowls of dark water. Gu Zhe had told her that the folk remedy here, if drunk, could result in having a son. Everything that happened here was exactly as Gu Ye's thoughts described, without any deviation. Gu Chuyun had intended to stop her, but she remembered Gu Ye's thoughts saying that it was precisely because of her good intentions that she ended up in such a miserable state. So, at that moment, she hesitated. She didn't know why, but she felt a little scared. Now, hearing Gu Ye's thoughts again, her anger surged once more. What was she afraid of? Gu Yi was using those methods to confuse her. If she hadn't heard his thoughts, she would have already stepped in to help. Thinking this, she rushed forward, snatched the pregnant woman's rice bowl, and smashed it hard on the ground. Stop drinking. You're already pregnant. If you drink this, your baby will be in danger. The pregnant woman was startled by her and took a while to recover. You damn woman. How dare you steal my lucky water? Who do you think you are, a fox spirit? Husband, hurry, this bitch is bullying me. She doesn't want me to have a son. The pregnant woman collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach, and began to cry loudly. Gu Chuyun ignored them, diligently explaining to her that gender determination was decided by genes, not by the yellow paper-infused water. She also spoke about gender equality and not just wanting a son. In short, she said a lot, but the pregnant woman didn't listen at all. Gu Zhe returned from the restroom and saw this scene. Big sister, what's going on? Gu Chuyun recounted the events to him, anxiously stomping her feet. Little Zhe, quickly tell her that what I said was true. Gu Zhe seemed stunned, frozen in place, not moving at all. Gu Chuyun grew more anxious and looked at Su Yi. Mom, you tell her. What I said is true. She felt that if just one more person stood on her side, then the tragedy Gu Yi mentioned in his thoughts would not happen. She didn't dare to count on Feng Bao Bao and could only place her hope on her mother now. Gu Yi, That big idiot is fine. She's following the plot route. She'll never imagine that her good intentions will lead to the pregnant woman's fate later. Guzi, didn't you say the plot had upgraded? What's the situation now? Su Yi took several steps back, hiding behind Gu Yi. Xiao Yun, you're being foolish. She could clearly hear Xiao Ye's thoughts, and everything that had just happened had confirmed it. What Xiao Yi said was true, but she stubbornly refused to believe it and was determined to court disaster. Now she wanted her to join her in courting disaster. This eldest daughter, it seemed, was unsalvageable. Gu Chuyun was greatly shocked. Mom, you just need to say something. Just say something. Gu Yi, it must be you. You bleep. She cursed at Gu Yi, but the rest of her words were muted, unable to be uttered. Things definitely wouldn't turn out as he said. He must be using some underhanded methods. She wasn't foolish. She was saving her mother and the entire Gu family. Feng Baobao sneered. Gu Chuyun, why are you barking like a dog? Could it be that you're scared? She could also see that the Gu family members related to Gu Yi could hear his thoughts. However, this Gu Chuyun was clearly not as intelligent as the others. She was obstinate and insulted Gu Yi. Such a person, it was no wonder Gu Yi didn't care about her life or death. If she had such a sister, she wouldn't care either. If you don't court death, you won't die. She is the best example. Gu Chuyun said aggressively. Feng Baobao, you're talking nonsense. I'm not scared at all. What do I have to be afraid of? Feng Baobao pointed at the pregnant woman on the ground and said, but she's bleeding? Gu Chuyun hurriedly looked over. With just one glance, cold sweat streamed down her entire body, and her eyeballs felt like they were about to pop out. How could this happen? That pregnant woman was fine just now. She herself didn't push her. The woman acted like a shrew, rolling on the ground and screaming hysterically, and only then did she end up like this. Su Yi's face turned even paler with fright. Xiao Yun, what should we do about this? The plot had now escalated, and the fake's revenge would be even stronger and more fierce. She hadn't felt anything particularly concerning earlier, but looking at it now, it was indeed more troublesome and terrifying. Gu Chuyun's mind was a jumbled mess. She had no idea what to do. Mom, didn't I ask you to speak up for me just now? Why didn't you say anything? In her panic, the so-called domineering So also lost her composure, acting like a 3.5-year-old, roaring at her own mother. Feng Baobao crossed her arms, her expression filled with naked mockery. So this is the legendary domineering CEO. TSK, TSK, TSK. When something happens, she immediately throws a tantrum at her elderly mother. I don't think she's all that great. Isn't that right, Gu Yi? Gu Yi nodded. To tell you the truth, she's really not all that great. In the original plot, after realizing something was wrong, Gu Chuyun immediately fled. She didn't return to her own apartment, but instead ran straight back to the Gu residence. Just like just now, she unleashed her anger on old Su and her sisters. Old Su thought her eldest daughter was under a lot of pressure lately and, feeling concerned, kept trying to appease her. In reality, she was just an idiot. Su Yi. In the original plot, she was also yelled at by her eldest daughter. After interacting with Gu Zhe for so long, didn't she already disregard her own mother? Gu Chuyun, you are an adult. Handle your own affairs. Don't yell at me over the slightest thing. I am not your servant. Ever since her eldest daughter entered the Gu Corporation at 18, she had indeed shown exceptionally outstanding performance. In less than half a year, she had already exuded the aura of a superior. At the time, she had only felt relieved and hadn't thought much of her bossing around all the other children at home. But looking at it now, she had truly been blind. After so many years by Gu Ze's side, how could her eldest daughter not be influenced? Gu Chuyun, hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts and being mocked by Feng Baobao and blamed by her mother, felt her anger erupt like a volcano. Gu Yi, you have no right to talk about me. Our Gu family doesn't owe you anything. Why are you causing trouble as soon as you return? Mom, don't be fooled by him. His methods are despicable. He's just jealous of me and Xiao Zhe. He wants to make our Gu family. She didn't finish her sentence before Su Yi raised her hand and slapped her hard across the face. Shut up, Gu Chuyun. If you have the guts, bear the consequences yourself. Don't sling mud at Xiao Yi. This is my final warning to you. If you don't listen, don't blame me for not caring about our mother-daughter relationship. Her eldest daughter must have gone mad, completely brainwashed by Gu Zhe. If she couldn't hear Gu Ye's inner thoughts, she might still have had an excuse to cover for her. But she clearly heard them, and then she went and courted disaster, ultimately refusing to admit her mistakes and instead trying to smear Xiao Yi. How could she have raised such a brainless daughter? Gu Yi, oh my god. Old Su actually hit Gu Chuyun again, and this time her acting is even better. I can't even see any flaws. Alas, That idiot Gu Chuyun. She seems to be scared out of her wits. Yet she's still looking for a scapegoat. Guzi, show me what happens next, okay? The slap made Gu Chuyun's ears buzz. Her hatred for Gu Yi deepened. Mom, you will regret this. I will prove to you that you are all wrong. If she hadn't deliberately used those newcomer techniques, how could she have? Before she could finish her thoughts, Guze hurried over and protected Gu Chuyun. Mom, don't hit big sister. It's all my fault. Whatever you're unhappy about, just take it out on me. Gu Chuyun felt a surge of emotion. As expected of the brother she doted on and raised, he was so anxious he was crying seeing his sister being wronged. Unlike that little beast Gu Yi, who was still using those inner thought techniques. Who was scared? She wasn't scared at all, nor was she looking for a scapegoat. Clearly, all of this was Gu Ye's doing, and he was blaming her. What about what happens next? What else could happen? With Guze helping her, she wouldn't have any problems. Su Yi ignored Guze, focusing all her attention on listening to Gu Ye's Guzi voice. Feng Baobao also appeared excited. Gu Chuyun's retribution was imminent, and she was truly thrilled. The system's voice sounded. Little master, Gu Chuyun will be slapped in the face soon. Her most cherished younger brother will ask her to find a way to compensate the Gu family with a pair of twin boys. Huh, Gu Yi was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Am I too uneducated to understand? Su Yi. Feng Baobao. Gu Chuyun heard it too, and she immediately exploded. Gu Yi, you buy? Damn it. She still couldn't say anything about the inner thoughts. He was playing tricks again. Xiaoze wouldn't do that to her. What that lackey said wouldn't happen, not even a punctuation mark. Gu Yi looked over. What's wrong again? I didn't say anything. Guze looked back at Gu Yi, but then he seemed to remember something and didn't speak. Xiaoze, don't pay attention to him. Let's go. Gu Chuyun pulled Guze to leave. She now felt that as long as she stayed away from Gu Yi, everything would return to normal and wouldn't be influenced by him. However, Guze stood still and instead pulled Gu Chuyun back. Big sister, we can't go. Having caused such a big mess, where did she think she was going? Gu Chuyun was stunned. Why can't we go? Her right eyelid twitched inexplicably. She involuntarily glanced at Guze's biological parents and their family not far away. Although it was just a casual glance, it made her feel as if she were being stared at by an evil spirit. Then she heard Guze say pitifully, Big sister, that pregnant woman is actually my stepmother. She was pregnant with twins, and now the babies are gone. My biological parents are not to be trifled with. They just disciplined me and told me to find a way to compensate them with two sons. Big sister, I beg you. I'll even kneel for you, okay? Before he could finish speaking, Guze had already knelt before Gu Chuyun, tears streaming down his face, looking as pitiful as a little puppy being weathered by wind and rain. Gu Chuyun, however, looked at him as if struck by lightning. Xiaoze, what are you talking about? Big sister doesn't understand. I didn't push that pregnant woman. She brought it upon herself and lost the child. She was his elder sister. How could he say something like that? Asking her to compensate with two sons. How was she supposed to compensate? Most importantly, Guze was acting exactly as Gu Ye's inner thoughts had predicted. How was this possible? Gu Chuyun turned to stone, feeling like her face was being slapped repeatedly. Gu Yi applauded inwardly. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Chuyun is still pretending to be oblivious? Didn't she snatch the other person's divine water? How else could the pregnant woman get so agitated, rolling around and losing her babies? She definitely doesn't understand how to compensate them with sons right now. I know that is to give. So that's being a little wife to the fake's real father. Ha ha ha. What's in the fake's head is truly disgusting. No wonder he could upgrade his revenge. He's truly a talent. System, young master, but I think this matter is a bit difficult. Look, Gu Chuyun is refuting too. It seems she's grown a brain too. Gu Yi curled his lips. Impossible. Guzi, don't you forget that Gu Chuyun dotes on the fake immensely. The fake knelt before that idiot and used his whimpering monster divine skill. If that doesn't work, the fake will use the bitter flesh scheme later. Just wait, Gu Chuyun will definitely agree willingly. After it's done, she'll even go back to do a gene test to ensure both sons are exceptionally intelligent. Just thinking about it, a domineering CEO and an old geezer having sex XXO. That scene is truly gag. Makes me want to vomit. After his mental preparation, Gu Yi remained expressionless, acting like a bystander. However, Su Yi and the others who were watching were all stunned. Su Yi originally didn't understand what Guzi meant by compensating with twin sons. But after hearing Guze's words, she had a sense of foreboding. Then, after hearing Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, she felt dizzy and almost died on the spot. How could that black-hearted Guze have such an idea? Even if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and extort a large sum of money from Gu Chuyun, she wouldn't be this angry. And Xiao Yun, would she really agree to Guze? Even though she had a huge prejudice against Xiao Yi, even though she disrespected herself and even her few sisters. But she was her own biological daughter, and she couldn't stand to see her being played like a slave, being defiled by someone like that. Feng Baobao covered her mouth with one hand, but her big eyes betrayed her smile. She really didn't expect Gu Chuyun to have this day. She would definitely tell her elder brother about this great show today. It turns out that avenging her elder brother didn't require much effort at all. Only a Guze was enough. Gu Chuyun felt her worldview collapsing. What did Gu Yi say? Guze would let her be Guze's stepmother, and even have sons for the Gu family? How could that be possible? Guze wouldn't do something like that. He just couldn't explain to his biological parents. He really had no other choice. Guze, who was kneeling on the ground, was crying with swollen eyes and couldn't speak. He subtly gave his parents a look, and they rushed over in unison, roaring angrily. You are Guze's sister? You caused me to lose 2 sons, so you must compensate. If you hadn't meddled, how would my son be gone? Master calculated that our Gu family's pregnancy this time will definitely be 2 boys, who will become the richest and most powerful officials in the future. We don't care, you caused us to lose our son. If you don't compensate, then we'll lock up Guze and not let him go back. The unreasonable old couple grabbed Guze and were about to drag him into the house. Guze cried, unable to catch his breath. I'm not going back. You didn't raise me. You are not my parents. Let me go. Quickly let me go. Big sister, save me, save me. Mom, you don't want me anymore? Mom, you let me come back to visit them. I listened to you, Mom. Gu Chuyun froze for a moment, then quickly grabbed Guze's other arm, holding on tightly. Let go of Xiaoze, he's my biological brother. What you're doing is illegal. I didn't push your family's pregnant woman. That has nothing to do with me. I can compensate you with money. Tell me a number. I can give it to you. Although worried about Xiaoze being snatched away, Gu Chuyun was happy in her heart. Guya's inner thoughts were wrong. Guze didn't beg her to be his father's little wife, nor did he ask her to have twin brothers for him, nor did he use any bitter flesh scheme. And she could give money. This matter wasn't about giving sons to them. Mom, quickly come and help. Xiaoze is about to be snatched away. Gu Chuyun looked at Su Yi again. Her mother was confused by that little beast Gu Yi and misunderstood her. That's fine, she'll explain it clearly later. But at this moment, her mother would definitely help. After all, compared to herself, she loved Xiaoze more and couldn't bear to see him leave the Gu family. However, Su Yi stood still and sighed slightly. Xiao Yun, let go. Gu Chuyun thought she heard wrong. Mom? What did you say? Did she have Alzheimer's disease? She couldn't understand her words. No, even if she couldn't understand, couldn't she see? Guze, her most beloved youngest son, was about to be snatched back. Guze was also shocked. Does that old slut really not want him anymore? Then wasn't all his scheming in vain? Guze's biological parents were also stunned. According to Guze's instructions, that old slut would agree to anything except letting them keep Guze. But now, things seem to have changed. Guze couldn't come back yet. He still had many things to bring back and many things to complete. If they couldn't complete them, their whole family would lose their lives. Su Yi's expression was solemn. Xiao Yun, I know you and Guze are like siblings, but don't forget, this is Guze's home, and those people are Guze's biological parents. Even if this matter goes to the police station, to the court, the son must ultimately be returned to his parents. Didn't that fake pretend to be pitiful so well? Then she would play along with him. Although she really wanted that thing to get out of her house, she also knew that if he left, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains. Based on her understanding of Guze, the more she acted like this, the more it would make Guze flustered. Gu Yi, TSK, TSK, TSK. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Old Su says she's reluctant to let Guze go home, but in her heart, she's not reluctant at all. Sui, Xiao Yi, you misunderstood me. But I can't say anything right now. Let it be a misunderstanding. Feng Baobao felt that something was wrong. Su Yi seemed to have some other plan, but she couldn't figure it out for a moment. Gu Qian looked at her mother, then heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts, and suddenly felt that something was not right. Mom would never let Guze go home. Absolutely not. So now, big sister, Mom really doesn't want me anymore. But I only came back to visit once, and I caused my biological parents to lose their son. Those were their long-awaited twin sons, which cannot be measured by money. Big sister, I don't blame you. You can't understand the lives of us poor people from the bottom. It's all my fault. I'm so useless. What's the point of me living? Let me die. Guze suddenly pushed away his biological parents, then pushed away Gu Chuyun and ran headfirst towards the wooden door. Just then, Su-yi rushed over and pulled Gu Chuyun to her side, even hiding behind her. Xiaoze, Gu Chuyun instinctively wanted to stop Gu Zhe, but her words only got that far when she felt a pain in her head, and she turned and ran towards her car. Gu Yi, what's going on? Is she going back to get cash? Su-yi, what cash? Haven't I already given out a bunch of gifts? Feng Bao Bao, how come I feel? And at the center of attention, Gu Chuyun, without even turning her head, ran off in her 18-centimeter stilettos. Was she running a 100-meter sprint? It was more like fleeing deep in the mountains. It was a situation where the person ran ahead, but their soul chased after. Gu Zhe didn't even have time to smash into the wall and commit suicide. The whole family also looked over. So, right under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Chuyun got into her car, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Turn around. Go home. Quick. Gu Chuyun was practically roaring. Damn it all. If her own mother hadn't pulled her back, her mind would still be full of crap. Damn Gu Zhe. After she came to her senses, she finally understood. He was just as Gu Yi said. To make her compensate his two twin brothers, he would feign a suicide attempt by smashing into a wall. Damn it. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Gu family, a powerful and dominant CEO, to be a kept woman for a fake and do unspeakable things with that old man. Ugh. Just thinking about it made her want to vomit. The driver's brain froze from fear, but due to muscle memory, he immediately started the car and sped away after turning around. Gu Chuyun looked back at Gu Yi through the car window and slapped herself twice. Gu Yi was her real brother. He deliberately used his thoughts to warn her of danger, saving her from a dire situation. Instead of being incited by him, she had been calculated by Gu Zhe and lost her mind, almost falling into an abyss. Brother, don't worry. Your sister will go back and give you a big gift. Meanwhile, Gu Yi witnessed the entire process and felt his brain wasn't enough to use. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Forgive me for being uneducated. I can only say holy crap. Gu Chuyun, that idiot, she could play it like this? I thought she was going back to the car to get cash or some other valuable item, and then run back to compensate Gu Zhe, that fake. But the way she got into the car, if the door wasn't closed, she probably would have jumped in like the Viagra in Sage, shouting, drive quickly, drive quickly. Damn it. How could I not have thought that she actually ran away? She doesn't even care about her own brother's life or death, no money, and no more children? My God. She even stared at me and slapped herself twice. What does that even mean? My head is spinning. 9 lives. 9 lives. It had been several days since Gu Yi transmigrated, and he had never been so disoriented. Su-yi witnessed the entire process and heard Gu Ye's thoughts. She was also stunned. Little Yin, did she realize? She found out Gu Zhe was manipulating her, so she ran away without regard? But why did she slap herself twice while looking at Little Yi? Could it be that she also regretted it? Feng Bao Bao narrowed her eyes, radiating anger. Damn it. She had felt something was wrong with Gu Chuyun just now, sensing that she wasn't going back to the car for cash, but was escaping. And what happened? Her guess was correct after all. Coward. Feng Bao Bao gave Su-yi face and didn't say it too harshly. Doesn't Gu Chuyun cherish Gu Zhe the most? That fake was practically begging to die, and she ran away without a second thought. If the fake wasn't faking it and actually died, wouldn't she blame Gu Yi? Scheming bitch. Uft. On the other side, Gu Zhe's act of running to smash into the wall was just an act. But when he caught a glimpse of Gu Chuyun running back out of the corner of his eye, he was particularly smug and slowed down. He thought Gu Chuyun was definitely going back to the car to get his black card. He had already reported the situation earlier. His island, bought for 50 million, had been returned by his mother, and his allowance from his older sister was also gone. It was just that Gu Chuyun was in a daze at the time and hadn't responded to him. Now that he was about to die, she must be going back to get money to appease him. He knew it. That cheap Gu Chuyun had him in her heart, and her intentions towards him had long been impure. However, when he saw Gu Chuyun get into the car, and then the car sped away like crazy, leaving only a cloud of dust, Gu Zhe started to doubt his entire existence. What happened? Wasn't Gu Chuyun going to get money to stop him from dying? He was still waiting for her to give him the money, and then he would guilt-trip her into giving his father sons. Now it was all ruined? His biological parents, who had been on their way to intercept Gu Zhe, were now distracted by Gu Chuyun's strange actions. They turned to look, and all three were dumbfounded. What was this going on? Gu Zhe hadn't told them either. Su-yi was the first to react and said, Gu Zhe, you're a sensible child. I've always known that. Your eldest sister dotes on you so much, you surely wouldn't bear to make things difficult for her. Since your biological parents want you to stay, I know they truly love you. I can finally be at ease. I left in a hurry and only have 10,000 yuan cash on me. Please don't dislike it. After putting down the money, she grabbed Gu Yi with one hand and Feng Baobao with the other and ran. Her eldest daughter had run away, so why should she stay here? According to little Yi, that dog-legged subordinate, once the plot escalated, they would all be in grave danger. It didn't matter if she died, but she couldn't let her biological son, little Yi, get hurt, and Feng Baobao was someone she couldn't afford to offend even if it cost her the entire Gu family. Gu Zhe's eyes widened instantly. That old hag was really abandoning him, and she was going to run too. Dream on. Before anyone could react, Gu Zhe, forgetting all his injuries, charged forward like a madman. He intended to grab Su Yi, but with too much force, he directly knelt on the ground and hugged Gu Yi. Big brother, can you stay a bit longer before leaving? I want to invite Big brother to dinner. Mom and Dad, haven't you prepared the food? Hurry and bring it out for my family to eat before you leave. Mom, this is my heartfelt intention. Please don't refuse me. Mom is right. Big sister is not wrong, I understand. Mom, if you don't eat before leaving, it means you haven't forgiven me. I really have no face to see you again. Sob, sob, sob. Gu Zhe's acting skills exploded, and tears like beans fell as soon as he spoke, crying pitifully. Any normal person, upon seeing him, would surely feel heartbroken. That damn old hag. They had been guarding against him all along, hadn't they? Since you've come to my territory, you have to abide by my rules. Now you want to leave? No way. She only gave 10,000 yuan cash to dismiss me. She wouldn't even dismiss a beggar with so little. The entire Gu family is mine, and I don't care about these tiny little things. Gu Yi, Feng Baobao. Neither of them will be allowed to run. Sui refused without thinking. Gu Zhe, let go. You're too unreasonable. With your family situation, how can I still eat? You guys keep it for yourselves. Eat. According to Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, Gu Zhe would definitely tamper with the food. Even if they drank a single drop of water from their home, the few of them wouldn't be able to leave. Gu Yi kicked Gu Zhe away and directly pulled up his pants. Fake. Are you trying to cut the flesh from my leg and stew it in your pot? You damned bastard. He actually took the opportunity to make a move on me. You sissy winner. Acting like a woman. He kept such long fingernails. Was he preparing to get his nails done, and then find an opportunity to scratch my handsome, sky-splitting face? Su Yi immediately looked over and was filled with heartache. Xiao Yi, your leg. Gu Zhe, why did you deliberately hurt Xiao Yi? Apologized to Xiao Yi quickly. She truly felt useless. She hadn't considered at all that Gu Zhe would harm his own son at this moment. The fake only used his fingernails to inflict such a deep wound on Xiao Ye's leg. It was already bleeding profusely, and she felt the pain just looking at it. Gu Zhe, however, covered his mouth with both hands and cried, "Whoa, Mom, I don't know. I didn't mean to. I was just too scared that you would leave like this. Big brother, you won't blame me, will you? I'll treat you to a meal. I'll treat you to a meal to apologize, okay? Apologize? That's fine. Then stay for dinner. As long as I move my chopsticks, I'll make sure Gu Yi never comes back." Feng Baobao stretched her wrists. This fake was just acting. Where should she bury him? Gu Yi said, "Okay, then set the table. Guzi, come out and make an appearance. Where's my skill? Damn it. If I don't put on a show today, the fake will think I'm a sick cat. He thinks he's some reborn loser from a romance novel, who has to reason things out when bullied, enduring everything until the end. Screw him." Su Yi. Xiao Ye's words were very logical. She had only been thinking about making Gu Zhe apologize to Xiao Yi, but hadn't considered retaliating. Feng Baobao looked at Gu Yi, her big eyes shining. Gu Yi still had a big move up his sleeve. Quick, let me see how you're going to put on a show." The palm thunder last time was quite good, but the effect was a bit short-lived. Gu Zhe, of course, couldn't hear Gu Ye's inner thoughts. He stood up excitedly and quickly called his parents and family to set out the dining table. He had been careless earlier and let Gu Chuyan escape. But it didn't matter. That brainless thing was easy to fool, and he had plenty of ways. Once he dealt with old Su and Feng Baobao, who were being misled by Gu Yi, it would be foolproof. "Mom, big brother, sister Bauer, have some water first." Gu Zhe hobbled over and poured them water. Su Yi and Feng Baobao's gazes were all on Gu Yi, and they couldn't be bothered to look at the fake. "System, young master, your subordinate is here. With my unremitting efforts, I have finally secured a better reward for young master, the Golden Light Mantra. Its effect lasts for half an hour. Please use it with confidence." Gu Yi, Golden Light Mantra? The one I know? The one used by the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. System, that's right. Young master, please use it boldly and with confidence. It's absolutely genuine. Gu Yi curled his lips. Gu, crooked mouth dragon king. Yi is online. I remember, this fake's family of 4 are all bad people, especially that vile old woman. That old thing killed the fake's 5 older sisters and also trafficked 7 women into the village. Those who gave birth to sons were sold again, and those who couldn't give birth were killed. Such a beast, and he can actually live to the last page? Is there still law? Is there still justice? Su-yi covered her mouth with her hands upon hearing this, her eyes filled with horror. Guzei's family had blood on their hands? Feng Baobao. There are always places where sunlight doesn't reach. Gu Yi, it's your turn to put on a show. Let me see. That golden light mantra, it seems very powerful. I want to learn. Guzei had already prepared everything. The 4 members of his family, including the pregnant woman who had just lost her child, also came out from the house. At this moment, they were all standing around Gu Yi and the others, with strange smiles on their faces. Guzei said, "Everyone, please sit down and eat. Don't be polite. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you ungrateful people. This bunch of unruly villagers, who have done manual labor for years and have even worked in special professions, let alone being as strong as an ox. Their martial arts skills are also not to be trifled with. Gu Yi and the others, who have been accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort, are no match for my people." Su-yi stood in front of Gu Yi and said, "Guzei, let's skip this meal. How much money do you want, and I'll give it to you." Even though her son had very powerful abilities, she still wasn't at ease. What if Guzei was worse than an animal? Feng Baobao said, "Guzei, it's this time, so stop pretending. Your food, it smells so bad, even a pig wouldn't eat it." Guzei continued to pretend. "Mom, Sister Bauer, you grew up in the city, living a life of luxury. You don't know? This is the ordinary life of the common people. And this table of food, this is something my parents only get to eat during the new year. You can dislike it or dislike it, but you can't insult the sincerity of my family." As soon as he finished speaking, old man Gu walked over. "You lowly bitch. You little bitch. You dare to look down on people just because you have a rich father. If I had a rich father, I wouldn't let these good-for-nothings live. That good-for-nothing who just ran away caused me to lose 2 sons. This is a blood debt. My Xiao Zhe is willing to let bygones be bygones and treat you to a meal, yet you're still ungrateful." That vile old woman also walked over, emitting a sinister laugh. "Ha! Xiao Zhe, I think that pretty boy is good. Grandma likes him. Let him stay and keep Grandma company. Grandma is healthy. Grandma can give you 2 more little uncles. Eldest son, that old bitch is also good, so keep her for you. As for that little bitch, Xiao Zhe, you'll have to make do with her first, and after you're done, send her to old Wu next door." Ha ha ha. The vile old woman arranged everything, covered her mouth and laughed, and reached out her hand, heading straight for Gu Ye's face. Su-yi felt disgusted just looking at her. She was about to stop her, but Feng Baobao pulled her behind herself. "Auntie Su, you're blocking Gu Yi." Gu Yi stood still and said, "Heaven and earth Xianmen, myriad chi root, vast cultivation of eons, attain my divine powers." As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, a dazzling golden light emanated from all around him. The old hag's hand had already reached out, but was suddenly repelled by a strange force. She was sent flying into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! The old hag let out a miserable cry, and then found herself unable to move at all. That was it. All her meridians were shattered, and only a wisp of malevolent energy kept her alive. She looked at Gu Yi again, her pair of cloudy old eyes wide open. That pretty boy was actually a monster. Guzei stood rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. Gu Yi was radiating golden light all over his body. What trick was he playing? Su-yi was also greatly surprised. Was her son a celestial being? She had only heard stories about celestial beings when she was young, and only the great Luo golden immortals were like this. Feng Baobao's eyes were filled with fragmented golden light. Heavens! Was this Gu Ye's golden light mantra? It looked so powerful. It would be great if he could teach her. "You, Gu Yi, what are you doing? You hurt my grandmother." Guzei shouted at Gu Yi. "Quickly take away that black technology on you." That's right. It must be some black technology that Gu Yi got from somewhere. Last time at the ski resort, didn't he use some kind of electric charm to show off, making everyone think he had some incredible ability and even trending on Hot Search? Feng Baobao suddenly laughed. "Guzei, I'm speechless at how stupid you are. Black technology? Ha ha ha. How can fakes be compared to the real thing? What a joke, black technology. Even if this world was just a book, its settings wouldn't be this high-tech. Stupid idiot." Guzei was mocked by Feng Baobao again, and his anger grew even greater. That worthless girl from the Feng family, What did she know? Guyi had never given her a smile, yet she repeatedly sided with Guyi, even hurting herself. On her own territory, she dared to speak so presumptuously. A fool with long hair and short knowledge, he would definitely make her grovel before him later. But Guze knew that his persona couldn't be broken, so he endured the suppressed rage and continued to act. Sister Baobao, you're from the city and you're indeed very knowledgeable. But I kindly remind you, some things are very deceptive. You've been protected by your brothers, so you don't have this awareness. That stupid woman, Guyi had done some flashy things, and she worshipped him to death. And she claimed to look down on men, but she clearly couldn't live without men. Feng Baobao rolled her eyes, too lazy to say a word to him. Guyi, Guze, you're right. We should believe in science. Since you're so knowledgeable, then come and try my high-tech. Sister Baobao's brothers haven't taught the fake enough of a lesson. Otherwise, how could he still be causing trouble here? Beast, I'll make you reveal your true form later. Before Guze could walk over, his father had already brought over more than a dozen burly village bullies. It's that fake. He used some electric charm that emits golden light to harm my mother. All three of them are city people, and that car behind them is theirs. Brothers, attack together. City women are beautiful. I heard they're clean in every way. Brothers, let's enjoy yourselves later. He. At the command of the leading man, more than a dozen people, with disgusting laughter, rushed towards Guyi. Feng Baobao pulled Su Yi back a few steps. Guyi, kick their asses. Guze covered his mouth and collapsed on the ground, shouting tearfully, "Don't do this. That's my big brother. He just likes to play pranks. He's not a bad person. Big brother, hurry and run. Don't look back, just run. Dad, my big brother just accidentally hurt Grandma. He didn't mean any harm. Woo woo woo. Heh, Guyi. Guyi, don't you like to pretend to be cool?" The top right corner of the page has functions like switch traditional / simplified Chinese, adjust font size, and reading background color. Alright, my father is sending you more than a dozen big brothers, so you can pretend to your heart's content. However, Guyi remained standing still. The dozen or so strong men were all holding knives, axes, iron rods, and hammers. These were all local agricultural tools, looking very cumbersome. If they hit an ordinary person, even a light blow could cause a bloody head. However, they all smashed at Guyi, and each of them used all their strength. However, ouch, my hammer, my hoe, my axe. After a few breaths, these strong men let out terrified cries. All the tools in their hands had turned into scrap metal, while Guyi, who was being attacked by them all, was completely unharmed. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on all the strong men's faces, and large drops of it fell to the ground. This is bad. Could they have encountered mountain spirits? When their great-great-great-grandfather was still alive, he said that there were spirits in the mountains who would emit light all over their bodies, be impervious to blades and guns, live forever, and possess world-destroying power. Are you human or a monster? The leading strong man asked tremblingly, even taking a few steps back. Guyi smiled. Are you done hitting? Then it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. A fierce golden light flashed across the entire open space. Su Yi used her arm to shield her eyes, and Feng Baobao also lowered her head. Save, Mom. More than a dozen strong men were hit by the golden light and sent flying out one by one. Screams echoed, and then they fell heavily to the ground, shaking the earth. Guze was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Was Guye's black technology that powerful? Impossible. That was definitely not some black technology. It was more like some kind of divine ability. But how was that possible? He was an illegitimate child raised outside. If he possessed such divine abilities, why would he have suffered so much? Guyi looked at Guze and slowly walked over, looking down at him from above. Fake, it's your turn. Guze suddenly looked up. No. Big brother, don't kill me, big brother. I'm not. Guyi stepped on Guze's leg, exactly the leg that Guze had injured him on earlier, and precisely at that spot. Guze let out a piercing scream. Guyi. So, it turns out that the only thing tough about you is your mouth. However, I'm not done playing yet. He stomped on Guze's other leg again, applying a little more force and crushing it. Guze's screams had a strange, amusing rhythm to them. Guyi, if I had followed the old path, I would have suffered a comminuted fracture of my right leg 3 days later. Now, I'll let this fake Guze taste that sensation. But I'm still not fully satisfied. They all call me Big Brother, calling me that mouthful after mouthful, so I should give them some return gift. Thus, the golden light erupted, and Guze was sent flying into the sky. He was almost level with the sun, and then he experienced freefall, smashing through the 3 thatched huts and leaving a human-shaped pit in the ground. Guyi smiled slightly, still not quite right. He continued towards Old Man Gu's place, where the 3 of them were now huddled together, trembling with fear. Family members should be together, don't you think? Ah, mother. Guze, you want to kill me. The 3 old trash were blasted into the sky, and then piled onto Guze. Guyi clapped his hands, and with a thought, the golden light around him dissipated. Oh, not bad. A bunch of monkeys, easily handled. I'll see how the fake one's halo shines on him. The only 2 people standing, Su-yi and Feng Baobao, stared at the scene in front of them, both stunned. Guyi had KO'd those 17 or 18 people by himself, and he'd only made a casual move, not even exerting much effort. Feng Baobao. This show is too good. I hereby declare Guyi is my man. Su-yi trembled as she took out her phone from her pocket and answered the call. It was Gu Haokuan calling to ask about the situation. But Su-yi's mind was still numb, and she didn't say anything, only urging him to come quickly. Little Yi, are you injured? Su-yi still walked over, her face full of concern. The golden light just now was too dazzling. She hadn't dared to open her eyes to watch. During the process, her son might have gotten hurt. Guyi, no. Mom is asking me. Shouldn't she be asking Guze, that fake one? He's her most beloved biological son. She doesn't want him to leave the Gu family, doesn't want him to stay here and suffer. Sui, little Yi, it's good that you're okay. Let's go home. Your dad and the others will be here soon. Just leave this to them. Why ask about Guze? He wanted her dead. If it wasn't to uncover the mastermind, she would have sent him away long ago. Guyi was even more surprised. We're leaving already? She really doesn't care about Guze's life or death. He might even be crippled. Besides, she isn't even scolding me for causing such a huge mess, like saying I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck, that she should have choked me to death, or telling me to get lost. Right. It's best if she tells me to get lost, gives me some money, and we break all ties. Sui, how could her own son be a disaster? That fake one was the real disaster. Who would want that unlucky fake when they have such a fortunate biological son? Of course not. Guze has already found his biological parents. It was their family who wanted to harm us just now. Your dad is bringing the police. Don't worry, they can handle everything. Without further ado, she pulled Guyi and walked back. The driver was so scared he fainted, and Feng Baobao kicked him awake. Su-yi shot him a glare, useless thing, getting scared to death over such a small matter. As expected, the one Guze introduced was no good. She'd fire him when they got home. The car drove straight away, leaving everyone behind. Guze finally managed to climb out of the pit, and then struggled his way out of the house. He saw the Gu family's car driving away. You old BTCH. You really left. Guze clenched his fists in anger, violently beating the ground. Even though one of his hands was already covered in blood, he couldn't stop. He always felt that things shouldn't have turned out this way. But he couldn't figure out what had gone wrong to cause everything to change so drastically. Su-yi, that old BTCH, used to dote on him like his own eyeballs, even worrying he wouldn't come back if he returned to his biological parents' home. But now, she actually abandoned him. She didn't care at all even after Guyi beat him up. And that Guyi, if you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. Guze narrowed his eyes. He felt that Guyi must have had a master guiding him. Otherwise, a bastard couldn't have such skills. At this moment, his phone rang. After answering, an angry roar came from the other end. Guze, you useless piece of trash. Put away your petty thoughts. Stop acting like a woman, only knowing how to be jealous and compete. Get back to the Gu family immediately and complete the mission. Guze was so scared he didn't dare to say a word, repeatedly agreeing, and respectfully hung up the phone. Not long after, more than 10 police cars arrived here and took everyone away. Guze saw Gu Haokuan, but no matter how much he called out, the other person kept making phone calls and didn't pay him any attention. Helpless, Guze fainted. This time, he wasn't faking. He was genuinely in pain and fainted. In the Gu family's car, Guyi watched the rapidly passing scenery. His mood couldn't have been better. By the way, Guzi, your intel was wrong. It's all over just like this. Didn't you say the plot was leveling up? System, young master, I didn't expect it either. That Gu Chuyan suddenly grew a brain. She has now fled back to the Gu family. Guyi, back to the Gu family? Isn't her persona that of a strong woman who moved out of the house at 18 and never returned? System, I don't know what's going on. She even had someone move all her belongings back to the Gu family. From the looks of it, she intends to stay long-term. Guya's mouth twitched, not leaving. If she's not leaving, how will Guze turn her into a mental patient in the future? How will she be written off? No, no, let me think. Could she be? Sui. What's going on? Guyi. Could she be planning to team up with Guze to harm me? System. Young master, be more confident. It's definitely her. Guyi. Doesn't matter. Half of the golden light mantra's duration is still left. I'll save it and can continue to show off later. System. No wonder the battle ended so quickly. Turns out that was the plan. Stingy. Sui, who had been listening the whole time, lowered her head and pursed her lips to prevent herself from laughing. She had already received a message from Xiaoyan, who had confessed everything to her and completely believed Gu Yi. The reason she moved back home was to compensate little Yi, and she had even prepared a luxury car as a meeting gift for him. It was just a pity that little Yi had misunderstood again. Feng Baobao. Gu Chuyan grew a brain and isn't getting written off. Damn it. She hadn't avenged Big Brother yet. But Gu Yi can still use the golden light mantra? Then she has to learn it. As the car passed through the city center, Feng Baobao said she wanted Gu Yi to accompany her shopping, and they got out of the car early. Gu residence. Gu Chuyan bought the latest model of a sports car and parked it in the yard. Su Yi praised her good taste upon seeing it, saying little Yi would definitely like it. Mom, I'm sorry. I heard everything at first, but I really couldn't accept it. But now I truly believe that Gu Yi did it for my own good. I misunderstood him. Su Yi was relieved and said, You've finally seen the light. You scared me to death back then. Gu Chuyun wiped away tears. Mom, I only realized now that whenever I was around Gu Zhe, there was a strange force controlling my mind, preventing me from being clear-headed, and I could only mindlessly protect him. At that time, when you brought me to little Ye's side, I was able to regain my sanity. Sui quickly said, Let's go to the hospital to visit those two little ones. What they said seems to be the same as what you're saying. After the mother and daughter left, not long after, the second daughter of the Gu family, Gu Chiyu, returned. However, no one in the family was home. She informed the butler and drove off in that supercar. She planned to go shopping and buy a gift for little Zhe. Feng Baobao brought Gu Yi to the Feng Group headquarters, directly to the high-rise office area on the 38th floor. Gu Yi remained silent, inwardly rolling his eyes. The richer people are, the stingier they are, and Feng Baobao is no exception. She went straight to the office building after getting out of the car and didn't even buy an ice cream when we passed by. I'm also the eldest young master of the Gu group. Don't I have any pride? System, young master, you are the eldest young master. Eating ice cream. Isn't that inappropriate? Gu Yi, what's inappropriate about it? Are young masters not people? Men are boys until they die? Haven't you heard that before? System. Fine, I'll just pretend I didn't say anything. Feng Baobao took out her phone and sent a message to her special assistant. Bring 99 of Fanqing's most expensive ice cream, Aradesai, and pack all the snacks that little boys like. Special assistant. Miss Feng has a love child. Holy crap. Quickly report to the old madam. Upon arriving at the office area, Feng Baobao introduced Gu Yi. This is the CEO's special assistant office. That is the core technology office. And that is the administrative office. Gu Yi immediately transformed into a super CEO, radiating an aura of dominance for 5 meters around him, glancing at everything with disdain. In reality, Guzi, in order to force the host to eat melon seeds without being discovered, played like an invisible advertisement, inserting text about melon seeds whenever possible, like a scrolling screen. There are a total of 8 people in the CEO's special assistant office, all of them handsome young men. What are Old Feng's preferences? Don't ordinary old men like to have a harem? Feng Baobao's forehead was covered in black lines. You'll have to ask my mom about that. The leader here was also a child from a small family when he was young. Later, his family declined, and he gave up the path of a prodigal son and studied hard to get here. How inspiring. Feng Baobao raised her eyebrows proudly. Of course, who do you think scouted him? Oh my god, there's a story here too? Old Feng didn't have a harem, but this kid did. Besides him, he took in the other 7, and those 7 don't even know. This is definitely a master of time management. Awesome second tone. Feng Baobao's fur exploded. This is slapping me in the face. System, young master, how is it? Is the office gossip good? There's more. Gu Yi became addicted to gossiping. Come quickly, come quickly. Feng Baobao took a deep breath. It's fine, it's fine. It's just an issue with the employee's personal conduct, and it doesn't threaten the group's interests, so there's no need to bury it. At this moment, Gu Ye's inner voice sounded again. Oh my god. There's a new young man in the administrative office. He's the epitome of naive. His direct superior has taken a liking to him and has tried to possess him several times, but failed. To force him to comply, the salary offered is 3K, but he told his superior it was 5K. Yet Feng Group's recruitment listed it as 8K. Did I come to the wrong place? Is this a cattle horse, and sheep pen for laborers, or someone's harem. Poor little fresh sea turtle. He couldn't escape his superior's clutches. Tonight, he will be called to entertain guests, after which he will drink a blue beverage, and then be. The little sea turtle completely erupted, causing Fong Group to trend, and the Fong family stock plummeted. TSK. Women, over 40, are as fierce as tigers. Men, be careful when you go out. Fong Baobao stopped in her tracks, looked towards the administrative area, and stared at the old woman wearing heavy makeup, gnashing her teeth in hatred. Fortunately, she brought Gu Yi to the group. Otherwise, the Fong family would have caused a big disaster. She immediately sent this news to her eldest brother. Gu Yi, what's wrong? Fong Baobao is looking. She's looking at that fresh sea turtle. Good heavens, the group's young lady and an old woman fighting over a young man. If this news were to be exposed, it would definitely dominate the headlines for 10 days and 10 nights. Guzi, didn't I tell you? Fong Baobao was coveting my body back then, and when she saw that I wasn't interested in her, she angrily found a substitute. How base. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. Fong Baobao. I am not. This way, Fong Baobao said, suppressing her anger, and walked towards the office. She decided not to join in on the gossiping, fearing she wouldn't be able to control herself and bury everyone in the entire office. After thinking about it, she still reminded her eldest brother to thoroughly investigate all the group's executives. How is it? The view here is nice, isn't it? Fong Baobao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, with the entire Fanqing city spread out before her. Gu Yi also walked over and nodded slightly. Yes, it's indeed nice. His gaze fell upon a light screen, where he saw the scrolling text. Nice my ass. This place will soon be. Before he could finish his thought, the office door was knocked. Fong Baobao frowned and said impatiently, Come in. The special assistant entered with bags in both hands. Eldest miss, these are the things you ordered. Fong Baobao waved her hand. You can go out. The office door closed, and Fong Baobao took the Aradesai, saying, Gu Yi, thank you for your hard work. These are all for you to eat. Gu Yi didn't stand on ceremony and took a bite. Thank you. No good deed goes unpunished. These junk foods meant to lure little boys probably aren't entirely for me. Based on my years of gossip experience, she's probably for a love child of one of the Fong family's young masters, right? Guzi, since you have nothing to do, quickly eat the gossip of those young masters. Fong Baobao was about to get angry, but when she heard that she was going to eat her brother's gossip, she became interested again. System, young master, there's no time to eat melon seeds. You're in trouble. Gu Yi, no need to make a fuss. I already have plenty of trouble. Did the fake one come back and chase me all the way here? Fong Baobao. Guze is still in the hospital unconscious, and he chased me all the way here? This is a miscalculation. When we were in the mountains, I should have buried them all alive. System, no, young master, it's Gu Qiyu, the second Gu. As soon as its voice fell, someone rushed in. Gu Yi, you little bastard. How dare you harm Xiao Zhe so badly? Gu Qiyu rushed in like a gust of wind, raising her hand to slap his face. Gu Yi, to deal with idiots, the most primitive method is still the best. If you can use your hands, don't waste your breath. He was already ready to kick. However, Fong Baobao was a step faster than him, swinging an iron shovel and knocking Gu Qiyu directly to the ground. Ouch! Gu Qiyu screamed, her entire face pressed against the ground, her nose bleeding profusely. Fong Baobao stepped on her back, grabbing her hair with one hand. Which crazy woman are you? Daring to cause trouble on my turf? If she hadn't suddenly appeared, she would have gotten the gossip about her brothers. Gu Qiyu saw Fong Baobao and immediately shivered in fear. She was so focused on avenging Xiao Zhe that she forgot that this was Fong Baobao's territory. Fong Baobao, let me go. I'll exchange an important piece of news with you. Gu Yi, I was already prepared to use the golden light mantra to show off, but I missed the opportunity. Next time. But Fong Baobao's speed is really something. I'm impressed. What important news did old second Gu mention? Let me see. This is really interesting. The entire office fell into a deathly silence in an instant. You could even hear people breathing. Fong Baobao stared intently at Gu Qiyu. She was sure there was something fishy about the information Gu Qiyu had exchanged with her. Gu Qiyu's triangular eyes were about to pop out. Gu Yi couldn't utter a single word, yet he could hear his own voice. Could it be? Oh, how clever. She finally understood why her elder sister had scolded Gu Yi so harshly that morning, but then immediately spoken to Gu Yi just now. It was the same for their parents and 3 younger sisters. Gu Yi was truly skilled at playing mind games. Even her brilliant and wise elder sister had been bewitched by him. She wanted to hear what he had to say. Gu focused on spectating the drama, completely oblivious to their reactions. Gu Qiyu is the CEO of Summer Entertainment, a subsidiary of Gu Group. It was all her doing that I made the trending search list a few times and Gu Zhe was put on the spot. This morning, my display of power was filmed by some drone enthusiast and sent to the trending search list again, making Gu Zhe the target of public criticism once more. Unfortunately, Gu Qiyu doesn't have money, and Gu Haokuan isn't giving her any, so she couldn't suppress the trending search. Old Su and Old Gu didn't care about Gu Zhe's fate, and even Gu Chuyun didn't care about the imposter. Gu Qiyu was furious, and, knowing I was here, she rushed over to settle the score with me. She really has eyes everywhere. The phone group has her informants, and this informant is none other than the president's chief special assistant, Li Defa. Feng Baobao. Informants from the Gu family on my turf? Does that mean they have them in other families too? If I hadn't brought Gu Yi with me, I wouldn't even have known my place was being spied on. Gu Qiyu was utterly astonished. For all those years, was Gu Yi cultivating on some mountain? Damn it. It was no big deal that he knew about the trending search incident. All the Gu family members knew about that. But he actually knew her informant was Li Defa. Only she knew about this. No one else in the Gu family did. How detestable. Gu Yi. Shut up. How could you buy? How could he expose his own sister in front of Feng Baobao? The Feng family status was not comparable to the Gu family's. Was he trying to get her killed? But strangely, the rest of her words were all censored. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't utter a single word. Gu Yi turned his head, his face full of unconcealed disdain. Are you sick? I didn't say anything. If it weren't for the plot, I wouldn't understand how this bunch of brainless fools from the Gu family managed to get into the 8 great families. Gu Qiyu, you idiot. The information she wanted to exchange with Feng Baobao was about a small assistant named Wang San embezzling 8.8 million yuan. TCH. It's just such a trivial matter. Is she treating Feng Baobao like a fool? Gu Qiyu was even more shocked. He could even know about this information? Did he send someone or some ghost to monitor her every move? If the matter of Li Defa was a coincidence, then this matter was definitely fishy. Gu Yi don't buy? Gu Qiyu's voice trembled. What exactly did he want? Didn't he know that Feng Baobao was not just any rich young lady? If she caught her, especially with clear evidence of wrongdoing, she would never let her off easily. If he wanted to see his own sister buried alive right before his eyes. Gu Yi, don't call my name. We're not familiar. If she falls into Feng Baobao's hands, at most she'll be buried alive or sent to the police station, just losing some face. Anyway, in a few days, she'll be with that Ling Defa. Gu Qiyu suddenly spoke. I beg you, save me. I was wrong, okay? Please stop talking. He probably already knew that she and Ling Defa were planning to go abroad to get married. But this couldn't be said. If it was said again, her underwear would be exposed. Gu Yi looked at Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao, I don't know her. Do whatever you want. When she was about to hit me upon entering, why didn't she consider the consequences? Just because she's scared and begs me, I have to forgive her? If Feng Baobao hadn't stolen my chance to show off, I would have sent you flying out the floor-to-ceiling window right now, soaring with the sun. Gu Qiyu. What would he mean by that? She was his own sister, his blood relative. He wasn't just standing by and watching her die. He even wanted to kill her. Who gave this bastard, raised outside, the guts? Feng Baobao, having consumed the entire melon, operated her phone with one hand and sent the news to her elder brother. It was only when Gu Yi spoke to her that she snapped back to reality. With one hand, she grabbed Gu Qiyu's hair and yanked her up. Gu Yi, I'm going to loosen the soil. Do you want to come? Gu Yi, sure. Loosening the soil. Is this to plant a person? No, plant vegetables. I love watching this show the most. Feng Baobao smiled. Let's go. That kid Gu Yi, outwardly so awesome and formidable, but deep down, wasn't he still admiring me? Humph. Men, they all say one thing and mean another. Gu Qiyu screamed in terror. Feng Baobao, you can't do this to me. Let me go. I'll tell you other news, quick. Feng Baobao grabbed a large bag of dog food and shoved it into her mouth. If you can't speak, shut up. Or, I'll help you donate yourself to someone in need. Gu Yi, that can be arranged. Gu Qiyu. Gu Yi, you just wait. I will definitely make mom and dad see your true colors. Feng Baobao had a private elevator that led directly to a garden on the first floor. She wielded a shovel with divine skill, and from digging the pit to burying the person and watering the spot, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. Gu Yi silently gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Truly, this must be an awesome in all caps and bold. Professional. This is way too professional. Feng Baobao raised her eyebrows proudly, patted the dirt off her hands, and said, nothing else, just practice. Gu Yi laughed unkindly. Huh? Well said, just practice. Gu Qiyu glared at them, gnashing her teeth. Gu Yi, do you have any conscience? You caused Xiao Zhe to be hospitalized, and might have his lower body amputated. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Gu Yi shrugged, looking indifferent. Your Xiao Zhe only lost his lower body. I lost my family affection. Stupid idiot, still caring about that fake at this moment? Gu Qiyu will get married to Ling Defa abroad tomorrow. On their wedding night, she will be beaten by Ling Defa for 20 hours, until she can only wear a colostomy bag for the rest of her life, and cannot completely separate from that beast. That beast will also completely take over her company and turn her into a living dead person. She'll establish a persona of a deeply loving wife, occasionally doing live streams for sales. Within half a year, she'll be tormented to the point of mental breakdown. After finally escaping, she'll be taken in by kind people. Damn. Her ending is the same as her good elder sisters, both taken in by kind people. Gu Qiyu felt like the sky had fallen. That bastard said she would be betrayed by the man she loved and suffer a terrible fate. How could that be? He didn't understand Defa's character at all. Such a perfect man was beyond Gu Ye's comprehension. And what domestic violence? Defa was so kind, he wouldn't even bear to step on an ant. Gu Ye, you bastard, just you wait. I will definitely expose your true colors. Gu Qiyu shouted hoarsely. She would never be fooled like her elder sister. She would definitely make the whole family see how Gu Yi was deceiving them. By then, the Gu family would completely cut ties with Gu Yi, and they would make him unable to survive in Fanqing. Someone, help, help. After thinking it through, Gu Qiyu started shouting, but there wasn't a soul around. Her throat was raw, but it was all in vain. Gu Yi and Feng Baobao left the office building and happened to see Gu Zhe sitting in a sports car. Feng Baobao was stunned. Wait, wasn't this fake already beaten by Gu Yi and lying in the hospital, about to have his leg amputated? Gu Yi, what's going on? She asked, staring at Gu Zhe. Gu Yi, I don't know either. The protagonist's halo is indeed powerful, and the plot's strength is also immense. I deliberately beat the fake so badly back then. And Gu Qiyu also mentioned just now that the fake might be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. As a result, this guy is like a cockroach that can't be killed or crippled, appearing right in front of me, driving a luxury car. Gu Zhe had intended to drive away, but upon seeing Gu Yi and Feng Baobao, he got out of the car. Big brother, what a coincidence, seeing you here. He walked over with light steps. Gu Yi, you haven't had your leg amputated yet? You're quite resilient. Gu Zhe instantly switched to his innocent act. Big brother, please don't say that. It makes me sad. Even though you beat me so badly, almost to the point of amputation, I truly don't blame you. Moreover, I consider it a blessing in disguise. I met a divine doctor in the hospital. He cured me with his superb medical skills, and I also met an influential figure, which will make our Gu family the foremost noble family in the future. He himself felt that he was no ordinary person and was destined for great fortune. When he woke up in the hospital and the doctor was about to amputate his leg, he was unwilling. Perhaps heaven sensed his feelings and sent him a godlike divine doctor. So what if Gu Yi knew some strange martial arts? He couldn't do anything to him. Gu Yi sneered. Then I should wish your daydream comes true. Guzi, have any new characters appeared in the plot? Feng Baobao couldn't help but gasp. The power of this world is truly mysterious. But who was the idiot who created this script? How could such a fake be the male lead? And that divine doctor, who is he? Is he even more formidable than Gu Yi? It feels very strange. Gu Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Yi, he really wasn't putting on any act. Sister Bauer, I heard my second sister is here. Have you seen her? Big brother, I know you don't like me, but second sister is related to you by blood. She's your biological sister. Can you not hurt her? Gu Yi, don't act in front of us. Aren't you tired? Feng Baobao, no need to look for her. Gu Qiyu is suspected of stealing confidential documents from Feng Group and has been apprehended by me. Gu Zhe blurted out. Impossible. Sister Bauer, there must be some misunderstanding here. I know you have a good relationship with my big brother, and big brother doesn't get along with the family. But you can't take your anger out on my second sister just to defend big brother. Big brother, you should say something for second sister, she. Gu Yi didn't want to hear a single word and kicked him. Noisy, Gu Zhe knelt on the ground, feeling like his knees were about to shatter. Big brother, please don't hit me. I'll leave now, okay? Elder sister gave me a sports car. I originally wanted to pick you up to go home together, but it seems not now. I'll be going then. Afraid of another beating from Gu Yi, he scrambled into the car and drove away, limping. Feng Baobao. Gu Yi, is Gu Chuyan mentally ill? She already saw the truth, yet she still bought things for Gu Zhe? Gu Yi shrugged. The Gu family members are all sick. The fake is showing off his sports car to me. Does he think I care? I can afford one too. Feng Baobao still had company matters to attend to and had her driver send Gu Yi back. As soon as he entered the house, Gu Chuyun, still wearing an apron, came over with a smile and greeted him proactively. Xiao Yi, you're back. Are you tired? I personally cooked for you and made delicious food. I don't know what you like to eat, so I made a bit of everything. Gu Yi, oh, I am truly a handsome boy with both beauty and wisdom. Gu Chuyun is indeed plotting against me. She just gave Guze a sports car, and now she's cooking for me. Does she think I'm uncultured? A few meals, and I'll feel the warmth of family and become her sycophant. Gu Chuyun was completely stunned. She gave Guze a sports car? When did she give that fake a sports car? She hurried to the yard and found the sports car in the yard was gone. She quickly called the butler. Where is my sports car? Butler. Young madam, the second young lady drove it away. Gu Chuyun was furious. She drove it away, and you let her? Didn't I say no one is allowed to touch that car? Butler. You did not. Gu Chuyun. She immediately called Guze, but she couldn't get through no matter how many times she tried. Damn Guze. No. Didn't Guze have his leg amputated by doctors in the hospital? How could he drive a sports car? Gu Yi came down from upstairs, and Gu Chuyun hurriedly explained. Xiao Yi, I bought you a sports car. But your second sister had an emergency and didn't know the car was for you, so she drove it away. I also heard that Xiao Zhe is driving that car now. When the car comes back, I will definitely get it back for you. Gu Yi looked at her like she was an idiot. I don't need it. She thinks I'm an idiot. A sports car she bought for me, and she'd let someone else take it? Let me think. Good heavens, Gu Chuyun is so heartless. She bought me a sports car. She must have tampered with it. Just like in the movies, after driving it for a while, the car will explode. Gu Chuyun. It's not like that, it really isn't. Xiao Yi, when we were in the village, I suddenly realized that Guze had deceived me. Elder sister misunderstood you before. Elder sister wants to apologize to you, so she bought the car for you. But later, mother and I went to visit our two younger sisters in the hospital, and then there was a misunderstanding. I tried calling Guze just now, but I couldn't reach him. When he returns, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Gu Yi, no need to explain, I don't care. A few nice words can coax a gifted lickspittle. Gu Chuyun is dreaming. Guzi, where did the fake go? Gu Chuyun lowered her head slightly, actually listening with all her might. System, young master, that fake is capable. He went to Gu Chuyun's office to get materials, the one for the bid. Gu Yi, are you sure you took the materials? Not stole them. You useless piece of trash, be more meticulous when you do things. System, yes, it was stealing. Gu Yi chuckled, not kindly. The day I first returned, by chance, I helped the Gu family achieve a great accomplishment. The government secured a project for the Gu family, and all the materials were prepared. The bidding process was just a formality. I never expected that the fake would target this project. However, I suspect Gu Chuyun deliberately let him have it. After all, something this important should be kept in a safe, not something the fake could easily obtain. Just now, she told me she realized she was deceived by the fake, that she knew how good I was, and even apologized and cooked for me. Humph. But then she turned around and gave the big project to the fake, and even gave him a sports car. Doesn't she still look down on me? Does she think those measly little things can buy my genuine affection? Gu Chuyun clutched the hem of her clothes, trembling with anger. Guze, he was truly audacious. How did he miraculously recover? And who instructed him to steal the items? She couldn't bother with anything else and rushed out. However, she returned shortly after. Xiao Yi, I suddenly remembered that I left an important document at the company. Could you come with me to get it back? Gu Yi violently shook her hand away, as if he had touched something dirty, showing extreme disgust. I'm not going. What important document? Didn't she already give it to Guze? Now she wants me to go over. Isn't it just to frame me? And what sister? I don't have such a sister. I can't afford one, and I don't want one. Gu Chuyun heard his inner thoughts and felt a wave of regret and guilt. From the first time she met Xiao Yi, she had a preconceived dislike for him, suppressed him, and verbally abused him. She had even told him in front of him that her only brother was Guze. Even though she heard his inner thoughts and knew that he had used those methods to help her for her own good, she still refused to believe him. Now, if she suddenly asked him for help and he refused, it was only normal. If she were treated with such prejudice, she would never forgive the other person in her life. But at this moment, if Gu Yi wasn't by her side, she might not be able to catch Guze. After thinking about it, she took out her phone and tapped a few times. Gu Yi's phone rang. He opened it and saw a deposit of 10 million to his Taobao account. The sender was Gu Chuyun? What do you mean? Gu Yi looked at her. What trick is she trying to pull now? She's not going to give me money first and then accuse me of extortion, is she? Gu Chuyun hurriedly explained. Xiao Yi, I don't mean anything else. It's just your pocket money. If you feel bored at home, how about we go out and relax together? The domineering female CEO was humbly begging, lowering her stance considerably. Gu Yi, pocket money, 10 million. If it were when I first returned, I wouldn't think it was a small amount. But she gave the fake 50 million to buy an island, and for me. Before he could finish thinking, another 50 million appeared in his Taobao account. Gu Chuyun, Xiao Yi, this is my sincerity in apologizing to you. Go buy a small island to play with. She had originally planned to give it to him too, but she intended to wait until the whole family returned to give it to him and give him face. Now that he was unhappy, there was no point in waiting. Gu Yi forced a smile. Then let's go. I'm not going to be her lackey, nor am I a sycophant. I'm just purely fond of little money. Gu Chuyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Little money, 60 million is just little money. As expected of her own brother, his mindset was truly grand. They arrived at the Gu Corporation's CEO office. Gu Yi quickly sat on the sofa next to him. He had rushed out in such a hurry that he was only wearing flip-flops. He had almost flung his shoes off with the speed he had just displayed. Gu Chuyun immediately started rummaging through everything. But the more she searched, the more cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It was gone. The documents she had placed in the safe were all gone. Besides the latest resort project, there were also other confidential documents of the Gu family. Only she knew the safe combination. How did Guze manage to do it? Gu Yi glanced at her distressed state and asked with feigned concern, How is it? Did you find it? Gu Chuyun stomped her feet anxiously. It's gone. All the important documents are gone. Gu Yi, isn't there surveillance? Gu Chuyun snapped back to her senses and immediately asked the secretary to retrieve the surveillance footage. However, it turned out that the power had just gone out, and all the surveillance footage was gone. Gu Chuyun slumped onto her chair. How could it be such a coincidence? The power just had to go out now. Gu Yi, how could it be such a coincidence? Of course, the fake did it intentionally. Guzi, check where that thing is. Gu Chuyun pretended to continue searching for the documents, but in reality, she was eavesdropping on his thoughts. The system finally responded. Young master, the fake is hiding in that small dark room. He was just about to leave, but he heard a noise and quickly hid. Gu Yi, small dark room? What is that place? Doesn't Gu Chuyun have some strange hobbies? Otherwise, why would she have prepared such a thing? The system remained silent, only emitting crackling static, as if the signal was poor or the battery was low. Gu Yi, useless trash. Gu Chuyun heard it and quickly said, I still have one place I haven't checked. I probably forgot. Xiao Yi, help me with this. That door is very heavy, and I can't open it. Gu Yi stood up. Let's go. After all, I took 60 million. What kind of door is it? To me, it's just a matter of a kick. Looking at a plain, unremarkable door, Gu Yi kicked it, and the door was kicked to pieces. A person ran out from inside, covering his head, screaming in terror, and about to rush out. Gu Yi casually kicked him, sending him sprawling. Guze, what are you doing here? Gu Chuyun asked in surprise. Gu Yi, of course, he's here to steal. Don't be so surprised. Are you two putting on a show? I won't mind. Anyway, I've already gotten the money. Gu Chuyun, a huge misunderstanding. I didn't give him the things at all. Guze lay on the ground, blood streaming from his nose again, and 3 of his front teeth had fallen out. Damn Gu Yi. Everything was going according to his plan, but then he showed up and ruined his good deed. He was here to be his nemesis. Whoa, big sister, my teeth, whoa. He was truly in pain, covering his mouth and nose with one hand, crying miserably. Gu Chuyun, however, was not swayed. She pulled him up. Then she hid behind Gu Yi and sternly questioned him. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? She thought she would still react like before, instantly disregarding everything and losing her mind as soon as he cried. With Gu Yi, her own brother, by her side, she was not afraid of that strange power anymore. Gu Yi feigned exaggerated surprise. Guze, what are you holding under your arm? Are you here to steal something? Gu Chuyun, stop acting. Her acting skills are really not great. But since she likes to act so much, I'll give them both some intensity. Let's see, when she knows the truth, will she still be willing to sacrifice her dear brother? Gu Chuyun snatched the bag away and quickly hid behind Gu Yi again. As soon as the bag was opened, her eyes widened. Over 100 million worth of gold, silver, and jewelry, her private records, important client information accumulated over years of work, and this time's bidding materials. It was all here. Guze, you stole my things. Gu Chuyun stared at Guze, wishing she could beat him to death. How blind she had been before, not knowing he harbored such treacherous ambitions. Even his own safe. Guze was caught off guard and had his belongings snatched away, feeling a surge of anger inside. What was wrong with Gu Chuyin? She had already given him a sports car, so why was she still suspicious of him? Wasn't she afraid he'd get angry and stop talking to her? It must have been Gu Yi instigating discord and speaking ill of him. Otherwise, Gu Chiyun's eyes would only be on him, and she wouldn't be suspicious at all. Big sister, how can you say that about me? I'm so sad, sob sob sob. She covered her face with one hand and her chest with the other, as if she had suffered great physical and mental damage and was about to die. Gu Yi couldn't help but laugh at his overly dramatic appearance. Huh, this is hilarious. So effeminate. Did you have a sex change surgery? Guze's face changed drastically. This bastard, how dare he mock him? If it weren't for him, why would he have ended up like this? Big brother, why are you saying that about me? You almost crippled me, and I didn't blame you. But big brother, why are you here at the company? I know you said you are the true young master of the Gu family, and everything in the Gu family belongs to you. But these are big sister's things, and the Gu family's secrets are all here. Don't overthink it. I don't mean anything else. I just feel that you've only been back from outside for a few days, and so many things have happened in our family. Perhaps big brother is too kind and has been bewitched by someone with ulterior motives. To come here and take a look, and then, as he said this, he quickly covered his mouth. Big sister, I didn't mean to suspect big brother of stealing secrets. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Chuyun rushed over and slapped him across the face. Then she quickly hid behind Gu Yi again. Guze, stop trying to sow discord here. I asked Gu Yi to come to the company. He is my biological brother. He doesn't need to steal anything, and everything here belongs to him. Before, Guze hadn't even shed tears, and she would have knelt down to beg him for forgiveness. Now that her mind was clear, she finally realized that Guze had been treating her like a monkey all along. He kept saying he wasn't sowing discord, but every word he spoke was intended to sow discord and make her hate Gu Yi. Guze's face was full of disbelief. Big sister, you hit me? What did I say wrong that you hit me? Sob sob sob. Bitch. She actually said that everything here belonged to Gu Yi. For so many years, she had always said that everything she had belonged to him. As expected, that bastard Gu Yi, using some unknown means, had completely fooled Gu Chiyun's mind. Gu Yi was also slightly surprised. If you find this book good, please remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. What trick is Gu Chiyun playing now? Last time, for Guze's sake, she almost beat me into the hospital. Now, she doesn't care about Guze's bloody face or his tears, but instead suspects him of theft and slaps him. In these few days, I really can't understand the Gu family's ways anymore. But they won't fool me with this kind of self-inflicted harm. I have learned about their stupidity, heartlessness, and toxicity in books. Gu Chuyun felt like her lungs would explode, hearing Guze feign distress, and then hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts. Guze, I'm doing this for your own good. Explain to me why you are in my office. You opened my safe, stole so many things, and hid them in that room. The safe's password and that room are things only I know. Explain yourself, or don't blame me for sending you to the police station. She wasn't doing all this just for little Yi to see. If Guze really did all this, then he must have planted many spies under her nose. In front of this fake, wasn't she almost completely exposed? Thinking about this, Gu Chuyun felt so disgusted she wanted to vomit. Gu Yi stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Guze. Fake, you're still playing the victim, aren't you? If you don't say anything, I'll call the police for your sister. The fake will definitely not confess. It's better to find a technician from the IT department to restore the surveillance footage. However, Gu Chuyun seeing the surveillance footage probably won't send him to the police station. The sibling relationship is deep, and Gu Chuyun's belongings weren't lost anyway. Gu Chuyun felt another wave of guilt and regret. Her own biological brother was helping her by exposing the fake's true colors in this way. But what about her? From the very beginning, she had called him a bastard, threatened to kill him, and even wanted him out of the Gu family. She was truly blind to have been fooled by the fake for so many years. If Gu Yi hadn't come this time, she would still have been played for a fool by the fake. Guze looked at Gu Chuyun, then at Gu Yi, feeling like his brain wasn't enough to keep up. Had these two siblings truly reconciled? Gu Chuyun suspected him so much, even threatening to send him to the police station. The Gu Chuyun of the past would never have been so heartless. Big sister, I just wanted to give you a surprise. I really don't know anything about what you said. If she didn't admit it, what could they do to her? The surveillance was broken, and there was no one else here. Even if she sent him to the police station, he wouldn't face much trouble. Gu Yi, the fake is confident that there's no evidence. Even if he goes to the police station, they can't do anything to him. Gu Chuyun has always believed him, She must be wavering now, right? Gu Chuyun was furious. She turned and went out, following Gu Ye's suggestion, and ordered the IT department to restore the surveillance footage. Upon seeing the surveillance recording, Gu Ze was struck by lightning, his eyes bulging out. Big sister, this is fake. Someone must have deliberately framed me. There are technologies now that can edit and produce videos. I didn't do anything. Gu Ze still refused to admit it, no matter what. Gu Yi curled his lips. His mouth is really tough. What does Gu Chuyun intend to do? Can she really send Gu Ze to the police station? Gu Chuyun's anger flared. She picked up a baseball bat and fiercely smashed it onto Gu Ze's hand. Ah! A scream more tragic than a slaughtered pig erupted. Gu Ze desperately put on a pitiful act, completely oblivious that Gu Chuyun was about to hit him. He rolled on the ground in pain, howling loudly. Bitch! Gu Chuyun, that bitch! She didn't even spare a word of concern when he was bleeding from his face after being beaten by Gu Yi, nor did she give him money to placate him. She had slapped him just now, and now she had broken his wrist. She hadn't lost anything, and he had already explained everything. So why didn't she believe him? Gu Chuyun looked at Gu Ze's miserable state, feeling no sympathy at all. Instead, she felt like her insides were twisting with regret. For so many years, it was that strange force that controlled her. Every time she was a little bit rational, a little bit suspicious of Gu Ze, her mind would lose control and favor Gu Ze, especially after Xiao Yi returned. If her mind hadn't been controlled, how could she have been so enraged and almost harmed Xiao Yi? Now that she had firmly beaten Gu Ze, she felt a sliver of relief in her mind and immense satisfaction. Gu Ze, if you have anything to say, go tell the police. Gu Chuyun picked up her phone and dialed the number herself. Gu Yi took a small step back, completely stunned. My heavens, the female CEO has gone mad. Not only is she calling the police, but she also beat up Gu Ze. The force of that blow just now was even greater than when she kicked me that day. Give her a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing her younger brother's inner thoughts, Gu Chuyun was immensely touched. Xiao Yi finally saw her sincerity. She would definitely persevere. Sooner or later, he would willingly acknowledge her as his sister. However, sigh, but a handsome guy like me, with my intellect and good looks, would never be fooled by such a pathetic ploy. If they're addicted to acting, then let them act. Anyway, I've already got my little bit of money. As for anything else, I couldn't care less. Gu Chuyun almost couldn't stand. She had gotten happy for nothing. Gu Ze, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth in hatred. Gu Yi, why are you instigating trouble? Mom and Dad said we're family, didn't they? If you can't tolerate me, you can just say it directly. Why do you have to resort to such despicable tactics? Gu Yi, is your brain full of garbage? I'm the legitimate true young master, and you're a fake, a thief who steals. I'm family with you. What kind of daydream are you having? Who cares about this kind of family? It's a death wish. I only came running this time because of the little money. Instigating trouble? I don't have the inclination for that. Guzi, quickly investigate who let the fake come and steal things. Maybe I can find a new way to leave the Gu family. Gu Ze, Gu Yi, I'm not a thief. Gu Chuyun rushed over, speaking aggressively. Gu Ze, you still say you're not a thief? You even stole the sports car I bought for Xiao Yi. Gu Ze was stunned. Big sister, what are you talking about? That was a gift you gave me. Gu Chuyun immediately retorted. Nonsense. I didn't give you any gift. That was a meeting gift I bought for Xiao Yi. Old Air drove it away, and you drove it away from Old Air. Gu Ze was completely beside himself. His third sister had sent him a message saying the sports car was a gift from his big sister to apologize and told him to pick it up downstairs at Feng's group. Now Gu Chuyun was saying it wasn't for him, but for Gu Yi. Why? Why should Gu Yi, that bastard, have a sports car? Gu Yi was also stunned. It's really a sports car for me? The female CEO is very generous. Gu Chuyun looked at Gu Yi with a face full of smiles. Xiao Yi, I still have the invoice and the greeting card that hasn't been taken yet. Take a look, the sports car was really bought for you. It was just a misunderstanding, and third sister drove it away. Gu Yi glanced at the items she was holding. They were indeed for him. I don't want anything that the fake has used. It's too dirty for me. Things that the fake has used are that dirty. What if he tampered with the car? My life is quite valuable, and I can't just go offline casually. Gu Chuyun's mouth twitched, and she said, Then all right, I'll have someone return the car later. You go buy one yourself. Buy whatever kind you like. Don't be afraid of spending money. Big sister's money is your money. Gu Yi originally wanted to say, just give him money, but seeing Gu Ze so angry his eyeballs were about to explode, he deliberately said, Then, okay. Gu Chuyun felt a surge of secret joy. Xiao Yi, you are truly big sister's good little brother. It was good that he could accept her gift. The first step was a good one. Guze completely broke down. Big sister, why are you doing this to me? I'm truly innocent. Didn't you say that I'm your only biological brother? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? Before he could even finish his words, Gu Chuyun hit him again with the stick. Shut up, bitch. If her mind hadn't been controlled, how could she have said such things? Her money should naturally go to her own brother, not a family thief. Gu Yi, when the female CEO is heartless, indeed, the fake stands no chance. But there's no need for this. I remember that sentence. Her only biological brother is Gu Ze. I don't care about being a biological brother. I don't mind. Gu Chuyun quickly explained. Xiao Yi, don't listen to Gu Ze instigating. Big sister has her difficulties. Gu Yi waved his hand. I don't care, no need to say more. Ignoring everything else here, Gu Yi got up and left. Gu Chuyun still had to stay to deal with Gu Ze's matters and asked her driver to send Gu Yi home. Gu residence. Before Gu Yi even entered the door, he heard the crying and cursing of second Madame Gu. Gu Yi and Feng Baobao conspired to harm me and buried me alive. If it wasn't for Li Defa saving me, I wouldn't be alive to see you all. My life was saved by Defa. He has a life-saving grace towards me, and I want to marry him. Su Yi and Gu Haokuan sat on the side, their brows furrowed, both remaining silent. Seeing Gu Yi enter, they quickly got up to greet him. Xiao Yi, you're back. Come sit down quickly. Are you tired? Su Yi took his hand. Xiao Yi, that's your second sister. The one next to her is. Gu Haokuan introduced. Gu Qiyu saw Gu Yi and instantly stood up, her eyes wide with anger. Gu Yi, you still have the nerve to come back. I am your own sister, and you actually colluded with outsiders to take my life. Do you have any conscience? Li Defa has a life-saving grace towards me, and I want to marry him. You are not allowed to stop me. She wanted to hear what Gu Yi would say in his mind. Su Yi and Gu Haokuan were all waiting for Gu Ye's inner thoughts, and they secretly observed their second daughter. She could hear it, right? Gu Yi stood with his arms crossed, looking at Gu Qiyu as if she were an idiot. Gu Air, you trespassed into Feng Corporation yourself and wanted to beat me on Baobao Jie's territory. This is all your fault, and I won't take responsibility for you. She only buried you alive and didn't send you to the police. You should be grateful to the Feng family for 8 generations. As for who you want to marry, that's your freedom. You don't need to ask me, and I won't stop you. When she deliberately came to beat me, why didn't she consider that she's my own sister? She didn't beat Feng Baobao and was instead buried alive. Did she think about me as her sister then? Isn't this just moral blackmail? Sigh. What a pity. Morality is truly my weak point. If she wants to marry Ling Defa, then let her. She's telling me not to stop her? Since when have I been so kind-hearted? I'm not good at being a pushover either. Gu Qiyu stared unblinkingly at Gu Yi. After he finished speaking, she could no longer hear his inner thoughts. She looked at her parents and found them both full of surprise. Did they hear Gu Ye's inner thoughts? But why couldn't she hear them? Good heavens. Gu Yi must be scared. Back at Feng Corporation, she was alone, and he dared to play tricks. Now that she was home with her parents protecting her, he didn't dare. Gu Yi, you are a cold-blooded thing. I am your sister, and I beat you for your own good. In front of outsiders, you should protect me first, not help others bully me. Right now, you're just appeasing me. You'll cause trouble at my wedding with Defa. You're truly disgusting. Gu Qiyu pointed at Gu Ye's nose and yelled. Gu Yi didn't say anything. He moved quickly and slapped her twice, making her spin 18 times on the spot before she fell to the ground. Gu Yi, you actually hit me. She covered her face with both hands, her head buzzing. The injustice in her heart could have blown off the roof of the Gu residence. Gu Yi looked down at her, his expression full of earnest advice. What's wrong with hitting you? Do I need to pick a date to hit you? I am your biological brother, and hitting you is for your own good. After all, the way you were just now was that of a complete shrew. If it got out, it would disgrace the Gu family. If Feng Baobao hadn't acted first then, I would have already made a move. Since they aren't giving me a chance to leave, I have to create an opportunity myself. It's better to act than to talk, isn't it? Waiting until her wedding to cause trouble? What kind of dream is she having? Ling Defa was fired by Feng Baobao. The accumulated crimes of that scoundrel are at least 2.8 meters high. Feng Baobao only made a slight move, and Ling Defa knelt and begged for mercy, handing over all his assets to reach a settlement, thus avoiding going to jail. As for him marrying Gu Qiyu, it will definitely happen. But a wedding? That's a pipe dream. That scoundrel, cornered, will accelerate the exposure of his true nature. He'll be a freeloading leech, unfaithful, abusive, and involved in gambling and drugs. She'll have it all. Gu Haokuan's face instantly turned pale. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Old Air had seen all sorts of men. Of his 9 daughters, he was most at ease with this second daughter, thinking she wouldn't be blinded by love and would definitely find a good man. However, it now seemed that he was gravely mistaken. Guchiyu, I do not agree to this marriage. Little Ye's inner thoughts had never been wrong. He would never allow his daughter to marry such a person and ruin her life. Su-yi was also terribly frightened and tears streamed down her face. Xiaoyu, Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. That man is unreliable. Just now, both of them had noticed that their second daughter couldn't hear their youngest son's inner thoughts. But when she first returned, many of her words had been bleeped out. This meant that at Phone Corporation, their second daughter could hear them. No matter what the situation was, they could not agree to this marriage. Guchiyu immediately became anxious, covering her face with both hands and crying. Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't you see? Guyi is rebellious. He hit me and called me a shrew. You've all been fooled by him. These are all fake, all deliberately fabricated by him. Defo is my savior. I've known him for many years, and I know what kind of person he is better than anyone else. I want to marry him, and I don't want any betrothal gifts. I have my own company, and I can support myself. You must believe me, don't believe Guyi. He's only been back for a few days. The wild seed raised outside is indeed scheming. By using this inner voice trick, he's fooled Mom and Dad into losing their reason. No wonder Xiaoze lost favor. Even his own biological daughter can't compete with Guyi. Guyi, she's known the scumbag for 12 years. How did they meet back then? Oh, Guer was cornered by hooligans in a small alley, and the scumbag went to save him. She'll never know until she dies that it was all planned by the scumbag. Including several similar incidents later, they were all the scumbag's doing. If old Sue and old Gu stop her from marrying him, she'll also face retaliation from the scumbag later. Alas, the Gu family's ancestral virtue is almost depleted. Gu Haokuin. Su-yi. Guchiyu got up from the ground. She looked at Guyi, her eyes full of fury. Guyi, someone like you should live in a sewer for the rest of your life. My Defa is an ambitious man, unlike you, who only knows how to leech off others. Guyi, yes, whatever you say is right. Ambitious? A freeloading leech, a sugar baby, riddled with diseases, I really can't compare. Su-yi raised her hand and slapped Guchiyu. Guchiyu, if you don't like Little Yi, you can keep it to yourself. Little Yi is my biological son, and he is not that kind of unbearable person. He is my lucky star. You can marry whomever you want, but now, get out. She had so many daughters, and she cherished each and every one of them. But if any of them refused to listen to her advice and insisted on courting death, she couldn't do anything about it. You can't persuade a foolish person to change their ways. She'd tried to persuade her not to jump into a fire pit, and now she'd be retaliated against by that scumbag? Gu Haokuin also looked indifferent. Nyo, Little Yi is the heir of the Gu family. Even if he's leeching off us, he has the capital for it. The eldest legitimate son of the Gu family is not someone any stray cat or dog from outside can compare to. If you insist on marrying that kind of thing, then go ahead. You will bear all the consequences yourself. Guchiyu looked on in disbelief. Her mother, who had always doted on her, would hit her. And they specifically acknowledged Gu Ye's family status. Dad, Mom, I will show you Gu Ye's true colors. You will regret this. Guyi deliberately let his parents hear his inner thoughts. He's so venomously calculating. Guchiyu, carrying her bag, ran out crying. After getting into the car, she received a call from her secretary. Ms. Gu, quickly check the trending searches. Guchiyu didn't have time to wipe her tears. When she saw her phone, she was struck by lightning. Xiaoze stole something and was sent to the police station by elder sister, and it's trending. Has elder sister gone crazy? Just then, Guchiyin returned. Guchiyu quickly got out of the car and aggressively blocked her. Elder sister, why did you send Xiaoze to the police station and accuse him of being a thief? Xiaoze has never suffered such hardship since he was young. Hurry up and let him out. What was going on with elder sister? He was the one who doted on Xiaoze the most in the family. The pocket money he gave was enough for her to film a movie. Gu Chuyin saw Guchiyu and slapped her, hitting the same cheek. Guchiyu, you've really gotten bold. You drove my sports car out and said it was a gift I gave to Guze. Guchiyu's tears fell drop by drop from the pain. Elder sister, it's just a car. You have to hit me for that. Besides, didn't you buy the sports car for Xiaoze? Who else would it be for? Insane. She felt that elder sister was completely insane now. Gu Chuyin trembled all over with anger. Why would I give a sports car I bought with my own money to a fake? Of course, I want to give it to my own brother, Guyi. You brainless thing, you're still revolving around that fake. Sooner or later, you'll suffer. Looking at her second sister in front of her, she thought of her past self. To not want a sibling by blood, But to want a fake, how ridiculous. Gu Chiyu's eyes widened, and she even doubted her ears. Elder sister, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're saying? Xiao Zhe is our brother. Gu Yi is a jinx. Ever since he came back, our family hasn't had a peaceful day. You. Before she could finish, Gu Chuyun gave her 3 loud slaps. Get out. Gu Yi is not a jinx. He is the Gu family's lucky star. Get out now, and if you regret it later, don't come back crying. She won't cry until the coffin is out. Seeing Gu Chiyu reminded Gu Chuyun of herself in the past, wishing she would jump into a fiery pit now so she would believe Gu Yi. Gu Chiyu had never seen her elder sister like this. She was stunned by fear. Elder sister's attitude was the same as mom and dad's. Could it be? She had also heard Gu Ye's thoughts. What a bitch. Controlling elder sister meant almost controlling the Gu family. Elder sister, you and mom and dad have been brainwashed by Gu Yi. Just wait. I'll make you all regret it. Enduring the pain on her face, Gu Chiyu drove away. She made a phone call and instructed, what about that paparazzi named Dahe? Release all the gossip about Gu Yi, cover the entire internet. Gu Yi had brainwashed the entire Gu family through underhanded means. As the only sober person in the Gu family, she bore the heavy responsibility of saving the family. Gu Yi liked to steal the spotlight, so let him become famous. A bastard who had never seen the world. Once he got carried away, everyone would see his true colors. Gu Chuyun sighed heavily and squeezed her eyebrows. Gu Zhe must have a master behind him, possessing a strange power that could control people's minds. Silly second brother. She thought everyone was drunk, and she was sober. Returned home. It was just time for dinner. Xiao Yun, was the matter handled? Gu Haokuan looked over. Gu Chuyun sat next to Gu Yi and said, Dad, Mom, I've handled everything. Gu Zhe has been detained for 15 days. I have removed all his positions in the company and blacklisted him from reentry. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Xiao Yi was with you. Otherwise, important business secrets might have fallen into the hands of others. Gu Qian nodded, looked at Gu Yi, and smiled. Xiao Yi, thank you so much this time. Here's a check for 30 million. Go buy a new car when you have time. Don't be stingy with your money. He liked money, and she happened to have money. Gu Yi accepted the check with a cold face. Thanks. In just a few hours, I already have 90 million. You don't say, but you really have to say, the money of rich people is blown in by the wind. For the sake of money, I can stay in this house for a few more days. Gu Haokuan and the others exchanged glances, holding back their laughter. Xiao Yi was so pure and kind, liking money so openly, never being coy. Sui asked, Old Gu, how was Gu Zhe's biological parents handled? Does Gu Zhe have other intentions by being in our home? Gu Chuyun also asked, could it be that someone else made Gu Zhe do other things? Otherwise, why would he think of stealing my data? Gu Haokuan said a few words. Gu Zhe's biological parents couldn't withstand any investigation. They were shocked when investigated. They had committed murder, and they were bound to be executed. As for the mastermind, they did not know. Gu Yi ate silently, not participating in their conversation, but his mind was not idle. Guzi, you're on vacation. How long has it been? Even if you only found a hammer, you should tell me. The whole family silently slowed down their eating, afraid of missing anything. After a while, the system finally appeared. Young master, please calm down. The old servant was sent back for repairs. This is the first time I've received orders. I have already investigated. Gu Zhe is indeed controlled by a mastermind, but it might be a hidden plot. The data is password protected, and only part of it has been decrypted. It currently shows the mastermind has some connection with old Gu's biological father. Other parts are still invisible for now. What? Gu Yi took a sip of water. Old Gu's biological father. Could it be that old Gu, like Gu Zhe, is also a fake young master of the Gu family? The real young master has returned from abroad to reclaim everything that belongs to him? System, it's possible. Many scripts are acted out like this. Gu Haokuan almost choked. He was his father's biological son. Gu Yi glanced at Gu Haokuan, narrowed his eyes, and continued to let his thoughts wander. Then, perhaps old Gu's father had mistresses 4, 5, 6, and had several illegitimate children who are now uniting to fight for the family inheritance. This is a must-have plot for wealthy families. Are we fighting for inheritance now? Then I need to hurry up and get the money. Otherwise, if the Gu family is ruined, won't I get nothing? System, possible +1. Gu Yi, will old Gu's father be a live-in son-in-law? And now they want a clean house. Before he could finish, Su Yi sprayed soup from her nostrils. Oh my, what's wrong? Gu Haokuan quickly wiped her. Gu Chuyun choked and rolled her eyes. Can't they just point out Guzi directly? If they let Xiao Yi continue guessing like this, we'll all be full of dog blood. A commotion broke out at the dinner table. but Guyi remained as calm as ever. What's wrong with them? Don't tell me they're secretly exchanging codes to gang up on me? Did they only remember to settle accounts with me after I hit second brother? System, possible +1. Guyi quickly took a big bite of abalone and a big mouthful of soup. See, I knew it. How could they act like nothing happened? They were waiting for the right moment. I've already got the money in hand, and I'm definitely not returning it. If they kick me out, I'm not looking back. Gu Haokuin and the others quickly stopped. That brat wants to leave home again. How could that be possible? Su-yi, Xiaoyi, are you full? Why don't you go out for a stroll? Fanqing's night view is quite nice. Gu Haokuin, Xiaoyi, even though you hit second child just now, don't overthink it. She's not right in the head, so she deserved it. We all know you did it for her own good. Gu Qian added, Xiaoyi, no matter when, this home will always be your home. Whoever kicks you out, that person can get lost. Guyi, Guzi, after you undergo the factory reset, should be able to restore the appraised sincerity function, right? Quick, appraise them. Are they sincere? I hit second old Gu, and I hit him good. Heh, isn't old Gu still second old Gu's biological father? System, appraisal complete, all sincere. Guyi was filled with horror, feeling like he was looking at 3 monsters with tumors in their brains. I can't take it anymore. I need to go out for some fresh air. The people in this family are too terrifying. I, such an incredibly intelligent, handsome man, can't even figure out their schemes. Damn it. Gu Haokuin and the other two all let out a long sigh of relief. They gave him another 80,000 yuan in pocket money, telling him to buy whatever snacks he wanted. The driver drove him straight to the car dealership. Quickly buy the car first. Don't wait until one day they reveal their true colors, and I won't even have a tool to escape. I've always been very low-key, so I won't buy any supercars. I'll start with a low-key Big G. System. May the gods bless his low-key Big G. The top-spec version of the Big G here costs nearly 10 million. After buying the car, Guyi drove out to roam the streets himself. He also bought the latest model of the Banana 10086 Pro Max, top spec, which only cost 38,000. Looking at the balance on his bank card with so many zeros, Guyi sighed. So, it's true that there are times when you can't spend all the money. He recalled his past years as a beggar. For breakfast, he'd dare not add an egg to his simple pancake. When eating instant noodles, he'd dare not buy the cup kind. As for ham, he'd buy the thinnest and cheapest. When he wanted to drink milk during festivals, he'd splurge and only buy powdered milk, 8.8 yuan a bag. Yes, the kind that expired if not finished within a week. Mai. Guyi wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes and forced a bright smile. This overwhelming fortune has finally come to me. Gotta believe in the light. Driving a luxury car, listening to music, cruising down the bustling streets. This is Fing Hai. However, before he could enjoy himself for long, his phone rang. Hello? Who is this? The original owner didn't have many friends, nor any creditors. As for the Gu family, Guyi didn't know any of their numbers. Gu Qiyun's voice came through. Xiaoyi, it's big sister. This is my number, save it later. I'm telling you, don't be afraid of the gossip online. That second child going crazy. Guyi hadn't been online at all, so he had no idea what was going on. Oh, the car stopped under a streetlight, and he tapped on his phone. The top right corner of the page had functions like switch simplified / traditional Chinese, adjust font size, and reading background color. Holy crap, am I this popular now? The top 3 hot searches are all me. Back in school, I was the bottom 1 to 3rd place on the rankings. Hashtag true young master gold digger frames innocent fake young master hashtag. Hashtag Guyi get out of the rich family hashtag. Hashtag rich family inheritance war Gu plays mind games shamelessly hashtag. In the edited and pieced together videos, Guyi was shown using Palm Thunder and the Golden Light Mantra. These were recent events, so nothing too strange. The crucial part was that there were also videos of the original owner being bullied at work years ago, which they had edited to make it look like the original owner was the one doing the bullying. Some are saying I'm greedy and manipulative for money, with a bad character, a disaster star. Some are calling me shameless, only daring to hide behind my parents and be a freeloader. Guyi propped his chin in his hand, as if contemplating the country's future plans. With so much popularity, if I don't take it, won't the tumor grow bigger? Guyi exited the webpage and started a live stream. He understood the need for a gimmick. The live stream's name. Guyi calls you. Don't come if you haven't seen money. Dominating the hot search charts, the traffic was immense. As soon as the live stream started, over 1,000 people flooded in. Is this Guyi? The true young master from the Gu family, who uses lightning and golden light? You're really arrogant, kid. Don't come if you haven't seen money. Without your parents, What money have you seen? I haven't seen money. And I'm here. So what? Gui casually kicked out those who claimed they hadn't seen money. The bullet comments paused briefly, then exploded. Holy crap. Are you for real? So what if you're the Gu family's true young master? When you weren't the true young master before, why weren't you so arrogant? Why wasn't he arrogant? He even bullied people. Fueled by anti-rich sentiment, and with second-old Gu hiring trolls to flood in, the live stream's bullet comments went wild. Anyone who claimed they hadn't seen money, Gui kicked them out. As for those who cursed him, he kept them. Please. Black fame is also fame. Those haters were all about the heat. In just 5 minutes, the viewership had reached 50,000. The leaks were growing splendidly. Gui felt it was time to harvest. When you're out in the world, your status, your face, that's all given by yourself. Those who stay in my live stream, there are 50,000 of you. Does that mean you've all seen money? Yeah, ha ha ha. Gui doubled over laughing before he could finish. After all this time, besides talking big, you haven't even sent a single cent as a gift. And you claim to have seen money? Ha ha. Do you want to laugh me to death and then inherit my big G? I just bought it. It's not very expensive. The top spec is only $999. He was about to say more when Gu Haokuan, Su Yi, and Gu Chuyun all sent him short messages. Xiao Yi, come home. Dad will solve this for you. Xiao Yi, they're just jealous of you. Xiao Yi, most of the people in the live stream are trolls hired by Second Child. Don't fall for it. Third old Gu was about to send a message, urging Gu Yi to turn off the live stream and not bother with them. But as soon as he saw the live stream, his eyes widened instantly. The live stream comments were flooded with waves of small gifts, such as beers, lollipops, little hearts, and little flowers, and even airplanes, luxury cars, and mansions. Gu Laosen felt his eyes blur. He rubbed them hard, and found he wasn't mistaken. This can also be done. Gu Laosen rushed to the hospital to check on the two younger ones, seeing their elder brother's achievements. Gu Haokuan and the others looked at the big screen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Yi, aren't all the people in Xiao Yi's live stream just haters? Could it be that the second child has come to their senses and is using this method to make Xiao Yi happy? Stop dreaming. The second child's mind is filled with that scumbag. She won't come to her senses unless she falls into the trap. Gui watched the live stream, but his face remained disdainful. Because of this expression, the live stream comments went crazy. Damn it. 7th aunt. 8th aunt. Keep it up. That kid is unbelievably arrogant. Let's slap his face hard. Son of a BTCH. He's laughing at us for not being able to afford gifts. He hasn't seen what gifts are. He hasn't seen money. For a mere wagon, we'll crowdfund and buy the wagon factory. Gui curled the corners of his lips, acting like the proud son of a king with a crooked mouth. You guys are really something. Although your pockets are cleaner than your faces, your extravagant, spendthrift demeanor is something I admire. I'm so touched I could cry that you're even sending the coins you'd use to get an egg with your breakfast tomorrow. He cupped his hands towards the screen in thanks, looking at the Gu family watching the live stream. He usually uses his thoughts, not his mouth, so he really showed mercy with his words. We are worthy of being Xiao Ye's family. We are proud. The comments were completely enraged. So what if he's the true young master? He's still not favored. And he dares to mock us, admitting he hasn't seen so many gifts, yet he's still so stubborn. He's insulting the tycoons. Are there any tycoon brothers who can smash his face hard? It was madness. The haters were driven mad by Gu Yi. When one is in trouble, all directions give support. When one calls out, 8 directions of tycoons rush over. Before long, romantic carriages flashed by one after another, true love mansions appeared one after another, and various #1 gifts. The entire livestream screen was filled with gifts and comments flying back and forth. The Gu family stood up in unison, all staring at the live stream and applauding. Amazing. Xiao Yi must be a business prodigy. You can still play like that. And at this moment, Gu Lao'er, who had just returned to his office and opened the live stream, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. This is Gu Ye's live stream? This is the fake audience control that cost him 100,000 yuan? The number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 200,000. They weren't rebellious. They were just mentally ill. What is Dehei doing? Did I ask him to hype up Gu Yi? Why aren't his people reporting him? Why aren't they continuing to curse him? Instead, they're giving money. Where did this money come from? Did they rob a bank? Gu Lao'er screamed like a madman and immediately called his secretary. After a string of highly vulgar outbursts, the secretary said with a crying voice, President Gu, our haters are being wronged. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. They've already tried their best to curse, and some people have even reported it. Our haters haven't spent a single penny on gifts. Gu Lara roared angrily. What are you saying? Do you think I'm an idiot? With so many people cursing, why haven't I seen it? If they didn't send gifts, then who sent the gifts? The secretary endured the pain of her eardrums being pierced and cried. Whoa, President Gu, those are all fans. Some people in the live stream have connections and are preventing Gu Ye's live stream from being blocked. Our people did curse, but there are more people who aren't cursing. Our people didn't send gifts, but the tycoon brothers and sisters gave even more. They are rich and willful, and we can't do anything about it. Gu Lara roared in fury. Trash. A bunch of trash. Immediately contact Dahe and find more black material on Gu Yi. Continue to expose it. He likes to show off, doesn't he? Let him show off to his heart's content. Let the haters connect with him and confront him directly. Damn Gu Yi. He indeed knows some tricks. Besides fooling his parents, elder sister, and younger sisters into favoring him, now he can also deceive the vast number of netizens. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, what kind of monsters and ghosts haven't I seen? I'm not afraid of his little tricks. Let him continue to be arrogant and cool. The higher he flies now, the harder he will fall later. The secretary looked at Gu Ye's live stream and wiped away a tear. If this can become popular, then what kind of miserable secretary am I supposed to be? The income from one live stream is enough for my annual salary. Gu Yi whistled as he looked at the luxurious gifts in the live stream. Thank you to all the big brothers, big sisters, aunts, and grandmas for the gifts. If you're passing by, give a like, light up your fan badge, and follow. This batch of leaks is growing wonderfully. The income from one live stream could be 80,000 to 100,000. If it were the past me, I would be overjoyed. But now, in the Gu family, the pocket money I casually receive is in the tens of millions. When I buy small snacks, it's also tens of thousands of pocket money. Alas, the live stream income isn't even considered my personal spending money. A line of text suddenly floated across the comments, requesting a connection. Gu Yi collected his thoughts and said, Connecting, that's a separate price. The comments went crazy again. That big brother who just sent you so many gifts. How can you have the nerve to ask for a separate price? With such a small mindset, you still claim to have seen money? You've embarrassed the Gu family. I'm going to report him. Get him out of the live streaming world. Big brothers, don't get excited, stay calm. He likes to show off so much, he'll eventually get arrogant. Those accusations online, he'll reveal his true colors. Gu Yi laughed unkindly. No way, no way. You want to connect with a rich young master without any money? As soon as his voice fell, 50 rockets flashed on the screen. Gu Yi, welcome, the #1 ranked brother. Let's connect. Gu Lara sent me to the trending search, and I went head-on into live streaming. That idiot must be furious and has arranged for a connection to confront me. Bring it on. Let's see what moves he has. Anyway, I'm idle, and although this little money is just a drop in the bucket, who would refuse money? The connection was successful. The other party was a man, likely a middle-aged man who drinks frequently. His voice was hoarse, and as soon as he spoke, he started swearing. You little brat, you've become successful now. Have you forgotten your big brother Zhao from back then? He patted the bills in his pocket and added a few more words. Back then at the train station, you stole from a widow's house. And you little brat, ran off after zipping up your pants. The widow's lover came looking for you, and I, your big brother Zhao, took the blame for you. Do you remember what you said back then? Gu Yi propped his chin with one hand, like a streamer listening attentively. The bullet comments in the live stream instantly exploded. Is this what they call a rich young master? Ha ha ha. The only difference between him and Wu Laoqi from our village is their dad. No wonder he couldn't wait to harm the fake young master as soon as he returned to the wealthy family. If this scandal had been exposed earlier, would he have had any chance? Gu family patriarch, have you seen this? Hurry up and sever ties. He was arrogant just now, mocking us for not having seen money. Now look at this idiot. Brothers and sisters, don't stop the gifts. Send him to the trending searches and get him locked up. As the bullet comments flew wildly, various gifts also flooded the entire screen. Gu Qiyu watched the live stream, finally satisfied, and curved his lips. Gu Yi, stunned, aren't you? You used your schemes to fool the entire family, and I couldn't do anything about it. I was forced to use this method. But don't worry, when you get kicked out of the house, I'll give you 250 yuan for food. The Gu family was collectively stunned. Su Yi's palms were sweating nervously. What do we do now? Lao Qi is too much. This must be paid trolls she hired to frame Xiao Yi. Gu Haokuan picked up his phone. I'll have my secretary suppress this matter and then deal with Lao Qi properly later. Gu Chuyun quickly said, Dad, we shouldn't suppress it. Instead, we should let the heat go up. The couple was stunned. Xiao Yun, You don't actually still believe that fake Guze? Su Yi could understand. After all, Xiao Yun hadn't heard many inner voices and couldn't fully believe Xiao Yi yet. At this point, if we don't suppress this matter, how will Xiao Yi be able to show his face in the future? Gu Haokuan was even more furious. I was planning to hold a homecoming banquet for Xiao Yi on the 15th of next month, inviting people from the 8 great families. If this continues, my own son will be finished. After hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts, he was even more certain that everything that happened to Gu Yi was intended to deliberately smear him. No matter which world he was from, as long as he was here, he was his own son. Gu Qian also became anxious. Mom and Dad, please listen to me. Of course, I believe Xiao Yi. This matter is definitely not something he did. Precisely because of this, we should make the heat even bigger. Let him retaliate in front of the entire internet. Have you forgotten? Every time the fake one framed Xiao Yi could make a comeback. What scandals and frame-ups, the more you hide them, the more suspicious those people will become. We have to make a big deal out of it. Let everyone know that Xiao Yi is innocent. For so many years, the Gu family scandals were almost always suppressed by Lao Qi. But this time was different. Her own brother couldn't be bullied like this. Gu Haokuan and Su Yi suddenly realized. Yes, Xiao Yun is right. I trust Xiao Yi, he definitely has a way. Gu Haokuan immediately instructed his secretary to generate buzz for Xiao Yi and buy traffic. Gu Yi propped his chin with one hand, still looking indifferent. You bitch, that Zhao guy's gossip. If I eat it, what's the benefit? The system instantly came online. Young master, you finally figured it out. The benefits are incredibly numerous. For example, the duration of Palm Thunder can increase from 10 minutes to 100 minutes. The top right corner of the page has functions like switch traditional/simplified, adjust font size, reading background color, etc. The duration of Golden Light Mantra can even last for a day, and you might even acquire new skills. Gu Yi, serve the gossip. The system immediately broadcasted all sorts of gossip about the connected person. The netizens in the live stream couldn't wait any longer. Gu Yi, why aren't you talking? Feeling guilty? Give us an explanation now, and we'll send you to the police station and help you get leniency. How did you send the pure, kind, and innocent fake young master in before? Thinking that this will be his fate in a moment, he must be scared to wet his pants. Ha ha ha. Unleash the G-Wagon. Wet my pants. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Gu Yi took a sip of his fizzy drink and said leisurely, the big brother connected is named Zhao Dexiao, 38 years old this year, an unemployed vagrant. He has 3 large moles on the right corner of his mouth, and each one has a black hair. He's bare-chested, wearing big red boxer briefs underneath without anything, and picked up red slippers on his feet. Cough cough. Is this your lucky year? You are currently in an abandoned factory, sitting on a worn-out yellow sofa. In front of you is a 3-legged table. On the table is a bottle of milk tea that you just bought for the exorbitant price of 8 yuan. This is the first and last cup of milk tea in your life. Let me take another sip of water. The bullet comments in the live stream paused briefly and then erupted again. Ha ha ha. The guilty rich young master is up to his tricks again. This is an audio connection. You can't even see the other person, and you're pretending to be a god here. Still talking about police uncle arresting people. Who does he think he is? A metaphysics master. Come on, little Zhao. Quickly slap his face hard. The man on the other end of the call couldn't utter a single word. Sitting in front of his phone, his eyes were about to pop out. After a while, he shouted, Gu Yi, is it because you're rich that you're so amazing? You actually investigated me. Don't you forget, back when you were at Qingqing Grassland Orphanage, how I taught you. How did it go? Gu Yi should have been terrified when he heard his own voice. Where did he get the nerve to react like this? Although he had returned to the wealthy Gu family, Big Black said that he was not favored by the Gu family. So where did he get his confidence? And why was he speaking so clearly? Did Big Black betray me? Gu Yi put down his fizzy drink and continued. This is my fault for not being detailed enough. Let's continue. Zhao Dexiao died his grandfather on the 3rd day of his birth, died his grandmother on the 3rd year of his birth, and died his father on the 9th year of his birth. His mother was scared and abandoned you at the gate of the city orphanage and ran away. You were picked up by an old man who swept the streets and lived near the orphanage. From the age of 10, you started peeking at widows while they bathed, secretly crawling into their beds, which was common. At 15, you angered your adoptive father to death, and then you relied on bullying younger orphans to get by. If you couldn't make it, you would go find widows and then be sent to the bureau to eat prison meals. You've lived for 38 years, and half of your New Year's Eves were spent in prison. What you just said about sneaking into widows' houses, that was indeed what you did. Coincidentally, I passed by that day, and you made me take the blame. Your third toe on your right foot also has athlete's foot, infecting its neighbors. Now you have 30,000 yuan in cash in your pocket. This is a deposit from a paparazzi named Big Black. After you successfully frame me, he will give you another 20,000. If you help me, I'll tell you that you definitely won't get it. Because you will be arrested by police uncle immediately, and you will confess to your crimes over the years without reservation. Tomorrow you will be shot, and you will be so scared that you'll wet your pants. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of police sirens came from the other end of the connection. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Dexiao scrambled to his feet and looked back. As expected, he saw several police cars downstairs, and someone was already coming up to arrest him. He panicked. In all his years of evading the law, he had never been this flustered. Gu Yi, you are my savior. I beg you, please help me. I'll kowtow to you. I'll tell you a big secret then, and give you 100,000 yuan, okay? I admit, I was the one who stole from the widow's house. It wasn't you at all. I was paid by someone else to frame you. Is that good enough? Help me, please help me. Zhao Dexiao knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing until his forehead was bleeding. He now deeply regretted his actions. That Gu Yi kid must have a great destiny, not just a rich young master from the Gu family, but also an extraordinary expert. Damn it, how could he have offended such a powerful figure for just a few tens of thousands of yuan? If he could predict his predicament, he must have a way to help him out of it. The barrage of comments in the live stream room paused briefly, then erupted again. Oh my gosh, Gu Yi seems to have some skills. I'll be damned, I'll be damned, I'll be damned. Forgive my lack of education, I can only say I'll be damned. Does this mean everything Gu Yi said earlier was true? He didn't even see the other person's face and said everything correctly? I have a friend near that factory. I just called him, and he said the police are indeed going there to arrest someone. Oh my heavens, this isn't the true young master of a wealthy family. This is a celestial master descending the mountain. So that lightning attack he used earlier and the golden light emanating from him, that wasn't fake. He has real skills. Master, please accept this humble disciple's bow. I want to have my fortune told. Master, give me a reading too. I'll pay with as many Jia Linghongs as it takes. The comments, which had been full of curses just moments ago, had now completely changed direction. Those who weren't offering worship were showering him with gifts. The entire Gu family stood up again, their eyes wide, all taking a collective gasp. Gu Haokuan's voice trembled. My biological son is incredibly amazing. Everything he said just now was true. They had been worried about Xiao Yi being framed and slandered online, but now they could hold their heads high. Su Yi was so overjoyed she cried. I knew it. My biological son is just like me, not a wimpy coward who gets bullied easily. That guy surnamed Zhao, he was so defiant and stubborn earlier, but now he's a fool. What was she thinking bringing such a person? Did she have to make it known to everyone? She was going to deal with her properly later. Gu Chuyan nodded slightly. Mom and Dad, didn't I say it? Xiao Yi would definitely find a way to fight back. With this popularity boost, from now on, people from the 8 great families won't dare to offend our Xiao Yi. They'll have to curry favor with him. Was her own brother not so much better than that fake one? She herself was blind and foolish back then, to the point of looking down on her own brother for the sake of that person. What a fool. Second sister must be absolutely furious now. All her meticulous planning had backfired, shooting herself in the foot. But there was nothing she could do. The whole family had advised second sister, but she insisted on courting disaster. Gu Haokuan's phone rang. He looked at Su Yi and said, My father-in-law is calling. He's probably going to ask about Xiao Ye's situation. Su Yi replied, I'll speak with you. If Dad doesn't acknowledge this grandson, I'll sever our father-daughter relationship. Gu Qian's phone also rang. It was from sixth sister. Xiao Yi had become famous, and now the entire family was paying attention. To avoid being controlled by that strange power, she should remind her sisters. Old second master Gu watched this scene and immediately stood up, kicking over everything within his reach. Gu Yi, he's playing tricks again. Who is giving him popularity? Who is orchestrating this script for him? He was absolutely furious. Gu Qiyu felt like she was going to die of anger. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How did the person on the call get arrested so suddenly? What kind of idiots did that Big Black find? She immediately dialed her secretary's number and unleashed another torrent of scolding. What are you still standing there for like an idiot? Hurry up and investigate. The secretary felt like crying. President Gu, that Gu Yi seems to have some real skills. He's already found us. Look at the live stream. Old second master Gu's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition, but she felt it was impossible. How could things have turned out this way? Live stream room. Gu Yi continued with his smug smile. Zhao Dexiao, you have committed numerous evil deeds. You have been involved in at least 8 murder cases and the abduction of 5 orphans. Your sins are heinous, and retribution has arrived. I will not save such scum. I have one more thing to say. Behind that big black, there is a mysterious woman. As for what that woman's name is, I won't say it directly. You can pass on the message. Oh, you won't have the chance to pass it on. Perhaps that woman is also watching the live stream now. I will take this opportunity to tell her. You old idiot, if you have a tumor in your brain, go see a doctor. It's best to register at the psychiatry department. Don't use these tricks against me. I don't even deign to deal with you. Because in less than 3 days, you will get married, and that will be your retribution. Gu Old's second master stared intently at the live stream. So angry, she was letting out loud cries of frustration. Ah, Gu Yi, you little bastard. So you knew all this. You were deliberately going against me. Deliberately trying to embarrass me. You ungrateful wretch. I'm your own sister, and you treat me like this. You look down on my defa. Who do you think you are? I will definitely make you realize that my judgment of men is the best in the world. As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, the sound of police officers could be heard from Zhao Dishiao's end. He was arrested. Gu Yi cupped his hands towards the screen. Thank you, officers, for your hard work. Don't let this scum go. The police officer's voice rang out. Comrade Gu Yi, we thank you on behalf of the vast majority of the people. Gu Yi responded with humility, then ended the call. Now that the truth is out, everyone go home to your moms. Before the live stream closed, the comments exploded. Young Master Gu received praise from the police officers. Damn, young Master Gu has made a great contribution. Congratulations, young Master Gu, congratulations. Young Master Gu, when will you be back online? I want to pray for a child. Young Master Gu, I want to have your babies. Gu Yi couldn't stand watching anymore. He waved his hand and closed the live stream room. He checked the data backstage and couldn't help but exclaim, this thing makes money really fast. In just this short while, I've received 1.18 million. As he was still diligently checking the data, he received a call from Gu Chubbing. Xiao Yi, it's your third sister. Come home immediately. Don't stop for anyone on the road. Hurry, hurry. Given second sister's temper, she would never let this go. An hour later, Gu Ye's car steadily parked in the Gu family's garage. After hanging up the phone with the third elder, Gu Yi instructed the system to pick the best route, and they returned without any hindrance. Gu Haokuan, along with his wife, daughter, and over a dozen servants, came out to greet him in unison. Xiao Yi, you're back. Third elder called you, right? Second elder really sent people to block your car. Don't worry. I will definitely teach that rebellious daughter a good lesson. Second elder was scolded to no end. The servants lined up in 2 rows. As Gu Yi walked past, they respectfully bowed and, in unison, shouted, Welcome, young master, home. Gu Yi strode with his long legs, his steps cool, arrogant, and incredibly impressive. His handsome, invincible face wore an expression of looking down on the world, exuding a kingly aura that stretched 10 meters. Guzi, how is it? Do I have the aura of a god of war returning? The system gave a thumbs up like a lackey. Young master is awesome. Gu Yi was very satisfied and smiled subtly. Old Gu, old Su. I'm fine, don't worry. Approaching them, Gu Yi said. Gu Haokuan watched his son show off, and after thinking of all the unpleasant things, he managed not to burst into laughter. It's good that you're fine. It's good. Su Yi. Xiao Yi, we watched your live stream. Are you really a metaphysics master? Gu Qiao's eyes were full of admiration. Xiao Yi, you are truly your sister's pride. My phone has been ringing off the hook just now. All the 8 great families want to invite you for lunch. You are truly our Gu family's lucky star. With your return, our family has become the most sought after by the 8 great families. Gu Yi gave another smug smile, like a king's son. You all need to believe in science. What metaphysics master? That's all feudal superstition. Gu Haokuan and the others were silent. Which eye do you see us believing that? They pricked up their ears, all waiting for his inner thoughts. As expected, Gu Yi haha. Believe in science, my ass. The end of science is metaphysics. What metaphysics master? In this world, I am the ancestor of metaphysics. People from the 8 great families want to invite me for lunch. How many bites can one eat at lunch? How much money can it cost? Su Yi covered her mouth with one hand, trying hard to suppress her laughter. Su Yi, still so fond of money. This point is like me. He is indeed my own brother. Gu Haokuan cleared his throat with effort and said, Xiao Yi is right. We must believe in science and not engage in feudal superstition. Xiao Yi, you've worked hard. Go back and rest first. Gu Yi raised his hand and patted Gu Haokuan's shoulder. Old Gu, you are indeed sensible. So easy to fool. No wonder his mother could easily trick him into donating money. Gu Haokuen's eyes suddenly widened. What donation? He actually got to eat his own gossip. Su Yi was also stunned. What donation? Xiao Yi, tell us about it. Gu Chuyao looked at the elders and shook her head slightly. Xiao Yi is clearly tired. It's unrealistic to let him eat gossip at this time. Perhaps tomorrow morning. After Gu Yi returned to his room, Gu Haokuen and the other two were all looking solemn. Su Yi, your mother must be completely senile. When the child was lost, she kept scolding me for being useless, and for so many years, she's been urging me to find the child. Now that the child is found, she hasn't said a word, and instead blames me for sending the fake child to the police station. Thinking of the phone call she just received from her mother-in-law, she was furious. Gu Haokuen quickly said, my mother has always disliked me. You know that. She was just putting on an act before, and it's probably the same now. The most urgent task now is to hear Xiao Yi's inner thoughts. What does this donation mean? He knew his own mother well. Xiao Yi had just returned and was already trending, and he had told her about it. But she hadn't said a single word, likely holding back some big move. Gu Qiao's brow furrowed. Whatever it means, the old lady shouldn't try to trick us again. I think she'll be here tomorrow morning. This grandmother, she never liked her since she was little. But it didn't matter to her how she treated her. If she dared to do anything to Xiao Yi, she would absolutely not agree. The three reached a consensus, determined to protect Gu Yi with all their might. And the center of their discussion was now fast asleep on the large bed. He had suffered enough hardship in his previous life, and in this life, he couldn't bear any suffering at all. Since he was a rich second generation, he wanted to be idle and get everything without working. At 8 in the morning, Gu Yi was eating breakfast, his eyes almost closing. Damn old woman, why is she here so early? She's preventing me from getting my second sleep. Guzi, play her gossip for me, the bigger the better. 10 minutes ago, Su Yi personally came to wake him up because Grandma Gu was coming. Gu Yi, who always had a bad temper in the morning and usually only got up after his anger subsided, was on the verge of exploding. It was Su Yi who understood him, directly giving him 5 million in pocket money before he reluctantly got up. Now, hearing Gu Ye's inner thoughts, the few of them straightened their backs again. The old lady's gossip. Gu Haokuen really wanted to know. However, they didn't hear any big gossip until the old lady arrived. Grandma Gu was wearing a tang suit, her hair in a bun, her face full of wrinkles. She looked at people with her nostrils flared, her triangular eyes seeming unable to open. Gu Yi was the furthest from her. He lowered his head slightly, as if looking at his phone, but in reality, he had already fallen asleep. Grandma Gu said a few words to Gu Haokuen and reprimanded Su Yi a few times. Then her eyes kept glancing at Gu Yi. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't come over to greet her. This is outrageous. Have you two taught all our Gu family's rules to the dogs? The old lady slammed the table, and the teacup on it almost fell to the ground. Gu Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by this shout, and his morning temper immediately flared up again. Damn old woman is asking for death. Who does she think she is, yelling in my house and disturbing my beautiful dream? She's a green tea bitch who cheated on Grandpa, and she cheated on him with 8 different people. How dare she be the ancestor of the Gu family? Is this true? Gu Haokuen stood up abruptly in excitement, his face full of disbelief. He had 9 siblings in total, and the old lady had cheated on Grandpa with 8 others? Then was he not his biological father's child? This is too outrageous. If this matter were exposed, wouldn't the Gu family become a laughingstock among the other great families? Su Yi, who hadn't slept well, had been thinking about the old lady's gossip all night. Now, hearing these inner thoughts, her eyes widened, and she instantly lost all her sleepiness. The damn old woman herself wasn't anything good, and she had the nerve to lecture her? Gu Chuyao rested her chin on her hand. Then, which one is the true dragon son? Old Mrs. Gu looked at her youngest son's family, all of them stunned silly, and felt quite pleased. Among her 9 children, only this 6th son was the easiest to control. Every time she threw a tantrum, he would be scared. 6th, you're already an old man, and your children have all grown up. How could you send away the child you've raised by your side for so many years to the police station just because of one so-called biological child? As she spoke, she glared fiercely at Gu Yi, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Gu Yi sneered. This old hag is here to back up the fake one. Although old Gu isn't foolishly filial, he still respects this mother of his. Now that the elder has spoken, he definitely can't pretend anymore and will have to scold me. Or maybe she'll pull out some family rule and make me kneel or something. Gu Haokuen heard Gu Ye's thoughts and quickly sat up straight again. He said, Mom, what are you talking about? Little Yi is my biological son. He was lost for so many years and suffered so much. Of course, I have to favor him. Besides, Guze made such a big mistake. I sent him in for his own good, to teach him a lesson, lest he cause bigger trouble in the future and embarrass our Gu family. Hee hee hee. Little Yi, you never expected this, did you? Not only will I not punish you, but I will also stand by you. You'll know in the future that as my son, you've had incredibly good luck. Su-yi added, Mom, didn't you always say we spoiled Guze? We admit we were wrong, very wrong. So now, we're letting him go in to suffer a bit, which is also following your advice. That old whore. After doing so many shameless things, why is she still acting so innocent in front of us? Little Yi is my own son. No one can touch even a single hair on his head. Gu Chuyin said, Grandma, Guze stole so many things from me. If Little Yi hadn't helped me, our Gu group would have been finished. Little Yi is our lucky star. Little Yi, quickly continue exposing more scandals. Let big sister hear how the old lady managed to give the old man so many green hats. She's truly a talent. Old Mrs. Gu's gaze swept over the three of them, and she instantly flew into a rage. Presumptuous. All of you are truly presumptuous. I only said one sentence, and you've prepared 180 replies for me. You are truly filial children. Gu Yi, old Gu and old Su are truly brave this time. After so many decades, they dare to speak like this. The old hag is acting well. By throwing a tantrum, she's forcing old Gu to bow his head. Soon she'll ask him to donate money, and he'll agree. Back in the day, she used this same tactic on their wedding night. Then the old man drugged her, found some escort, and she had a good time with another man all night. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gu Haokuin. Little Yi has sharp eyes. After so many years, the old lady used this trick to get money from me. According to Little Yi, the old lady's first illegitimate child is actually Big Brother. Big Brother, whom I admired the most. Big Brother, who holds the company's financial power, is actually not father's son. Su Yi's pupils dilated with shock. The old lady has such methods. She did that on their wedding night. But how could the old man, such a shrewd person, not have noticed all this time? This doesn't make sense. Gu Chuyin felt her worldview shattering. Her hands were trembling. First uncle isn't grandpa's biological son, yet he holds the company's financial power. I've wanted to fire him for a long time, but relying on this relationship, I've had no way to do it. Now it's good. If he's not one of us, why should I be afraid of him? Gu Haokuin took a deep breath and said, Mom, you're already old. Getting angry over a small matter of mine, and having something happen to you, you'd be the one suffering. I need to find out who that lover is. Perhaps that fake Guze was arranged by him, and he almost stole the company's confidential documents. Su-yi said, Mom, it's early in the morning. You shouldn't get angry. It's nothing important. I'll have someone send you back. Gu Chuyin didn't speak, tacitly agreeing with her parents' actions. Gu Yi nanny? Old Gu and old Su didn't back down. They're even asking her to leave. My goodness, these two are something. How can they do that? Old hag, let's see how you deal with this one. Old Mrs. Gu was instantly astonished. She had thought that her tantrum had made them all turn pale with fear. This grandson she had just found was an unworthy thing, too scared to even speak a word when he saw her. Now it seems that's not like that. Gu Haokuin, Sui, you two are really something, trying to kick me out. And you? Gu Yi, are you mute? I'm your biological grandmother, not some old monster. Don't you even say a word when you see me. Gu Yi suddenly looked up, forcing out a smile that looked uglier than crying. It's indeed quite terrifying, so I'll greet the old monster? Ha ha ha. She actually admits she's an old monster. She's quite self-aware. If she weren't an old monster, who else could be so awesome as to give her own man so many green hats, and all different ones at that? Ha ha ha. Gu Haokuin felt his blood pressure rising. For a moment, his mind was buzzing. 8 green hats, each one different. How could the old lady dare? How dare she? If the old man finds out about this, then... Su-yi looked at old Mrs. Gu, her eyes filled with terror. She's so ugly and so promiscuous. How could the old man have fancied her? We must investigate who the 8 green hats belong to. No. What if my husband isn't a child of the Gu family? That's also easy. Drive out the other 8. No one will try to monopolize any family property. Gu Chuyin looked at her mother. At this moment, mother and daughter shared the same thoughts. The Gu group only started to improve after her father took over. Now that it has developed and grown, becoming one of the 8 great families, it's also her own contribution. If father isn't the true dragon son of the Gu family, then it's a bit troublesome. But there's no need to worry. After all, there's still Little Yi. No matter what happens, she can handle it. Old Mrs. Gu was furious. She grabbed a teacup and smashed it fiercely at Gu Yi. You little bastard. You son of a bitch. I'll teach you a good lesson today. As soon as he returned, He started playing dirty tricks, one moment using some lightning strike, the next producing a golden glow, and even live-streaming himself as a metaphysics master. He wants everything the Gu family has. That bastard is dreaming. When the teacup was within inches, Gu Yi dodged it by slightly shifting his body. At the same time, he lunged at the old woman and rained punches and kicks upon her. You old hag, who are you calling fatherless and motherless? My parents are right here. You curse me on my territory and want to hit me? Who gave you the guts? If I don't get serious, you think I'm a pushover. To deal with an old fossil in her 70s, Gu Yi couldn't afford to waste the effect of the golden light mantra. Simple fist and foot skills were enough to take down this old broad. Sui. Little Yi hit my old lady, who is difficult, overbearing, arrogant, and unreasonable. Well done. Especially that kick, delivered so clearly, the footprint on the old thing's face is still there. Gu Haokuan. Could Little Yi have really learned something on some mountain peak? The moves are simple, but when he uses them, they're extraordinary. Gu Chuyun. The brat finally stopped using the bitter flesh trick. I thought just now that he was going to pull the same old stunt again. Old Madame Gu also didn't expect that Gu Yi would dare to hit her, and he even cursed her entire family tree for 18 generations. She was clutching her head with both hands, rolling on the ground in pain. Gu Haokuan, are you dead? Your son is hitting me. He's hitting me. Are you blind? You little beast, hurry up and make him stop. I'm dying. Oh my front teeth. The old hag howled with grief. Her anger towards Gu Yi could burn down the entire Gu family villa for 3 days and 3 nights without extinguishing. Gu Yi, however, hit harder, breaking her buttock with one kick and dislocating her newly done nose with a punch. Ha ha ha. The old hag is 78 this year. Besides getting a fake face done, she also got a fake butt. And she claims to have never had plastic surgery, that she's naturally beautiful, and is now returning to youth. Old Gu and old Su must be stunned. They would never have thought I'd pull this move. By beating the old hag so badly, besides fractures, her new implants will be ruined. Then, perhaps none of her 9 children will recognize her. This is a huge disaster in a wealthy family, an act of extreme disrespect, enough to be struck by lightning, right? So, even if they sincerely speak for me, forgive me, and refuse to kick me out no matter what, old Madame Gu won't agree. Since they want to drive me away, I might as well settle the score properly. This little bit of money, wouldn't it be in my pocket then? None of Gu family's 8 children are born to the old man. The battle for family inheritance in the wealthy families is still ongoing. Perhaps in the end, they'll end up with nothing. Quickly seize the opportunity while I can. I'll make a fortune and leave. This young master is here to enjoy life. I can't stand the suffering of being penniless. Gu Haokuan and the other 2 heard these thoughts and exchanged glances, not knowing whether to watch the drama or stop him first. They knew the old lady had undergone quite a few procedures. It's just that they didn't know she had so many done. This was practically a transformation. Thanks to Little Yi, he'd returned the old lady to her original form this time. But he truly didn't use the bitter flesh trick, but by acting so proactively, he indeed caught them off guard. What a brilliant plan. They hadn't expected that one could play it this way to leave the Gu family. Su Yi and Gu Chuyun both looked at Gu Haokuan. He was the head of the family, and the decision should be left to him. Gu Haokuan had intended to intervene, but he took a small step back, even covering his face with one hand, shielding his eyes. Perhaps he wasn't even a child of the Gu family, and all of this was the old hag's doing. She didn't like him anyway, and he had suffered so many silent losses, with no way to retaliate. Now that his son could act on his behalf, why not? Gu Chuyun. My dad seems to have grown a brain. Sui. That old man has actually gotten smarter. Gu Yi had been hitting for almost 5 minutes, and yet no one came to stop him, which puzzled him. Could I have triggered a hidden plot? Why isn't anyone stopping me? Guzi, quickly check. Did I fall into a trap? Gu Haokuan. You think too much. Sui. My dear eldest son, you've worked hard. Mom will give you labor fees later. Gu Chuyun. My dear little brother, well done. Your sister will send you a red envelope later. Before the system's voice could sound, a woman rushed in anxiously, shouting boisterously, Stop. You hurry up and stop. Just as the woman lunged forward to push Gu Yi had already stepped back several steps. The fat woman weighing over 200 caddies missed and tumbled directly onto old Madame Gu. Ah, Gu Zhaodi, do you want to crush me to death? Get off me. Old Madame Gu shouted loudly, and at the same time, she let out a loud fart, forced out by the impact. Gu Zhaodi scrambled up from her mother, and without minding her mother, she pointed at Su Yi and cursed furiously. You, daughter-in-law of the 6th child, are you blind or deaf? Your son beat up our mother, and you're just standing there watching. Sixth child, divorce her quickly. Our Gu family doesn't have such an unfilial daughter-in-law. Su-yi hid behind Gu Haokuin, appearing frightened. Eldest sister, how can you just tell people to get a divorce? If your sister-in-law forced you to divorce, you wouldn't like it, would you? Gu Zhaodi was furious. Su-yi, what nonsense are you talking? My husband is an only child. I don't have a sister-in-law. I won't stoop to your level, village bumpkin. Gu Haokuin, don't pretend to be mute. How do you intend to handle this matter? Gu Haokuin straightened his back and said, Gu Zhaodi, do I need to report to you on how I handle things? Our mother always said daughters are money-losing goods and are not qualified to meddle in family matters. Don't you forget. Gu Zhaodi's eyes immediately turned red. Gu Haokuin, what are you saying? I'm your eldest sister. How can you say that to me? What's going on? In the past, the sixth child listened to her the most. If she told him to divorce, even if it was difficult, he wouldn't go against her. What happened now? Guyi, you're that illegitimate child raised outside. You saw it too. If you don't take responsibility for this, your parents will be forced to divorce because of you. Gu Zhaodi then turned her attention to Guyi. Guyi, Gu Zhaodi. Just hearing the name, she doesn't seem favored, yet she comes to the Gu family to boss everyone around. Let me check her dirt. Is she old Master Gu's biological daughter? Holy cow. She's even telling old Gu and old Su to divorce? Guyi hadn't finished eating his melon yet when Gu Zhaodi angrily kicked over the chair beside her. Guyi, stop playing deaf and mute. You, Gu Haokuin roared. You fat old hag, shut your mouth. Her melon eating at a crucial moment was all ruined by her. Xiao Yu wasn't disturbed by her. Continue eating melon, let daddy hear. Is this dead fat hag related to old master? Su-yi also stared fiercely at Gu Zhaodi. This eldest sister-in-law was so annoying. Xiao Yu should give her a lightning strike to make her scram. Gu Chuyun sized up Gu Zhaodi, her eyes flashing with intelligence. Before, she had always felt that her own family was handsome and beautiful. But those uncles, aunts, and younger uncles, there were all sorts of ugly freaks. Now she finally understood. They should all be illegitimate children. Xiao Yi expose her. Gu Yi looked at Gu Zhaodi and sneered. If you're so filial, your mother fainted, why didn't you send her to the hospital? The names of the Gu family children were all chosen by old Madame Gu. Since the fat hag could be named Zhaodi, it was because among the 8 illegitimate children, her biological father was a beggar by the roadside. Let me take another look at her father's situation. Gu Haokuin's eyes widened. Gu Zhaodi's biological father was actually just a beggar? What was old mother thinking, that she could go down on a man like that? Su-yi. Old madam was so ambitious when she was young. She even fancied a beggar by the roadside? Or was there another hidden reason? If not, how could she have given her eldest sister-in-law such a name? Gu Chuyun. So she was an illegitimate child without a backing, which made it even easier to handle. Gu Zhaodi turned to look at her mother and found that she had indeed fainted. A glint flashed in her eyes, and she wasn't flustered at all. Instead, she looked back at Gu Haokuin. Sixth, Mom personally came to visit you and your son, and you actually let Mom get beaten like this. Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? All right, don't bother explaining. Give me 50 million now, and I'll help you handle this matter. I won't let Dad know. Her mother fainted at the perfect time, saving her the trouble of negotiating with her. After taking the money, she would call her eldest brother later and let him handle it. Guyi frowned displeasively. Just asking for money, and it's over? Shouldn't she seize the opportunity to get me kicked out of the Gu family? Illegitimate children without backing are no good, only thinking about money and not caring about their mother's reputation at all. System, little master, the man Gu Zhaodi married is a small-time gangster. Recently, that guy went to Aodao to gamble and lost 30 million in one game. If she can't get the money to bail her husband out, she'll be kicked out by her in-laws. Once she gets the money, she'll fly directly to Aodao, not even caring about her mother's life or death. Guyi, was old madam coming to ask old Gu to donate to a charity organization also for Gu Zhaodi? She wasn't favored. Could old madam help her? Gu Haokuin felt his brain couldn't keep up. After taking several deep breaths, he sobered up a little. Old madam asked him to organize a donation today, and actually, the money was to be given to Gu Zhaodi? But Gu Zhaodi wasn't favored. Old madam wouldn't give her money at all. Contradiction. Sui, the melon from old madam couldn't be dug out all at once. Sui, Guzi, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Gu Zhaodi couldn't wait and said fiercely, Sixth, what do you mean? You're just watching Mom faint to death. Hurry up and give me the money. What was he still standing there stupidly for? Hurry up and give her the money. She had to go save people. As for that little bastard Guyi, who got Guze sent to the police station, their eldest brother would handle it. When she saved her husband, she would settle accounts with Sixth. Gu Haokuin. We have a family doctor at home, and he's the one Mother trusts the most. You don't need to worry about it. Gooey. Old Goo is doing this on purpose, right? That quack vet, treating his old mother. Ha ha ha. I've truly seen it all. Old Goo plays pretty wild too. Goo Haokuin hooked his lips smugly. What was that brat thinking? His father wasn't stupid. He was very smart. He immediately instructed the butler to make arrangements, then glanced at Gu Zhaodi. If there's nothing else, you can leave. My house doesn't welcome you. Gu Zhaodi became anxious. No. Sixth, what do you mean? Mom's injuries are so serious. What family doctor are you using? Mom must go to the hospital for professional treatment. If she only used a family doctor, how could she get the money? If she couldn't get the money, she would be divorced. Gu Zhaodi, have you forgotten? Old madam said her life or death has nothing to do with you. Gu Chuyan also remembered. That's right, Gu Zhaodi. Old madam always valued sons over daughters, and she disliked you the most. When you got married, you asked for 80 million at once, and you said you wanted to break off relations with old madam. Now you're asking for so much money. Could it be that you can't get the money and will be divorced? Xiao Ye's inner thoughts had already said it, so it must be true. Yi was extremely surprised. No way, no way. Didn't you just say no one could make you divorce? Turns out it was all an act. She would often force herself to divorce, but her own marriage was unstable. Finding such a useless thing, she deserved to end up like this. Seeing that there was no hope of getting the money, Gu Zhaodi sat down on the ground and started to throw a tantrum, acting like a market shrew. Oh my heavens, why is my life so miserable? My grandparents, quickly look. They are trying to force me to death. Sob, sob, sob. Sixth, your good son has been sent to the police station by you. Your own son is a jinx. He disrespectfully hit old madam, and you don't care about her life or death. Anyway, if she couldn't get the money, no one would have a good time. Guyi, Erguzi, she actually mentioned the fake? That guy is in jail. Can he control the plot? Gu Haokuin and Yi both felt a jolt in their hearts, inexplicably nervous. Old madam and Gu Zhaodi came to cause trouble. Could it also be arranged by the fake? Gu Chuyun hurriedly sent her secretary to inquire for news. She must have missed something. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Gu Zhaodi was not favored at all, and old Madame Gu indeed disliked her, but this time she got lucky. She saw the news of Guze being sent to the police station and went to visit her, feigning concern. The fake, accidentally, exposed her true identity, so she went to old Madame and coerced and lured her for money to avert disaster. Guyi. So, she already knows she's not a Gu family child? System, there are strange people coming. If she can't get the money, she'll escalate things. Gu Haoqian rushed in with 4 bodyguards dressed in black. Seeing Gu Zhaodi on the ground, and then seeing how Gu Haokuin's family was ignoring everything, he immediately became furious. Sixth brother, what are you doing? Gu Haoqian's voice was like a thunderclap, making people's eardrums ache. Gu Zhaodi saw her eldest brother and quickly scrambled up from the ground, crying and saying, Big brother, you must get justice for mom. Gu Yi, that disaster star, he's become rebellious and beat mom until she's covered in injuries. I wanted to send mom to the hospital, but sixth brother insisted on having his family doctor treat her. We all know what that family doctor is like. Gu Haoqian instantly became enraged. He glanced at Gu Haokuin, then looked at Gu Yi. You are Gu Yi, that so-called metaphysics master who's dominating the trending searches. Sixth brother, if you can't control your son, as your elder brother, I'll step in for you. Hit his own mother? This little brat, he truly had the guts of a leopard. Gu Yi looked directly at Gu Haoqian and curved his lips. What so-called metaphysics master? Are you very unconvinced? Gu Haoqian, 60 years old this year, well-maintained, looks like 50. However, he is a scumbag who curses his wives and children. His first wife died after giving birth to twins. His eldest daughter also died at only 3 months old. Fearing his son would also be cursed to death, he sent him to be raised by the old lady. Without the burdens of children, he threw caution to the wind. He changes wives every few years and has had 12 wives now. However, due to his fate, he doesn't even have an illegitimate child. Gu Haoqian had intended to reprimand Gu Yi, but his expression suddenly changed drastically. Gu Yi said nothing, but he heard his voice. Could it be? Gu Haokuin, Yi, and Gu Chuyun were all greatly surprised. How could this be? Gu Haoqian could also hear Gu Ye's thoughts. They had been watching. Old Madame Gu couldn't hear Gu Ye's thoughts, and Gu Zhaodi couldn't either. Now Gu Haoqian could. Sixth brother. Yi just said beep. Like everyone else. Although he could hear, he couldn't utter a single word. Gu Haokuin walked over and said, Big brother, you might not know this, but the direct descendants of the Gu family are indeed extraordinary. If they were just ordinary people, they wouldn't be descendants of the Gu family. Gu Haoqian was stunned, looking at his sixth brother, his mind in a mess. What did he mean by that? Gu Yi was his own son, so he could do tricks like reading minds? Then his own son wasn't his own son, hence this talent. Nonsense. Sixth brother, you were useless back then and lost your son. Now you're letting your son practice some crooked ways. In any case, you can't discipline him at all. Let me do it. What Gu Yi just said in his thoughts must have been told to him by Gu Haoqian. Even if not, spending a little money and hiring some paparazzi to investigate would reveal most of it. He wasn't afraid of such so-called scandals anyway. His status as the eldest master of the Gu family meant there was nothing for him to fear. Gu Yi smiled. Then you do it. Let me see what little tricks you have. A fossil whose body is half in the grave, and he still thinks he can live to 99 and create a miracle of longevity? System, haha. This guy is actually quite funny. His latest gossip is explosive enough to shake the entertainment industry. Gu Haoqian, quickly reveal it. Su-yi, how explosive is it? Let me see. Gu Qiyun, eldest uncle has 12 little wives, but several of them died, right? Can there be gossip even after they died? Gu Haoqian's eyes widened. Gu Yi, you better shut your mouth. Believe it or not. Gu Yi was speechless. Haven't I always been silent? This old geezer must have late-stage dementia. Guzi, quickly let me hear how explosive his gossip is. System, he changed a total of 12 little wives. The first 4 died from his curse, and the remaining 8 didn't die. Gu Yi, what do you mean didn't die? Could it be that other green hats covered up his wife cursing aura? System, haha. Young master is brilliant. It's really thanks to the green hats. Gu Haoqian, the old lady cuckolded the old man, and her son was cuckolded by someone else. Is this retribution? Gu Haoqian, impossible. It's all nonsense. My little wives all love me dearly and would never cheat on me. System, this matter, even if I tell him now, he won't believe it. His one and only eldest son arranged all of his little wives. After arranging them, he then let his father come. It was precisely because of this beam of green light that those few little wives managed to keep their lives. Gu Yi, holy crap, you can play it like that? Wouldn't that mean the old geezer's good eldest son indirectly saved the lives of the old geezer's little wives? That's great fortune. Then, before he could finish asking, Gu Haoqian became agitated. Gu Yi, you're talking nonsense. My wives beep. What he wanted to ask was that his little wives were all true loves and would never. You brat. His eldest son, who was in his 40s and still unmarried, wasn't interested in women at all. How could he possibly fancy his own little wives? Although he didn't believe it in his heart, he still felt like he was going to collapse. Gu Yi smiled. Old geezer, are you having hallucinations? Why don't you go home quickly and take some blood pressure medication, or perhaps some quick-acting heart medicine? Going back at this time, he can still see his good eldest son, that guy who isn't interested in women, is currently he, with his 12th little wife. Oh, right, this little wife has a good constitution and will get pregnant. But who knows if it will be the old geezer's son or grandson? Ha ha ha. What? Gu Haoqian's eyeballs almost popped out. This little wife he finally found resembled his first wife very much. Although there was a 42-year age gap between them, true love has nothing to do with age. A May-December romance requires forgetting age first. She would never betray him. It must be Gu Yi, that disaster star, causing trouble again. He's deliberately trying to drive him away. Guards, take this brat down. Gu Haoqian would never fall for the disaster star's tricks. Gu Zhaodi felt a surge of secret joy. If Gu Yi was captured, sixth brother would have to pay money. Gu Yi stood still. Okay, it's time for me to show off. If I try a bit harder, my goal will be achieved. Achieved. Before the last word could be spoken, a figure flashed by, followed by a shovel cutting through the air. Gu Yi sat on the sofa, his earlier excitement about showing off completely gone. I swear to heaven, I really wanted to show off properly, to beat Gu Haoqian and his 4 bodyguards into submission. Besides, no one knows that old geezer isn't the Gu family's child. On the contrary, he's the Gu family's most cherished legitimate eldest son. If I beat the old hag and then him, he'd definitely kick me out of the house. Sister Bauer. That's right. The person carrying a shovel just now was none other than Feng Baobao. She had come to watch the show with Gu Yi and happened to witness Gu Haoqian's audacity in trying to bully Gu Yi. So she stepped in. Gu Haoqian was old and had a big belly, exuding an elderly smell. Feng Baobao was assaulted by the smell, and enduring the nausea, she dug a large pit, which wasted a tiny bit of her time. You old bastard, how dare you bully Gu Yi? He's my person, understand? Feng Baobao dug a pit, buried him, and watered it. This time, it took her 8 minutes. 5 minutes longer than her average 3 minutes per job. She was in a bad mood and gave Gu Haoqian's old face another 2 kicks. Gu Haoqian stared at them blankly, feeling like his world had collapsed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Gu Haoqian brought the whole family out into the yard, and, seeing Gu Haoqian planted in the garden, they almost burst into laughter. Old Six, you're just going to watch him. Gu Zhaodi, realizing what had happened, ran over and stared at her elder brother, who was planted in the ground like a spring onion by Feng Baobao. She was completely stunned. She was the daughter of the Feng group, a figure who struck fear into the hearts of the 8 great families. She had just said Gu Yi was her person? The little bastard had just returned and already had a powerful backer? Gu Haoqian looked at her, then at his elder brother in the ground, and said, Zhaodi, do you also want to be buried alive? Gu Zhaodi's doughy face turned pale with fright, her voice trembling. I don't. I really don't. What about 30 million or 50 million? She needed to be alive to spend it. She wasn't even a Gu family child. If Old Six found out, he might kick her out of the house. Live first, and good things will happen if she stays alive. Gu Zhaodi seemed to have a realization and turned to run, scrambling so fast that she lost a shoe, but she didn't bother to retrieve it. Gu Yi watched Gu Zhaodi run away and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Weren't she and that gambling addict man true love? Why did she run? But didn't she just pledge to be a filial daughter? And she's not even looking out for her mother anymore. Don't run. If you run that fast, she might be reincarnating. Gu Haoqian. Reincarnating? Is Zhaodi going to die? Gu Haoqian jolted and came to his senses. Old Six. Hurry up and pull me out. Before Gu Haoqian could speak, Feng Baobao kicked him again. Stop talking nonsense. You were the one who wanted to bully Gu Yi. You're looking for death, don't you understand? After speaking, Feng Baobao came to Gu Yi's side and threw an arm around his shoulders. Gu Yi, I'm Sister Bauer. If anyone bullies you in the future, just say my name, okay? Gu Yi felt a strange sensation being held in her arms. Okay, I'm not actually unable to beat Feng Baobao. After all, I'm a cheat. One golden light mantra can instantly kill anything. It's just that a good man doesn't fight with a woman. System. This young master is wise. Eat 3 more melons, and I guarantee a super luxurious gift. Feng Baobao let go of her arm with feigned composure, but she was somewhat looking forward to his new skill. Gu Haoqian and Su Yi exchanged glances. Neither of them could help but smile. Baobao, thank you so much. You saved Xiao Ye's life again, Su Yi said sincerely. If you find this book to your liking, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. If Feng Baobao hadn't appeared in time, and Xiao Yi had succeeded in showing off, he would probably have to leave this house. Gu Haoqian said with a fawning smile. Baobao, come inside and sit. You must be tired. Gu Haoqian. Am I blind, or are they deaf? I am the eldest brother of Old Six, and they are ignoring me being bullied by Feng Baobao, instead praising her as if she had accomplished something great. Feng Baobao, no need. I came to find Gu Yi to go out and play. Your second eldest son Gu is getting married today. The wedding is very grand. However, if we go now, we probably won't be able to eat the feast. Gu Yi, second eldest son Gu is getting married? And there's a wedding? A grand wedding? Huh. This is truly, the bigger the stage, the bigger the disgrace. Guzi, are there any updates on the melons over there? Gu Haoqian. Second eldest son is truly courting disaster. He clearly heard Xiao Ye's thoughts, but still jumped into the fire pit. Sui, there will be a time for her to regret this. Gu Chuyun. In at most 3 days, second eldest son will be crawling back, begging Gu Yi for forgiveness, and even begging Gu Yi to save her. She already regrets it enough, yet she hasn't learned her lesson at all. Feng Baobao. New melons? It's fine if there are new melons to eat, so I don't have to make a trip for nothing. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Tonight at midnight, the new melons will be updated. Gu Yi. Trash. Gu Haoqian didn't want to eat any melons. He just felt like he couldn't breathe. Old Six, hurry up and pull me out quickly. Do you want to watch your own brother die? And our mother, how is she? I want to see our mother. Gu Haoqian now wanted to go home. Perhaps after being buried, he felt his mind clearing up a bit. He wanted to go back and see his little wife. What if Gu Yi was telling the truth? Gu Yi smiled. What biological brother? The first illegitimate child old Madame Gu gave birth to was him, Gu Haoqian. What kind of biological brother is he? Ha ha ha. Guzi, tell me, if old Gu knew that this old geezer wasn't his biological brother, what would his expression be? And this old geezer, if he knew he wasn't a biological son of the Gu family, would he be so scared he'd wet himself? Gu Haoqian. What illegitimate child? What do you mean by the first illegitimate child? Gu Yi, you bleep Gu Haokuan, you better control your son. What is he saying? Gu Haoqian panicked. Although he didn't know why, his heart was pounding. Everything he had now was obtained through the Gu family. Without it, what would he be? Gu Yi. Old Gu. Look, he's got dementia. I didn't say anything. Gu Haokuan nodded. That's right. Xiao Yi didn't say anything. Old geezer. Bah. Gu Haoqian is just having auditory hallucinations. Su Yi looked at Feng Baobao. Baobao, his brain is faulty. We can't get involved. Why don't you pull him out, okay? Gu Yi. Sister Bauer finally planted him there. Let him stay a while longer. Just as Feng Baobao was about to speak, Gu Haoqian's phone rang. Gu Yi glanced at it. Video call? Could it be a famous opening scene? Let the old geezer watch the video. No need to run an errand. Gu Haokuan operated Gu Haoqian's phone and directly initiated a big screencast. In the video, two naked young men and women were in the process of the human cub creation plan. Gu Haoqian stared at the screen, his old eyeballs almost popping out. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What Gu Yi said in his mind was actually true, but how could he have known? Then, was what he said about him being a bastard also true? No, absolutely not. Gu Yi let out a wicked laugh. Ha ha. Old man, who are those two people? They look like your good eldest son and your young wife. It couldn't be that I'm mistaken, could it? Which little cutie sent the video? What's the difference between this and a live broadcast? They did a great job. Gu Chuyun. Xiao Yi, you're not mistaken. It's them. Uncle, didn't you say that Xiao Lian truly loved you? Didn't care about your money or your name? Only about you? That old geezer. Just now he was blustering about teaching Xiao Yi a lesson, but he couldn't even raise his own son properly. So where did he get the nerve to teach other people's children? Gu Haokuan said with a cold face and fierce tone. You've all disgraced the Gu family's reputation. Eldest brother, your good eldest son was raised by the old lady, and this is the result. Since Gu Haohan wasn't a descendant of the Gu family, there was no need for her to be polite to him. Su Yi sneered. Big brother, you're really free. Your biological son stole Xiaoma, and you still confidently helped us raise our son. What gall? This eldest brother-in-law. The way he looked at her back then made her feel disgusted. It was just that for old Gu's sake, she avoided him as much as possible. But now, Xiao Yi said that Gu Haohan wasn't a descendant of the Gu family, so she wouldn't give him any more face. Gu Haohan looked at Gu Haokuan's family and suddenly understood everything. So, they had all heard Gu Ye's thoughts. Or rather, Gu Haokuan had recently gained all his benefits from hearing Gu Ye's thoughts. Why? Why did the sixth brother have such a good eldest son who could bring immeasurable wealth to the family, while his own son? Sixth brother, eldest brother was wrong. Eldest brother was really wrong. Quickly pull me out. I'm going back to deal with that pair of adulterous couple. Sixth brother, don't worry. From now on, eldest brother's fortune will all be Xiao Ye's. After all, he was an old fox who had lived a long life. At a critical moment, he knew very well who to cling to for support. The fact that he wasn't a Gu family descendant couldn't be known by anyone. If word got out, at his age, wouldn't that be seeking his own death? The only way to preserve his wealth and honor was to give up his fortune. Give it to whom? Naturally, he would give it to Gu Yi, this golden thigh. He was not wrong about people. Everything in the Gu family would definitely belong to Gu Yi. Thinking this way, his position would be stable. Gu Haokuan's family of three exchanged glances, all nodding slightly, letting people pull him out and send him away. Good heavens. Only Gu Yi was left in a speechless world. No, did that old geezer just leave like that? He was just about to teach me a lesson and kick me out of the Gu family, right? How did he instantly want to give me his fortune? I'm not his son either. Sister Bauer's efforts are not great enough. Just burying him alive is not enough. He should have been properly buried. Feng Baobao narrowed her eyes. Gu Haohan was indeed an old fox. To maintain his wealth and honor in the Gu family, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own son. Gu Yi, that guy, only thought about leaving, but he didn't realize that if he stayed here, he could own mountains of gold. Not long after, old Mrs. Gu was also sent back to the old residence, and her personal doctor was brought along. Gu Haokuan and Su Yi followed back. They were going to reason with Gu Yi and absolutely wouldn't let anyone bully him. Gu Chuyun returned to the company to handle Gu Haohan's affairs. In the vast Gu family, only Gu Yi and Feng Baobao were left. Gu Yi, let's go out and eat. Feng Baobao wanted to go out and stroll around. Gu Yi was too lazy to move. I'm going to sleep. You do as you please. Eating is so boring. For the second generation, of course, they should sleep and have a beauty sleep. He slept until it was completely dark, and then the Gu family's heart-wrenching wails could be heard. Gu Yi was woken up again, feeling extremely annoyed. Who is it? In the middle of the night, Can't people get a good rest? During his years as a corporate slave, he had always been under the 996 and 007 blessing model. Finally becoming a useless second generation. He just wanted to slack off, all right? He huffed and puffed to the railing of the stairs and looked down, seeing quite a few people gathered in the first floor hall. Gui was too lazy to go down. Guzzi, what's going on over there? System, old second Gu is back. Gui's spirits immediately perked up, and he strode downstairs with his long legs, rushing down in a hurry. As he reached the second floor, he glanced down, thinking he hadn't woken up yet, and couldn't see clearly. Is that woman kneeling on the ground, her flesh and blood torn apart? Old second Gu? No way, no way, no way. I thought it would take 3 days, and the show started this quickly. System, young master, you're not mistaken. That woman is old second Gu, the dignified CEO of the entertainment company, the great leader who has dominated the entertainment industry for many years. Gui couldn't suppress the upturn of his lips and almost chuckled with schadenfreude. In the hall, Gu Qiyu knelt on the ground, crying hysterically. Oh, Daddy, Mommy, Big Sister, you must avenge me. Sui was shocked. Xiao Yu, what happened to you? Didn't you just have your wedding today? It's only been a few hours. How did you end up like this? Although her second daughter didn't listen to her advice, she was still her biological daughter. Seeing her face and body covered in blood, with the scars still bleeding, her heart was shattered. Gu Qiyu cried even harder, choked with sobs, feeling extremely wronged. Gu Qiyu clenched her fists, looking at her sister who was fine just 2 days ago, but now looked more than 10 years older. Her heart ached as if it was being cut, and at the same time, she felt a sense of surviving a disaster. So close, just a little bit, and her fate would have been the same. No, according to Xiao Ye's thoughts, her fate would be that of a crazy woman, taken in by a kind-hearted person from the mountains, and eventually giving birth and raising children for him. Compared to that, her fate was worse than old seconds. Mom, it was that scoundrel Li Defa who hit me. He made a mistake and was fired, and now he's a penniless nobody. He has nothing left. I don't dislike him, and I married him, but he pushed all the blame onto me. He hit me, told me to die, and even asked me to give the company to him. Mom, Big Sister, I want a divorce from him, right now. Gu Qiyu tearfully accused her new husband of domestic violence. Due to her extreme agitation, her wounds reopened, and she was bleeding profusely. Gu Haokuan was furious. Second child, what did we tell you back then, and what did you say? Now that you've been beaten, you have the nerve to come back. She had clearly heard Gu Ye's thoughts, and everyone had tried their best to persuade her. But what did she do? She swore that she would prove to everyone that her judgment of people was not wrong. She even wanted to hit Gu Yi. This was something a smart and wise CEO of an entertainment company would do. Although Gu Haokuan's heart ached to see his own daughter suffer to such an extent, he was even more furious when he remembered that she had insisted on marrying that scumbag. Gu Qiyu's tears flowed even more torrentially, unable to stop. Dad, I didn't expect this either. We've known each other for over 10 years, and I thought I understood him better than anyone. It's just that I never expected that right after we got married, on our wedding night, he stopped pretending. He beat me with all his might, beating me to death, as if he wanted me dead. If he hadn't received a call from a beautiful woman and rushed out, she would have already escaped and would be a corpse by now. Gu Qiyan snorted. Humph, you didn't expect it? What did you say back then? You said your judgment of men was the best in the world, that he was your savior, and you wanted to repay his kindness. Infatuation is indeed terrifying, but we persuaded you so much, and you insisted on jumping into the fire pit. Thinking back to how she even put on an act of saving everyone in the Gu family, Gu Qiyan felt utterly speechless. Gu Qiyu collapsed on the ground, only crying mournfully. Gu Yi walked over and stood at the edge of the crowd. Seeing Gu Qiyu's miserable state, he put on a cold expression, but in his heart, he was cheering. She can still talk, complain, and cry, and she isn't even that badly injured. Back then, she scolded me and wanted to hit me, even resorting to emotional blackmail as a sister. Where did that momentum go? She's only been beaten once, and she's like this. In the future, days like this will be commonplace. System, young master, she won't have many more chances. That Li Defa bought life insurance for her. If she dies, he can claim 80 million in insurance money. Gu Yi, my heavens. I never realized this second-rate character was so valuable. But she chose it herself. Li Defa is her savior, and she wanted to repay his kindness. The voices of the person and the system were all heard by the Gu family members. At this moment, the entire family was stunned. That beastly Defa, besides beating Gu Qiyu to death, also bought insurance. He wasn't just a scumbag. He was worse than an animal. Gu Qiyu heard Gu Ye's thoughts again. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, cold from head to toe. The man she had loved for so many years actually wanted to exchange her life for money. Xiao Yi, my dear brother, your sister knows she was wrong. Your sister truly knows she was wrong. I was blind back then and failed to appreciate Xiao Ye's good intentions. Gu Qiyu suddenly got up, knelt, and crawled to Gu Ye's side, tightly hugging his legs and crying as if her heart were breaking. Where was the aggressive demeanor she had when she first saw Gu Yi, wanting to beat him up? There was no trace of her domineering attitude, wanting to slap Gu Yi hard. Xiao Yi, you said you're not the jinx of the Gu family. You really are the Gu family's lucky star. Your second sister was blind and wronged you. That Li Defa is really not a good person. He doesn't just play with women. He's attracted to both men and women. Phone Group only fired him because he gave away all his assets to settle the matter. Back then, when he saved me, it was all designed by him. The day I was buried alive by Feng Baobao, he appeared just in time, and that was designed by him too. And the wedding today, everything was prepared by him in advance. I was deceived. I was truly and thoroughly deceived. Thinking about how she went to beat Gu Yi the first time she met him, Gu Qiyu's intestines were turning green with regret. As her elder sister said, why bother with a fake when you have a real brother? That fake, Gu Zhe, might be in cahoots with Li Defa. After all, they knew each other back then. No matter what, she had to get a divorce and not be with someone like that. Xiao Yi knows Li Defa is not a good person, so he must have a way to help her get a divorce, right? Now she finally realized that Gu Yi was her savior. Gu Haokuan and the others did not speak in Gu Qiyu's favor. They didn't want to say anything for her either. Good advice cannot persuade a damned ghost. They had persuaded her earnestly back then, but she insisted on jumping into the fire pit. Now, for them to beg Gu Yi, they couldn't open their mouths. Gu Yi sighed. Gu Qiyu, don't try to claim kinship with me. I can't afford it. You said back then that I was a bastard raised outside, that I was a jinx, and that the Gu family would have no good days once I returned. You also said that Gu Zhe was framed by me and sent to the police station. You said this jinx, caused your man's business to go downhill. In short, your eyes were only on Gu Zhe, your own brother, and I was nothing in your eyes. Whatever happened to you, how you were bullied and beaten, these were all your own choices. Back then, you wanted to marry that man and told me not to interfere, and I didn't. You're an adult now, and you should take responsibility for your actions. Besides, haven't you known each other for over 10 years? He's also your savior, and naturally, you should repay his kindness with your body. After saying this, Gu Yi kicked Gu Qiyu away fiercely and wiped his robe with disdain. Disgusting. This newly changed robe can't be used anymore. Back then, she thought I would cause trouble at her wedding, and she even hired more than 10 layers of security for the wedding. I didn't go. Why should I go? A so-called elder sister who wanted to discipline me before even meeting me? Whoever wants her can have her. I certainly don't. She loved that man to the bone and said she'd die for him, right? Then go ahead and die. She can't possibly be unwilling now, can she? She was just saying it back then. Gu Qiyu was completely dumbfounded. Gu Yi actually knew everything. She had indeed increased the security measures, precisely to guard against him. But back then, the scumbag disguised himself well. He was gentle and considerate to her, and she still didn't know his true face. The entire Gu family gasped. No one had expected that Gu Qiyu would strengthen security at the wedding precisely to prevent Gu Yi from causing trouble. Gu Haokuan stared intently at his daughter, covered in wounds and blood, trembling with rage. What a thoughtless person. She had already heard Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, yet she remained stubbornly unwilling to believe him. Not only that, but she had also set up defenses. If Xiao Yi had attended her wedding, would she have ended up in such a state? Su Yi was so angry that her tears had all dried up. How could she have given birth to such an idiot? Gu Qiyu was very puzzled. Gu Zhe, the fake one, was not here, which meant Gu Qiyu wasn't being controlled by that strange power. But why? Why was she still so brainless, completely disbelieving Gu Yi? She herself had acted irrationally back then due to that strange power controlling her. Gu Qiyu looked at her parents and older sister, all wearing expressions of disappointment. Her heart sank to the bottom. This was bad. She had really gone too far this time. Her family was utterly disappointed in her, and no one was willing to help her anymore. What should she do? How could she get Gu Yi to help her? As the dignified CEO of an entertainment company, if this matter got out, not only would her reputation be ruined, but the entire Gu family would also suffer significant losses. At this moment, the butler hurried over, saying in a panic, "Master, madam, a person named Li Defo is here." He's also brought over a dozen media reporters, saying he wants to take his new bride back. He's at the villa entrance right now and said he'll only give us 10 minutes. If we don't hand the person over, he'll bring his people inside. Gu Qiyu almost screamed hoarsely. I don't want to go with him. I don't want to go. He'll beat me to death. He just wants my life. Gu Haoko sighed. What should we do now? Su Yi looked at Gu Chuyun. Xiao Yun, think of a way. Gu Chuyun glanced at Gu Yi and found him sitting to the side, leisurely crossing his legs, looking like a complete bystander. This matter can be handled, but second sister, it depends on how you behave. Gu Chuyun felt like she had grasped a lifeline and said urgently, Big sister, tell me whatever you want me to do, and I'll listen. At this point, did she have any right to choose? As long as she could save her own life, she was willing to give up all her assets. Give up all her assets? Upon thinking of this, she suddenly looked at Gu Chuyun. After all, they were sisters, and both were female CEOs. They reached a state of understanding without words. Gu Chuyun also looked at Gu Yi with her eyes, then nodded slightly. Gu Qiyu also looked over, feeling as if she wasn't looking at her own father, but a god radiating golden light all over. Gu Yi was the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. All future assets of the Gu family belonged to him, not the fake one. Since that was the case, it was only reasonable for her to give the company to Xiao Yi. Gu Yi noticed them all looking at him and frowned displeasuredly. What's going on? I haven't done anything. Why are they looking at me again? Could it be they're going to blame me again? Saying I'm a jinx who attracted that scumbag? Oh, don't say it. If that were the case, it would actually be quite good. It would save me from having to act. Come on. Gu Qiyu didn't speak and kowtowed 3 times to Gu Yi. Xiao Yi, second sister wronged you before. Now that second sister is in this situation, it's all my retribution. But Xiao Yi, second sister now understands that you are the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, and everything in the Gu family should be yours. Second sister is willing to give you the company, to give it to you for free. Gu Chuyun immediately brought out a contract and said, Second sister, spoken words are not enough proof of sincerity. Sign it. Gu Qiyu signed without hesitation, 2 copies, both signed. Gu Chuyun handed the document to Gu Yi and said, Xiao Yi, summer entertainment is yours now. Gu Yi was completely caught off guard. Looking at the document shoved into his hands, he was stunned for a moment. Guzi, I, a lazy second-generation heir, am now the CEO of a company? Isn't this thing the fake one's? When he got it, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, so he gave it to a mysterious person. Now, could it be that the entertainment company is about to go bankrupt? System, young master, I've already checked. The company's operational status is good, with no negative indicators. You can accept it with peace of mind. Gu Yi, my goodness, can this really happen like this? System, when these people got their brains back, many things changed. However, young master, after all, you've taken their favors, and the second Gu owes you her life for giving you the company. Gu Yi looked at the contract, then at the second Gu kneeling on the ground, and smiled slightly. What good is the dignified female CEO of an entertainment company? Isn't she still just a woman? Meeting such a scumbag, and she's still helpless. I am actually not that heartless a person. Isn't it what every handsome guy should do to draw his sword and help when he sees injustice? System's flattery. Yes, yes, yes. Young master is the most compassionate person in the world, definitely not acting out of greed for money. Gu Yi nodded slightly. Of course. System. It's not that the other party didn't give enough. The entire Gu family breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. The good reputation the Gu family had accumulated was almost ruined. Gu Qiyu felt as if she had received a general pardon. At a critical moment, her own brother was still the most reliable. If it were the fake one, he would have been crying and hiding in a corner. I have severe morning grumpiness. Being disturbed late at night when people are making noise makes me feel bad, and the consequences can be very serious. Gu Yi strode with a cool and rebellious gait to the villa entrance. When Li Defa saw Gu Yi alone and not Gu Qiyu, he became furious. Bitch, did she think she could get away with hiding? And the Gu family, they were cowards, letting a bastard come out to deal with me. How ridiculous. Gu Yi didn't let him finish speaking. He flashed in front of Li Defa, grabbed him by the neck with one hand, and lifted him up. Li Defa, you don't want to be wearing a colostomy bag while going to celebrate your 85-year-old girlfriend's birthday, do you? Ling Defa struggled with all his might, his pupils dilating instantly upon hearing Gu Ye's words. How do you know? How is this possible? Besides himself, not even his own mother knew about this. Gu Yi grinned like a dragon king. Have you forgotten? The netizens affectionately call me Metaphysics Master. Ling Defa's expression changed drastically, his eyeballs about to fall to the ground. Was it actually true? Did he really know everything? Did that mean he also knew about some of the illegal and criminal things he had done? Gui eased his grip slightly, and Ling Defa slumped heavily to the ground. Are you few people the helpers this wanted criminal hired? You now have two paths. First, expose him as a wanted criminal and earn a great merit. Second, become his accomplice and go to the police station for tea with the whole family. As soon as Gui finished speaking, Ling Defa started yelling maniacally. Don't believe him. We're leaving. We're leaving right now. This illegitimate child of the Gu family was actually different from what Gu Qiyu had said. Or was it? Had that slut already switched sides? After all, what he had told himself back then was that Gu Yi was a jinx, and anyone who was with him would be unlucky. But looking at it now, it didn't seem like that at all. The dozen or so media reporters, holding their long cannons, didn't know what to do. What was going on? How had their employer become a wanted criminal? Gu Yi crossed his arms and scanned the leading reporters. The one wearing the red plaid shirt is Ling Dachui. You are the cousin of the nephew of the son of Ling Defa's paternal uncle. You helped Ling Defa steal a 15-year-old boy. That little boy was mentally challenged, and Ling Defa played with him until he died. The one wearing ripped jeans is Wang Erniu. He is Ling Defa's cellmate. When you were both 18, you kidnapped a mentally challenged widow together. However, you didn't beat Ling Defa, and he got ahead of you. But the widow was too scared and fell off a cliff to her death. Neither of you succeeded. And you over there wearing the floral shorts, Sun Zhaodi? Yes, I'm talking about you. No need to scratch your head. You were originally intersex. You went to Sawis D land and came back as just a man. You don't know yet. Ling Defa finished you. You were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Now you're still helping him. You really are a... With each person Gu Yi looked at, he accurately revealed their fatal secrets. A few minutes later, not a single person was calm. Ling Defa tried to escape in the chaos, but was caught by the furious media reporters who had just had their secrets exposed. They beat him, and apart from his face, which was still recognizable as Ling Defa, the rest of him was unrecognizable. Without Gu Yi having to lift a finger, they sent Ling Defa to the police station. The Gu Haokuan family, standing at the villa entrance, were all filled with astonishment. Gu Chuyun. Fortunately, my brain wasn't short-circuited for too long, and I quickly pulled back from the brink. My own younger brother is my golden thigh. Gu Qiyu. Is little brother really a metaphysics master? If the company is in his hands, I have no regrets even if I die. Gu Haokuan. This is my son, my pride. Sui. It's a good thing I heard little Ye's thoughts first. Otherwise, I would definitely be regretting it now. Gu Yi clapped his hands and turned around, seeing that family. It's all handled. I'm going to sleep. Good night. With that, he vanished before everyone like a gust of wind. Damn legs, run faster. Hurry up and see if Summer Entertainment has any female stars I like. Also, those potential talents that haven't been discovered yet, I'll recruit them all. Wah! Gu Haokuan and Sui. Did they hear that correctly? Gu Chuyun supported Gu Qiyu and said, Mom and Dad, I'll take the second sibling to the hospital first. You guys take care of little Yi. Gu Qiyu's tears flowed again, feeling wronged. Big sister, thank you. She hadn't thought of such a good plan at first. Gu Chuyun sighed and tapped her forehead. Your mind is full of dung, and you only react after suffering. Don't thank me. Thank little Yi more in the future. But I'll tell you, with so many sisters, he hasn't forgiven any of them. Gu Qiyu nodded silently. I know. To get little Yi to forgive me is a difficult path. But I believe that with perseverance, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. My only younger brother is Gu Yi. No one else will do. Gu Qiyu sighed. She thought of herself back then, who had also adamantly said that the fake was her brother, only to be slapped in the face. Now, even when she gave her own brother money, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Sigh. Take it slowly. Gu Yi returned to his room and immediately instructed the system to search for information on Summer Entertainment. In his past life, he was a single dog. Later, he traveled through various worlds without any substantial achievements. Now he was the CEO of an entertainment company. He had the looks, the talent, and the money. My heavens, couldn't he pick a girlfriend as he pleased? The system searched as instructed and also found their gossip. Gu Yi listened to gossip all night, and without realizing it, he fell asleep. The sun was high in the sky when he finally woke up. He ate a delicious meal and prepared to go to the company. After all, the country, no, the company cannot be without its ruler for a day. However, before he could set off, he saw something he didn't want to see. Daddy, Mommy, Big Sister, Big Brother, I miss you all so much. Guze looked haggard and called out to his relatives as soon as he entered, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing this, Gu Chuyun involuntarily opened her arms, preparing to rush over and hug her good brother, comforting him well. However, she slapped herself. After forcing herself to calm down, she quickly dodged behind Gu Yi. This move was indeed effective. Hiding behind her own younger brother, that strange power disappeared. How dangerous. She was just about to throw herself into his arms, and then she would have to give him money and buy him things. From now on, her money could only be little Yes. That Gu Zhe, the fake, wouldn't dream of it. Gu Zhe watched as Gu Chuyun was about to embrace him, but she suddenly changed direction and even dodged him. His heart was filled with anger and jealousy. That bitch Gu Chuyun. She had personally sent him to the police station, causing him to trend on hot searches and be pointed at by everyone. Now that he had given her a way down, she refused to take it. And Gu Yi too. What means had he used to make Gu Chuyun trust him so much? Mom, I was wronged. The police uncle has already found the truth. I'm innocent. At that time, Gu Zhe turned to Su Yi, crying pitifully. After hearing Gu Zhe's narration, everyone in the Gu family was stunned. This is actually possible. The police uncle that the fake one mentioned must be furious right now, right? Gu Chuyun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He clenched his fists, really wanting to rush over and give Gu Zhe a good beating. The thief he personally caught, the fake one he personally sent in, could actually recant and escape. Who was behind this? How could someone have such unfathomable means? Su Yi stood still, not intending to embrace Gu Zhe, and even felt disgusted. Little Yi had said that Gu Zhe had someone backing him. If he could now get away scot-free, it must have been that person's doing, right? Gu Haokuin suppressed the rage in his heart. He now understood clearly that Gu Zhe possessed a strange power. This power, besides being able to control the minds of the Gu family members, making them all blindly biased towards him and willing to spend money and effort for him, could also manipulate the plot direction to some extent. And the only one who could change the plot was Gu Yi. Therefore, it was not yet time to kick Gu Zhe out of the house, or rather, they simply couldn't. As long as Gu Zhe refused to leave, no one could force him out. Gu Yi watched Gu Zhe's performance for a while, rolling his eyes dramatically. The power of the plot is truly impressive. Not only did Gu Zhe get out so quickly, but he was also acquitted. Gu Zhe, you need to work harder and find out who that dog thing behind him is as soon as possible. System, don't worry, master. This system is working hard. Gu Yi nodded slightly, ignoring Gu Zhe, and went straight out. If he wanted to perform, let him perform. Gu Yi had no interest in participating. However, when Gu Zhe saw Gu Yi leaving, he suddenly stopped crying and quickly said, "Big brother, where are you going? Can you take me with you? People outside are spreading rumors that we two are not on good terms. For the sake of our Gu family, I think we should break these rumors." On the way back, he had already received a call. For the next mission, he no longer needed to steal secret documents from the Gu family. He had to follow Gu Yi. The higher-ups felt that Gu Yi was very mysterious and wanted him to uncover his secrets. Gu Yi replied without looking back, "What rumors? Those are facts. Fake, be more confident. I never looked down on you in the first place." He came to open the car door, sat in the driver's seat, rested one hand on the car window, and turned his head to look at Gu Zhe. "Also, this is my final reminder. From now on, call me by my name. Don't call me Big Brother. Otherwise, I'll give you a lightning strike." He started the car and immediately drove away from the Gu residence. Gu Zhe watched Gu Yi speed away, stamping his feet in anger. Scum. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend. Who gave him such confidence? He turned to look at Gu Chuyun, but the latter looked as if he had seen a ghost and fled like the wind towards the underground garage, quickly driving away from there. Oh dear. It was a miscalculation. When little Yi left just now, he should have followed. He had no way to resist the strange power of the fake one. Su Yi and Gu Haokuin exchanged glances. Perhaps they were the first to hear Gu Ye's thoughts and believe them. The strange power of the plot seemed to have no effect on them. "Mom, Dad, I want to go see second sister and ninth sister. Don't be too sad and upset either. Big brother just returned and encountered such a thing. He didn't want this to happen." After saying that, he turned and left. If he couldn't complete the mission, he would be punished. He also wanted to see if Gu Yi was truly a metaphysics master, as rumored online. Su Yi said with some worry, "Old Gu, aren't we going to manage the fake one and just let him go find trouble with little Yi?" Gu Haokuin replied, "You're overthinking it. That so-called power can't do anything to little Yi at all. Just you wait. The fake one will only bring humiliation upon himself. We also need to go back to the old residence. Big brother said he wants to re-establish a property gifting agreement." Su Yi asked, "You mean Big brother is really willing to give all his property to our little Yi?" Gu Haokuin nodded heavily. big brother is an old fox, and he's also an old man of years. Who knows when he'll be 6 feet under. To live his final years in peace, paying a little money is very worthwhile for him. Summer entertainment. When Guyi arrived, he saw Gu Qiyu, who was in a wheelchair, personally coming to greet him. Second young Master Gu is quite something. I saw her last night, and thought she wasn't going to live much longer. Now she looks so radiant. Could it be a final burst of energy before death? Gu Qiyu. What do you mean, a final burst of energy? This is good fortune smiling upon me. System. Master, second young Master Gu's internal organs were not injured. She truly has a new lease on life. And she looks presentable now, but she's actually covered in bandaged wounds. Guyi pouted. Then why come to the company? Could it be that she's changed her mind and wants the company back? I knew it. Things given to the fake one wouldn't be so kindly given to me. Before the system could reply, Gu Qiyu said with a beaming smile, Little Yi, I heard from Mom and Dad that you've come to the company, so I waited for you here in advance. Don't worry, I'm not here to take back the company. I'm just here to back you up. Since you've just arrived, many old employees might not be convinced. Big sister was right. Little Yi has no good feelings towards anyone in the Gu family. He only tolerates his parents to some extent. He misunderstands even when I come to back him up. But it can't be blamed on him. After all, his own family has always sided with the fake one. However, she had already spoken to her sisters in advance. When they return in a few days, they should not repeat the mistakes of herself and big sister. Guyi nodded slightly. Oh, if the old employees are not convinced, then fire them directly. They are working for me, and they expect me to be grateful? I'm not even making them work 007. They should thank my ancestors for 8 generations. Gu Qiyu. So domineering. As expected of the eldest legitimate son of the Gu family, he has more presence than her. A high-level meeting was quickly convened at the company, and Gu Qiyu introduced Gu Yi to everyone. The faces of the 28 executives changed instantly, and some were whispering. As soon as the true young master of the Gu family returned, he seized summer entertainment. Before, I heard that this company was supposed to be taken over by Gu Zhe. How can the fake young master be compared to the true young master? That's all in the past. But the fake young master graduated from university, and this true young master, wasn't he rumored to be a good-for-nothing? Guyi sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across each executive. Seeing this, Gu Qiyu felt a pang of regret and fear again. Will little Yi be unhappy? But that was her previous plan. At that time, she was misled by the fake one. At this moment, Guyi's thoughts rang out. The biggest and fattest one is the vice president? Report his gossip first. Vice President Li Guangming. Gu Qiyu heard Xiao Ye's inner thoughts and immediately looked at Li Guangming. She saw him looking surprised, glancing around as if searching for who was speaking. Gu Qiyu's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? He actually heard Xiao Ye's inner thoughts. Couldn't only those with blood relations to Xiao Ye hear them? Could it be that Li Guangming was also a member of the Gu family? She subconsciously wanted to investigate, but felt it was unnecessary. With such a powerful figure like Xiao Ye by her side, why waste time and energy? Guyi had finished listening to the system's broadcast. He looked at Li Guangming again, his eyes full of playful light. The vice president is called Li Guangming. He comes from a rural background and is considered honest and upright. He is 53 years old this year and has only one wife and 2 daughters. Gu Qiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Vice President Li is good, no other earth-shattering scandals. Li Guangming followed the sound and looked at Guyi. Such a voice. The only possibility in the room was intentional. But he sat there, staring at a document on the table, not speaking at all. Therefore, what he heard could only be his inner thoughts. Good heavens. No wonder President Gu would proactively hand over the company to the true young master. That guy had some skills. Was he trying to use his inner thoughts to warn him? But Li Guangming took a sip of water to calm his nerves. He glanced at the others from the corner of his eye and immediately choked on his water. What? Why were they all looking at him? Did they all hear it too? Gu Ye's inner thoughts continued. As the saying goes, dumplings are better than anything, and sisters-in-law are better than playing. Li Guangming, this outwardly loving man, has secretly snatched a sister-in-law. They are infertile, and both daughters were adopted abandoned infants by his wife. The biological parents of those 2 daughters are about to come looking for them. They are reluctant to give up their daughters and are willing to raise them for the rest of their lives. But the 2 ungrateful wretches, in collusion with their relatives, pushed the couple off the yacht on a dark and windy night. TSK. This is really hard to judge. One snatched someone else's wife, the other abandoned his childhood sweetheart. The 2 thought they were doing good deeds by picking up children, but it turned out to be a karmic retribution of misfortune. Gu Qiyu. Is it really not retribution? Li Guangming instantly slammed the table and stood up. You're talking nonsense. Bleep. He couldn't utter a single word about Gu Ye's inner thoughts. The other 20-odd people present were all stunned. Vice President Li had been hit the mark. The Gu family's true young master had considerable ability. He really was a metaphysics master, as rumored online. He knew such things, and could even say them in such a way that prevented others from speaking. Truly a great skill. Almost everyone had this thought in their hearts. In a flash of thought, they no longer dared to look at Gu Yi with the same contempt as before. Gu Yi. Fatso, what do you mean? What did I say? If you have the ability to talk nonsense here, you might as well go home and see. The ungrateful wretches have already brought their biological parents over while you and your wife were away. The next step is to drug them to facilitate their actions. Li Guangming's eyes widened. President Gu, my house is on fire. I need to go back and check. Before he finished speaking, he turned and ran. When he reached the doorway, because his legs were weak, he directly knelt on the ground. Coincidentally, Guze opened the door and saw this scene. Vice President Li? You're giving me such a grand ceremony, Li. Etiquette/bow. I can't accept it. Get up quickly, I'll help you up. Guze thought Li Guangming was kneeling to him and was incredibly pleased with himself. He even secretly glanced at Gu Yi. So what if he's the true young master? Half of the executives here are my people. Gu Yi met Guze's gaze openly. Ha 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 ha, it's killing me with laughter. Li Guangming has old leg problems and sometimes kneels. The fake one thinks the old man is kneeling to him. Look how smug he is. But Li Guangming will never know until he dies. For those two ungrateful wretches to find their biological parents, and even stage such a scene, the fake one's arrangements are indispensable behind it. What? Li Guangming heard this and kicked Guze to the ground. You fake. You are so vicious. Just you wait. I won't let you go. He stomped on Guze 3 more times before hurriedly leaving. He had served Guze like an ox and a horse for many years, and this guy had actually harmed him behind his back. After resolving this matter today, he would definitely kill him. Guze, who was kicked 4 times for no reason, was sweating profusely from the pain. Second sister, what's wrong with him? It hurts so much, my stomach hurts so much. He was genuinely in pain. Li Guangming, who always acted like a lapdog for him, actually dared to hit him. He could never have imagined it. Gu Qiyu sat next to Gu Yi. She remembered her eldest sister's words. Do not leave Gu Ye's side. Otherwise, she would be controlled by a strange force. Security, send Guze to the hospital. At such an occasion, what was this fake doing here, delaying things? Guze suddenly stood up. Second sister, I'm fine. I don't need to go to the hospital. Big brother is here. I want to be here too. I'm here to see Big brother. You should be the one returning to the hospital. You're already so badly injured. Gu Qiyu gritted her teeth in anger. The fake must be doing this deliberately, exposing her scars in front of so many people. Gu Yi, then sit wherever you like. If the fake doesn't want to leave, then don't. If he stays, the good show will be even better. Gu Qiyu heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts and didn't drive Guze away. She said again, I've already said it. From today onwards, Gu Yi will serve as the CEO of Summer Entertainment. Gu Yi added, who seconds? Who opposes? The fake's 8 supporters. Hurry up and raise your hands. After you raise your hands, I'm too lazy to eat so much melon. I'll fire you first, then send you to the police station for tea. If I calculate it, the merits I've made during this period should be enough to get a second-class merit, right? Gu Qiyu. Second-class merit. What an honor. No wonder Mom and Dad said Xiao Yi was the lucky star of the Gu family. They really didn't exaggerate. Guze was completely stunned. Second sister, what did you say? Gu Yi is appointed CEO of Summer Entertainment? Didn't second sister say before that this company was to be given to him? He had only left for 1 night. Why did it seem like so much had happened? Gu Yi. He must have used some evil means to fool old second Gu's brain. He is truly despicable and shameless. As soon as he returned, he was snatching everything that belonged to him. Gu Qiyu looked at him, her face full of impatience. Guze, you clearly heard. Why are you pretending not to understand? I am the CEO of the company. It's only a matter of time before I give the company to my biological brother. What's so surprising? Hiss. The entire conference room was filled with gasps, everyone's face a mask of surprise. Gu Qiyu, the second daughter of the Gu family and CEO of Summer Entertainment, had, for many years, almost explicitly stated, the company would be handed over to Guze in the future. As a result, half of these executives, like old foxes, had long since defected to Guze, treating him as the company's crown prince. Who would have thought? The Gu family suddenly produced a true young master, and Guze was just a fake. As of today, CEO Gu had vehemently stated that her only brother was Guze. Gu Yi? Who was that? They had only seen him on trending searches. Guqiyu had not mentioned him even once. Yet, here they were today. Guqiyu had changed her mind. However, these people were not fools. To reach executive positions, each one was more shrewd than the last. Guqiyu held her wedding banquet yesterday, and today she was in a wheelchair. Her face was heavily made up, and she was dressed completely from head to toe. She had even abandoned her usual favoritism towards the fake young master and once again announced that the company would be given to Gu Yi. There had to be something fishy going on here. Gu Zhe, however, was struck by lightning, completely stunned. Gu Yi truly had remarkable methods, actually deceiving Guqiyu into harshly reprimanding him in front of so many people. For so many years, she had never had such an attitude towards him. Compared to his eldest sister's full-blown domineering CEO demeanor, Guqiyu was like spring rain, her love for him silent and nurturing. But now, all of that was gone, and it seemed it would no longer belong to him. No, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Everything in the Gu family should rightfully be his. No one could take what was his. Second sister, don't be angry, I know. He continued to feign pity, intending to use his old routine. As long as Guqiyu felt he was pitiful, she would treat him well and change her mind. However, this time, Guqiyu didn't give him such an opportunity. You all start the vote. Who is for and who is against? Guqiyu sharply interrupted Gu Zhe, her gaze sweeping over everyone. She had already noticed that they had all heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. So, if they disagreed, what would their fate be? They should know. Gu Yi looked at Gu Zhe, his eyes unashamedly showing a hint of provocation. Stupid idiot, keep pretending to be pitiful. Look, your good second sister, how much like her old self is she? Gu'er seems to have had all the water drained from his brain. Speaking to me like this in front of so many people, insisting on giving the company to me. But what's with her asking them to vote? They clearly don't obey Gu'er. My advice, just fire them all and send them to jail. Gu Zhe received his gaze, clenching his fists in hatred, wishing he could rush over right now and kill Gu Yi. Everyone else present had heard these inner thoughts, and each of them became extremely tense. The trending searches were still active. Gu Yi, during his live stream, had only connected remotely and accurately calculated the identity of the fugitive on the other end. He was nicknamed a metaphysics master. Now it seemed his reputation was not baseless, nor were the persona and script given to him by CEO Gu. What happened during the live stream was all true. If that was the case, one female executive raised her hand, followed by another and another. In just a few breaths, all the executives present raised their hands in agreement. Gu Yi leaned back in his chair, a victor's smile on his face. These scoundrels, they're quite sensible. Oh my, they're all raising their hands to support me. How can I bear to send them for tea at the police station? The executives who raised their hands in agreement. That was close. So close to damaging their reputations. Guqiyu nodded slightly. Good. You all have good judgment. Everyone, please applaud to welcome the new CEO, Gu Yi. Everyone began to applaud enthusiastically. Gu Yi stood up and nodded slightly at everyone, looking just like a local leader inspecting a rural area, expressing his satisfaction. Gu Zhe watched it all, completely speechless and seething with rage. These people were truly fickle. Before, they flattered him as the crown prince and received so many benefits from him. Now Gu Yi had just returned, and after Guqiyu said a few words, they all abandoned him and flocked to that bastard. Despicable. Summer entertainment was his. Congratulations, brother. It's just that our summer entertainment is currently experiencing financial difficulties, and many projects cannot be launched. Brother has just taken over the company, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. If brother needs anything, I can help brother solve the problem. Brother might not know, but I am also a vice president of our company. Gu Zhe said, Humph. So what if Gu Yi is the CEO? He still doesn't understand anything. Of the many employees in the company, not a single one doesn't recognize me, and they've all received benefits from me. As long as I use some tactics, Gu Yi's position as CEO won't last a month. Guqiyu hurriedly looked at Gu Yi and said, Xiao Yi, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I will help you. The company's problems are not big problems, and project matters are not urgent. Also, she was about to dismiss Gu Zhe's position immediately to avoid annoying Xiao Yi. Gu Yi sat back down and said slowly, No problem. Isn't it just similar to a country's treasury deficit in ancient times? This is the easiest thing to solve. Find a few corrupt officials, chop them up, handle them summarily, and the money problem will be solved, won't it? Guqiyu. Summarily. Corrupt officials. Brilliant. Why didn't we think of this method before? It must be Gu Zhe's doing. He's always been by my side. saying we should rule by virtue and not chill the hearts of our employees. Bah, those scoundrels stole my money, and they chilled my heart too. The executives who had just breathed a sigh of relief. That fake, Guze, if he didn't speak, no one would think he was mute. Guyi is not the ignorant bastard they thought he was. He doesn't play by the rules at all. He, a dignified metaphysics master, is not playing fair against ordinary people like them. What should we do? Who among them will be the scapegoat? Guyi looked at Guze again and said, since you're so capable, you'll be fully in charge of that dating reality show. Guze is a vice president? I think he's meant to be a clown. So of course, I have to fulfill that role for him. With such a big stage, I have to make him a huge fool. Guze, brother, don't worry, I will definitely do it perfectly. He took the documents and left the conference room. Little bastard. You couldn't solve the financial problem, and you still gave me so much money. Huh, big idiot. Just you wait, I will slap your face hard. After he left, Guyi casually pointed at a balding man and said, old-timer, how do you think we should solve our funding issues? Let me see this old-timer's gossip. Before he could finish his inner thoughts, he froze. Before Guyi could officially start spectating, he noticed the executive he had just called out was gone. Where did he go? Where did that old geezer go? Everyone looked over, and indeed Qin Qian was nowhere to be found. What was going on? In such a large conference room, with such a large living person, could he just disappear into thin air? Just then, a voice sounded at Gu Ye's feet. Mr. Gu, I'm here. I've already thought of a good solution for the funding issue. Within a week, no, within 3 days, I'll definitely satisfy you. Good heavens. That balding old geezer was now kneeling in front of Gu Yi. System, young master, the old geezer's position was the furthest from you. To kneel over as fast as possible, he rolled over from under the table. Gu Yi was already clapping for him. Is this the legendary human potential that can be unleashed under extreme conditions? Truly worthy of being the #1 corrupt official who embezzled 15 million in public funds. Other executives? What? Qin Qian embezzled 15 million? Among these executives, his position was middle tier, yet he managed to skim so much profit? Those who were in higher positions than him, but hadn't skimmed like him were all unhappy. How could he have such gall? Gu Qiyu was even more furious. She grabbed a cup of water within reach and smashed it directly onto Qin Qian's head. He was already balding, and now he was scalded by the hot water, letting out a pig-like scream. Qin Qian, how dare you? You said you'd find a way to replenish it. Regarding the parts about Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, she couldn't say a single word. But this was good too, saving Xiao Yi from discovering that she had been eavesdropping on his thoughts. Qin Qian clutched his head, rolling on the ground in pain. Facing Gu Qiyu's questioning, he said with a trembling voice, Mr. Gu, don't worry. Even if I have to lose my fortune, I will replenish it. Mr. Gu, please give me another chance. Damn it. He was still a step too late, allowing Gu Yi to overhear his private thoughts. Gu Qiyu was furious. Give you another chance? Are you dreaming? Everyone else learns from you. Do I still want this company to exist? She was truly blind to not have discovered the thief right under her nose. Gu Yi clasped his hands behind his back, watching the show. The balding old geezer embezzled 15 million, and it wasn't without the fake young master's secret help. This is just one of the moths. Gu Lao Air is already this agitated. If I catch 10 more later, won't she be angered to death? Gu Qiyu. What? Besides this one, there are 10 more. She wasn't someone who couldn't understand finances before. How could she have lost so much money without noticing? It must have been that strange power controlling her mind, allowing that fake Guze to exploit the loopholes. The other executives were already trembling, especially the other 10 moths mentioned by Gu Yi. At this critical moment, they didn't wait for Gu Yi to catch them one by one. They quickly confessed voluntarily. Mr. Gu, I borrowed 10 million from the company. Vice President Guze signed for it before. I will return it now. Gu Yi, this old bastard, he's a real old fox. He embezzled public funds, but claims it was a loan. However, returning 10 million actually means an extra 1.5 million in interest. The others who hadn't confessed, hearing these inner thoughts, instantly understood. Give more money. It can save your life. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, Summer Entertainment's accounts increased by 85 million. Not only was the previous deficit resolved, but there was also a surplus of 10 million. Gu Qiyu was stunned. This is amazing. In her many years of experience, she had seen plenty of bad debts and defaulters, and companies being completely devoured by a bunch of moths. But this was the first time she had seen moths voluntarily spit out money and pay interest. Little Yi is truly a lucky star. With him here, Summer Entertainment could definitely become #1 in the industry. Gu Yi hadn't expected this either. These old foxes must have smelled something. They're all spitting out money one after another. Or perhaps Gu Lao Air's lion's roar was effective and scared them all witless. Gu Qiyu smiled helplessly. My silly brother, even if I let out a dolphin cry, it wouldn't have such an effect. This credit, of course, belongs to you. Chen Xian, you can get out yourself. Everyone else, the meeting is adjourned. Gu Qiyu told them to scram quickly. Since Little Yi didn't say they were fired, they must still be useful. It's better to keep them for Little Yi to practice on. The others felt as if they had received a great pardon and quickly rolled away, rushing back to instruct their subordinates to treat Gu Yi, their new master, well from now on. If they infuriate him, he'll just spectate until nothing is left. Chen Xian, however, remained kneeling in front of Gu Yi, saying with a trembling voice, Gu, Mr. Gu, I'd like to ask you to cast a hex for me. My wife used to stare at me constantly, but recently she's suddenly become obedient. Is she plotting to take my family property? I'll transfer 50,000 to you first. What do you think? Gu Yi. Holy crap. This bald old geezer. No wonder his head is so shiny. He's really a talent. But 50,000 for a hex. Chen Qian quickly transferred the money, afraid Gu Yi would go back on his word. After receiving the payment on Taobao, Gu Yi pretended to calculate by snapping his fingers. Your wife isn't plotting to take your family property. She doesn't want you anymore, including your 2 children. Tomorrow, she will completely disappear from your world. Be happy about it. Chen Qian was stunned for a moment. When he didn't hear any other inner thoughts from Gu Yi, he finally believed him completely. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The old geezer kowtowed repeatedly and then scrambled away like a dog. Gu Qiyu didn't quite believe it and asked, Little Yi, was what you just said true? Gu Yi, yes, genuine. Of course it's true. His wife was originally an orphan and considered the old geezer's faithful wife. Now that he's rich and living well, his whole family looks down on her. They'll divorce soon, and the old geezer's children will also completely cut ties with that woman. However, the old geezer's family will regret it deeply because she's the granddaughter of a foreign wealthy magnate and is directly returning home to enjoy her blessings. Gu Qiyu. Old Shin spent 500,000 yuan and only got 2 sentences and would regret it for the rest of his life. Serves him right. Little Yi is truly a clever ghost. During their affectionate sibling moment, Gu Zhe arrived again. Big brother, I've already arranged the reality dating show project. However, we are currently lacking a male guest, and our company has no suitable candidates. I want to ask Big Brother to help out in this emergency. What do you think? He hasn't seen the world. Doesn't he like showing off? What's a mere live stream broadcast? I'll make him famous all over the internet. Without directly answering Gu Zhe, Gu Yi tapped his fingers on the table. The fake thinks I can't see through him. He thinks I'm uncultured and wants me to make a fool of myself on the dating show. Then he'll use public opinion to force me out of the Gu family. He set on taking the vast fortune of the Gu family. Gu Qiyu heard Gu Ye's thoughts and immediately became angry. Gu Zhe, Xiao Yi just joined the company. He's not familiar with the situation here, but do you think I'm not? There are so many newcomers in the company. Can't you just assign a few of them? Xiao Yi is the new CEO of our company. You want a dignified CEO to go play dating shows with a bunch of newcomers? You're slapping the Gu family in the face. Don't you understand? She was so angry she could die from this fake. She had been blind before and treated him so well, yet he colluded with the rotten worms in the company to harm her. Now that her own brother was in charge, he wanted Xiao Yi to participate in a show. Xiao Yi wasn't an employee of the company. He was here to enjoy life. So why should he suffer? Gu Zhe didn't expect that before Gu Yi could say anything, Gu Qiyu was already doting on him. Why? She herself had said she wanted to play dating shows before, but Gu Qiyu hadn't shown any concern, instead telling her to go and gain some experience. Now that it was Gu Yi, she was concerned. What a waste. A waste whose head was full of men, and she surprisingly had a brain now. Second sister, don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I had no choice. Our company is short on funds, and it would cost a lot to arrange for those newcomers to join the dating show. I thought that since Big Brother is the CEO, he must be excellent in all aspects and definitely wouldn't be afraid of such a program. Second sister, it's all my fault. Don't blame Big Brother. Big Brother hasn't seen such a situation before. I forgot. I'll go find some newcomers now. Even if I have to use my own pocket money, I'll arrange for them to participate. Gu Zhe was using his old tactic of retreating to advance. Before, whenever he said something like this, the whole family would be deeply concerned. Gu Qiyu would even hug him, coax him softly, and then give him some money to go out and have fun. However, Gu Qiyu was no longer the Gu Qiyu of the past. Stop that. Do you think I can't tell? You're mocking Xiao Yi for being uncultured. Guze, why are you speaking about Xiao Yi like that? If it weren't for you occupying the position of the true young master of the Gu family for so many years, could Xiao Yi have suffered so much outside? You still have the nerve to mock Xiao Yi? You really have some nerve. When Guqiyu thought about how she was beaten by Li Defa, and that Guze was involved, she wished she could kill him. If it weren't for Gu Yi, she would have been finished in this life. Now that she knew Guze's true nature, Guqiyu would no longer speak kindly to him. Guze was truly stunned by the scolding. Had Guqiyu fallen out with him completely? She was actually speaking to him like this, with hatred in her eyes and heart. How could this be? Regardless of what happened, Guqiyu was the female CEO of the company. She would never speak and act so directly. She would always be very diplomatic. But for Gu Yi, she spoke about him like this, completely disregarding their past relationship. Second sister, how can you say that to me? The child was switched at birth back then, and it wasn't something I could control. If I had known, I would have left home long ago. Sob, sob, sob. Big brother, please speak up for me. I really wasn't mocking you. I don't know what just happened that made second sister suddenly angry at me and hate me so much. Guze shifted the blame to Gu Yi. Why should he stand by and watch when they were falling out? Gu Yi curled his lips into a mocking smile. Fake. Do you consider everything I say to be nonsense? If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked him flying. Guze flew backward, crashing into the door, and then slid to the ground. The pain made him feel like he was going to vomit blood, but he couldn't. Big, Gu Yi, are you trying to kill me? Bitch. He was just as annoying and bitchy as Guqiyu. Gu Yi looked down at him from above and said, "It's not impossible. Guzi, the fake is a constant winner, always chirping in front of me. It's so annoying. See if I can take him out now?" Guqiyu's eyes lit up. Xiao Yi could get rid of the fake? If that could happen, it would be great. The tragic fate of the Gu family would not unfold. As for killing being against the law, she wasn't worried about that at all. This was a novel world, after all. Xiao Yi seemed to be in existence beyond the plot's control. If he could take out Guze, he would surely be safe and sound. Unless... The system's voice sounded, "Not yet." Gu Yi didn't want to listen to any nonsense, and slapped the fake a few more times. "I told you, stop whining in front of me. You sound like a sissy. From now on, you have to call me Big Brother and CEO Gu. Understand?" Guze trembled under Gu Ye's gaze and could only nod repeatedly. He felt that if he reacted slowly, he might already be dead. Damn bastard. Why did he have such an imposing aura? That was something in Superior had. How could he possess it? Damn it. He was actually intimidated by him just now. Guqiyu sighed. As expected, Xiao Ye's abilities were not enough to eliminate the fake yet. But it didn't matter. She would always protect Xiao Yi. Gu Yi tidied his clothes and said, "It's just participating in a dating show. The matter is settled. Second sister, arrange a female celebrity who isn't overly dramatic for me. Can you do that?" Guqiyu snapped back to attention and nodded repeatedly. "Of course, you can leave this to me." Gu Yi was about to leave, and Guqiyu quickly followed. Big sister had said that she had to stay by Gu Ye's side, or stay away from Guze. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The siblings left the conference room, and only then did Guze dare to get up from the floor. "Damn it, Xiaozhong, what just happened?" The secretary nervously reported the company's situation, which was that several high-level executives had all returned the money they embezzled under the guise of loans. What? They? Guqiyu found them. Guze wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The secretary shook her head. It seems Chun Qian, Director Chun, was the first to be exposed, and the others were scared and voluntarily surrendered. Guze was furious. Call Chun Qian here. He hadn't even let him make a move. How dare he surrender? Secretary. Chun Qian has already been fired and has gone home to handle family matters. The news here is that he's going to get a divorce with his wife. Guze's eyes widened instantly. Who told him to divorce? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and stop him. Chun Qian's phone couldn't be reached at all. By the time Guze arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the divorce procedures had already been completed. Chun Qian's wife had already boarded a private jet and completely flown away. Chun Qian, you old bastard. Why aren't you answering your phone? Seeing Chun Qian, Guze immediately cursed at him. He had already investigated and found out that Chun Qian's wife was not an orphan at all, but a daughter who had been abandoned by a rich foreign businessman. Guze never intended to acknowledge his birth parents. He wanted to find a rich wife to be his mother, so he set his sights on Chun Qian's wife. However, he never imagined that his perfect plan would be ruined like this. Guze, you fake rich kid, you dare to scold me. I was tricked by you back then. I only got 2.5 million out of 15 million, and you swallowed the rest. This money now is my compensation. You return the money. Enraged, he rushed over and punched Guze. Guze had just been kicked by Gu Yi and slapped again, and his whole body was in pain. He usually played too much and was very weak. With Chun Qian's punch, his nose was immediately crooked. Old bastard. I haven't left the Gu family yet. I am the second young master of the Gu family. You dare to hit me. I'll have your entire Chun family wiped out. Guze fell to the ground, carefully trying to straighten his nose. It was a nose he had done in South Korea, costing 20 million. Haha, a mere fake. You dare to act so arrogant in front of me. You guys go get him. Chun Qian brought 5 bodyguards, and they immediately knocked out Guze and his secretary. The entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau was filled with long queues of people coming to divorce. Everyone was already angry, and now that there was a good show to watch, they all picked up their phones to record videos and upload them to the internet. In less than 10 minutes, Guze successfully topped the trending search list. Hashtag Gu family's fake young master beats up former employee hashtag. Hashtag fake young master Guze causes former employee's wife to divorce him hashtag. Hashtag fake young master's fake face shatters. Fake nose won't bleed. Rush to hospital hashtag. Gu Yi was at the company, listening to Gu Lao Air report on work. Suddenly, such a page popped up on his phone, and he immediately sat up straight. The fake is trending. He went to find Chun Qian to stop them from divorcing? Guzi, what's going on? System, young master, it's been investigated that Guze knew Chun Qian's wife's true identity long ago and wanted to arrange a rich wife as his mother. When his plan was exposed, he fought with Chun Qian in anger. After listening to the system's report, Gu Yi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Lao Air, look, your good brother is on the trending list. His fake face has been beaten back to its original form. This fake's brain is full of dung. He already dislikes his birth parents and is afraid the Gu family won't want him. He made 2 backup plans, just to ensure he remains a young master. Gu Qiyu, hearing his thoughts, immediately took out her phone to check. Seeing it, she was speechless herself. Is this pig's head really Guze? The secretary standing beside her nodded. That's right, it's Guze. The true young master is so amazing. Even the dogs he keeps can talk. Gu Qiyu's mouth twitched, and she immediately called her parents to tell them about the incident. Gu Yi, don't Lao Gu and Lao Su have to go to the hospital to see him? That's their darling little treasure. They only need to act in front of me. Now that their good son is hospitalized, they have to rush to visit him. Gu Qiyu, Xiao Yi, Mom and Dad say they are very busy and don't have time to go to the hospital. They asked if you want to go to the hospital. If you do, they'll give you $1 million in travel expenses. Gu Yi, $1 million in travel expenses? Anyone who doesn't go is an idiot. But I still have to read scripts, and I'm participating in a variety show tomorrow. While his heart bloomed with joy, he had to pretend otherwise. Gu Qiyu, that's nothing. Xiao Yi, you're so smart, you can just read it in the car. If you forget your lines on site, you can also use a teleprompter. Gu Yi was about to say something else when he saw 1 million deposited into his Taobao account. All right, as a hardworking good youth, how can I be lazy and lie flat? Besides, as a good brother, of course I have to visit that fake. Then let's go. Gu Yi stood up and walked out with a stern face. Gu Qiyu, sitting in her wheelchair, quickly followed. Looking at her brother's tall and straight back, her eyes were filled with relief. A biological brother is different. He's willing to talk to her, not just one word, but several words in a row. This is great. She needs to keep working hard, earn more money, and give it all to Xiao Yi. Hospital. Guze's face was wrapped in thick gauze, with only one eye and his mouth visible. There were many tubes attached to his body, some with blood, some with 4 fluids. Gu Yi stood with his arms crossed, looking down at him condescendingly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fake. I know your identity is fake, but I didn't know your entire face was fake. I'm impressed. How ugly was this fake before, to the extent that his whole face had to be faked? Guzi, do you have any pictures? Show me a few. System, please wait. Gu Qiyu hid beside Gu Yi and peeked out, looking at Guze with a face full of disgust. Guze, you're really disgusting. Chun Qian embezzled 15 million, and you took 12.5 million of that. You say you don't covet the Gu family's money. You are a thief of the Gu family. Xiao Yi is right. Guze was very ugly when he was young. Even though the Gu family spent so much money on him, he was still ugly. When he was 12 years old, he secretly went abroad and had surgery. However, at that time, it was only for his eyes, and it wasn't a big deal. His family members felt sorry for him at the time, but knowing he loved beauty, they let him have his way. Guze couldn't speak and could only look at Gu Yi and Gu Qiyu's mockery, his heart filled with more and more grief, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Damn it! Guyi was the one who deserved to die the most. If he hadn't come back, he would still be the only treasure of the Gu family. And Gu Chiyu, she wasn't pretending at all anymore, actually speaking to him like this. Just you wait. Last time he could turn misfortune into fortune, his legs were reattached, and there were no sequelae left. So this time, he could do it again. The fake couldn't speak either, only shedding tears, which looked disgusting. You take good care of yourself. Tomorrow I'll be participating in a variety show. You can just watch the live broadcast. Guyi felt it was meaningless and turned to leave. Guze clenched his fists tightly. Damn Guyi. Even though I'm like this, he still wants to steal the spotlight. He will definitely kneel and beg me. The next day, the dating variety show, Only Have Feelings for You, premiered. The program team only released 2 guests. Other guests were kept confidential for now. Just like other programs, there was a real-time live broadcast, and netizens could send bullet comments in real time. As soon as the show started, the live stream room's popularity surged. I'm first. I heard they invited 8 guests. Besides the film queen and popular young idol from the preview, there are also several rich young masters and ladies. No wonder the show's popularity is skyrocketing right from the start. It's the power of money. But why are they wearing strange makeup and clothes? What's the meaning of this? This is too down to earth. It's a dating show. I thought it would be at the level of people earning millions annually. The production team had temporarily changed the main director, and the entire style of the show had also changed. All 8 guests had strange makeup on their faces and were wearing voice changers. This way, their original identities, proud figures, and appearances were all concealed. This truly is a bizarre director. The male guests were dressed in security guard uniforms, blue courier uniforms, yellow delivery uniforms, and a set of tattered ancient costumes. Their facial makeup included bruises, facial contusions, head bandages, and battle-worn makeup. The female guests were a popular streamer, a domineering female CEO, a landlady, and a tree planter, with makeup to match. Overall, only the ancient costume with battle-worn makeup stood out exceptionally. Netizens burst into laughter after seeing it. Ha 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 ha. In a modern show, what's with that ancient general? Truly a talented individual. I really want to know who he is now. He should be some obscure newcomer, trying to gain traffic. Such a schemer. The domineering female CEO's stockings have a hole in them. The tree planter is carrying a shovel and has a presence that makes her seem 2 meters 80 tall. She must be the film queen. The bullet comments were flying by incessantly, as if quickly revealing the guests' identities. The host gathered everyone and used a lottery to have them form groups. Only after grouping would they be arranged to go on dates at designated locations. Another wave of frenzy erupted on the bullet comments. Film queen Su Yuan and young idol Gu Qingmu. Aren't they creating a CP? They should be in the same group, right? They must be in the same group, otherwise I'm not watching. But you can't even tell who is with whom. To the person upstairs, have you graduated elementary school? There's something called under-the-table dealings, you know? Ah, I don't care. They have to be in the same group. Otherwise I'll order my 18 nephews to stop watching. Gu Yi, in the battle-worn general costume, slightly curved his lips. In the original plot, there was a similar show, but the original host didn't participate at all. Instead, the fake one came. On the show, he took a liking to film Queen Su Yuan, who was the most doted-upon granddaughter of the Su family. But he had no idea that Su Yuan was already secretly married, and he still shamelessly pursued her. After being rejected, he was unwilling and resorted to dirty tricks, wanting to force a cooked meal into reality. Su Yuan was no pushover, and he almost lost his little brother. Why almost? Because the fake one received a simp here, a granddaughter from the lower-ranking Sun family of the 8 great families. Guyi wanted to see if the plot would be different since Guze didn't come to the show. The lottery results were quickly generated. Group 1, delivery boy and popular streamer. Group 2, security guard and landlady. Group 3, courier and female tree planter. Group 4, ancient general and domineering female CEO. After grouping, the guests went to their designated locations for their dates. In fact, the so-called locations were just green screen sets temporarily built by the production crew. Group 1 was in the streamer's live stream room. The delivery boy sat down by himself with a cold face. On the top right corner of the page were functions like switch traditional/simplified, adjust font size, reading background color, etc. The popular streamer also sat to the side with a cold face and said indifferently, "Your eyesight doesn't seem good." The production team had given each guest a voice changer, so their tone couldn't be discerned. The delivery boy pulled at the bandage on his head. "You have good taste. This thing is blocking my eyes." The bullet comments were going wild with laughter. Ha ha ha. These two don't have any feelings for each other. What a great taste. I think the popular streamer is like Film Queen Susu. She's always had this temper. Group 2 was in the tenants' room. The landlady leaned back in her chair, hands on her hips. Have you paid rent? The security guard was stunned for a moment, then sat down and crossed his legs. This entire area belongs to my family. Holy crap. The production team's script writing is great. Damn it. It's too realistic. Last month, I was forced to pay rent by my landlord just like this. Which real estate developer's son is this male guest? That domineering aura doesn't look like acting. Group 3 was on a barren mountain. The female tree planter walked back and forth with her shovel, looking around. They set up a green screen. How stingy. The courier tried to get closer and almost had his face grazed by the shovel. Can you put the shovel down? You almost chopped me. The female tree planter looked at him. Are you sure? Ha ha ha. I know who this female tree planter is. She's Feng Baobao, the pampered darling of Feng Group. She doesn't know which mountain she learned from. She plays a shovel with incredible skill. Ha 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 ha. Who's in the same group as her? Do they want to be buried alive? Stop talking. Quickly go watch Group 4. It's amazing. Group 4 was in the female CEO's office. The general in battle-worn costume pushed the female CEO aside, entered first, and sat on the chair. He picked up the only bottle of water on the table and drank it all by himself. And by accident, he finished it all. After drinking, he even let out a very proud burp. Guzi, isn't this show produced by Summer Entertainment? This is too stingy. The dating location for the male and female guests is just a green screen setup. Fine. You should at least give them 2 bottles of water. This one is less than 100 milliliters, not enough for me to drink. System. Didn't you see me rolling my eyes? No wonder you've been single for so many years. You? Ladies first. Don't you have any manners? The domineering female CEO stamped her feet in anger. We're on a date. I'm your girlfriend. Is this how you treat your girlfriend? Gui screwed the cap back on the empty bottle and threw it into the trash can. Sorry, it's my first time pretending to be on a date. I have no experience. The domineering female CEO sneered. Never mind, I'm not angry either. Gui noticed another bottle of water under the table, a 500 milliliters one. He picked it up and just kept drinking. The domineering female CEO instantly exploded with rage. Do you have to go this far? Are you even a man? Gui stretched out his long legs and flipped over a simple table. Are men not people? Why are you yelling? Want to fight? Come on. Guzi, see who she is. I want to gossip about her. Domineering female CEO. What? The bullet comments were stunned into a brief silence. But very quickly, they went crazy. OMG. This is even crazier than the tree planter next door. Huh. His first fake date. I bet he's never even been on a date. Men are people too. For this sentence alone, I'll stand him for 10,000 years. Dating show? This is a violent dating show, damn it. Holy cow. The domineering CEO rushed. What did you bleep? Can't say it. What she heard was censored. What kind of operation is this? The male guest didn't finish his sentence, but she really heard it. Could it be auditory hallucination? And that Guzi? What is that thing? Besides her and the male guest, there's no third person here. Could it be a ghost? The system's voice sounded. Her name is Sun Jiejia, the youngest granddaughter of the Sun family, which is at the bottom of the 8 great families. She usually cultivates the persona of the most pampered youngest granddaughter of the family. In reality, her biological mother is Xiao Wu, who only gave birth to her and hasn't officially ascended. However, her mother is ambitious. She found a master and used some methods to make the Sun family believe that Sun Jiejia is a lucky star, which is why she was brought back to the Sun family. Her coming to this dating show was also arranged by her biological mother to lure other young masters from the great families. Ideally, she'd get pregnant before marriage, allowing her to leap into a wealthy family and improve her status in the Sun family. Gui looked at Sun Jiejia again, his eyes full of mockery. Humph. She can't even be considered a child of a mistress, just a seed from Xiao Wu. What's there to be so arrogant about? Too bad the fake one didn't come, otherwise, those two would truly be a match made in heaven. Sun Jiejia. That Guzi ghost actually knew her background, and even knew it so clearly. Who is this male guest? Who exactly is he? The two stared at each other, the atmosphere frozen. Looking at the staff in the live stream room, they rushed over to report. Director, Group 4 seems to be about to fight. Director, the atmosphere in Group 3 is also not right. Should we pause the live broadcast? The director was a fat old man with white hair and a white beard. He glanced at the live stream data and grinned. Young people, making a fuss over a little thing. When doing things, you must. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stood up, staring at the live stream room, his old eyes about to pop out. Quickly turn off the live stream. Hurry. At his age, he felt that trying to film a dating show and experience new things. As a result, these ancestors are giving him a fighting show. How will his peers laugh at him later? The staff also saw the live stream footage and were scared pale at that moment. They came to work at a dating show, not some strange fighting show. The tree planter in live stream room 3 actually buried the male guest alive. The speed was so fast, it was like a gust of wind. The ancient general in live stream room 4 didn't hit the female guest, but the female guest played the sympathy card, falling to the ground and feigning unconsciousness. Live stream rooms 1 and 2 were not much better. This is truly exciting. The bullet comments had already exploded. If you think this book is good, to avoid not finding it next time, please remember to add it to your bookshelf. I, who have never watched variety shows, actually clicked follow and will chase it until the end. So funny, I've already screen recorded the part where the tree planter buried the delivery guy alive. I have to watch it repeatedly because I am a glorious tree planter. The upstairs person, you can't learn that. That's Feng Baobao from the Feng family. She's known this move since she was little. Who watched live stream room 4? The ancient general is wronged. He just casually slapped her, and the female guest lay there pretending to be dead. You guys haven't heard of it, right? That ancient general is no ordinary person. What do you mean? Do you know who he is? He's full of heroic spirit. He should be a rich young master from a certain great family. I heard that the true young master the Gu family just found is participating in the show. I guess it's him. Is the true young master of the Gu family the metaphysics master they say online? Gu Yi and Feng Baobao both trended on Hot Search. Feng Baobao was mocked as the most unmarriageable wealthy young lady on the entire internet. Gu Yi, on the contrary, everyone wanted to know if the ancient general intentionally did that. If it was Gu Yi, then what power did he use for that palm strike from a distance? The live stream was shut down, and netizens could only switch to other platforms to continue their wild imaginations. Inside the show, the director urgently called for a pause, and the guests stopped pretending and went to remove their makeup. There was originally a segment for privately writing down heartwarming notes, but all the guests refused because everyone was dissatisfied with the guests they were paired with. Director. He felt a deep sense of frustration. I don't think I'm suited to film this genre. During the identity reveal segment, the live broadcast resumed, and netizens were 100 times more excited than the guests. Everyone else step aside. I want to see the battle-worn general and find out who he is. I am a professional editor. I can guarantee that the ancient general definitely has a cheat. I noticed it too. He just struck from a distance. But that was internal energy projection. Are the two upstairs awake? That female guest was faking it. Gu Yi. That general is Gu Yi. I have reliable inside information here. He is the true young master the Gu family just found. The Gu family has been in chaos since he returned. Just you wait. This show won't end well. What's that thing rolling in? If that's Gu Yi, then he's my idol. A wave of internet trolls mixed into the bullet comments, suddenly and fiercely slandering Gu Yi. Seeing this, the director narrowed his eyes and arranged for Gu Yi to be the last one to appear to reveal his identity. Director, it seems like someone is controlling the comments. Is this really okay? The staff member was a little unsure, because more and more people were controlling the comments. Would this cause unnecessary trouble? But the director waved his hand relaxedly. Relax, this is all minor stuff. Staff member. He said the same thing just now, but didn't the live stream still get stopped? Sigh. Forget it. The director has the final say, and we can't do anything about it. Gu Yi had just finished removing his makeup and changed into his own clothes. Very casual shirt, floral shorts, and high-end flip-flops. Upon receiving the notification that he was the last to appear, he became even less anxious. It's just, system, young master, the fake one has hired a large group of internet trolls to slander you, and the director is deliberately making you appear last. Before he could finish, Gu Yi had already rushed out. System, young master, calm down. You need to calm down. Don't be impulsive, absolutely don't be impulsive. He. The stall owner finally made a move. Very good. The delivery guy had already changed into a casual suit, his handsome and unparalleled face revealed to everyone. He parted his thin lips and smiled. Hello everyone, I am Gu Qingmu. Gu Qingmu. I saw his profile. He's the grandson of the Gu family's eldest master, only 18 years old this year. He is learned and talented, graduated from a prestigious foreign university with 2 doctoral degrees. The show production team is too amazing. They managed to invite such a top student. Who is he here for? Could it be for the arranged marriage between the Gu family and the Su family? Is he here for Su? The popular streamer who was in the same group as him slowly walked over. Many netizens had already guessed that this was film queen Su Yuan, the the most favored granddaughter of the Su family. No need to introduce myself. Those who know me know, those who don't, ask your neighbors. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, the bullet comments had already flown. It really is Su, I guessed right. The two of them were drawn into the same group right at the start. This is fate's connection. Nonsense. Our film queen is creating a CP with the popular fresh meat Gaoyu. The identities of the other guests were also being revealed one by one. The security guard for Group 2 was the popular fresh meat Gaoyu. The landlady was an ordinary person, Wang Man, who introduced herself as an orphan from Qingqing Grassland Orphanage. The delivery person for Group 3 was exactly. Before he could start his self-introduction, someone suddenly rushed into the frame. I am Gu Yi, the ancient General Gu Yi, the battle-worn handsome man who was just porcelain-touched. I need to explain this situation. At that time, that woman wanted to hit me, so I pretended to give her a big slap, and she conveniently fell to the ground pretending to be dead. Everyone needs to believe in science. Those who understand, understand. All right, you guys continue. I need to go to the WC. See you later. After Gu Yi finished introducing himself, he specifically blew a kiss at the camera and then disappeared from the screen at lightning speed. The bullet comments didn't react at first, and it took a while for them to completely go wild. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I just suffered a 10,000 beauty critical hit. Who is that? Is that the legendary metaphysics master Gu Yi? He's asking everyone to believe in science, but he can glow all over. Isn't that the ultimate skill of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? Oh my god, such a handsome guy. Who would want to slander him? You little slanderers, just die for me. Ah, where is the show being filmed? I want to go to the scene. I want a child, no matter how much money it costs. Crazy. The netizens of this session had completely lost their minds. At first, they were praising Gu Ye's peerless beauty, but as they praised, the tone changed. Some were asking for children. Some were asking for twin daughters and not sons. And some foolish people were asking for 8 babies in one go. There were even some who claimed to be Northeast shaman spirit mediums, inviting him to help as a ferryman. The entire Gu family was sitting in front of the big screen. When they saw this, they all stood up in unison. Gu Qiyun's jaw dropped. Don't you think that little Yi really used some internal and external power to hit that female guest just now? Gu Chubbing nodded repeatedly. Sister, you didn't see wrong. There really was a kind of power. That female guest doesn't look like she was faking. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid not finding it next time. Huh. But, little Yi did a great job. That kind of woman deserves to be beaten. Gu Chuyun also laughed shamelessly. And those little slanderers who deliberately smeared little Yi. They slandered little Yi just now, but they can't anymore, can they? Look at those people. They've treated little Yi as a heavenly master. I think many people must be kneeling and worshipping in front of the screen. The sisters burst into laughter, feeling very honored watching their younger brother's performance on the show. As for Gu Zhe, that fake one, they didn't leave even a tiny bit of space for him in their minds. Gu Haokuan, someone deliberately slandered little Yi just now, and now little Yi has come out to clarify. Investigate who that woman is, who sent her, and what her intentions were. Su, he made a phone call. Second brother, go and investigate who is bribing water armies to deliberately slander little Yi. And that female guest who was in the same group as little Yi. Who is she? Why did she try to frame little Yi? They must seek justice for little Yi and absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. Gu Qiyu was still in the hospital, receiving in 4 drip while working and watching the live broadcast. When she saw Gu Yi come out to clarify, she was very angry at first and immediately asked her secretary to investigate. Before long, the investigation results came out, which infuriated her to no end. It's actually Gu Zhe, that fake one. Isn't he in the hospital? How does he have the time to manage these things? Gu Qiyu continued to investigate, and the results refreshed her worldview again. She hurriedly called her parents. Dad, Mom, it was Gu Zhe who was controlling the comments. He has miraculously recovered, just like last time, as if nothing happened. I really want to hire a few people now and have them run him over to see if he can recover again. What kind of power is it that allows Gu Zhe to have such formidable abilities to turn misfortune into blessing? The entire Gu family was also stunned when they heard the news. Send this news to little Yi and see what instructions he has. The family didn't act rashly anymore. They weren't afraid of what Gu Zhe might do, but they were afraid of causing more trouble for Gu Yi. On the show, after Gu Yi left, the remaining few guests, although introduced, had their popularity greatly reduced. The male guest in Group 3 was the representative of the Korean automobile group, Jin Zhongshua, the only son of the Jin family. The female tree planter was Feng Baobao, the pampered daughter of the Feng group. The remaining female guest in Group 4 was the domineering CEO, Sun Jejia, the pampered granddaughter of the Sun Group. Because of Gu Ye's sudden intrusion and explanation of the situation at that time, Sun Jejia was now speechless and could only say aggrievedly, "I wasn't faking it. I just felt dizzy at the time, and then I fell down." In fact, she was so angry she could have vomited blood. Gu Ye's slap didn't land on her face, but she was truly slapped unconscious. What was his background? It seemed like he really knew some evil ways. The hundreds of bullet comments about them were insignificant in the face of the overwhelming barrage of comments about Gu Yi. The director slapped his gleaming forehead, his head buzzing. "This is the first time I've seen such a living king of hell. That metaphysics master, the true young master the Gu family found. Why doesn't he play by the rules?" However, despite the anger, the show still had to continue. In the next segment, the production team would divide the groups, with the 4 groups of guests split into 2. Everyone would work together to figure out lunch for the day, and the winners would have priority in choosing their accommodation for the night. When Gu Yi returned, he saw everyone looking at him strangely. "Gu Yi, why are you looking at me? I just came out of the toilet, but I washed my hands." The director adopted a random grouping method to ensure fairness. Gu Yi, Gu Qingmu, Sun Jejia, and Wang Manman formed one group, while Jin Zhongxua, Feng Baobao, Su Yuan, and Gao Yu formed another. The program team only provided each group with 40 yuan in startup funds. Everyone was free to use it as they pleased. How well they solved their lunch problem directly determined their accommodation conditions for the next 3 days. Feng Baobao was unhappy that she was not grouped with Gu Yi. "Sun Jejia, Wang Manman, who among you will switch with me?" She directly approached the 2 female guests. "If you agree, I'll give you a thank you gift after the program ends." She had come to participate in this so-called romance reality show, which was unprecedented for her, solely for Gu Yi. Since she wasn't in the same group, she wanted to find a way to get into one. Wang Manman shyly twisted the corner of her clothes. "Feng, Sister Feng, it's not that I don't want to switch, but this is a live broadcast. I'm afraid this will affect the fairness of the program." She didn't care about a thank you gift. As a complete amateur, she had already received a sum of money for participating in such a program. Moreover, being grouped with Gu Yi was one of her tasks. Feng Baobao was the pampered daughter of Feng Group, whom she naturally couldn't afford to offend. But she didn't want to see her gloat, so she decided to use a green tea tactic. Sun Jejia glanced at Wang Manman and said, "I have the same thoughts as her." Feng Baobao was truly the pampered darling of the Feng Group, unlike herself, who was merely creating a persona. But since she could be grouped with Gu Yi, she still wanted to see what big secrets he had. Why should she give him up to Feng Baobao? Did her money make her great? Anyway, it was a live broadcast. What could she do to her? Feng Baobao scanned them both and said, "Are you sure?" They refused a toast and chose to drink a forfeit. She was really giving them too much face. It would be better to bury them all alive. There was another hill over there, and it was also a good location. Feng Baobao's face was expressionless, but Sun Jejia and Wang Manman could tell that she was about to bring out her shovel. Scary. A fear of being dominated by a shovel quickly swept over them. The 2 of them took a small step back, about to call for the program staff, so that the netizens in the live stream room could properly see Feng Baobao's behavior. However, at the crucial moment, Gu Yi arrived. "Gu Yi, you're here at the right time. They're being unreasonable." Feng Baobao pointed at the 2 of them with one finger, intending to fight. Gu Yi stopped her and said, "Sister Bao, please calm down. So brutal. To be in the same group as me, Feng Baobao is about to reenact burying someone alive. But it's really unnecessary. It's just a program. I'm here to have fun. As for those 2, I don't fancy either of them. 2 green tea bitches. Under my discerning eyes, how can they still cause trouble?" Feng Baobao heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. She looked into his eyes seriously and found that he didn't seem to be lying, so she was relieved. She put an arm around Gu Ye's shoulder and said, "Gu Yi, for your sake, I'll let these 2 off for this round. If you get bullied, call me anytime. I'm available on call, understand?" Gu Yi nodded. Of course. Sister Bao is a sensible person. My face is valuable." Sun Jejia and Wang Manman, standing not far away. Gu Yi was actually scolding them? Was he even a man? He didn't know them, so why was he scolding them? The 2 groups split up and went in different directions. Gu Yi's group headed east. The program team had specifically chosen a small mountain village with simple folk customs and beautiful scenery. The villagers living here all had smiles on their faces, indicating they were living good lives. Live stream room. The program team is good at choosing places. Is this the legendary Shangri-La? It really is a good place for dating and sightseeing. Couples dating in such a place are like in a dream, with a 50% increase in success rate. As for Gu Ye's group of 4, both girls are following behind him. What does that mean? Isn't Gu Qingmu a man? On the scene, Gu Yi completely ignored the 3 people slowly following behind him, maintaining zero communication throughout. After being a corporate drone for so many years, when had he ever had such a carefree trip? Wasn't it better to enjoy the scenery with that time? Why bother chatting with them? He walked leisurely on the rural cement road, one hand in his pocket, wanting to hum a tune. From a distance, he saw a man carrying a large yellow dog, running for a bit and then stopping. He greeted the villagers, saying that Big Yellow had diarrhea again and he was going to take Big Yellow to the doctor. When he passed by Gu Yi, he saw the program's camera and smiled politely. Poor Big Yellow, it weakly barked at the camera. Woof, 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 woof. Gu Yi laughed. Guzzi, your kind has diarrhea, ha. Big Yellow's head instantly turned towards Gu Yi, and it barked a few times at him. Woof, 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 woof. Gu Yi, Guzzi, is it talking to me? Quickly translate for me. System, Big Yellow is really pitiful. It doesn't have diarrhea because it ate something wrong. It was poisoned by that owner. Gu Yi was shocked. What do you mean? That man wants to eat dog meat. Sun Jijia lowered her head and silently rolled her eyes. That Guzzi and Big Yellow were of the same kind and could understand dogs talking. No. Is Gu Ye's brain malfunctioning? Why is he concerned about a dog instead of people? Wang Man stared at the big yellow dog and couldn't help but swallow several times. She loved eating dog meat the most. When she was extremely poor before, she had even stolen a neighbor's puppy and stewed it. System, it's not about eating dog meat. The pet doctor and that man are having an affair. To be able to go to the dog's doctor every day, that man feeds the dog castor beans every day to make it have diarrhea. The conversation between the man and the system was all heard by Big Yellow. Its tears fell drop by drop, and it let out whimpering cries. The system translated again, and Gu Yi was even more surprised. Big Yellow is truly pitiful. Its owner feeds it castor beans. Every time it's sent to the doctor, it's just given an injection and it faints. The two of them hide in a small room and chuckle. Big Yellow's female owner is taking care of a paralyzed old woman and doesn't have time to take care of it. Sigh. By the time the female owner returns, Big Yellow will probably be gone. Just then, a fat woman suddenly appeared, grabbed the man's hair with one hand, and slapped him hard on the face with the other. You scumbag. You fed Big Yellow castor beans, and you slept with that female vet. You heartless thing. I took care of your old mother, and you go take care of other women. The couple fought fiercely, but unfortunately, the man was as thin as a lightning bolt, and the woman was as fat as a 200-gene lump. The gap between men and women was so large that one didn't need to think to know that the winner would definitely be the woman. The fat woman had heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts just now. She didn't notice if Gu Ye had spoken, but she had heard it. She had already suspected her husband, and now that someone had confirmed it, what was she waiting for? She beat him to death. Taking advantage of the chaos, Big Yellow broke free from the man's embrace, hugged Gu Ye's leg, and refused to let go, whimpering. Gu Ye also liked puppies and immediately picked up Big Yellow. Big Yellow, don't cry, your owner is back, and it will cure you. Guzzi, check Big Yellow's body, can it still be saved? Big Yellow was held by Gu Yi, its little head resting on his body, just like a little girl. System, Big Yellow's condition is worrying. That damn scumbag. At first, he didn't give it purgative beans, but instead fed it moldy leftovers and rotten potatoes, which are all highly poisonous things. Big Yellow's lifespan is only 10 minutes left. Woo, poor Big Yellow. Big Yellow, I'm going to die. Whoa, whoa, whoa. To be able to see such a big shot before dying, my death is not in vain. Gu Yi was truly angry when he heard this. You scumbag. Female war god, smash his little brother. It's better to leave someone like this earlier, divorce him. On the other side, the fat woman, who had heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts, moved her striking location downwards. Ow! The man let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the entire village. The netizens saw this scene, and the bullet comments flew. What's going on here? What did Gu Yi do? Why is he hugging someone's puppy? Ha 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 ha. Are the ones upstairs new viewers? Didn't you see? That fat woman caught her husband cheating. I'm dying of laughter. I came to watch a dating show, and I unexpectedly got a huge scoop. What kind of scoop is it? Can someone explain? I'm not even graduated, I don't understand. That man took Big Yellow to the vet, which was actually an appointment with a female vet. His wife takes care of a paralyzed elderly mother, and her man takes care of a female vet. Holy crap. This is amazing. Go for his little brother. Just now, some people were dissatisfied because the male and female guests didn't interact. Now, The trend has completely changed, and everyone has come to eat melon. Gu Yi. TSK TSK TSK. The female war god is truly amazing. The scumbag is truly scummy. He was having an affair himself and almost killed Big Yellow. System, young master does good deeds. Rewarded with a pet great recovery pill. Do you want to feed it to Big Yellow immediately? Gu Yi. Yes, yes, yes. As his voice fell, the great recovery pill turned into a beam of light and entered Big Yellow's mouth. Big Yellow was already having trouble breathing. After swallowing something, it immediately felt relieved, filled with energy, and even licked Gu Ye's face. Gu Yi. Haha lick dog. Guzzi, is it okay now? System. That's right. Young master saved Big Yellow's life, gained a merit, and is accumulating rewards. On the other side, after the fat woman beat up the man, she felt refreshed. Hearing Gu Yi and the system talking about Big Yellow dying, tears welled up in her eyes. Hearing that Gu Yi saved Big Yellow, she felt that her collapsed world had risen again. Little brother, thank you for saving my Big Yellow. I'm not in a suitable condition to raise Big Yellow now. Can I give Big Yellow to you? I know you're here to record the show. I'll give you 50 yuan. I'm going to divorce that scumbag now, and when I come back, I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you, too, for letting me know the true face of my dog of a husband. Before Gu Yi could speak, the fat woman took out 50 yuan and stuffed it into Gu Ye's hand. She then patted Big Yellow's head, reluctant to part with it, but ultimately made up her mind, turned around, and grabbed the man to go back. Following that big star was better than following herself. This time, she would completely leave the scumbag and not give him any chance. Gu Yi. Sister, if you need any help, just tell me. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Big Yellow. This sister is someone you can deal with. She has zero tolerance for scumbags and divorces when she should. The live broadcast room was completely boiling. What did Gu Yi do? Why was Big Yellow given to him? Gu Yi saved Big Yellow. What happened to Big Yellow? Can the show crew play like this? Why did they give Gu Yi such a script? Unfair. What are you talking about? I'm at the scene. I inquired. Big Yellow was about to die, and Gu Yi cured it. Moreover, Big Yellow spoke to Gu Yi, and Gu Yi knew that Big Yellow's male owner was a scumbag. When the female owner learned the truth, she naturally had to beat up the scumbag. This way, he saved the dog and saved a vulnerable woman. He is a good person. Upstairs, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Yi just ate melon the whole time. He didn't say a word. He can even understand what Big Yellow says. He's not a vet. How can he understand a damn thing? I'm at the scene. I bleep holy crap. I can't say it. Anyway, you need to know that the metaphysics master is not just a title. He has real skills. Good heavens. In a short while, the bullet comments had already started fighting. At first, Gu Yi was at a disadvantage, but later a large wave of traffic suddenly rushed in, and Gu Ye's reputation improved, even reaching the top of the hot search list again. The other three guests at the scene looked at each other in stunned silence. Wong Man, did I miss here? Guze said Gu Yi was playing dirty. Could it be inner thoughts? Sun Jejia, you can earn money from this. That's 50 yuan. In this small village, you can eat whatever you want. Gu Qingmu looked at Gu Yi, his eyes flickering. The old man gave him all his fortune for this guy, and didn't leave a penny for himself. Why? He came to participate in this show entirely for him. Yet, at the very beginning, he had already attracted everyone's attention. He must know her purpose for coming and is doing this deliberately. He thought that with public opinion's support, she couldn't do anything to him. A fool's dream. The director looked at Gu Ye's group's live stream, and he felt his head spinning several times. This was a dating show. He had written scripts for them and even prepared teleprompters. Except for Gu Yi, everyone else was fine and cooperating. But that true young master. He wasn't reading his lines. He actually thought he was here to sightsee. What's going on over there? Continue giving him the teleprompter. What is that Big Yellow dog doing? The director's furious voice echoed in the walkie-talkie. The staff were all eating melon. They didn't even bother to record the show. Only when the director's voice sounded did they manage to regain their senses and quickly raised signs to prompt the guests. Gu Yi naturally saw it. He hugged Big Yellow and said, Big Yellow, I want to eat at a banquet. Can you lead the way? Dinner? Gu Qingmu couldn't hold back any longer and said, Gu Yi, this place is picturesque, with beautiful scenery and outstanding people. The elders here look like they have a 100-year lifespan. Is it really appropriate for you to say such things? Dinner? They haven't seen anything from the outside world. This is a live broadcast. The moment he says that, he'll instantly lose fans and his impression among viewers will plummet. Sun Jejia nodded repeatedly. Exactly. That auntie just now gave us 50 yuan. Adding our original 40 yuan, that's 90 yuan. Later, we can buy groceries or directly find a family to have a meal. Isn't that great? Doesn't he specialize in those tricks with newcomers? But he forgot that the viewers in the live stream room couldn't hear his thoughts. So, no matter how many crooked ways he tries, it's all in vain. Wang Manman felt the same way, but she just nodded and didn't say much. She always remembered that she was just a civilian, and she should remain silent when she could. Anyway, her task was to keep an eye on Gu Yi. The bullet comments in the live stream room were indeed, as Gu Qingmu expected, all condemning Gu Yi. I can't stand up for the metaphysics master this time. How could he say something so disheartening? This is so off-putting. Who would be interested in him? Just wait and see. After the first episode, he'll be eliminated. Gu Haokuan's entire family was also stunned. Su Yi. Little Yi said dinner, which definitely means a wedding banquet. Those people don't understand. They're just taking things out of context. Gu Qian. Exactly. What do they know? Little Yi definitely has a plan. Gu Haokuan. Have second brother continue to control the comments. If fakes can find haters, we can find supporters too. Gu Chubbing. Haters? Supporters? Dad thinks this is a game of chess? Huh. At the scene, Gu Yi glanced at them and said, your faces are so thick, even acupuncture needles can't pierce them, right? Gu Qingmu became anxious. Gu Yi, watch your mouth. Sun Jejia hid behind Gu Qingmu. What's wrong with this person? Does he have any manners? Wang Manman's face darkened directly, but she didn't dare to say anything. Gu Yi, if you have manners, then why did you shamelessly pocket the money that Annie gave me just now? You kept saying our. If you talk cleanly and have manners, then don't eat dinner later. Is he crazy? I saved Da Huang and helped that auntie recognize the scumbag. And they're taking the gift she gave me, calling it ours. Shame. Sun Jejia's face turned red with anger. She didn't expect Gu Yi to be so stingy and not plan to pool the money. Wang Manman was also scared. If Gu Yi didn't share, they would only have 10 yuan each. In this small village, what could they eat? Instant noodles? Gu Qingmu also came back to his senses, but he was unconvinced. We are a team. We should be united. Gu Yi, don't be so selfish. I heard that sixth uncle doted on him exceptionally. Even Gu Zhe's status was much lower than his. The Gu group had already revoked all of Gu Zhe's positions and even gave him summer entertainment. Hateful. He already had so much, yet he was still playing tricks, making the old man give him all the family property. Now, to participate in the show, he was even haggling over 50 yuan. Gu Yi looked at him. Are you illiterate? Did the director's rules state that money must be spent together? There are functions like switch to traditional/simplified Chinese, adjust font size, and reading background color in the upper right corner of the page. You're not contributing any effort, and you want to freeload, don't you understand? Gu Haoqian himself isn't Gu family's child, and neither is his son. His grandson should be even less so. Showing off in front of me, do they think I don't know? Your whole family should get out of the Gu family. Gu Qingmu was about to continue arguing, but upon hearing this, his pupils instantly trembled. Gu Yi didn't say anything, but he could actually hear his thoughts. What was that? He said his grandfather wasn't Gu family's child, his father wasn't either, and he wasn't either. He quickly looked at the two women beside him and found that they were equally shocked, obviously also hearing Gu Ye's thoughts. He then looked at the staff members and found them all equally shocked. Ah, Gu Yi, you beep. Why are you saying that none of us are Gu family's offspring? But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter that sentence. Even if he changed his wording, it would still be censored. Gu Yi took a few steps back, as if avoiding a plague, shaking his head and sighing. What's going on? Your emotions are so unstable. Who would want to date you? It would be life-threatening. Da Huang, lead the way. We're going for dinner. Gu Qingmu's parents probably have some mental illness, right? Otherwise, I'm just not letting him spend money. It's only a few tens of yuan, and he's going crazy. Tisk tsk. As expected, one needs to be disillusioned. Some people only look human. Da Huang tilted its little head. Woof. Little master is right. We dogs are not human, but some people are worse than dogs. Gu Yi understood this time. He bent down, patted Da Huang's head. Good dog, let's go. I'll give you chicken legs later. Da Huang was even happier, walking in front, head held high and chest out. Gu Qingmu was already trembling with anger. Sun Jejia felt this was a good opportunity and quickly went to comfort him. Gu Qingmu, are you okay? Do you want to rest for a bit? That Gu Yi, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get angry and harm yourself. Although Gu Ye's inner thoughts said that Gu Qingmu was not Gu family's child, this matter hadn't been exposed yet. In that case, his situation was similar to hers. Calculated like this, they were quite a good match. Gu Qingmu didn't know Sun Jejia's thoughts, but the woman's comfort was effective. He quickly calmed down. Thank you, Jejia. I'm not angry. I just misunderstood Guyi for a moment. Let's go. It was a live broadcast, so he still had to leave a good impression. Moreover, with this statement, he believed everyone would hate Guyi and sympathize with him. The bullet comments swept by like a tornado. Holy crap. Guyi, can you be any more selfish? Since they're in teams, naturally, they should work together to earn money and use it together. But Guyi isn't wrong, is he? That Andy gave him the money. Why did Sun Jejia directly claim it as her own? Guyi is a metaphysics master. If he says they'll eat dinner, they will. If Gu Qingmu doesn't like it, don't follow. Why be so pushy? And that Sun Jejia, I think those two are a match made in heaven. They should stick together, you green tea bitch. Stop arguing. Hurry up and look. Guyi has stopped at a house, but that family isn't having a banquet. It's going to flip. It's definitely going to flip. What metaphysics master? This persona has collapsed. Guyi had already walked into the courtyard, with De Huang obediently following behind him. Sun Jejia and the other two stopped at the entrance, each of them wearing a complicated expression. Wang Man. I just heard from the villagers that this is the village chief's house. Their old lady just has a cold. It's not some incurable serious illness. But if they didn't go in, and if Guyi could really join the feast later, what would happen to them? Would they just stand here, unable to eat anything? Sun Jejia pursed her lips. Let's wait and see. Guyi will be kicked out soon. Some people are just born well and think they are the center of the world. What kind of bullshit metaphysics master? He's just being pretentious and trying to gain some popularity. Gu Qingmu. Let's follow them in. Although Guyi looks down on us, we are a team. What if something happens to him? Being able to step on Guyi to rise up, and also to let Dad see clearly, that wild child from Sixth Uncle's family, is nothing at all. Leaving all the family property to him was a big mistake. However, the netizens in the live stream room were not fools. There were even many discerning elders. Clearly they want to join the feast, but they are too proud to admit it. This round, I'm standing with the metaphysics master. If he says we can eat, then we definitely can. Before it gets dark, I will definitely reach the recording location. I'm begging, I must ask the master to give me a fortune reading. Gu Haoquan was watching the comments and found that the white players they hired were fully supporting Guyi, which made him feel good. The others also leaned back on the sofa, no longer worried as they were before. Once Little Yi makes a move, he is bound to impress everyone. There is nothing to fear. The program team. When Guyi arrived in the courtyard, an old man with a big belly hurried over to greet him. The whole village knew that a program team from the city had come. Now that a big star and a prominent figure from the city had come to his house on their own accord, he had to entertain them properly. Guyi, however, got straight to the point. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. Your old lady's lifespan has come to an end. Hurry up and buy her a burial shroud and coffin. Prepare for the banquet and the funeral procession. Do all the necessary preparations to avoid any last-minute rush when she passes away. Sun Jejia, who had just walked in. Wang Man. Gu Qingmu. The barrage paused briefly, and then the entire audience burst into laughter. Huh. Our metaphysics master is also a straightforward boy. The old man welcomed him warmly, and he just hit him with a sentence. See the coffin? Make a fortune? Huh. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of script is this? The dialogue is written so wonderfully. Where are all these paid commenters coming from? Is everything Guyi does fragrant? Sensible children call him the metaphysics master. Don't blame the master if he looks at the comments later and gives you a free fortune reading through the internet. Holy crap. If the master predicts who, then whose life and death is uncertain. Guze was also watching the live stream. He was still lying in the hospital bed. Actually, he was fine. When the nurse went to call the doctor, he miraculously recovered. However, to gain the pity and affection of the Gu family, he continued to lie in the hospital, feigning illness. As soon as the program Guyi participated in started, the paid commenters he hired went into action. But the effect wasn't very good. They were controlled by Gu Laoer's people. Now, seeing this scene, he narrowed his eyes. That old dog Gu has spared no expense, buying more powerful paid commenters to fully support that wild child Guyi. In the top right corner of the page, there are functions like switch traditional/simplified Chinese, adjust font size, and reading background color. Huh, but it doesn't matter. No matter how capable Guyi is, he's just a paralyzed person about to kick the bucket. He had already made 2 plans. If the paid commenters couldn't smear him, he would do something big. Doesn't Guyi dabble in some unorthodox methods? He wanted to see if his unorthodox methods could save his life at a crucial moment. The program team. The old man who greeted Guyi was named Su Erfu. He was 56 years old and already had 3 grandsons. The man who was smiling cheerfully instantly had his face contorted. You? Su Erfu immediately flew into a rage. He kindly wanted to invite them in for tea and a meal, but the other party said his old mother was dying. How could anyone tolerate this? Gu Yi acted as if he hadn't heard him and cleaned his ears. Su Erfu is also of a certain age. Why can't he see the time of day? I'm just a bit straightforward, but I'm really doing this for his own good. His old mother was misdiagnosed. She's actually terminally ill. It's not just a headache, cold, or fever at all. Alas, let him babble for a while. It'll only be about 3 to 5 minutes. System, young master, how about you explain a few things? After all, if that old lady can get your help, her passing will be less painful. Gu Yi shook his head slightly. With my current status, how can I proactively say these things? Don't I have any dignity? Besides, what am I supposed to say? Say that he should think about whether his father had a dream and told him to inform him on how to handle the old lady's funeral. If I get to go in and eat the banquet, and it's the special banquet, then I can send the old lady off for a mile. Let her ascend to the Western paradise early and not be reborn as a pig in her next life. Even De Huang wouldn't believe this if I said it, right? De Huang, who was sitting at Gu Ye's feet, looked up at Gu Yi. Woof woof. I believe you, young master. I believe whatever you say. Gu Yi understood him again. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at him. De Huang, you understand me the best. Meanwhile, Su Erfa looked at Gu Yi and, hearing his inner thoughts, was instantly stunned. This, young master, he didn't speak, but he guided me with his thoughts. And what he said about his father's dream was actually all true. Could it be? He was the reclusive expert his father mentioned in his dream. Just then, Gu Qingmu walked over, with a tone of sincere advice. Gu Yi, aren't you being too rude? We've already heard that the old grandma just has a cold, and not. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Erfu suddenly roared. Shut up, Gu Yi. I didn't say a single word. Gu Qingmu smiled. Grandpa, don't worry, this is my friend. He has some issues here. I'll speak to him properly on your behalf. Su Erfu, however, stared intently at Gu Qingmu, his tone filled with murderous intent. I'm telling you to shut up. Gu Qingmu was dumbfounded. You're telling me to shut up? Has this old man developed Alzheimer's? Why is he telling me to shut up? Isn't he supposed to be telling Gu Yi? But Gu Yi only said one sentence, and didn't say anything else after that. Sun Jiejia rushed over, protecting Gu Qingmu like a mother hen. Old man, how can you not tell good from bad? We were speaking up for you. How can you be so rude? Wang Manman also said, Old man, our teammate was rude to you, and we helped you. So how did it become our fault? After speaking, she glanced at Gu Yi. That fake was a true jinx. Trouble followed him wherever he went. Back at the Gu family, he must have used some kind of mind-reading technique to get her caught as a thief. Young Master Guze had promised to find her, but she was being targeted and could only hide in the urban village, not daring to go out. Su Erfu glared fiercely at them and said, I'm old, but I'm not some fool. You lot are the scum. Afterward, he turned to Gu Yi with a face full of smiles. Young master, I was just senile earlier, blind and unable to recognize Mount Tai. Come with me to see my mother. She's in great pain right now. He was old and had seen many reclusive masters, but this was the first time he had encountered a young master like the one before him. As expected, the more powerful the master, the more extraordinary their methods. He didn't even need to speak. Whether one could comprehend the master's hints depended entirely on their own insight wuxing, comprehension/aptitude. Gu Yi nodded slightly. Gu Yi is fine. This old man has good eyesight. He must have watched my live stream and knows I'm the metaphysics master favored by netizens. My meal today is secured. I'll give his old mother a good look later. Su Erfu was even more astonished and impressed. Such a master did good deeds just for a meal. Over the years, so many strange things had happened, and he had invited many masters, Taoist priests, and eminent monks. But every time he invited a master, he had to pay a substantial price in real money. Especially, the price was exorbitant. A few of them had almost bankrupted him. But this master was different. He was young, with clear eyes, and treated money like dirt. A good person. Young Master Gu Yi was truly the greatest good person in the world. Thinking this, Su Erfa's attitude towards Gu Yi became even more respectful. He even treated Gu Ye's big yellow dog with preferential treatment. After all, Su Erfu felt that this big yellow was none other than Erling Shun's howling celestial dog. However, the howling celestial dog had black fur, while this one was yellow. Oh my. Times have changed. Black fur turning to yellow fur is all the same. The bullet comments went wild. Holy crap. Is this old man really sick? What do you mean sick? He must have been vision impaired at first and didn't recognize Gu Yi. Once he recognized him, his attitude changed. Isn't that normal? Huh. Am I the only one who noticed that Gu Qingmu and the others had a backup plan? They looked down on our metaphysics master, but they couldn't bear to miss the opportunity for a meal. Exactly. The quality of those people is really bad. Why are they participating in a dating reality show? Who would date them? They must be blind. Gu Qingmu and the other two. What was going on? The old man actually took Gu Ye's inner thoughts seriously. Wang Man pursed her lips and said with a wronged expression, "Old man must have misunderstood, right?" Sun Jejia stamped her foot angrily. What kind of person is this? He just insulted Gu Yi, and we helped him, yet he's still scolding us. Gu Qingmu said, "Let's go in and see. There's such a big misunderstanding here. We need to clear it up. If Gu Yi genuinely got a meal because of this, wouldn't they feel immensely embarrassed if they couldn't? If Gu Yi messed things up, they could watch him make a fool of himself and have him kicked off the show." The program staff exchanged glances, but since the director had no other instructions, they continued the live broadcast. Inside the house, Gu Yi met Su Laodai, old Madam Su. The old lady was wearing a simple pajama, her eyes closed, and her breathing was steady, as if she were asleep. Su Erfu brought Gu Yi in, and the more than 10 people in the room all looked over. "Everyone, step aside. This is a metaphysics master, and our old lady has a connection with the master, hence this fate." He praised Gu Yi profusely, mentioning the dream his grandfather had. Surrounding the old lady were her favorite children, including her great-grandson. However, they were all looking at Gu Yi now, their faces filled with disbelief and doubt. A metaphysics master? Such a young metaphysics master? Gu Yi ignored them, merely nodding slightly, and then sat on the chair by the old lady's window. He placed a hand on her pulse, murmuring, "Su Laotai." Su Laotai, real name Zhang Dahua, took a fancy to Su Laotu, old man Su at 16, but unfortunately, Su Laotu already had a fiancé and completely ignored her. Su Laotai was very assertive. The man she set her sights on, she would acquire him no matter what. So, on a dark and stormy night, Su Laotai succeeded, and then they smoothly got married and had children. For so many years, she guarded against everything, and indeed, she guarded quite well. Su Erfu, what was going on? Didn't my parents say they were childhood sweethearts? How did this become a case of forceful acquisition? Others, is this how grandma played when she was young? Bullet comments. Taking her pulse? I heard that divination and medicine are inseparable. So it's true. Master, I have neurodermatitis. Can you treat it? The one upstairs, can you say it all at once? I thought you had mental illness. Ha! Gu Yi can also treat illnesses? Then I have to fly over overnight. My father has Alzheimer's. And me, a secret illness of 20 years. What secret illness? Hurry up and say it. Let's all have a laugh. Inside the Su family's house, Gu Yi closed his eyes and continued to take the pulse. The room was quiet. Only Gu Ye's inner thoughts continued. But Su Laotai, even at this point, didn't realize. Her bed partner was more guarded than she was. A forced melon might quench thirst, but it's truly not sweet. When Su Laotu was alive, she had already been diagnosed with cancer, but Su Laotu never told her, nor did the entire family. He even found all the doctors who knew about it, so the whole family only thought the old lady had a severe cold. Just a month ago, Su Laotu specifically found an old Taoist priest from Qingyun Temple and gave him a sum of money, asking him to come and settle things after the old lady died. In fact, just as Gu Yi finished eating this piece of gossip, the elderly Mrs. Su, who had her eyes closed, suddenly sat up. Mom, Grandma, Great-Grandma. All the descendants of the Su family were startled and cried out in surprise. Gu Qingmu and the other two saw this scene just as they entered. Sun Jejia pouted and muttered, "Gu Yi is really just putting on a show. The old lady is perfectly fine." Wang Man nodded. Gu Zhe thought Gu Yi had some great ability, but it turned out to be nothing. Gu Qingmu covered her mouth and laughed unkindly. Heh, this brat, raised outside for so many years, only had such little ability. He still wanted to attend the banquet? He should be attending his own funeral feast instead. She had truly overestimated him just now. The live stream comments exploded. Oh my god, the master makes a move and you know if it's effective. It is. So effective. He just felt her pulse, and the seriously ill old lady is sitting up from the brink of death. Miracle Doctor. I kowed out to the Miracle Doctor. You guys upstairs, even as paid commenters, you should have some standards. You're so perfunctory, we've all noticed. You've been exposed. The Gu family members also widened their eyes when they saw this. Gu Haokuan, little Yi knows medicine. Su Yi said with immense pride. My son is indeed a peerless talent of his generation. Gu Chuyun and Gu Chubbing exchanged glances, both holding back their laughter. Mom and Dad are so funny. Little Yi has his own destiny. What does it have to do with them? Gu Chiyu, who was also watching the live stream in the hospital, smiled with relief when she saw this part. Little Yi is really so good. I'm proud to have a brother like him. However, her phone rang. When she answered, she found it was her fourth sibling calling. Second sister, what's going on with the live stream online? Is that attention-seeking guy Gu Yi really our biological brother? She was clearly outside, and there were many messy sounds around her. Gu Chiyu's good mood was completely disrupted by her. Gu Shuang, have you forgotten what I told you? Little Yi is our family's lucky star, our own brother. How can you talk about him like that? It's so tiring. Fourth sibling, this brainless thing, she could be called the biggest stupid pig in the whole family. She had talked about Gu Ye's situation the most, and in the most detail. Yet, she was the one who believed him the least. Gu Shuang, however, sneered to the extreme. Second sister, spare me. What biological brother? I've already investigated. He's just a show-off. And a metaphysics master? I watched his program, and it made me sick. Even if you're arranging a script for him, it should be closer to his own nature. If this gets exposed, will our family still have any face? I won't talk to you anymore. I'll come home in a few days, and then I'll tell you in detail. I've dug up even more dirt on him here. Before Gu Qiyu could say anything, her fourth sibling, Gu Shuang, hung up the phone. Oh, my brain. Has her brain been eaten by a donkey? Gu Qiyu roared at the phone. The program team. Gu Yi was pushed to the side by his entire family. My heavens, if I hadn't been faster, they would have pushed me flying into the sky. System. Elderly Mrs. Su is experiencing a final surge of vitality. It's understandable that they want to talk to the old lady. Gu Yi also felt it was acceptable and sat aside to wait. Then, elderly Mrs. Su pushed away her relatives and walked directly towards Gu Yi. Before Gu Yi could say anything, the old lady kowtowed to him. Master, I beg you, tell me the truth. I don't have a cold. I have cancer, right? My old man. He really hid it from the whole family, wanting me to suffer a fate worse than death. She had her eyes closed just now and didn't know Gu Ye's thoughts. She thought Gu Yi had spoken them directly. Gu Yi nodded. Alas. Old lady, accept it. In your next life, practice better judgment when it comes to men. He had the Taoist priest perform a ritual to send elderly Mrs. Su's soul into the animal path, never to be reincarnated. Before elderly Mrs. Su dies, he will come over to mock her, saying that the old lady caused him and his white moonlight to not be together, leaving him with lifelong regret. Elderly Mrs. Su kept staring at Gu Yi and finally understood that this was a true master, and he had heard his thoughts. Su Chaotai, when did I, Zhang Daohua, ever harm your white moonlight? When I succeeded, it was because your white moonlight created the conditions for me. She even extorted 5,000 yuan from me. After selling you out to me, she ran off to secretly meet another man. Huh. I really had no eyes to see. Elderly Mrs. Su tilted her head back and looked at the void, as if she could see her old man, Su Chaodai. At this moment, the old lady was filled with regret. If I could do it all over again, I would never find such an ungrateful thing. I treated him wholeheartedly, even raising all 8 of his younger brothers and 5 younger sisters from his paternal side, nurturing them to success. And yet, he actually hates me. And he even wants to condemn her to the animal path. Animal. He, Su Chaotai, is the animal. Elderly Mrs. Su knelt on the ground, babbling, recounting all the hardships and toils she had endured over the years, and how well she had treated her husband. After speaking, she was already weeping profusely. Gu Yi was speechless. So there was such hidden plot. TSK. The old lady is quite pitiful. Since ancient times, the devoted are often betrayed by the heartless. The old lady worked like a bull and a horse, only to get this kind of ending. What is love in the world? When there is no man in your heart, drawing your sword naturally makes you divine. The entire family was also stunned. They never knew that elderly Mrs. Su and old man Su had such love and hate entanglements in their youth. Mom, you suffered so much. Su Erfo hugged his old mother and sobbed. The others also cried along. They could hear Gu Ye's thoughts, so they naturally knew how much old man Su owed the old lady. At this moment, they all felt that it was not worth it for elderly Mrs. Su. The live stream had already erupted. The old lady is so pitiful. To only know the truth at the moment of death. Her man was truly a scoundrel. No matter what, he shouldn't have treated the old lady like this. The old lady had cancer, and the whole family was kept in the dark, thinking she just had a cold, causing her immense suffering. Who was that white moonlight? Where is she now? Could she be dead too? Support the old lady. Absolutely do not be buried with that scoundrel. Elderly Mrs. Su knew her time was short. She pushed away her youngest son, looked at Gu Yi, and said, Master, please help me. This old woman will surely repay you handsomely. Gu feigned humility and said, "Old madam, you flatter me. You must believe in science. I'm no master. A person's life, from birth to death, must always follow the natural course of things. There's nothing much I can do to help you. I only hope that you can depart peacefully and without too much lingering attachment. What can I do to help? I'm not a ferryman either." If I told her that if she lay back down now, she could depart soon, would she believe me? Even if the old lady believed me, would her children and grandchildren believe it? If her children were to rush her to the hospital for resuscitation now, it would only cause her more torment. That smelly Taoist priest is also coming soon, and it might be too late to stop him by then. As for the heavy thanks the old lady mentioned, I'll just listen and forget it. We met by chance, and I just wanted a free meal. System. Don't think I don't know. You just look down on the meager offerings the old lady will give. In the past few days, the Gu family has made moves worth hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. How much can the old lady give? 10 or 20,000 would be the absolute maximum. This amount of money isn't even pocket money for the host right now. He might even be ridiculed by haters. Old Mrs. Su looked at Gu Yi, hearing all his thoughts. She was instantly stunned. The old Taoist priest. The wretched old man had found an old Taoist priest to lead her soul into the animal realm. She absolutely could not let him succeed. "Master, I understand. Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Old Mrs. Su respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Gu Yi. Afterward, she instructed her family to cremate her after death, scatter her ashes into the sea, and also to dig up the old man's coffin, cremate it, and scatter his ashes into the sea as well. Gu Yi, Ms. Zhang certainly has spirit. This move is brilliant. Old man Su would never have dreamed that his desire to send the old lady into the animal realm would result in her making arrangements for him. Ha! Gu Qingmu and the others were also stunned. That old lady, the wretched old woman who was already critically ill just moments ago, had actually woken up just like that. Furthermore, she had heard Gu Ye's thoughts and believed them completely, down to the last punctuation mark. Had she gone mad? And now, she had made such a decision. Would her children cooperate with her? Live stream chat. Wow. The female lead from a period drama novel has appeared in real life. Good job, old baby. Thumbs up. A master is a master. With just a few simple words, old baby got enlightened. Master, please wait for me. I'm almost there. The Gu family members stood up in unison, each with surprise on their faces. Gu Qiyun's eyes sparkled. Little Yi is too awesome. Gu Chubbing nodded vigorously. Awesome, awesome, awesome. My brother is awesome. Su Yi. Could it be that the old lady heard Little Ye's thoughts? Otherwise, after just a few words from Little Yi, she understood everything. Gu Haokuan. More and more people can hear thoughts, and Little Yi is gaining points faster. The dog slave must be upgrading too. The others also came back to their senses, all anticipating Guzi's upgrade, which would bring more benefits to Gu Yi. Program team. Old Mrs. Su gave her final instructions to everyone in the Su family. You must treat Master Gu Yi well. Even if I die, I will protect him with all my heart and ensure his wishes come true. After receiving repeated assurances from the Su family, the old lady passed away peacefully. The Su family members were all heartbroken and wept. However, aside from their reluctance to part with the old lady, they were more happy for her. She had toiled her whole life and was finally free. Su Erfu stood up and walked to Gu Yi again, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. Master, thank you for saving my mother and for saving our entire family. It's all thanks to your visit today, otherwise, our mother. Master, please come inside. The feast will be ready soon. You must take the main seat. The chubby old man, now deflated by grief, looked like a deflated old balloon. Gu Yi, no problem. Su Erfu led him to the backyard, where it was quieter and less likely to be disturbed. Gu Qingmu and the others finally snapped back to reality, their faces filled with disbelief. That's right. Gu Yi was actually going to eat at the feast. And just as he said in his thoughts, he was actually going to take the main seat. This. Gu Yi, wait for us. Sun Jejia shamelessly followed. Wang Man also followed closely. We're coming. They were a team and naturally shared in the good fortune. The Su family were also villagers, and they should all know that the 4 of them were famous celebrities participating in the show. They surely wouldn't dare to offend prominent figures from the city. Gu Ye's footsteps paused, and he glanced at the 3 of them, saying, I didn't call you. You don't need to follow. You have hands and feet. Go earn your own money to eat. It will taste even better. Just now, they were all spewing nonsense, saying I was cursing the old lady to die and that I was immoral. So many netizens in the live stream room are watching. I must have attracted a wave of hate. Now that they see I can eat at the feast, they've come running over eagerly. They're really thick-skinned. Wang Man instantly looked aggrieved and started to cry. Gu Yi, you can't. Gu Yi interrupted her. I can. If I remember correctly, you didn't go to the orphanage until you were 6. You said back then that you were begging on the streets before that. Skills learned from childhood are never forgotten. Did they think I didn't recognize her? She's the thief who stole old Sue's 80 million necklace. When the matter was exposed, the fake one wanted to kill her. Who knew she'd have such rotten luck, not only surviving, but also being able to participate in the show to whitewash herself? Stupid idiot, she's probably being exploited by the fake one again. Wang Man stared at Gu Yi, listening to his thoughts, and felt as if struck by lightning. Back then, Guze wanted to kill her? How could that be? Young Master Guze was the true young master of the Gu family. He had always liked her, and said he wanted to marry her. How could? Gu Qingmu seized the opportunity and strode over. Gu Yi, how could you? Gu Yi, as usual, gave him no face. What can I do? You all cursed me earlier, and now you're shamelessly begging for food. Do you expect me to give you a good face? We're all adults. Participating in the show is for finding a partner, not for finding parents with whom you have no blood relation. A bastard's bastard. How dare they lecture me, the true heir? Heh. Gu Qingmu's face was flushed with anger. Gu Yi, you beep. She couldn't say another word after that. She was so furious she wanted to skin Gu Yi alive. Su Erfu also heard Gu Ye's thoughts and understood the general situation. These 4 celebrity young masters and ladies recording the show were in the same group, and they all had to find their own food. Master Gu Yi accurately predicted that there was a funeral at his home, so he could join the feast. His teammates all looked down on him and pretended to be kind. Now that Master Gu Yi could join the feast, his teammates shamelessly attached themselves to him. My mother, on her deathbed, said that she had to entertain Master Gu Yi well. Moreover, if Master Gu Yi hadn't arrived, his mother would now be. Anyway, Gu Yi was the savior of the entire Su family. As for the others, they could just step aside. All right, you few, stop being so shameless and get out quickly. Our Su family only welcomes Master Gu Yi. We don't welcome any 4-legged beasts who gain without effort. With a wave of his hand, several sons and nephews ran over and drove the 3 of them out. Gu Qingmu had never been treated so rudely in her life. Let go of me. How can you say that about us? Sun Jie shouted. We are not just ordinary show guests. You will regret treating us like this. Wang Man didn't speak, but her eyes were red as she stared fixedly at Gu Yi. However, the other party didn't even glance at them and just walked away. TSK. They look down on the villagers here, yet they want to eat the food made by the villagers, and even want the villagers to beg them to eat. Shameless. The Su Erfa family heard this again and were all furious. Besides driving them away, they also gave them a good scolding. Gu Qingmu and the other 2 were exposed for their true thoughts and felt utterly ashamed. Sun Jie burst into tears. Whoa, Gu Yi is too much. How could he beep? Gu Yi couldn't say a single word about his thoughts, almost spitting blood from anger. Gu Qingmu felt humiliated and simply turned back to the base camp. He wasn't filming this terrible show anymore. Gu Yi was bullying him too much. He definitely had to make him pay. Wang Man also followed them back. Gu Yi had exposed her true colors in front of so many people. But she couldn't stop filming the show. She needed the money, and she still had a mission from Guze to complete. Now she also had her own selfish desires. She wanted to know if what Gu Yi said was true or false. Did Guze really want her to die? If that was the case, why was she still working for him? At this time, live stream bullet comments. Gu Qingmu and the other 2 are truly shameless. At first, they mocked Gu Yi, but now that Gu Yi can really join the feast, they are trying to get close to him. I said it long ago. If Gu Yi said he could join the feast, he definitely could. Those trolls from before, come and kneel before me. The Gu family was also very angry. Su Yi. Old man, what's going on with that grandson of Gu Haokuan? His father didn't get the family property, and he didn't say anything. But this grandson of his is defiant. Gu Qiyun. Dad, should we send someone to protect Xiao Yi? I think Gu Qingmu's eyes just now were very sinister. Maybe she's going to do something against Xiao Yi. Gu Haokuan nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it now. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if all their bodyguards were combined, they wouldn't be as capable as Xiao Yi. In the hospital, Gu Zhe, who had just enjoyed a sumptuous meal, saw this and was so angry he almost overturned the table. Why almost? Because he hadn't eaten such good food in days, and the Gu family was waiting for him and didn't come to see him. He was afraid he wouldn't have anything to eat if he overturned it. Damn Gu Yi. He's really playing tricks. He must have spent a lot of money to create this metaphysics master persona. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Guze made a phone call. Fourth sister, did you see this? Gui is too much. He has embarrassed our family's face. Fortunately, there was this fourth Gu. At first, Guze thought that the second Gu was very easy to fool and had a large company that he could leave to himself. But that slut's brain was filled with water, and she completely disregarded him, only caring about Gu Yi, that bastard. So, as a second choice, he could only find the fourth Gu. This was the top idiot of the Gu family. He could guarantee that even if Gu Yi used any tricks on her, she wouldn't fall for them. Gu Chushuang heard Guze's wronged voice, and her heart tightened immediately. Xiaoze, don't be sad and upset. Fourth sister knows your difficulties. Just wait. Fourth sister will definitely not let the family's reputation be disgraced. Damn Gu Yi, who knew what kind of spell he had cast on the whole family to make Guze suffer such a great injustice. With Gu Chushuang's guarantee, Guze finally revealed a satisfied smile. Although fourth Gu doesn't have much money, she is really stupid. And after she completes this mission, she will be quickly eliminated. Even if the Gu family discovers anything, it will have nothing to do with me. Gu Chuyun and those three sisters are all more foolish than the last. I will definitely find a way to make them become my sycophants again, just like before. Thinking this happily, Guze leisurely continued to eat his sweet water. At the show's location, the director stood up entirely when he saw this scene. This Gu Yi, why does he have such a lack of teamwork? Sigh, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let him participate in the show. What to do now? Gu Qingmu wants to withdraw from the show, which means we need to find a replacement guest. Where can I find 1-inch? The director was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The assistant director next to him didn't speak, but stared at Gu Yi, contemplating that he would find him later to have his fortune told. As for the director, if he wanted to court death, let him court death. After he stepped down, he would be the director. Gu Yi didn't care about anything and ate with great enjoyment. Moreover, at his table, he was accompanied by the highest-ranking elders of the Su family. Each of them was extremely respectful to him and offered him all the good things first. Gu Yi ate and laughed, feeling incredibly joyful inside. These old men and old ladies are good to deal with. They really send me delicious food. Guzi, do they have any gossip? Let me eat it. Old men and old ladies. Eating gossip? They were all 80 or 90 years old. If he really ate their gossip, would they still live? However, eating other people's gossip, that wouldn't be bad. The old men and women exchanged glances. To avoid being gossiped about, they quickly tried to find a topic. With great effort, they finally appeased Gu Yi, preventing them from overhearing their gossip. The results from the neighboring group were also just average. Feng Baobao didn't want to beg for food, but still wanted to eat well. So she went to the mountains and brought back wild chicken and wild rabbit. Su Yuan knew how to cook, so they cooperated happily. The two female guests didn't care about their image and ate with their mouths full of oil. Looking at the two male guests, they were miserable. Jin Zhongshua ate the bread bought from the convenience store for 3 yuan and a bottle of mineral water for 1 yuan, leaving him 6 yuan. Gao Yu ate the instant noodles bought for 3 yuan and 50 cents a bowl, a premium ham sausage for 2 yuan, and added a braised egg combo for 1 yuan and 50 cents, leaving him 3 yuan. As the two were sadly eating, they saw Gu Qingmu and the other two return with grim expressions. Teacher Gu, why are you back so early? Gao Yu took a sip of the instant noodle soup and asked before swallowing. Gu Qingmu didn't say anything and walked away with his suitcase. Suddenly, all 4 guests from the second group were stunned. Sun Jejia also returned without speaking and walked away with her suitcase. Big brother Gu, wait for me. I'll go with you. She wasn't filming anymore either. Her mother had told her to come here to find a wealthy husband, but she had always known that the young masters from these truly aristocratic families would never fancy her. But now it was different. Gu Qingmu wasn't a child of the Gu family, but this matter could not be made public. In that case, a marriage alliance between her and Gu Qingmu would be perfect, wouldn't it? She had no choice, and he wasn't much better off than her. Wang Manman pursed her lips and looked at Feng Baobao and Su Yuan with teary eyes. Those two male guests were eating junk food bought from the convenience store, but Feng Baobao and Su Yuan were eating wild chicken. This was something she was very familiar with. She used to steal it when she was young. She was very hungry now and wanted to eat too, but she knew her low status, and even if she asked, they wouldn't give her any. So she could only use this method. She was so pitiful, they would surely pity her, right? However, Feng Baobao looked at Gu Qingmu and Sun Jejia and said, if you're not filming anymore, don't forget to pay the breach of contract fee. Su Yuan nodded. Sister Bauer, don't worry, they aren't stupid, they definitely know the rules. Gu Qingmu, who had just reached the doorway, heard their words and became even angrier. Don't you want to know why we're leaving here? Feng Baobao gnawed on a chicken drumstick, burying her head. No. Su Yuan gulped down the chicken soup. I don't like you. So if you're not filming, then don't. After finishing the chicken drumstick, Feng Baobao added, what are you dawdling for? If you're not filming, hurry up and get lost. Gu Qingmu was completely shattered by their words. You are so rude. There were 4 female guests in total, and he knew that the 2 from his group were useless. He just didn't expect the 2 from the neighboring group to be even more of a concern. Sun Jiejia said indignantly. You are too impolite. Even if it's just a formality, you should at least make an effort, right? Feng Baobao shook her head. No need. Feng Baobao, never need to be polite to people I dislike. She came to this show for Gu Yi. Besides him, everyone else was secondary, and she didn't pay them any attention. Su Yuan wiped her mouth and said, Sun Jiejia, do you think I'm a very good-tempered person, so you're talking to me with the air of a senior? Her temper was notoriously explosive, like a hand grenade that would detonate at the slightest touch. Sun Jiejia must have taken the wrong medicine to dare speak to her like this. After a few exchanges, Sun Jiejia was disgraced and even lost most of her courage. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. You humph. Big brother Gu, let's go. Sun Jiejia pulled Gu Qingmu and left. Feng Baobao. A simp, simping until the very end with nothing. Su Yuan smiled. Sister Bauer, that sentence is very insightful. The 2 chatted and laughed, cleared the table, and then leisurely went for a walk. From beginning to end, Wang Manman was ignored as if she were air, completely overlooked. Wang Manman couldn't hold it in anymore. She looked at Jin Zhongxua and Gao Yu again, tears streaming down her face as if she had suffered the greatest injustice. Jin Zhongxua hid behind Gao Yu. She's not trying to stage a fake accident, is she? Gao Yu, holding his instant noodles, hid even further away. She's probably eyeing my instant noodles. I'm so hungry, I've finished all my soup. Let's go quickly. The 2 of them, like a gust of wind, also fled. So be it. Only Wang Manman was left alone in her injured world. The bullet comments in the live stream room were twitching. What kind of style is this? What happened to showing mercy to the ladies? Isn't Wang Manman a girl? She's just a white lotus, isn't she? She has money but doesn't buy food, instead wanting to extort Su Yuan and Sister Bauer. I saw right through her. Exactly. It's a pity that our Sister Bauer and Su didn't see it and finished everything. The director saw this, and his anger surged again. My prompts, they don't look at them at all. They're all improvising. Fine. This dating show of mine has no taste of romance at all, but the killing intent has already reached the 3rd level of chi condensation. The assistant director. I told you long ago you weren't suitable, but you insisted on being brave. If it weren't for Gu Yi, this show would have already gone bankrupt. Useless director. Gu Yi came out of the Su residence, carrying 2 large black plastic bags in his hands. Each bag contained many plastic bags, all filled with packed meals. What was said to be leftovers was actually good food prepared for him by Su Erfu. Gu Yi walked away with a smile. The old men and women stood at the door watching his retreating back until he was out of sight before finally returning. Heavens, the living ancestor has finally left. Close, so close, I almost ruined my reputation. Each of them felt a sense of escaping a catastrophe. Gu Yi hummed a tune as he walked along the village path. Not long after, he met Feng Baobao and Su Yuan coming towards him. Gu Yi, what are you holding? Where did you go to eat? Feng Baobao's nose twitched. She smelled a feast inside. Su Yuan was also very curious. Gu Yi, you smell of tobacco, like welding fumes, and also the smell of a banquet. Is someone in the village having a feast? Gu Yi smiled. You 2 are so smart. I went to have a big meal. It was a feast. Feng Baobao and Su Yuan were both astonished, their mouths agape. They had worked hard to get meat dishes and thought they would definitely get first place. Unexpectedly, Gu Yi hadn't done anything and had already enjoyed a hearty meal. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Little Yi, on your way back, a tricycle by the roadside is about to explode. The system emitted a piercing alarm. Before Gu Yi could do anything, Feng Baobao and Su Yuan beside him were dumbfounded. Feng Baobao vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Indeed, about 500 meters ahead, she spotted a tricycle. The tricycle, emitting a blue light under the sunlight, was surprisingly brand new. Feng Baobao narrowed her eyes and said unhappily, Sister Su, when we came earlier, was that tricycle already parked over there? She didn't seem to have noticed it when she arrived. Su Yuan was still staring blankly at Gu Yi. Who was the one making that alarm sound? Was he talking to Gu Yi? However, Feng Baobao's voice pulled her back to reality. She looked at the tricycle. I don't remember seeing it. We walked all the way from there, and there weren't any cars. Could the tricycle the alarm was referring to be that one? The vehicle was going to explode. If the three of them took that path, they would definitely pass by the tricycle. And then, after so many years in the entertainment industry, she had seen all sorts of accidents. In this circle, for money, people would do anything. Even taking a life was considered minor. Disfigurement and ruining one's future was the real deal. Gui also looked over and said, "That's the ride the production crew prepared. There's a logo on it. Damn, all these commoners trying to harm me. Investigate for me. Who is it? I'm going to blow them up." Su Yuan was even more astonished. Gui. He hadn't spoken the latter part aloud, but she had heard it herself. No wonder netizens called him a metaphysics master. He truly lived up to his reputation. The staff following not far behind Gui. They heard it again. When they were at old Mrs. Su's house earlier, they had already heard Gui's inner thoughts. But at that time, there were too many people, and they hadn't confirmed it. Now they could finally be sure. The legendary metaphysics master indeed possessed divine abilities. He was conveying information in such a manner. No wonder he could track down that wanted criminal online. Livestream comments. What's going on? Did the feed stutter? Why aren't they moving? It seems like they're discussing whether to ride the tricycle. What's there to discuss? Let's just stroll back after the meal. It'll help build affection. It's a pity that Su and Gao Yu are creating a CP. Otherwise, I think she and the metaphysics master would be quite a match. Are you blind? I have true vision eye drops. It's clearly Sister Bauer and Gui who are a better match. The live stream comments erupted into an argument over the CP issue. Seeing this, the director finally smiled. He immediately ordered, "Have them ride the tricycle back and see how the two girls and one guy will be paired. Prepare the BGM and create an ambiguous atmosphere." The staff received the order and immediately raised the teleprompter, lest the 1.85 m tall Gui couldn't see it. Gui saw it, or rather, he couldn't not see it. It was just, damn it, does the director have a screw loose? They want us to ride the tricycle back? That tricycle is going to explode. Does he want to blow the three of us to death? Who is he worthy of being paired with? Guzzi, check if that director is a fake sent by someone else. System, investigating, please wait. Upon hearing this, the staff all felt their legs go weak. The tricycle was going to explode? Like in the movies, where it would just go boom and blow people up directly. Quickly report to the director. The director also received their message but didn't believe it at all and even became furious. If you find this book good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. They can't even drive a tricycle, so they should just admit it, but they're claiming it will explode? This is a variety show, not some explosive scene from a foreign blockbuster. Tell them to obey and do as they're told immediately, or I'll fire them all. He threw a tantrum. The director was jumping up and down in a rage, his toupee falling off. The assistant director's eyes were glued to the monitor, pretending he hadn't seen anything, but inwardly, he was already celebrating with fireworks. Ha ha ha, idiot. The metaphysics master must have discovered something fishy. He's not far from being kicked off the show. Guze was also watching the live stream. His face was filled with a vicious smile. Guyi, you bastard. No matter how clever you are, what good will it do? This time, I'll see if you can escape even with wings. Since he let Guyi participate in the show, he had naturally put in a lot of effort. If Guyi wanted to be famous, he'd give him a big fire, making him famous all over the world. At the filming location, before the system's voice could arrive, Guyi looked at the staff and said, "That tricycle has a problem. Immediately call the fire department." System, little Yi, the mastermind hasn't been found yet, but in 10 seconds, an explosion will definitely occur here. Guyi grabbed a woman with each hand and took off running. Run! The tricycle is about to explode. The staff also heard the system's voice and quickly followed Guyi, sprinting away. A certain fat person who would get out of breath just walking a little faster now could run like the wind. Feng Baobao initially followed Guyi, but then she found Su Yuan couldn't keep up. She hoisted Su Yuan onto one arm, yet still ran incredibly fast. However, she was surprised to find that this time she actually couldn't outrun Guyi. In the blink of an eye, Guyi had already run 100 meters away. He put down the 2 large bags of food he had brought back, then ran back and carried over the slowest staff member. He repeated this 5 or 6 times, finally carrying everyone to a safe location. Feng Baobao. Guyi, was that running? It looked like teleportation. Damn, what amazing skills. Live stream. What's going on? Did I hear wrong? I heard explosion? I get it, I totally get it. This is an unannounced segment planned by the production crew. Oh, so that's what it is. I thought there was some danger. Huh. The shows nowadays are truly shameless. They'll do anything to be popular. On the other side, the 10-second countdown ended. Boom. The tricycle emitted a deafening roar, followed by a pile of firewood within a 3-meter radius, catching fire. Flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed instantly. Gu Yi and the others had already reached 100 meters away. There were no casualties. Gu Yi took the staff member's phone and dialed the fire department. Yes, 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 it's in the village where the program is being filmed. There was an explosion. A tricycle suddenly exploded. Please come quickly. The dozen or so staff members lying on the ground were panting like dogs. The metaphysics master, he wasn't even out of breath? The sudden explosion woke up everyone in the production crew. The assistant director bolted out, shouting, "Sir, you can't be hurt. Gu Yi, my lucky star, please don't be in trouble. As long as you are here, I can become a director." The director slumped heavily onto the ground, his right leg fracturing. But he couldn't feel the pain, his mind replaying the explosion he had just witnessed. Explosion? Did it really explode? Damn it, who the hell is this bastard, coming to ruin me? He thought Gu Yi and the others wouldn't be able to operate the 3-wheeled vehicle. After all, even a 3-year-old in the village could do it. It was too difficult for the young ladies and young masters from these wealthy families. But he never expected that it would actually explode. This was a live broadcast accident. Now the live stream. He frantically checked the live stream, but the result was, good heavens, the live stream had already been shut down due to suspected dangerous operations. Ah! The director cried out in despair and fainted from anger. In the hospital, Guze saw the chaotic footage, followed by the explosion, but it was just a flash, and then the live stream went black. He quickly called Wang Manman. How is it? Gu Yi, did he get blown up to death? Wang Manman hurried out of the courtyard and saw thick smoke billowing in the distance. I don't know. He hasn't returned yet. He must be gone. Guze was so capable. How could his well-laid plans fail? It would be great if Gu Yi died. That way, Guze would still be the Gu family's young master, and she would be able to live her former good life. Guze was overjoyed to hear this. Man, you did a great job. After this is over, I will definitely pamper you well. Her mission was complete, so she should quickly go get her box lunch. Wang Manman, however, thought Guze was going to marry her. She, a mere orphan, had ascended to the heavens and become a phoenix. Gu residence. The whole family was stunned. Su Yi urged Gu Haokuan, husband, hurry and make a call. Little Yi. Is Little Yi okay? He was just participating in a show, a dating show with no danger, just eating, drinking, and having fun. How did it turn into an explosion? Gu Haokuan also received a call. After hearing the report from the other end, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Little Yi is fine. There are no casualties at the moment. Hearing such good news, Su Yi and her daughters were all relieved and could finally sit down, their hearts at ease. Gu Chuyun was already drenched in cold sweat from fear. After finally finding her brother, she had treated him so poorly at first, almost causing him to get hurt. She had finally come to her senses and still hoped for a chance to clear up the misunderstanding and have her own brother fully accept her. If her own brother had an accident, she might as well have died with him. Gu Chubbing had the same thought. She hadn't been good to her own brother yet. He had suffered so much in the past, and she hadn't been able to compensate him properly. He absolutely couldn't be in trouble. At this moment, Su Yi's phone rang. It was Gu Chiyu calling. Mom, what's the situation with Little Yi? The live stream was suddenly interrupted, and I can't contact the staff there. If Little Yi died, even if it cost her life, she would avenge Little Yi, find the mastermind, and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Su Yi comforted her, saying, Don't worry, your father has already received reliable news. Little Yi is fine. Our people are already investigating the truth, don't worry. Gu Chiyu's heart finally settled upon hearing this, but she couldn't help but cry from lingering fear. Whoa, Mom, I was really scared to death. My life was saved by Little Yi, and I only gave him the company. I thought something happened to him. Participating in shows is too dangerous. I want him to come back. Our family is powerful. He doesn't need to work so hard. From now on, he would be in the company, be a domineering CEO, eat and drink, and enjoy life. Su Yi also had this idea. Okay, you go arrange it. Gu Chiyu wiped away her tears and quickly followed suit. Gu Chuyun also agreed. Xiao Yu's mind has recovered. Her thoughts are the same as mine. Su Yi smiled with satisfaction. I was thinking the same thing originally, but I thought Little Yi was just going on a show to play and relax. Who would have thought there would be such danger? Gu Chubbing. Mom, big sister, I think this matter is not simple. Before the live stream went dark, I remember Little Yi, Feng Bao Bao, and Su Yuan were all looking at that 3-wheeled vehicle. I guess at that time, Little Yi had already discovered something fishy. Gu Qian nodded. That's right, Little Yi's expression wasn't very good at that time. He must have discovered something. Su Yi also noticed. Then who do you think did this? Gu Chuyun and Gu Chubbing exchanged a glance, and the two said in unison, that fake one. In the hospital, Gu Zhe was full and satisfied, but no one from his family had come to pick him up, and the hospital was not as comfortable as home. If he encountered any acquaintances, he felt he would lose face. So, he had the driver send him home. Gu Yi is already dead. I am the only young master of the Gu family. Without that bastard causing trouble, they will definitely remember my good deeds. Returning to the Gu residence. Let me see my darlings. The production crew. Firefighters had already arrived and quickly extinguished the fire. The village chief also brought many members of the village committee. After understanding the situation, they were all shocked. Comrade Gu Yi, thank you so much. If you hadn't noticed something was wrong just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Praise was given freely, and compliments were showered upon them. Rainbow farts were also given freely, and Gu Yi was praised to the skies. Gu Yi smiled humbly, but he did not refuse their suggestion to send him a banner and award him a 3 Good Youth certificate. Feng Bao Bao. I want to learn Gu Ye's Kung Fu. Should I become his disciple? Su Yuan. If it wasn't for the intentional act just now, I would have already died. A life-saving debt, how should I repay it? After the matter was handled here, Gu Yi and the others returned to the small courtyard. Wang Manman's eyes almost popped out when she saw Gu Yi, and she blurted out, Gu Yi, how are you alive? Wasn't it rumored just now that Gu Yi, Feng Bao Bao, and Su Yuan were all dead? Gu Yi, I'm not dead. You must be disappointed, right? Guzi, the truth has revealed itself. Wang Manman heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts and realized she had said the wrong thing. She quickly explained, Gu Yi, don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. I just heard from people outside that there was an accident over there. Damn it. Gu Zhe's plan was so good, and Gu Yi still didn't die. He was really destined to live a long life. But she had just told Gu Zhe that Gu Yi was already dead. Now that Gu Yi wasn't dead, if Gu Zhe found out, would he think she had lied to him? If he got angry, would he still be willing to marry her? Damn Gu Yi. It was all his fault. If he had just obediently died, none of this would have happened. Gu Yi sneered. Wang Man, I still don't understand. Even if I were dead, what does that have to do with you? You used to be a nanny in the Gu family and stole things from your employers. The employers were kind and didn't send you to jail. Who would have thought that the employer's repayment of kindness with malice would lead to this result? Sigh. When Wang Man left the Gu family, I thought she was killed by the fake one and was already gone. Who would have thought that old Gu sent people to protect her, and that's why she didn't die? And the result, this bitch actually secretly tried to harm me, almost leaving me without a trace. She really has a lot of nerve. Wang Man couldn't believe her ears. It was old Master Gu who arranged for people to protect her, and that's why she didn't die? She had always thought she was safe and never imagined that Gu Zhe would want her to die. Gu Yi, you buy? Wang Man wanted to question Gu Yi, but she couldn't get the words out. The live stream hadn't resumed yet, and only they, along with the staff, were present. Gu Yi felt it was a pity that he couldn't expose Wang Man's true colors in front of the netizens. Tell me yourself, or I'll send you in to tell them. Gu Yi's patience ran out. He kicked Wang Man, sending her to her knees on the ground. Since I've started being a good person, I'll finish the job. I'll tell them for you. That 3-wheeled vehicle had its mechanics tampered with, and explosives were planted. If I had driven that vehicle, or passed by that area, I would have been blown to pieces by now. And the person who did this was you, Wang Man. Everyone gasped. Gao Yu was utterly shocked. Wang Man. You're actually a murderer. Why would you do that? Gu Yi has no enmity with you. Jin Zhongshua was also dumbfounded. This woman was just crying her eyes out, trying to pull a stunt, just because we didn't give her food. Does that mean in a few days, she'll pull some other trick and poison us too? This show is too terrifying. It doesn't have much popularity, but it's life-threatening. Feng Bao Bao stretched her muscles, already contemplating where to bury Wang Man. Su Yuan stared at Wang Man, her eyes filled with killing intent. One really can't judge a book by its cover. She looked unremarkable, yet she was so vicious. Wang Man was completely panicked. She endured the stomachache and quickly defended herself. Listen to me. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I'm just a weak woman. How could I do such a thing? She was truly scared, tears and snot streaming down her face, all mixed together, looking as unsightly as possible. It was all Gu Zhe's doing. He had arranged everything beforehand. She had just said the wrong thing. So why were they treating her like this? You're bullying me too much. You're all-powerful and rich, and you're bullying me, an ordinary person. Don't your consciences hurt? If she became Guzé's woman, she would be the young madam of the Gu family. And then would they still dare to treat her like this? If you find this book to your liking, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid losing it next time. And it was all Gu Ye's fault. Why did he have to come back? Wouldn't it be better for him to live outside, eating scraps? High society didn't belong to him at all. He was just a bastard. And now Gu Yi was fine. He wasn't injured, nor was he crippled. Why was he still chasing after her? Su Yuan raised her hand and slapped her a few times, causing Wang Manman's mouth to bleed. You're trying to play the victim with such petty schemes. If you don't talk, we'll call the police and let you talk to the police uncles. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen all sorts of despicable people. Wang Manman wasn't even a tenth as bad as those people, and she dared to cause trouble in front of her. Whoa, you hit people, you bully people, you. Wang Manman was defiant. Even with a mouth full of blood, she wanted to denounce these aloof young ladies and masters. Gu Yi. Even now, she still won't expose the fake one. It seems she truly loves the fake one. Guzi, check and see how the fake one plans to reward her. Others. The fake one, you mean that fake young master Guzé? He and Wang Manman are involved. Wang Manman heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts and didn't want Gu Yi to continue speaking, so she tried to stop him. But Feng Baobao was quick-handed. She picked up a smelly shoe from a corner and stuffed it into her mouth. System, Guzé is just using her, sending her to this show as a mole to monitor your every move. They've already contacted each other. The fake one learned that you were dead and said he wants to dote on Wang Manman. Actually, the fake one planned to send Wang Manman to the mountains to be a child bride. Originally, he wanted Wang Manman to be written off and disappear. But the fake one felt that Wang Manman should contribute to the birth rate, so he did this. Feng Baobao, that bastard Guzé, he's really not a good person. Although Wang Manman is truly bad, traffickers who abduct women are even worse. Su Yuan was greatly surprised. Guzé, she had also met the former young master of the Gu family. She had never had a good impression of him, but she never imagined he would be that kind of person. Gao Yu, a human trafficker. Gu family's fake young master is actually a human trafficker. Jin Zhongshua, that Guzé. He contacted me before, wanting to invite my sister and me to dinner, but I didn't have time. This is too terrifying. If he had taken a liking to my sister, wouldn't he have wanted to sell my sister too? Wang Manman was completely stunned, her eyes widening like saucers. Guzé actually wanted to traffic her? He had clearly said that the person he loved most was her, and he wouldn't marry anyone else in this lifetime. And after this incident, he also said he would send her to study abroad. After a few years, he would arrange for her to have the identity of a noble lady and then marry her grandly. Why would Gu Yi say that about Guzé? He must be sowing discord. Guzé isn't that kind of person. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Manman was taken away by the police, and the show team disqualified her from continuing to record the program. Gu Yi checked his phone and exclaimed, "Didn't the show have no popularity? Now it does. Hashtag only have feelings for you exploded. Hashtag amateur guest suspected arsonist. Hashtag accidental incidents with hidden value are still rising. Hashtag Gu Yi foresees everything. Metaphysics master himself. Hashtag." It truly exploded. The hot search lists on major media platforms were all dominated by them. As soon as the live stream resumed, the bullet comments went crazy. Laughing my ass off, this is truly a once-in-lifetime event. This show is too explosive. It must be that they didn't prepare the opening sacrifice ceremony. That's why there are so many accidents. Everyone is a talent. One young lady and one young master quit, and an amateur is an arsonist. This show is capable of catching thieves. Ha. Our metaphysics master has made a contribution, and there are banners and certificates of merit. First time seeing someone pack up leftovers from a banquet. Ha. He really doesn't see himself as a public figure, not having any idle baggage. Down to earth, I like this kind of rich young master. Gu Yi put the 2 large bags of good food into the refrigerator and then chose the room with the best location. As soon as the rooms were assigned, the assistant director realized another guest was missing. Jin Zhongshua got scared and ran off with his suitcase. Now only Gu Yi, Feng Baobao, Su Yuan, and Gao Yu remained. Director, 8 guests are only left with half. What should we do? The assistant director ignored the director's life and death, only focusing on causing trouble for him. The director was still in the hospital, his leg just put in a cast. 4. How can? It hurts so much. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find people. In his excitement, he fell off the hospital bed and onto the ground, crying out in pain. The assistant director was waiting for this exact statement and said, "Then shall I make the decision?" The director's spit flew everywhere. "Stop the nonsense. You have 1 hour. If you can't complete the task, you get a scram too." After hanging up the phone, the director received a call from his superior, was scolded again, and was directly depressed. "Why am I so unlucky? My face. How can I mix in the circle from now on? Could it be that Guyi is really a master? But I didn't offend him either." The show team. Half an hour later, the 2 male guests and 2 female guests arrived. Guyi was just on the phone with his family. Old Gu and Old Su both advised him to go home and rest, not to overwork himself. Guyi himself felt speechless. Just participating in a show, eating, drinking, and playing, without being sexually exploited or having to drink to serve rich women, yet earning over 1 million. This is called suffering? Indeed. Poverty has limited my imagination. However, he heard they were going to give him 5 million pocket money, and Guyi was tempted. He wasn't someone who would suffer for no reason, not doing anything and still getting paid. Who would refuse that? It's just that at this moment, the system gave him a prompt, and he could only refuse with tears. I want to finish recording this episode and be a person who sees things through to the end. Guzi, you better upgrade and give me a big wave of rewards. Otherwise, I won't eat any more gossip in the future. System. This system guarantees that the rewards will be absolutely worth the price. Gu residents. Gui's impassioned words moved Gu Haokuin's entire family to tears. Gu Chuyun. Xiao Yi is too responsible, just a small show, and he's so serious. If it were the fake one, Gu Zhe, he would definitely complain about the pocket money they gave being too little. Gu Chubbing. Xiao Yi is truly a child of our Gu family. With this spirit, he will surely accomplish great things in the future. With Xiao Yi as an heir, the Gu family can ensure its long-term prosperity. If you think this book is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid not finding it next time. Gu Haokuin and Su Yi were equally gratified. Their own son was indeed better than that fake one. As the family was thinking, Guze returned. Seeing them all crying, Guze's expression instantly changed, and he started crying along with them. "Dad, Mom, big sister, third sister, I know everything. Don't be too sad. Elder brother is in heaven. If he sees you all so sad, he will also be sad. I also didn't expect that just by participating in a show, such an accident would happen. If I had known, I wouldn't have let elder brother go through hardship even if it meant beating me to death. Dad, Mom, this is all my fault. Hit me, woo woo woo." Guze cried his heart out, kneeling directly before Gu Haokuin and Su Yi, weeping as if his insides were being torn apart. "Ha ha ha. Guyi, you bastard, you're finally dead." They were all biased towards the bastard, weren't they? Biased? From now on, even if they wanted to give this vast family fortune to Guyi, they could only give him paper products, paper houses, paper money, paper luxury cars, and beauties. He, Guze, was destined to be the master of all this. The fake one was laughing maniacally inside, even feeling that the entire Gu family was already in his grasp. However, after he cried for a while, no one else responded. His eyes were red as he looked at them. What's going on? It seems something is not quite right. Shouldn't they be crying their hearts out along with him? Guyi is already dead, and they aren't sad or grieving. Or perhaps, they no longer favor Guyi and have completely come to their senses, doting on him anew? Gu Qian got up, pulled Gu Chubbing, and ran away. They only dared to stop when they reached the second-floor staircase. Turning back to look downstairs, she said, "Guze, you truly have no shame. Xiao Yi is alive and well, and you're cursing him to death." Gu Chubbing was even more infuriated. "Guze, this is your true face. Your acting in the past was truly superb." After speaking, the 2 sisters quickly ran up to the 3rd floor. They went into their rooms, closed the doors, and locked them. It's too scary. Run quickly while they still can, or their minds will be controlled. This situation isn't working either. They felt, should they move to the show team? With Guyi by their side, they wouldn't be afraid. Downstairs, Guze's brain froze. What were they saying? Guyi is alive and well. What does that mean? How is that possible? Dad, Mom, it wasn't me. My sisters misunderstood me. Guze looked at Gu Haokuin and Su Yi again. Gu Haokuin held up his phone and said, "Guze, do you really wish Xiao Yi ill? He's not dead. Not only is he not dead, but he also made a great contribution by saving people. He's now a model youth." After speaking, he turned and left. Su Yi looked disappointed. "Guze, you have truly disappointed me. We raised you for so many years, but we never thought you would repay us like this." On the show, Xiao Yi has already caught Wang Manman. It was all her doing. She also said. Guze's eyes widened instantly, and he said fiercely, That slut Wang Man. She's framing me. Gu Zhe, you actually plotted against Gu Yi? Gu Haokuan had walked a few steps away, but upon hearing this, he instantly turned and walked back. Gu Zhe realized he had misspoke and quickly explained, "No, it's not like that, Dad. You have to believe me. I really didn't." Damn it. He had fallen into the trap dug by Su Yi. He thought Wang Man had spoken ill of him, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Gu Haokuan's eyes widened, and flames of anger spewed out. He couldn't hear anything Gu Zhe was saying and raised his hand, slapping him hard. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the entire hall. Su Yi stared fixedly at Gu Zhe, trembling with anger. She had only wanted to say that what Wang Man said on the show wasn't meant to trap Gu Zhe, but she never expected this fake would fall into his own trap. Having raised him by their side for so many years, how could they not understand him? His eagerness to explain was clearly just an excuse. Who would have thought? Neither of them had expected that Gu Zhe would actually want Gu Yi dead, even daring to plan an accidental incident on the show. How dare he? How dare he? Gu Zhe's head buzzed from the slap, half his face swelling up like a steamed bun. The slap mark was clearly imprinted on his face. His head was tilted to one side, his mind filled with anger, unwillingness, and grievance. Why? From childhood to adulthood, Gu Haokuan had never laid a finger on him. No matter how big of a mess he caused, his father had never blamed him. He would always coax him with a smile. He would also tell him that he was a young master of the Gu family, and aside from the direct descendants of the top 4 great families, the Gu family didn't put anyone else in their eyes. Therefore, no matter who he encountered, he didn't need to fear anything. The Gu family would bear all the consequences. But all of this changed after Gu Yi returned. He was a nobody from the Gu family. How could he go back on his word? Gu Yi. So what if he had framed him? So what if he was the Gu family's biological son? A bastard raised outside for so many years couldn't compare to him at all. Dad, it really wasn't me. It was Wang Man. She hates Big Brother. After Big Brother returned, she was caught stealing, and she held a grudge, so she wanted to find a chance to retaliate against Big Brother. Big Brother was not with you for many years. I replaced Big Brother to be with you. You can't not believe me. Gu Zhe suppressed his anger, tears streaming down his face, looking like a child who had suffered great injustice. Gu Haokuan looked at him, listened to his excuses, and kicked him hard. Someone, lock the second young master in the backyard. Without my order, he is not allowed to come out. I will have old second dismiss all your positions in the entertainment company. I will investigate who did this. You don't need to put on a show for me. This time, Gu Haokuan didn't give Gu Zhe another glance and went to the study. If the investigation found that Gu Zhe was responsible, he would kick him out of the Gu family, sever all ties, and show no mercy. Su Yi looked at Gu Zhe, also filled with hatred. Gu Zhe, you have no conscience. Think about it properly. The butler brought a few bodyguards and immediately escorted Gu Zhe to the backyard. The backyard was thousands of meters away from the main villa, and there were 3 low houses there. When Gu Zhe was young, only his sisters who made mistakes were sent there, and he had never been. But he never dreamed that when he grew up, he would be sent there. He heard it was like a legendary cold palace, with nothing there. Going there was worse than begging on the streets. I'm not going. I don't want to go there. Mom, Dad, listen to me. I'm really innocent. Gu Zhe cried out desperately, but it was useless. No one listened to his nonsense. Until he was locked in the cold, small room, Gu Zhe felt like his world had collapsed. You can't treat me like this. I am the young master of the Gu family. Let me out. Gu Zhe squatted on the ground, hugged his shoulders, and cried uncontrollably. Gu Yi. It was all Gu Ye's fault. He would never let him off. The production crew. Gu Yi and the other 8 guests stood together again. The assistant director, now acting director, introduced the new guests. Female guests, the popular actress Mai Lily, the youngest film queen Wu Xiaofeng. Male guests, film emperor Yun Chengxian, singer Wei Luoxi who debuted as a child star. Everyone applauded their welcome. The bullet comments went wild. Wow, the film emperor is here. The production crew spared no expense. The entertainment industry's perennial dog bachelor is preparing to find a partner himself? Too naive. The film emperor and the youngest film queen collaborated on a film. Don't you know? They are here for promotion. Yun Chengxian and Wu Xiaofeng's new movie is already in its promotion period. Those two haven't appeared for a long time. They're just coming out to make themselves familiar. Among the original 4 guests, 3 were staring at Gu Yi, especially the nearby staff, each with eyes full of gossip. A big shot? A big shot. Gossip about him quickly. Everyone is waiting to eat melon. The assistant director was unaware of this and had already started assigning tasks. Next, There would be a speed dating segment, with random pairings drawn by lot. The production crew also prepared black technology that could accurately judge the guests' favorability towards each other. Guyi stood at the very edge, treating the director's rules as if he were deaf. However, the four new guests gradually noticed something was wrong. Why was everyone on set looking at Guyi? They were temporarily joining the show and only had a general understanding of the guests. Especially regarding Guyi, they had only seen him a few times on trending searches. They knew nothing specific about him. Now that everyone seemed to be looking at him, was he some mysterious behind-the-scenes big shot? With this thought, everyone quietly snuck glances at Guyi. Especially my Lily, who was looking at Guyi as if her eyes were glued to him. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen all sorts of handsome men. But this type of Guyi was truly different. If he were dressed in ancient attire, he would definitely be a handsome immortal. She liked this type of man the most, fresh and youthful on the outside, with substance on the inside, genuine. It was a pity, though, she already had a boyfriend and was about to get married. Otherwise, at this moment, a strange voice rang out. Guzi, is your melon guaranteed to be sweet? My Lily and Wei Luoxi are having a secret affair, and it's reached the point of marriage. Scientifically, Wei Luoxi is cheating on 2 women. He's already involved with Wu Xiaofeng. And then, my Lily. What sound was that? Who was spreading rumors? My Lily scanned her surroundings, but apart from the assistant director still speaking, no one else was talking. What was going on? After hearing Guyi's thoughts, Feng Baobao immediately checked the 4 new guests. She was surprised to find that only my Lily's expression was off. Everyone else's was unchanged. This meant my Lily was the only one who could hear Guyi's thoughts. That dog-like subordinate of Guyi's hadn't realized yet that quite a few people had already overheard their conversation. Gao Yu. This metaphysics master is good to have around. He quietly sends us all the gossip. I have a common interest with the metaphysics master. I'm truly amazing. Su Yuan. This is the first time I'm privy to this gossip. The new blood in the industry is getting more lively by the day. The assistant director meticulously read the script, and after finishing, the guests drew lots. The results were announced on the spot. Table 1, Guyi and Feng Baobao. Table 2, Wei Luoxi and Wu Xiaofeng. Table 3, Yun Chengxian and Su Yuan. Table 4, Gao Yu and My Lily. Seeing these pairings, the new guests got into their roles, but the older guests were unfocused. They were all waiting for Guyi to continue revealing gossip, but for a long time, there was no sound. The live stream chat, however, was incredibly excited. Wow, our metaphysics master and the female tree planner are on a blind date. I ship this pair. Wei Luoxi and Wu Xiaofeng are on a blind date in the first round. Aren't they already together? Kiss, kiss, kiss. Those upstairs, can you be a little more reserved? This is a show, not a proposal. Get rid of Gao Yu quickly, but I think they look good even when separated. Why do I feel my Lily's gaze is off? Why is she constantly glancing at Wei Luoxi? Are you blind? She's looking at Sister Bao. The guests on site got into cars, and there was a nearby bubble tea shop. Upon entering, the guests casually chose seats. However, the production team had made arrangements beforehand, ensuring each group was not too close, allowing for free interaction. Guyi sat down and took a sip of tea first. Goji berries. The bubble tea shop sent the male guests goji berry tea. What did this mean? But before he could figure it out, Feng Baobao sat down opposite him. Guyi, do you have any hobbies? She also took a sip of tea, which was rose tea, something she disliked. Very good. The production team knew how to cater to their dislikes. Guyi, I like to loaf around. Feng Baobao. That completely stumped me. How am I supposed to respond? We're filming a show. Does this guy really have to be this honest? He should at least pretend a little. Live stream chat. I was drinking water and suddenly sprayed my partner in the face. What should I do, metaphysics master? Why don't you take responsibility? Huh, what a god-tier loafing around. Such a straightforward boy, not pretending at all. He suffered hardships outside for many years, and now that he's returned to a wealthy family, shouldn't he enjoy life properly? If I had his background, I wouldn't come to participate in any show and suffer like this. To ease the awkwardness, Feng Baobao took another sip and asked, I won't talk about our family situations. Anyway, I think if we get married in the future, you can truly loaf around. Guyi was stunned. Really? Sister Bao is serious? With her way of thinking, she can also like someone? Feng Baobao. What way of thinking? I just don't follow the conventional path, but I'm not an idiot. Someone talented like Guyi, good-looking, with a good family background and good conditions. Would I be blind not to notice? Moreover, if you find this book good, remember to add it to your bookshelf to avoid not finding it next time. Feelings are something that can be cultivated slowly. I can also walk the path of a marriage for love. True. Truer than true gold. Feng Baobao nodded heavily, her gaze fixed on Gu Yi, her eyes filled with sincere emotion. Gu Yi felt his heart pound. The live stream chat was filled with pink hearts. What kind of amazing variety show is this? The first couple formed right at the beginning of the first episode? Amazing. Wow, wow, wow. I really like this pair. My metaphysics master already has a CP so quickly, sob, sob, sob. Gu residence. Gu Haokuan had just returned from outside, and his eyes widened when he saw the scene on the big screen. Wife, what's going on? The Feng family's youngest daughter has actually taken a liking to our Xiao Yi. So straightforward. Who could resist that? Sui was both surprised and delighted. It seems so, but before she could finish speaking, her phone rang. They both looked over, and their expressions immediately changed. It was Grandpa Zhao calling. This matter has already alerted Grandpa Zhao. Gu Haokuan made a gesture of stroking his beard, except he didn't have a beard at all. Sui was also a bit unsure. What should we do now? What should I say? Gu Haokuan, what else can we say? Tell the truth. Grandpa Zhao personally intervening is not something we can handle. If he could gain the old man's favor, Xiao Ye's future would be secured. In the show, Gu Yi looked at Feng Baobao without replying. Inside, Guzi quickly test her sincerity. The system instantly responded. Young master, it's true. Feng Baobao is sincere towards you. Gu Yi, oh my heavens, I'm experiencing a surge of both financial and romantic luck right now. Just as he was about to say something, he heard my Lily nearby suddenly stand up, putting one foot on the chair. I'm not some rich heiress, but I am a follower of the future Oscar statuette. Based on this alone, my dowry for marriage should be at least 5 million. What did you just say? A dowry of 88,000. Get lost. Gu Yi almost spat out his goji berry water. My Lily. 5 million dowry. She wouldn't have believed that scumbag's lines, would she? The system, young master, you're right. That scumbag promised her that when they got married, he would give her a dowry of 5 million, as well as luxury houses, cars, and all sorts of extravagant things. Gu Yi, just now, I noticed that scumbag's branded clothing was all sponsored. Where would he get so much money to marry a wife? Could it be Feng Baobao? What was that? My Lily was still boasting, but when she heard Gu Ye's thoughts, her heart instantly leaped into her throat. Gu Ye's voice. But he was on a blind date with Feng Baobao right now, meaning there was no possibility he was talking to her. So, it turned out she was hearing Gu Ye's thoughts. He had just called Shishi a scumbag and said he was involved with Wu Xiaofeng. Now he's calling Shishi a pauper. How could that be possible? The person he loved most was herself. Gao Yu also forgot his lines and stared intently. The metaphysics master is eating melon online? Give me more. I'm a country bumpkin. I love listening. The on-site staff. What method did Wei Luoshi use? Tell us more. Live stream comments. What's going on? Is the screen lagging? They wouldn't be playing red light, green light, would they? Why aren't they moving? It must be the wrong way to open it. Try again. The assistant director was also stunned, shouting into the walkie-talkie. What's happening with live stream rooms 1 and 4? Why have they stopped moving? Staff, what are you doing? The staff heard the assistant director's voice and snapped back to reality, quickly waving their teleprompters. They were so engrossed in the drama, fully focused on waiting for Gu Ye's inner thoughts, that they forgot their duties. My Lily also quickly returned to her seat and continued reading the teleprompter. However, her performance style was no longer as exaggerated, and she was more like a machine reciting lines. Gao Yu was even more focused on eavesdropping on Gu Ye's inner thoughts. Livestream comments. The favorability ratings are fake, right? In the Metaphysics Masters group, pursuing a man is like a gentle breeze, yet Feng Baobao's favorability towards Gu Yi is only 70, and Nanfang's towards the woman is only 60. They were probably going for the marriage first, love later route. My Lily's group is fine. The favorability rating is a pathetic 10. Ha. It must be some black technology from the beautiful country. It has to be wrong. Try again. Gu Yi was too busy enjoying the drama to even bother with the teleprompter. Feng Baobao was even more focused on eavesdropping on inner thoughts, not even glancing at the teleprompter. The two finished their blind dates early and came out for some air. Less than a minute later, my Lily's group followed. Both of them consciously stood behind Gu Yi, even vying to be next to him. Gu Yi glanced at my Lily, like a police officer spotting their target. What a pity for this little weed. She still doesn't know that the betrothal gift promised by her beloved is actually enjoy now, pay later. I've seen betrothal gifts through online loans and high-interest loans, where the couple repays it together after marriage. But I've never seen someone arrange a huge personal insurance policy for the woman to pay the betrothal gift after she dies, and it's even in ghost money. Huge personal insurance? Paying the betrothal gift after death, and it's ghost money. My Lily staggered, quickly grabbing onto Gao Yu for support to avoid falling to her knees. Wei Luoxi treated her like this. Is this real? Feng Baobao. This scumbag is truly ruthless. I've gained knowledge. Gao Yu. While the entertainment circle is not short of gossip, this kind of gossip is truly the first time I've encountered it. It's intense. Not long after, Yun Chengxian and Su Yuan came out. Su Yuan saw Gao Yu and Feng Baobao looking uneasy, and her heart sank. She was too late. They must have already gotten the big scoop. Sister Bauer, Guyi, Gao Yu Xiaomai, how did your chats go? As she spoke, she winked at Feng Baobao, urging her to share whatever gossip they had just heard. Feng Baobao understood and said, I already confessed, there are no major problems. What's wrong with being a gossip friend now? Guyi had just saved Su Yuan's life. If this woman were to repay his kindness with herself, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? She couldn't miss any opportunity. Anyone who competed with her for Gu Yi was simply wasting their time. Su Yuan. As expected of the Feng family's pampered darling, she was so insightful. Gao Yu. Xiaomai and I also chatted and can be friends. Xiaomai, what do you think of me? Before my Lily could speak, Gu Ye's inner thoughts sounded again. How do I think of him? Not good. Actually, speaking of my Lily, she's quite blind and foolish. She has 2 phones, but she uses the one she doesn't often use. Wu Xiaofeng even presented the evidence in front of her, but she only realized it when she was about to die. It's like those novels where the female lead is abused, only realizing the truth at the very last moment. TSK. My Lily. What evidence? What evidence did Wu Xiaofeng give me? She couldn't care about filming the show anymore and disappeared from the screen at that moment. Su Yuan was about to tell Gao Yu to follow her and check if anything happened. This segment wasn't over yet, and it was perfectly reasonable for Gao Yu to be concerned about my Lily. However, before she could say anything, Yun Chengxian had already run out. Su Yuan, Gao Yu, Feng Baobao, Guyi, there's still a piece of gossip missing here. Yun Chengxian and my Lily were childhood sweethearts, but after they moved when they were 5, they never saw each other again. And also, my Lily was tricked by a scumbag. TSK. What a twisted fate. Su Yuan. This gossip is more complicated than my script. Gao Yu. Again. Feng Baobao. Quick, tell me, how twisted is the fate? Gu residence. Su Yi and Gu Haokuan stared at each other, both feeling like they were dreaming. Old man, did old Master Feng really come? Our Xiao Ye's good fortune has arrived. Gu Haokuan was so overjoyed he was almost in tears. Yes. Old Master said that as long as Xiao Yi marries Feng Baobao, he'll give us 10% of the Feng family shares first. You know, that small portion of shares alone is equivalent to the total assets of our Gu family. How could the couple not be excited? And this was just a gift for their marriage, and it would increase after they had children. Su Yi also smiled broadly. And this is just from old Master Feng. We haven't even counted what others have given. Xiao Yi is truly a blessed child. Everyone in Fanxing knows that whoever marries Feng Baobao gains half the kingdom. How could the two not be excited? They had lost their biological son for so many years. Even giving him the entire Gu family wouldn't be enough to compensate. Now they had found him an even bigger backer. He wouldn't have to worry for this life or the next. However, at this moment, someone stormed in. Dad, Mom, what exactly are you doing? Xiaozhe just got out of the hospital, and his health is not good, yet you locked him in the dark room. What did you promise back then? Even if you found your biological son, you wouldn't abandon Xiaozhe, nor would you treat him badly. Gu Si, Gu Chushuang, returned. She had brought a woman who was dressed very ostentatiously. Grandpa, Grandma, you are too much. Uncle Xiaozhe has been wronged. Didn't a master say before that Uncle Xiaozhe is our family's lucky star? If you lock up the lucky star, wouldn't that deplete the family's luck? This was Gu Chushuang's daughter, Gu Xiaofu. That's right. She took the surname Gu, just like her mother. The mother and daughter duo immediately started spewing nonsense at Gu Haokuan and Su Yi as soon as they entered, ruining their good mood. Su Yi was enraged when she heard about the fake one, and even more infuriated when she heard about the lucky star. Slap, slap, slap. Su Yi walked up to the mother and daughter, rolled up her sleeves, and slapped each of them several times, back and forth. After the beating, she felt incredibly satisfied. You two useless good-for-nothings, you've completely disgraced our Gu family's reputation, and you still have the nerve to come back. Xiao Yi is the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, our biological son. Everyone else can get lost. It's better to forget about the investigation and just kick Gu Zhe out.